Lately you don't feel like yourself, and you kinda hate it. You suppress all of the thoughts in your head and say it's complicated. You hide your pain, but I can see it etched on your face. I know the feeling, swear you're okay, but you're barely breathing. Don't you walk away. 'Cause I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I was so caught up thinking about myself, never took time to listen. Couldn't see that you were going through hell. Now you're cold and distant. You say you're fine, but your heart is bleeding. Feed me those lines, but they lost the meaning. I know something isn't right. See the demons in your eyes. I know you're afraid. I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. Won't you tell me now? You never answer when I call, locked in your room and so drunk. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. I feel it in your eyes when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal, so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on.
Bite dust. Bite dust.
What do you expect me to say? You know that I will always find a way to fuck up everything that we ever made. Some people change and some people don't. Don't give it another shot. We've had enough, I think it's time to stop. I fucked up everything we ever made. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. What you expect me to do? Push you away when we're both feeling blue. No lies can help with what you're going through. Some things can change, but you know it won't. Why do we wait for the worst? Everyone knows that the ending is cursed. This ship is sinking, so just say the words. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again. There's poisons in my veins. Liars are all the same. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again. There's poisons in my veins. Liars are all the same.
Then get up, get dressed, before work's off my list. What's left to do, just guess. It's you, my favorite, but I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need. Days gone, we've only begun. That's the best part. When we get it on, I'm addicted, no denying it. Cause you don't cross my mind, you live in it. I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. Breathe the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need.
I'm about to get 30. Your last one made you 30. Now you get yourself a freaking little dude. In the mood 24/7, 16/11. So you're making it, but I'ma just stop. Stop for a moment. Do you really think that I'ma fuck you while I'm sober? I'm not. Taking Uber to your hotel, eating like a local, cause you're calling back while I shut down.
You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. With the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need. That's all I need.
Relationships will often end in disgusting. I know you want my love, but there's nothing to discuss. I don't need you in my life no more. I don't need you in my life no more. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I've been nose running, you funny, you going it out. What? Not the time just to go around. What do you think is safe and sound? What? Might as well just burn it down. It's always winter time inside my mind. I find it hard to bury, cause it gets cold and blurry. Yeah, it gets cold and blurry. She took my heart and then discarded all the evidence. All of her actions were a clear case of malevolence. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I've been nose running, you funny, you
The night is young, our memories echo inside me. This time is slowly ticking away. I miss the way that we were in harmony. I'm having trouble letting go. I close my eyes and wish you were closer. Now we're like footprints in the snow, slowly fading until it's over. Our memories will last forever. Now love you for eternity. So baby, let's get back together. I'll show you what you need, a symphony. we embrace love, hope, and our affection. Nostalgia is crashing down, a bittersweet burning feeling. 'Cause when I start to look around, home isn't the same way you're leaving. Our memories won't last forever, no longing for eternity. So baby, let's get back together. I'll show you what you need, a symphony.
Be careful making wishes in the dark, can't be so when it hit the mark. And besides, in the meantime, I'm just dreaming of tearing you apart. I'm in the deep, deep areas with the you know the world can never get me on my level.
Hi esports, welcome back to the Esports Hub Summer Showdown. My name is Quino and I will be your host for today. And you know, we had the group stages yesterday and just one of the playoffs, but you know, today is the official final day. We have the rest of our playoffs and the grand finals where teams will be competing for a prize pool of up to £2,000. I could do a wee bit of that. So I'm joined by two wonderful analysts today. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling great. I think we've got a lot more competitive games coming up today. Should be some absolute bangers coming up. Best of fives all day. Potential bracket reset as well.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be all to play for.
Yeah, how are you feeling, George?
I'm feeling all right. I'm just a bit sleepy this morning. It was a long day yesterday.
Yeah, it's to be expected though. You've come to LAN, it's like 8 a.m. starts for all of us. Everyone's busy, but that's kind of what you need. It gets you going, it gets you excited for the day. But the way the playoffs will be working today is kind of a double in bracket. If you're in winners, you lose, you have another chance during the losers bracket. But if you lose during the losers, yeah, you're done for, mate. That's the end for you. But you know, there is a chance to come back, and I feel like I prefer it when it's like that. When it's single limb, usually it's like, oh no, you screw up once, you're done for. But you get at least something to play for.
Yeah, and we've lost 4 teams already from losers bracket. We did some games off stream just to sort of speed things up, keep the bracket running smooth. So yeah, commiserations to those teams. Of course, we've said goodbye to the Slog, the 2 Passion teams as well.
And Avenge.
And Avenge as well. It's not surprising because they've lost their team to.
But it is surprising for the org to
team we're
come here
about
the
to see.
first time.
But also, as an org, you won the last January clash.
And now they're back here.
Now they came in
out
last.
They're out in bottom 4.
Yeah, they came in last in this event, so it kind of disappointment from them, but at the same time, that just goes to show how cutthroat this is going to be. Losers bracket, again, winning you're in, losing you're out. Should be an interesting one.
I feel like it's kind of good that they went out first. Isn't it a dig at
It's not good at all.
Yeah, no, as in
Not
it's
for them.
good because it just shows that there's a variety of different talent that was actually being shown, other than just the same team dominating over and over again. But whilst we're on the topic of domination, Project Vapor are playing today, and they have been doing amazing the whole tournament.
Well, yeah, you want to say the same team's winning over and over again. The team that won the last Cherry Clash, right? Heptix and Julian moving over to Project Vapor. They're bringing in
Red.
Rush as well. This is the team that we highlighted as the number 1 threat for the tournament. They've completely swept their way through groups and done exactly what we kind of expected. Just kind of curb stomp everyone and make life difficult for those around them.
Oh yeah, we can actually have a look at the group stages just so we can see exactly how well everyone's performed. So if you look here, Project Vapor, I'm pretty sure, not in the lead, the map difference of +5. I think Annex Esports White have the highest map difference alongside
Yeah, +6,
Stranger.
2 +6.
But obviously it's just the seeding of the groups, you have no idea. But basically, you can just see 3-0, they've dominated. And I feel like when you're in that position going against them for the side of Vicious Gaming, it could be quite scary. But, you know, they're not doing bad themselves. They're 2-1 during the group. So it's like, okay, they still have a decent chance. And I feel like it actually is going to be a good fighting game.
Yeah, Vicious, they beat Slug obviously yesterday, and they also had a really tight-knit game against Pink Panthers in one of our last group stage matches. So, like, they can grind out games, but the problem is, like, when you're facing up against a team that won the last event, pretty convincingly as well, like, I don't see an avenue in which Vicious can get an upset here. I've already started getting a shovel out to digging holes, but I think if we just might be a chance of, like, is Vapor awake enough?
Yeah,
like,
that's fair.
Because again, early in the morning, like, that might be Vicious's only chance to hope there's some, like, fatigue setting in, going in, like, maybe not fatigue, but, like, early morning jitters.
Yeah,
I can't see
true.
that happening though. I think Project Vapor sweeps this 3-0.
Yeah, I think it is Project Vapor's first time actually on the stage
yeah.
as well. So who knows? I doubt it'll make much of a difference. Let's be real, but I'm pretty sure it could. There's a chance. There's like a minute.
I think it'll make a difference in the favour of Vapor.
Yeah.
They're going to probably play better than they have in the rooms.
Yeah, but we can actually have a look at the winners bracket and go through that alongside you guys. So, okay, so this is how it's going to work. You can see all the teams good against each other. It's simple bracket, but when it gets to the grand finals, it will be, you know, you could, the losers will, if they win again, but if the winners of the winners bracket win, then that's it.
It's that bottom half of the winners bracket that looks very
lot closer.
odd because
It looks a lot closer.
any of those teams could beat each other, especially with the surprises from Mistaken Black and Amrox yesterday.
So yeah, a couple of these games going off, I believe, off stage, and like looking at it, Drenga Esports versus Mistaken Black, that could be a really close one if Mistaken Black have sort of fixed that hard point a little bit overnight, and because their S&D and control was flawless, I think Annex White and Amrox could be another close one. Amrox coming up a bit of a surprise as well. But on that top bracket, I'm kind of expecting Mistaken Esports to beat Excite, which means that next game could be an absolute like banger. Like, it could be one of our best stage games.
Oh, yeah.
We could potentially be seeing a Project Vapor versus Mistaken, or if the upsets go like their way and everyone's pick'ems are going down the drain, we could be seeing Vicious and Excite Gaming as well, which if they both get their upset wins, that's more content and more like entertaining COD for us to analyze.
Oh yeah, I feel like we as like talent want the more entertaining games, whereas I feel like on the side of Project Vapor, they just want to dominate, don't they? They just want to absolutely rush through and just do everything, which they have been doing, and I feel like they could continue that. What do you think, George?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird one to judge from it because, like, you look at that bracket and it's like, yes, you have your 8 teams, and all 8 of those teams could easily beat each other. But at the end of the day, if we're being perfectly honest, there are obvious better and obvious worser teams. After all, you have your funny teams here as well. But teams like Vapor, Mistaken Esports, they're your big guys. They're all known for COD quite heavily. Everybody knows who watches it or has seen them, how good they actually are, and the players that are playing for them. And it's just, they have a lot of like reputation, which maybe puts that in the back of the mind in the other team when they play them, which probably is why whenever you see them play other teams, they seem nervous sometimes when they actually do end up playing them.
Yeah, as someone who doesn't know COD, even I can tell there's like an aura radiating of like just good Call of Duty gameplay. What about you, Ian? Any words before we get into this game?
Yeah, again, it's just I kind of expect Vapor to make this as quick as possible. We did our first best of 5 yesterday. That lasted roughly 25 minutes. Well, maybe they try and beat that speed record, but I think 3-0 is kind of what what I'd be expecting anyway. That's my prediction for it. I think Vicious, I harped on it a lot, but you need that S&D. You've got 5 maps to work with. I just can't see it though.
Yeah, well, we can't judge everything. The game's not actually started. It's too soon to tell, but we are ready to get into our first game. So, I'll send it off to the casters and they will take you through our first series of the day.
Good morning. How you feeling? buzzing.
Top of the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's should be an exciting day. Obviously, the guys have mentioned obviously what we could see sort of further down the line. Obviously, we've just been having a bit of a breeze through the bracket and seeing sort of who could turn up against each other further down the line. Is this just a case of business as usual?
You'd think so, wouldn't you? This kind of game is, Project Vapor, first time on the main stage. I don't think it's going to affect these players. These players have now played both at LANs in this country and abroad. They've been playing in the elites this year. I think they'll be fine.
Not dropped a map this year, I think, in both of the lands that they've all been part of. Obviously, the addition of Rush, so he, I'm sure, will be a solid enough addition. Obviously, these guys know exactly what they're doing. So, kicking us off, going to be red card, heading off into Hacienda, and then, if required, we are going to see at least a double, potentially Vault. Happy with the first sort of couple of maps?
Yeah, I think it doesn't really. From what we know about the players, it doesn't. They think they'll win any map.
Yeah.
They don't really care about what map's in front of them. They're confident enough in their map pool and their wide map pool that they can beat any team at this event on any map.
Well, yeah, we had a quick conversation prior to getting on air today, and we were told by one of the chaps on the Project Vapor team that this will be over and done in 30 minutes. I don't know how true, obviously, that will be. I will hold Mr. Heptix to that if that's not the case, which he's having a nice little look over here to us this morning. But obviously, on the side of Vicious Gaming, I had the pleasure of casting those boys against the Pink Panthers yesterday in probably what was one of the best games that we saw on stream. So let's see if those guys can do it. But we will be heading off into a red card in this early Sunday morning winners round 1. It is going to be Project Vapor, first time on the main stage against Vicious Gaming. Connor, kick us off.
I mean, it's all going to be about that side, isn't it? First of all, which side the Project Vapor are going to spawn on, and are they going to be on that favourable side towards the escalators? Playing towards that P3 side of the map. That's kind of where you want to be, because you can spawn trap the other team in that back of P2. Or are they going to have to break it?
Yeah, it's certainly going to be that, like you say, it's a very sort of fundamental map in terms, obviously, the progression throughout. The hills will put them into a position where someone's going to have to try and fight out the hard way and try and play a little bit dirty as such to try and sort of break this vapor scene, which in the UK lands we have not seen fault whatsoever so far this year. Any sort of expectations for what we're going to see here?
I mean, if you're Vicious, you want a good start, don't you? You don't want to be going down early on. You don't want to be giving Project Vapor that confidence and that, the confidence. And something we've not mentioned that is actually going to be a very nice addition today is looking at the scoreboard, the players got their real gaming tags.
They have, and it was Matty that was going to be the first person that is going to kick us off. Naturally, it will be Project Vapor that have touched the hill first with a little bit of a flutter from Vicious, going to try and get themselves on towards time. Matty had quite a good series against the Panthers yesterday. He seemed to be someone who was quite consistently involved in gunfights. Heptic starting with a 2 streak of his own, but sort of a bit of to and fro in at the minute, trying to just sort of suss each other out. Naturally, P1's sort of one of the harder hills to try and hold and maintain, but a good start for Vapor so far. Yeah,
and you can already see they're trying to battle for this stage control. An AR on that stage can really help you to pin down this P2 and get as much time as possible. And at the minute, it is going to be Project Vapor with 3 kills in the feed. They're on initial, and they've got the power spots there. Heptic's on a 4 streak. He will fall eventually to Matty, who is also 4 and 2 himself.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a curse of the commentator there, obviously pointing out to you that Heptic's was on a 4, and the second that you've read it out, he's died. So it is going to be a chance for Vicious Gaming to try and get some time. Obviously, the sort of flip spawns is going to be coming through. Heptic's will come through and find one onto Dino, trying to find, I think it was B Marzi or Vinny, but stopped actually shooting there, and just trying to work out, obviously, with the difference of colours here. The purple one's not the easiest, but we will try and do our best to pick apart as what we can see. Onto P2, again, no real falter from the Project Vapor guys. RC and obviously Julian and Heptix being involved in the gunfights. Someone I'm expecting to have quite an impressive Sunday is Rush. Obviously, he's getting himself in the gunfight so far. 30 seconds on time, he's doing what you ask, really.
Yeah, and he's the new addition to this team. We've seen that core 4 this year of Red, Hep, Julian, but they had Callum for a lot of this year.
Yeah.
Callum's not here this weekend. We've got Rush instead, and it's not exactly like Rush isn't a good player, and he definitely is fitting the mould. And there's our first dead off.
There we go.
Sunday is going to get even more passionate as the day goes on, and look at the scoreboard already, 65-16 and counting now.
Yeah, something that you mentioned a minute ago is obviously with the spawns. As you can see on your mini map, it is Project Vapor that are going to be in that sort of spawn trap area. Vicious Gamers are going to be looking to try and keep them spawning out the back. Obviously, with the progression, they are still spawning out towards that P4 side. Challenging in towards time is going to be Hectic. Didn't manage to help him because he had Red there to take him away, but he is going to find himself back on that 4 streak. He hasn't instantly died, so we've managed to clear that one, and he'll make a 5. I don't know if that was a couple of love taps sort of straight after, but it looks like the guns of Project Vapor are starting to heat up.
Yeah, and you know, we mentioned at the start that Vicious Gaming, you want to keep the game as close as possible for as long as possible, but already Project Vapor is showing why they're the #1 seed coming into this weekend and really starting to dominate here early on, getting the time and also, more importantly, getting the rotation into new.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They've flipped themselves out. They've managed to sort of break against the mould of having to be sort of funneled out through old. They are getting splits at the minute. You will see on your map, it looks like it's going to be Dino heading off against Rush, and it will be Rush is the one that comes out on top. Julian going to try and play through mid. Obviously, someone that has been fantastic in this Call of Duty season just in general. Top of the elites across EU, so that sort of record speaks for itself, where we don't have to give him too much praise because everybody else already knows about who he is. So Dino going to head himself in towards time, will get taken out by Rush, and it is just going to once again be an opportunity for Project Vapor to try and just collapse on time. It is only going to be B Marty that's the only person around. He's trying to do his best bobbing and weaving underneath time at the minute, but the blue arrows of Vapor are starting to circle, but they've managed to hold on to this one quite well.
Yeah, Matty's big 2-piece there was able to shut down Project Vapor's push to try and get his time. There is only 10 seconds left, and again, Project Vapor are going to be that first team on that rotation. It doesn't seem like Vicious have been able to get a grip of the rotations yet. They are picking up the scrap time here though, which is good. You know, Marty's got about 20 seconds off of this hill before going to new, and we know this next hill we're here is about to be a little bit more scrappy potentially.
Yeah, obviously that you can get put into a position where you're sort of being funneled through the alleyway, can't you? And if you're in that sort of position, if you've got mid control, it is going to be pretty much a tough ask to get yourself out. Something that I'm enjoying seeing is I'm seeing some camos today. I'm seeing the optic ones in front of us, so it's good to get a little bit of difference of colour in here, but by no means are Vicious out of this here. They managed to sort of stick themselves around. B Marzi, the only person who's sort of trying to stay in and around time. Rush finding a big 2-piece. Is going to have Dino flying towards time. Will take out Heptid's not managing to find the second. It looks like Vapor are going to try and hold on to the last sort of 20 seconds with the Vicious Gaming members being funneled through the tunnelway.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it, to break through on that point. You know, if you played rank play or played any leagues online and games on the red card hardpoint, you know if you're spawning in that car park, it's really hard to break out, especially when you got someone like Red.
Exactly. Obviously, we're seeing Rush as well sort of challenge Red. Obviously, not the greatest of starts for Red, and something I'm sure that we're not accustomed to. Obviously, through the Katana LAN back in March, he did actually have the top overall KD. Big 2-piece there from Marzi to try and keep the members of Vicious Gaming alive. They can't afford to sort of let the Vapor members try and take this sort of middle sector away from them and start to make it into a bit of a scrappy fight. They need to start winning these all-important gunfights. Obviously, Dino not having the greatest of starts. I'm sure he'll be the first one to tell you that, doesn't need me to, but Project Vapor just starting to find the motions, that the cogs are turning, starting to warm up a little bit, and with an opportunity to go over double the lead already.
Something we saw yesterday quite a lot on the main stage was that first rotation was on the first map was a little bit of a feeler to what's going to come, and then the teams that should maybe be dominating, the ones that are the favoured team, the highest seed typically, as soon as we hit that second rotation they just turned it on.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's still business as usual. Like I say, I mentioned just a minute ago, they're in a position where they're going to double the score, and they've pretty much done that already. Rush probably being involved a hell of a lot more than what he'd probably expect, so he'd normally be trying to play in and around time, but I think he's probably got that sort of ego, that bit of swagger around him to fly towards time, as you can see him there. He's got himself up over a minute. Julian 20 and 13, and Red has actually managed to pull it back. He's on a 4 streak of his own at the minute. He's going to be sort of flying in around time. Trades coming in for both teams, and it will be mainly in favour of Vicious Gaming. Julian's going to come through, find one. He's got B Marzi going to try chow through time. Red going to chow towards him, not going to manage to do so, and he will get dealt with. And Julian trying to find the pistol, not going to manage, I think, to pick him off there, and it will be Dino that will come through goal. And a sort of good 20 seconds here for Vicious Gaming with the transition to new at the same time.
Yeah, and I think, looking at the scoreboard, you know, Dino doesn't look like he's doing the most on the map, but he is using that sub for his team. You know, a sub on red card is something you're either double pause or you're double neg. It's very hard to get through, especially when you've got the knowledge that the Project Vapor team have of where to spawn. Look at this, as Red pushed out mid, he's spawning the team so deep, and with a player of his gun skill as well, it's going to be hard to shut him down. It's going to take multiple players, and he just slows down the push of this Vicious side. And Project Vapor has so far had all 10 seconds, and they've still got control.
Yeah, obviously, as you can see, it's Vapor have again managed to sort of flip themselves out of the back sector, and they're going to start thinking towards that P4 spawns. They are starting to get funneled. A bit of a team kill from Vinny onto Matty there. It's still, again, just seemingly the Project Vapor members. This is relatively simple and straightforward for them. Rush is going to be on a 5 streak of his own. He's going to be sort of loitering in and around this time, trying to wait for any member of Vicious Gaming challenge towards him. Red will fall inside time. It's trade for each other with 15 seconds left of this P3.
Yeah, I mean, Rush is still on that 6 streak as well, and they could extend that with how weak Julian made that play easy. Now on a 7 streak, going to be working for those streaks, coming into the rotation of new. Currently no player is actually on that new hill, but when, you know, it's 202 to 97, Project Vapor aren't going to be too worried about that initial rotation. They're going to trust their breaks to make sure they can then break this Vicious side back. But actually, as soon as I say that, they go 3 dead. But they're on the hill. Heptix is then just under the stage, hiding from the rest of the team.
Yeah, just trying to do as best as what he can. Matty will eventually find Heptix from underneath there, but you've got Rush and Red finding kills in and around the time. These guys have obviously been far superior on this one, but they've got the experience to be able to back it up. They've been against some of the top teams across all of Call of Duty, really. Obviously, being involved in the events, it'll be good for Rush to start to get himself involved in this as well. 205 playing 103. Heptix on another 3 streak, finding a member of Vicious Gaming underneath time. It's only going to be Matty that's going to try and chow towards Old. The rest of the members sort of just trying to work their way, probably in that sort of panic station a little bit, where they're thinking we're sort of do or die. We need the last 10 seconds, but we can't afford to give up those rotations to New either. No,
I mean, Vicious Gaming are really in a bit of a hell spot, aren't they? You know, 140 seconds needed. You know, Project Vapor only need 34 kills. That's what, maybe 3 deads, and you can get on that time very quickly. And here we go. We're already seeing Red trying to get on that time, but he will be shut down from Matty in the power spot. The ego chow from Rush, and he wins it with a sub in hand. Don't know how he's won that.
No, it's not something that I'd be accustomed to, winning sort of gunfights like that, let me tell you. So it is going to be Project Vapor finding 2 kills pretty much instantaneously in and around that hill. It is going to be Rush that's just going to plop himself on time. He's got Heptix with that AR looking over and someone who's shooting very straight. Big 2-piece from him. We've got Rush on another 3 streak once again. He's consistently involved in these gunfights over what's going to tick now to 2 minutes on time. He's everything for Vapor on this map so far.
This is very close to being done here. They're going to have to really get on that time quickly. They have shut down Rush, which is something they've struggled to do on this hill, but Red and Julian do get the kills, and that is going to be our map number 1.
Yeah, it was a case that the Vicious Gaming members managed to stick around. They didn't disgrace themselves by any stretch of the imagination, but the Vapor boys managed just to sort of take over through their sort of middle transition, and then obviously come out on top quite convincingly in the end. I think 3 of them have dropped over 30. I imagine that the stats after this one will be one that they'll all having a bit of a look into, but sort of as expected, was it?
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things that, you know, if you're on the Vicious side, you're going to come into this going, okay, hard point is going to be tough. You're shooting against Julian, who literally had the best KD in EU and one of the elites. You know, he was above the players that have been in that CDO era into the EU. So you're going to be thinking maybe this map number 2, that's where you're going to need to really try and put a shift in there. Yeah,
that's only going to be the opportunity we imagine that Vicious are going to be able to put a bit of a staple into the Vapor boys here. Obviously here, like you say, it was quite a simple transitions that they do all the way throughout the first map on red card, but S&D obviously managing to slow the guns down a little bit. It's not going to be as high paced, as high tempo, so an opportunity for them to bring the scores back to even. The Vapor boys, I'm sure, will be doing everything they can to not make that possible, but I'm sure it's probably going to be one of the more interesting searches we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing that, you know, the Vicious side might have in their favour is that Project Vapor had barely any game time yesterday.
Yeah.
You know? So their games ended quite quickly, in quite quick fashion. You know, they are coming in as the favourites. You know, they've won the last 2 lands. They didn't have much time on the computers, whereas Vicious, you know, they went to that map 3, that round 5 in control we saw on main stage yesterday.
Yeah.
They might have a slight advantage there as well.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think I believe it's Hacienda that is going to be our map 2. Probably a bit more of an opportunity for things just to, like you say, slow down a little bit more and start to test the members of Project Vapor. Obviously, the first time that we'll see them on the main stage this morning even. I was going to say this afternoon. I'm wishing the day away already. But I'm sure, like you say, they've got enough reps on Search and Destroy. I'm sure half of them are involved in tourneys. I know Rush is.
Yeah, Rush loves it.
He seems to be seems to be playing everything that's going at the minute. But Hacienda, are you a fan of Search and Destroy on that?
Yeah, because I think it does offer a few different avenues, doesn't it? You can, like we've been saying, slow it down. You know, I think Vicious are probably going to be wanting the gunfights to come to them rather than take the gunfights to Project Vapor. But on the other side of things, we saw it a few times yesterday when we were watching it. I think it was in the Nathan Parker series yesterday.
Yeah.
That Annex Black team. They were 4 hitting mid. There were sometimes 4v4 in mid.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different varieties you can do. You know, you can hit the water outs. I'm sure someone on that Project Vapor team is going to hit water at some point. I can see that happening. That's my prediction for that. I'm not going to predict the score. I'm going to predict who's going to go in the water.
Well then, who is it?
Julian.
You reckon?
Yeah, I think he's going to hit the water.
Okay. All right, we'll
keep an eye for it.
As I say, we'll keep our eyes out for that one. I'll let you call that one out as you deem fit. But like you say, it's just going to be. They can't afford to let it get away from them. They're going to have to try and get it down early. Something that the Vicious boys actually did quite well on Search and Destroy yesterday was being quite decisive with their Search and Destroy. Naturally, you don't want to allow Project Vapor to circle around you. If you mention, like you say, you're 4 hitting through mid, if they're going to try and opt their way out towards that B side, you want to be getting it down and sort of just maybe not allowing the 4v4 sort of retake and trying to trust yourself as such, but that is possibly their only sort of way into it. They don't want to allow the strats to start to kick in and sort of go from there, because I'm sure Heptix absolutely loves an S&D strat. I'm sure he's got a couple up his sleeve that he'll that will be calling into this one here. But that's pretty much enough for me and you to talk about what ifs and buts and maybes and all the words that we could use for that, because we are going to be finding out who it is that is going to take this map 2. It is going to be a Hacienda Search and Destroy. Let's get into it.
And we're very interested to see how Vicious set up in this first round. On the offensive or the defensive side, they're going to be on the offensive side. We're very interested how they're going to set up, where they're going to try and opt for, because typically teams in the first round don't often play towards that beach. You know, the nades are so impactful. You know, no trophies. No. Spawn in with a trophy in your pocket.
Speaking about pretty much everyone hitting mid, I think it was all by sort of 2 people for a split second there. We're straight through, but here comes Julian. Instantly, he's going to have the timing onto Vinny with the help of Rush. And I tell you what, this great read from the Vapor boys. But like I just mentioned, it's good to see that bomb going down straight away over towards B, and it's basically just going to be a case of we're going to try and break P4, but they're going to have to deal with pretty much every single member of Project Vapor that are going to try and circle the way around time. Big gunfight going over towards lobby, and it will be Dino that will take out Heptix on the way around. B Marzi and managing with Matty to find a big 2 to close that one out. What was going to potentially be in favour of Project Vapor, the boys have managed to do the 3v4 retake. And they've answered the questions quite easily at that point.
Yeah, I mean, literally all 4 kills came in the kill feed at the same time, so we were within 5 seconds of each other.
Yeah.
And you could see that that's a routine, isn't it? They know they had that strat. They had the 1 player in the Lambo watching the pinch. You had 2 players on site, and you know that doorways were quite narrow.
Yeah, we can't undermine obviously how big of a kill that was from Dino in through lobby, managing to find Heptix on the way out there. Obviously they've cut off that pinch, so they know that pretty much everybody's going to be sort of coming through mid at that point. And it was, like you say, Matty, who's pretty much had a firing squad lined up for him in 2 of the members of Project Vapor. He's not had to change anything that he was doing whatsoever, and will eventually take out 2 of them. So it is going to be Rush that will find Matty just as we're bigging him up, and Rush will find 2 of his own to answer back to Matty's in the previous round. It's an opportunity for Vapor to get this bomb down over towards this B point. Vinny going to be the closest person towards time. Looks like Heptix is going to get that bomb down, but here we go. It is going to be sort of B Marzi fluttering in around time. Heptix will take out Vinny, so it's all going to be on B Marzi. Not going to manage to do so, and something that was relatively easy for the Vicious members in the first one. That is pretty much a swift reply from the Vapor boys, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even drop a life in that round. All 4 kills that happened in the round were a Project Vapor kill, so a very clean round.
I'm seeing that Heptix is talking in game chat. Surely he's not having a go at them already. It's 1-1. Surely not. He must have clicked the button or something like that.
Yeah, by accident.
I don't know. I won't put it past him. But big 2 from Rush in there as well. Obviously, Heptix finding 2 of his own at the same time. be interesting to see how the members of Vicious Gaming, when they played the Panthers yesterday, they were quite in favour of the A point, which I was just going to call into fruition here. Is that's the way that they're seemingly heading at the minute. Vapor are going to be just checking through that B point. Nobody going to be transitioning in that way. So now it's a bit of a foot race from Vapor. It's going to be Heptics, the closest person in and around time. Big gunfights going upstairs. Matty and Vinny both finding one who will just nearly get himself away, but Julian hunts him down, and it's going to have to be a big ask for Vapor to bring this one back.
Yeah, I mean, you got Julian and Rush, Julian Red, sorry, you know, 2 players that can do it, but as I say, that Julian forwards, it's all down to Red now, 1 versus 3, kind of stuck in hell. We look at all those purple arrows on the map, they're all facing where he is. He's kind of pinned in on these fences. He's going to have to take the gunfights, which Red's not going to be afraid of, that is for sure, but you'd hope the trade will be coming in, you know, 20 seconds to get the defuse as well, and doesn't even need the trade, the kill goes through.
Yeah, it was a case of you just sort of do or die, really, isn't it? You're 3v1, bombs down with sort of 20-25 seconds to go. You've got to sort of hit the button or try and work out if you're on a bit of a streak, is it worth maybe just let them try and chow towards you. But obviously this early, nobody's sort of extending towards those sort of streak levels at the minute. But nothing to split these two teams at the minute, going sort of round for round. I'm sure that would be a confidence booster once again from Vicious Gaming here, which we've mentioned, like you say, the S&Ds. This is the potential chance for them to bring this series into a bit more of a bit of an interesting one, not probably a position that Project Vapor might have thought that they would be in this weekend. Obviously, there's still plenty of time to go. It will be Heptics finding the first kill. Julian will be technically a trade. Heptics coming through and finding 3. It's going to all be on B Marzi. Do you reckon he gets it?
I mean, if he does, he'll be in game chat again.
I'm sure he will. He's looking pretty locked in for this one. I don't know if he's telling the boys, saying, Rush, let me just try play off you. Let me start to build it up. It is going to be Heptics sort of leading the way on this wrap over towards this B point. It's going to be B Marzi just having a bit of a look over towards A, just checking the shoulders, realising there's nobody going to be around here, so he's going to have to try and start that transition over. But you imagine they just double up and 2v1, is it?
Look where they've planted the bomb for. You can see that bomb now from top office. You can see it from the back spawn, and this is exactly what the players can do. 6 and 7 on the map. Look at them. They're just going to sit in this top office window. B Marzi tried to rip Heptics, not going to do so, and there it is. There's the ace.
That's the one. Like you say, it was a case of they've planted it for that sort of top office side. They've got the timings right when they've expected. I think it'd be Marzi to sort of come out of wine and chow through there, but I'm sure Heptics will be posting that one on the timeline or something like that. Nice little ace at LAN or something like that, I'm sure. But like you say, going round for round at the minute, so it's nothing to split them. I know we keep saying that, but like you say, when it's a case of this, something you just pointed out there, probably something that we're not all expecting. Obviously, the people in the chat, I'm sure, will be surprised as well. So Red's not managed to get himself off the board yet. This is someone that had the top KD across all of the Katana land back in March.
MVP.
Obviously, yeah, exactly. MVP of the entire tournament. Obviously, didn't have the greatest of map ones. Didn't manage to sort of bring it back to an even level. But Heptics kicking us off again on a 5-streak, Connor.
Yeah, he's going to be looking for the Hellstorm, isn't he? I know from speaking to Heptics yesterday, he's not a real fan of using that RCXD, so we might not see him use that. You know, it's a bit of a tricky streak. He's on the 7th. He's 1 off of back-to-back aces. The first time we've seen that this weekend.
So it's going to all be on Vinny to try and keep the members of Project Vapor at bay. He has just spotted one of the members. It's a shark running wild, going to be trying to fly around, and it will be Julian that's going to fall. Probably should have won that one. I'm sure he'll be kicking himself when he watches that one back. But still an opportunity for Heptics to continue on through that 8 streak. He's going to be heading off towards Tin side. There's going to be an opportunity for, I think it's Vinny, maybe just going to try and check. Heptics is going to spot him, and he's going to manage to get the back-to-back aces onto an 8 streak now. You cannot trade this man.
And I think what's interesting as well, that not only is Heptics on the 8 streak, he is their bomb carrier. Yeah. I do think he's also got a plant, so he might only be 100 score off of that Hellstorm as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on that for the rest of this. Well, until he dies, really.
Have you ever seen 2 back-to-back aces before? Have you ever done it?
No. Bot lobbies.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that'd be expected, wouldn't it? I can't say that I really go into bot lobbies and play S&D, but if that's something you do in your spare time, mate,
game's a game.
That's up to you. Red's still not managed to get himself off of the 0 at the minute, but it's not sort of faltering the boys when you've got Heptics that's running around 10 and 2, 8 streak for him so far. Going to chow towards top close. Julian will find one. Red will actually fall once again. Heptics on a 9. It's the Heptic show through this Hacienda. You can tell why he does the vetoes. I'm sure this is probably one of his map picks, not that it would matter. He's on a 10. At what point do we just sit on board with Heptics and just allow him to sort of just run free? It's not faltering him whatsoever. Just happily just running around, picking off member by member. Everyone's flying out towards Rock, and it will be another round back on the board for Project Vapor, taking them 4-2 up now in the S&D.
And I think one thing we've mentioned a couple rounds ago, and it's still the same case, that Red hasn't got a kill. But what I would say is I don't think his teammates have left him any.
No.
And by teammates, I mainly mean Heptics.
Yeah, teammates, I think,
Teammate,
is the easiest way to say it. I don't know if it was Heptics who got that final one. I don't think it was. Yeah, it wasn't. It was Julian, by the looks of it, that did find that last kill. So one obviously just dolphin diving out towards Rock, and obviously all three hitting at the same time. I can't remember who it was from the Vicious side of things, but when you see everyone chow through, you sort of just like, right, okay, this is me, I think. But opportunity for, by the looks of it, Vicious Gaming going to head off towards this B side, a pretty free one early doors. Vapor are going to have to try and do the retake, and in comes the cruise missile from Heptics. Just keep your eyes on you, Matt, for that one, because I'm sure they'll be impactful. If it's not, they'll at least have the information, which I'm sure is what has happened. Julian did find one, was then traded out by Vinny, but they are just going to sort of try and hit in and around time, and this could be a crazy one here.
Yeah, there's a lot of players stacked in towards that office. You got Rush and Heptics trying to challenge from the flat. Red will fall on the other side of the map to Dino. Both the players are kind of together, aren't they? They are starting to split slightly, and it could be Heptics getting to a bad time maybe if he decides to hop up at the wrong time, but he's predicted this correctly.
He's just got reads, Connor. He's just seemingly knowing where everyone is. He's on an 11 streak. He's 13-2 after
14-2.
14-2.
Oh.
What on earth is going on?
I think he's won the last two LAN events. He's more than happy about that, but he's seen his two teammates get the MVPs. He's not had the MVP of an event yet.
Ah, so you reckon he's
I think
he's out there for himself?
At
At what point do you think this potentially comes a little bit selfish in terms of,
well,
do you think he's possibly waiting for teammates to go and die and get the information, start to run up?
Them out.
I'm sure he's not, but trying to run up that scoreboard. But like you say, Rush 4-2, Julian 4-5, but a 12 streak. And
one thing I would add as well, and I hate to mention this, and hopefully I do a cast curse in a positive way. Yeah, we've not seen a donut yet this weekend. Imagine it's Red in a 6-2 map win.
Yeah, wouldn't have been on my bingo card.
No, it's definitely not on my bingo card.
And
even this though, 13.
Genuinely, just sit on board with Heptics. We'll let his gunplay do the talking. You don't need to listen to me and him at this point. Like I said, this is too easy for him.
Way!
There we go. Connor has called it into fruition. I'm sure the players enjoyed you screaming and shouting.
Sorry.
I think everybody in the room did at the same time as well, actually. But it is still going to be Heptics. It is going to be a bomb. Is going to be going down on towards A, and it's a 4v2 retake to try and keep yourself in this search and destroy. It's a big and tough ask, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Matty and Marty, this Vicious team, they're good at S&D. We saw that yesterday when they played in pools.
Yeah.
But Heptics is on the 13th.
They didn't play Heptics yesterday.
No.
That's sort of the tough one
He's
here.
sprinting at them.
Julian
He's
one.
fallen.
Heptics has finally died, and it is going to be another one for Project Vapor. A little smile from Heptics there. I don't know if he clocked it, but a fantastic search and destroy from him. And we are pretty much back against the walls for Vicious Gaming here now. It's going to be a tough ask to even just bring themselves back into this one, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we said that the S&D is going to be the key for teams this weekend against Project Vapor. Winning that map 2. If you lose that map 1, win that map 2, levels up the series. Heptics with 11 non-traded kills in the end.
I struggle to get 11 kills just in general.
I struggle to get 11 non-traded in hardpoint.
Yeah, you're telling me. Gosh, you've played with this guy. Bloody hell. But big ask. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep. We've not seen a reverse sweep. Obviously, the best of 5. This is sort of the first one of the day. I'm not too sure what the scores are upstairs. Obviously, we've got more games going on in and around the venue, but we are on board with Project Vapor against Vicious Gaming. It's going to be a Volt for a control. Are you a Volt control fan?
Yeah, I mean... We haven't got many maps, have we? So you kind of have to be a fan of at least 2 of them,
Yeah.
We don't see much variation in that control map pool. But I think Volt is one of the ones that you'll probably see most over the weekend, Hacienda was added a bit later on. We've had it long enough now in the map pool, but the spawns have changed slightly. It does put a bit of a spanner in the works. Protocol, teams don't really seem to play Protocol. I don't think we've seen a Protocol on main stage all weekend actually been played. I think it's got picked a few times.
Is it not banned?
Protocol controls now. S&D.
No, sorry, the
Hotpoint.
protocol control. There was going to be one in the Project Rose game, I
Yeah.
believe, on the main stage yesterday, but the girls didn't manage to get themselves that far. But like you say, it's not one that seemingly is going to be the map pick for people. We are predominantly playing quite a lot of Volt. It was one that I think people got quite bored of quite early on, but it's the one that we can get done quite easily. Obviously, those who were still kicking around with us watching Nathan Parker's team on Volt control yesterday, that's how you play it. Let's see if the members of Project Vapor will be able to do the same. What's the expectations for this one?
Vicious just need to win their defense, don't they? They need to put themselves in a position to have a chance in this map. If they lose their first defense, their back's even more up against Vol. You know, they're already 2-0 down. They're already playing a really strong team, you know, favourites of this event. They lose that first defense round, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be a big ask just in general. You're coming up against a team who's not dropped a map across, well, 3 lands now. This is, Heptic said yesterday they're going for a 30-0 sweep. I don't know if that's been done around here. I've not been in the scene long enough to know, but I would bet my 2 pence that it's probably not been. But off into Volt we will go. I'm sure it's going to hopefully be a fantastic map that both teams are going to be going sort of round for round. We saw that early in the Search and Destroy, going sort of round for round with each other, but they then did manage to bring themselves clear to Project Vapor. But like you mentioned, it's all going to be on that defense, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think, you know, that round 5, you know, either team could be on defense, but those 2 rounds that you definitely are on defense, you need to make sure you're winning if you're Vicious. And then try and take an offense. You know, it's not out of the realms of possibility that they can take the control. You know, we do often see the Neslo, the 2-3-5. That's how some of the teams that aren't favoured maybe win their games, you know. But here we go. And there's an interesting judge right there. I've been watching Nathan Parker because they did this twice yesterday, and it's a great read from Vinny.
It was a smart read. He chucked the katanas away, dropped down, but Rush will say, I know that a couple are going to be coming, and Rush will find 3. Red will clear it up with the 4th, and that, I thought, was going to be some quick transition in towards time, but they are looking to try and get as much height as what they can. Heptic's finding one, Rush finding another, does then get traded out. We saw this in one of the controls yesterday. You get sort of pushed back into the deep P2 spawns all the way. You spawn in literally at the very furthest point of the map as what you can. And it's a little bit quieter than what we saw when this was going on yesterday, but this is why Project Vapor are as good as what they are. But an opportunity here for Vicious Gaming to try and break the way out, isn't it?
Yeah, they've been able to kill 3. It is only Julian in the back, almost pulls out the pistol there and is able to snap onto Matty, but Vicious have actually got towards this B point, but Rush uses the his advantage. Another 2 kills come down the B, so Vicious still trying to get that B point, which, you know, is a bit of a risk. You've only got 30 seconds left on the clock now. You haven't got a tick at any point. You know, if they capture a point, it extends the clock by a minute and gives them more of a chance in this game. They're down to 7 lives as well, so they might need to start thinking about A, which is exactly what Dino's going to do.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like you say, we're a minute in. We are going to see potentially a bit of progression over towards this A point. It looks like the Vapor members are going to try and clear themselves up and trying to get into time. Not going to manage to do so. A couple of them are going to fall. We've got Julian going up through Cat. He's going to try pick off any member that he can see in and around this time. Red will fall once again, but here comes Julian. Julian will take out one with the help of Rush. Will find the second, but they are actually over towards this B point now, so nearly 2 ticks done on A. Not going to manage to just 100% clear that one, but another one on B. This is the sort of motion that we need to see, but when Rush is jumping out at you like that, you've got no hope, do you?
Yeah, it's just like the map number 1, isn't it? 8 and 4 Rush now. Heptic's put his feet up a little bit, you know. Rush is taking back the range, you know. I say he's put his feet up. He's still 6 and 4. Yeah, maybe not. I'd love to be 6 and 4. But
is that 6'4" or 6 and 4? Because he's certainly not 6'4". Anyway, 14 lives, playing 5, 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Project Vapor are going to be looking to try and clear all of the members up. We've got 4 streak from Red coming in towards the end of it. That is going to be 2 ticks for Vicious Gaming there, which isn't awful. They've managed to stop the progression, managed to slow them down, but this is potentially if they're going to come out on offense and try and spawn them back in.
3 ticks? 2 on A and 1 on B? Or they not?
I don't know if that one. I don't know if that was 100% completed or not. Obviously, we'll have to double check that one. I'm sure the guys in the production room will know the answer to that one. But like you say, Red, 7 and 3 start from him. This is the sort of Red that we're used to seeing. Someone that's got that sort of takeover ability. He's obviously had a interesting couple of months, transition, maybe a bit of Warzone, a bit of multiplayer at the same time. But this is the Red that we're all expecting to see. But Rush 9 and 5, Heptic 7 and 5, Red 7 and 3. The kills are there.
That's why it's the scary thing, though, isn't it? Like, anyone on this Project Vapor team could be that one to take over the game.
Yeah.
You know, some of these other rosters that are stacked still maybe you're always looking at that one person. Whereas this roster, we've seen Heptics drop a 13 streak in the last game. We saw 3 players drop 30. At the minute, we're seeing all players absolutely frying.
Yeah, a good couple of kills from Matty then, and Dino will follow up with one of his own at the same time. So a chance for the Vicious Gaming members to try and back a couple of the members of Vapor back up in towards spawn. Vinny will come through and find out one. Nearly finds a second onto Julian. The Shark has managed to jump out of the water and take him out, but then does eventually get traded once again by Matty. So no ticks so far for the Vapor members. They are just going to be leaning towards that sort of B point in the minute, trying to play some cut-off kills. Rush has probably just had a little bit of unfortunate timing. Going to chow towards Dino. It is going to be Dino that comes out on top. And this is a bit better. This is what Vicious Gaming need to do, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And we said that they need to take this defensive side. They're up 4 lives as well, which against a team like this, we keep pointing it out, is not easy. And they've not actually conceded any of the tick shit as well. So there's only 36 left on the clock. Might that set a little bit of panic in for Vapor?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, they've got the life advantage, only 20, and well, counting down to just over 25 seconds remaining. They're going to have the tick advantage. They're probably not going to have the life advantage, naturally. But, I mean, this is the reply. This is what you mentioned. They need to come out on top on these defences. If they can try and hold on here, they can't afford to let Vapor sort of get this momentum, start finding these gun kills through mid. Keep your eyes on Dino. He's going to be coming on a pinch roughly in and around Cat. He's going to try hop down. He'll manage to take out Red. It's a 1v1 for time, and it's going to be Rush. There's the man that's going to try and complete that A point, which has happened. Time has been extended. We are now getting into a bit of unknown territory for Vicious Gaming. How are they going to be able to reply to the questions being asked of them by Project Vapor?
This is ridiculous, isn't it? We literally just point out the Vicious were doing so well. They were up on lives. They hadn't conceded any ticks, and the game has completely turned around. A dead scream there from Julian as he picks up a 2-piece, looking for the third there onto Matty, who's the only player out of his spawn. And just look at what they've done. It was Julian in this top art areas on the 7, make that an 8 streak. He's going to be working on a Hellstorm. He will finally fall to Vinny, but 8 versus 10 now, a minute on the clock, and only one and a tiny bit of ticks needed.
That's what I mean. This is why Project Vapor are sort of tipped to potentially go the entire way in this tournament. They were backs against the wall. They've managed to completely flip what was put out in front of them. 8 lives playing 5, still 55 seconds, 3 lives remaining. Julian does eventually come off of the streak, but he will straight back out and get going onto another 2 of his own. Vinny, and B Marzi will try and just keep a couple of members, try and tick those sort of lives away against Vapor. You'd imagine they should be going for the ticks. They probably shouldn't be going for the kills at this point. They know they've got the advantage after that sort of first defense, but Red's going to come through Cat with the help of Rush. It's going to be a 4v1. It's going to be a big ask, and that is possibly one that could sort of take the wind out of the sails, isn't it?
Yeah, we said how important that defense was, and to be fair, for 75% of that round, they were in control. Yeah. It was just Project Vapor got maybe, 7, 8 kills, not traded out, and it just gave them the complete map control. They capped A, started to worry about that B point, and they had 2 players push that spawn. They had 1 in R and 1 in the P4 building, and if you got 2 players there on the offensive side, that defensive team are trapped.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you say, it was just for the first minute and a half, Vicious Gaming managed just to completely get rid of any sort of frustration that was coming out of that sort of first round that Vapor obviously put them into. They managed to sort of try and do the same, not as quick, not as fast paced as what it was, but then, like you say, in control. When you get that 4 dead, these members are going to know exactly where they're spawning. They're going to try and take as much map advantage as what they can, and they have got what is going to be series advantage at this point. If they do take this control round, it's going to be kills predominantly. Well, it's actually going to be trade for trade. I was going to say in favour of Project Vapor. It's certainly not. Vinny going to try and fly through and find Heptics, which he does, and a chance for Vicious Gaming to get going a little bit here.
Yeah, this is what they've done different to the first one, isn't it? They're trying to focus on that A point a lot earlier than what we saw before. Rush turning into a dolphin. We've got a shark and a dolphin on the Project Vapor team now. 4 kills coming through as well. And they did try to focus that A point, but again, Project Vapor now trying to set up that spawn trap with 1 player covering each of the 3 typical lanes we see on Vault. Although Vinny and Marzi doing really well there to break out.
Yeah, really important kills they are. You can't afford, well, just as the 2 managed to find 2 of their own, Rush will find 2 and Julian will find 1 as well. They're just going to be consistently backed up into this spawn. Keep your eyes, and like you say, they're going to try and block these sort of P2 sides and start to funnel them out the back. Rush will find another one. Julian will find 2 this time, and he's going to have Red coming round the corner with the pistol. This is the Project Vapor that we were expecting to see this weekend. Vicious Gaming obviously in a pretty vicious spot to to use a bit of an analogy, they are pretty much in this sort of ranked spawn where it is so tricky to get out of. Julian on a 6 was going to reach out with a pistol, not going to manage to do so. Only 20 seconds remaining. Is this one done?
It shows how much of a threat Julian is in their spawn when 3 of them had to travel through the same bottom doorway.
Yeah.
You know, it's that important to try and get the kills out, and you've still got Rush pushed up into that spawn again on a complete pinch, whilst the teammates are defending that B point as well.
Challenging with that pistol, it doesn't bother Red whatsoever. Rush and Heptics, Rush will come through and find another 2. He's going to be on a 4 streak of his own. And speaking of 4, only 4 lives remaining for Vicious Gaming, and that is going to be a pretty clean sweep by Project Vapor. That is why they haven't actually dropped a map this year in the local lands. But I tell you what, Vicious Gaming, they're not one to be counted out. This isn't going to be the first time that we'll see these boys today. I'm sure they're going to have an opportunity to extend themselves out in one of the losers rounds later on. One of the members has actually left the lobby.
Maybe that's why it's so easy.
Well, yeah. I mean, if that was the case, then no wonder. But that's what I mean. This is the Vapor that we expected, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think we'll see a lot more of that this afternoon. Obviously, as it gets later in the bracket, the opponents, no disrespect, might get a bit trickier.
Yeah.
Might take them a little bit further, but Vicious, I have doing well in the losers bracket. You know, we saw how well they were doing yesterday in pool play. I don't think their loss yesterday really is too much to worry about, considering who was in their group. You know, Dranger, they've absolutely steamrolled everyone yesterday. So I wouldn't take too much pinch salt that they did lose series yesterday, but I think in this loser bracket we could be seeing them in lose round 2, lose round 3.
Yeah, quite possibly. Obviously, they might have looked at this series, obviously wanting to give the best account of themselves as what they would, but I think they might be lying to themselves if they thought they would come in here and pretty much slam the Vapor members, or maybe even try and try to take the series by any means possible. But like you say, this isn't going to be the last time that we see the Vicious Gaming members. They will drop down into our losers bracket for today. But like you say, Heptics did promise us it would be 3-0, and he's delivered on his promise. But I was going to say what a series he's had, but what series they've all had.
I know, that's the hard thing, isn't it? We were saying about how much slaying power there is in that team that actually, if we never had one, even when Red maybe had a slower map 1 than what we expect from Red, the other 3 players will drop 30.
I know.
On the 13 streak, map 2, map 3, I mean, just this highlight we're watching from Julian, this is just the Julian show, isn't it, in art? This is his now new building. He must be a co-owner of it.
It's highlight reel Call of Duty, isn't it? Like you say, they're showing why there is a difference between them and pretty any team, organisation that they've come up against at these local events this year. They have just got that ability to sort of try and dominate as fast-paced as what they can. But what's always good to see, like you say, it's not a case of it's sort of taken hardly. They're expecting these sort of results. They're probably looking past this one, but there's always respect from the boys, whether it's going to be sort of loud across the mics and everything like that. But like you say, it's a gentleman's sport at the same time, isn't it?
And something Project Vapor do really well is actually they take these games seriously still.
Yeah.
So as much as they maybe felt in control, especially in the control, double word, that you know, they've kept going. They've not tried to all run at them with knives. They've not done anything to. They kept it going, making sure they're getting the reps in for later on stakes. It's going to be very important. It's a long day at Call of Duty. Yeah,
which is in credit to itself what Vicious Gamer have managed to actually bring out of Project Vapor here. They had to literally bring out the best versions of those players. Ultimately, it's to their disadvantage that they've managed to pull that out of them. But there was plenty of times that we've seen across all 3 maps where by no means Vicious Gamer are going to be out of this one, but then they start to go even for a little bit of time, and then it's just that sort of after part where the motions, like we mentioned, start churning. But like you say, it's pretty much quite simple for Vapor here. It's not going to be the last time that we see them today. It's not going to be the last time that you see the pair of us, so we will see you guys after the break.
is slowly ticking away. I miss the way that we were in harmony. I'm having trouble letting go. I close my eyes and wish you were closer. Now we're like footprints in the snow, slowly fading until it's over. Our memories won't last forever. No loving for eternity. So baby, let's get back together. I'll show you what you need, a symphony. So I propose that we embrace love, hope, and our affection. Nostalgia is crashing down, a bittersweet burning feeling. 'Cause when I start to look around, home isn't the same way you leave it. Our memories won't last forever. No longing for eternity. So baby, let's get back together. I'll show you what you need, a symphony. Symphony.
We're doing alright. When we are apart, we always do the same dance. Always on the fence, never making sense. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. I'm not gonna be the one tonight. Don't wanna hear anything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So don't say you need me when I walk away. So many words, but they don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you need me, cause we're not a thing. We're not a thing. I'm doing alright. Since we are apart, you know it's always the heart first. Don't care if it hurts, you're making it worse. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. Not gonna feel a thing. I'm not gonna see your face tonight. Not gonna see your face. Don't wanna hear anything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So cry all you want, but I still walk away. So many words, but you don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you love me, cause it's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's not a thing.
Hey desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it crumbles down? Watch it get higher, down to the wire. Will you let it burn till we almost drown? Higher, goodbye, honey, where do we lie? Where you're headed, am I going there too? I don't wanna ask why, wanna give this a try with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. Cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. half-hearted. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish what we started. Like the river flowing, tell me where we're going. Take me to a place that's brand new. With every second growing, time feels like it's slowing with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. It's a big pill to swallow. You won't do it on your own. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now when we go far now. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I won't let you go.
Oh, did you cry when I found you in the night? Staying up till 5 a.m. Told me you and him were friends. Woke up in a burning home. Blame myself, I should have known. To stay in our place, sealed our fate, buried in the catacombs. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. Talks my heart online. Was I blind? Or too afraid to find that you changed your mind from sleepless nights? Was I part of your design? Push me till I broke alone. No one heard my heart explode. It's a suicide dive to see when you die and question everything you know. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. Talks my heart online. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. Talks my heart online. And darks my heart online. My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life.
Hi Esports, welcome back to the Esports Summer Showdown. My name is Quino and I will be your host. And you know, we had a pretty good game. I think it's kind of what we expected to see. You know, Project Vapor, they've dominated the entire series so far, so it's just like, okay, it's another one in the belt for them.
Kind of a good warm-up game for the crowd, like get everyone situated into it. And Project Vapor, they're going to continue on in the tournament, get the win under the belt, and hopefully the 3-0s continue, because again, as the cast has alluded to, they've not dropped a map this year, which as a core, never mind dropping a win or like losing a game, not dropping a map is impressive. Like, that's unheard of in most esports.
It's absolutely crazy. How are you feeling after that game?
Not surprised.
Not surprised?
Not
yeah.
at all. Just exactly how I expected it to go, but I was expecting it to be a lot quicker. I thought they were going to just sweep them way faster.
I know, to be fair, Vicious put up a pretty decent fight, which is not what we were discussing, obviously, but I'm kind of glad they did, because it might throw a little bit of a spanner in the works. Obviously, 3-0, it still happened. Yeah. But, if they have that kind of competition happening at least a little bit, it could slow the momentum down, and that can work really effectively.
Yeah, I don't think the scores were kind of deceptive in that last one. Like, when you look at it on paper, these scores weren't close in the slightest. Mm-hmm. But, like, if you actually watch the game and you watch, like, the minute-to-minute action, yeah, like, they did put up a fight. They did contest to the end. It's just the skill gap is so high between Vapor and, to be honest, probably the rest of the competition. So, yeah, it's just a case of, like, seeing just how far Vapor can continue to do that, or whether they hit a stumbling block across the way. Vicious, though, go into the lower bracket where they'll be facing teams slightly more at their level. And, yeah, a lower bracket run, not out of the cards for them just yet.
Yeah, and we're actually going to be going into a lower bracket game. We get to look at the bracket itself, because we are doing Amrox Esports versus Annex Black right now. And as you can see, there's still teams going out. We lost Slog, we lost Project Passion, Rose, Avenge. It's unfortunate, but, we're about to lose 4 more teams. But Annex Esports and Amrox Esports, the names that are too similar that I keep nearly messing it up. Do you reckon it's going to cause any differences?
I'll be honest, when I read the bracket earlier today, I thought Annex Esports and Amrox Esports were both called Annex Esports. So, the early morning, just getting, clearing out my head. This is going to be a really interesting one, though. The Annex Esports, one of the squads we're looking at, one of the top 5 teams going into the tournament. Amrox came through the group stages, a little bit of a surprise package. They got a couple wins under their belt, so this should be a really interesting game. This will be a lot closer than the last one. We might see a 3-1, maybe a 3-2.
I've just noticed, Mistaken Black lost that upper bracket game. They were in that they're in that loser bracket now. They got London later on.
Do you reckon this will, hinder them? Do you reckon they'll make a lower bracket
No, I
run?
think they'll be very angry. I think they'll be angry and start playing angry.
It'll be a rematch as well for Mistaken Black. They played London X-Force Academy in the group stages. They got a close win on S&D, dominated control, lost hardpoint, kind of a trend they've gone through this entire day. And I was saying it before the tournament and in yesterday's final thoughts, is if Mistaken Black really want to make a push for this tournament, they need to get hardpoint wins on the board, because they've just not been there. I'm really interested to see whether they can bring that forward going into the tournament, because if it's not, we might be saying goodbye to Mistaken Black in this lower bracket run right now.
I don't know. I'd be quite shocked, to be fair. But do you reckon, obviously, because we are in the lower bracket, is there anything in particular that we're going to see? Maybe some desperate attempts of anything?
I don't necessarily know about desperation, but I think there'll be wanting to contend in the tournament. You don't want to be going out at 10:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
that's just disappointing for parties involved. And when you're in a playoff bracket like this, you've got a game under your belt now. You've got a bit of time to work with. You've played a lot of Call of Duty this weekend, scrimming a lot of these guys as well, so you get to know each other. So you're not really going to face any surprises now. It's going to be a raw firepower. It's going to be raw skill that's going to get you through this. And ultimately, like, it's going to be hard to say who actually is the favourite in this matchup, because Amrox did come into the tournament as a little bit of a surprise package. I think, though, if you just go in on paper, Annex should win. But yeah, on paper for the Annex so far hasn't necessarily been their strong suit, because I believe it's Annex Black that's playing. Like, they didn't have the strongest group stage, so they can get upset quite easy.
Yeah, and obviously we want to hear everyone online's opinion. So, at the Esports Hub on all social medias, because I love having a nosy through it all and just seeing what people are actually saying, what people are saying. But you're brutally honest with your opinions. So I want to know, what are your opinions on this matchup?
Well, it's kind of an awkward one, because Amrox, obviously, they played the one on stage last time, and be the honest person here, they were playing Rose. And yes, Rose played well in the S&D, but it was basically an easy game for them. So they didn't really get a challenge as such on that stage game. But then off the stage, they won their important games. So we don't know whether or not it's the stage issue, or because they could come on now and then still play like they did against Rose and struggle. Or the same with Annex Black. They played Passion. Passion was just there for the vibes, having a bit of fun with it. And it's like, they were having a great time, but Annex were getting angry at themselves because they dropped points to them.
Yeah, and I feel like that will hinder any kind of team, because I feel like even if Vapor, they lost a couple rounds, they could have been getting mad. I didn't see anything on the actual cameras. I don't think there was any emotion in that team at all. Whereas if you're putting emotion into it, you're gonna care a lot more. So to be fair, I want to see some anger on the stage, because we've not had a lot of shouting. Obviously, I know it's early morning, but I feel like, it's playoffs. Come on, get a bit angry, because if you lose in this losers bracket, you're done. You're done completely.
Again, I think because this game's a lot closer, we could be seeing that. So if I see the atmosphere start brewing up a bit more, we definitely get that later in the tournament when, like, a little more is on the line, when we got surprise money to win out. But yeah, I think for now, like, this is just going to be a case of, like, who is actually the better squad rather than who can get in the opponent's head, because these aren't necessarily the teams to be using those sort of tactics. We're kind of expecting more of a mistake in Black. We got those yesterday with some very feisty language being used by those players, but I don't think these two teams are the type of squads to be utilising those tactics.
Yeah, and George, you've got some. You're eager to say something, so I'm going to let you say what you're going to say.
We have the map pool.
Oh,
for this
okay.
game, and I'm extremely happy
Is it
because
Hacienda?
for once, the first ban for S&D was Rewind, so we won't see Rewind in this game at all. So we have Haas first for HP, then it's Haas again
Really?
for S&D.
Haas?
Shock.
But then then it's Volt for third map. Then we got Skyline for map 4, and then Protocol map 5.
Okay.
So we're completely new S&D here.
I know, we've seen at the start stuff we're familiar with, and then it's getting a little bit different. And I feel like, thank God, I think we've seen the same few maps over and over again, which it makes sense, obviously, because they're the maps you want to play on. But it's like, we want to see some difference.
I do think, though, like, if you go in with the map pool that's kind of familiar to teams, that is going to be where it's more of a case of we expect coming into it, we expected both Annex squads to be really good. If you're coming into this with two Haciendas back-to-back, then a 2-0 start for Annex, potentially, we could just see a snowball real quick. And that's kind of what I feel. I think, like, if you're kind of a surprise package, if you're kind of an underdog team like Amrex, we've kind of pushed Amrox as, then you kind of want to throw your surprise packages out there, or you maybe want to throw protocols in there, rather than just going with Hacienda, which has been kind of basic, kind of in a card that we've seen so far. So maybe this is a flaw in the veto process. I do kind of expect Annex to win. I'm going to go 3-1 for them, for Annex Black, but this should be a lot more engaging than the first game was, which we kind of expected Vapor to just stop.
Yeah, we were watching it in the production room, and it was kind of just like, oh, it's done.
Oh, yeah.
But they did say to us, we're going to finish this game in 30 minutes. That's exactly what they said to us before, and I'm pretty sure it was, or maybe even a little bit.
I think it was a bit over.
Oh, well, I'm just clueless, apparently. It was close enough to 30 minutes. It was like, okay, I'll let you have that. But do you reckon it's going to be a quicker one, or is it going to be...
This one's going to be a much longer. This one, again, I'm expecting 3-1, but again, I'm not. It's going to be a lot closer than what may seem. Again, the last game was kind of deceptively close with how it was. This one is going to. I'm kind of expecting like maybe a 6-3, 6-4 on S&Ds. We're expecting like a 3-1 control. Like this is going to be a brawl. And to be honest, this is the perfect like kickoff, the proper kickoff to the tournament. Because again, we expected Vapor to stomp.
Yeah. Is there anything in particular you're wanting to see, George? Because you're probably the most knowledgeable on Call of Duty here.
The protocol. I want to see map 5.
You want a map
I
5?
want to see that 5th map, and I want to see that protocol S&D. I don't want to see the 3-0 again, because we've had a lot of like sweeps today, yesterday, and I'd like to see a bit more action and just more game.
Yeah,
I think it will go Amrox's favor, but I think it'll be 3-2.
Yeah, more Call of Duty is best for everyone, right? Like that's why we're here. We're here for good Call of Duty action, and the fact that if we can get to map 5 in most games, then that's just providing an entertaining tournament all round. Plus, like if every game's going map 5, teams are going to start to get tired, so you may start seeing more mistakes coming out. May start seeing more flawed Call of Duty, and that can provide some upsets in the future. We might see like a team, say, like an Amrox, provide an upset, make a miracle run through the brackets, and potentially like score some big scalp wins. And I think if they win this game against Annex, that could be the first like chip in their cab. Like,
yeah.
Because again, Annex Esports, we kind of expected both squads to do really well. If you can take one of them out now and eliminate them from the tournament, you've then got a target on your own head to say like expectations are now being put on you to go far in this tournament, potentially get like maybe a top 6, top 4 finish, and progress yourself further for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I feel like there's also a little bit of drama involved because in the winners bracket, Amrox lost to Annex Esports White, and then straight away going against Annex Esports Black. So it's like, oh, you're just so much Annex going on at once. So do you reckon that's going to play a part in it, or is it just going to be like, it's two separate teams, let's just ignore the names?
It's two separate teams, two separate games. You've kind of got to take what you learnt from the loss in the last game and then just take that, improve your own game a little bit. We did see Annex White have a much better group stage than Black did, so maybe it's a case of like there is a bit of a skill difference between the two squads, but ultimately, like, you've got to take this like one game at a time, especially going into losers bracket. You can't let a loss get in the back of your own mind because you can't afford any mistakes now.
Yeah. Do you have any final words before we get into the game, George?
I've got one question for you, though.
Oh, I have a question for once. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Who are you predicting?
Oh, that's horrible.
You have to pick.
Right.
You can't be...
I can't
no
be
more sitting on the fence.
No sitting on the fence. You got to pick.
Okay. I will say Annex Esports Black. I would say that.
What do you think scoreline?
Oh, scoreline. That's even crazier. I think we'll go in the distance. I'm going to say, because you wanted map 5, I'll be nice and say I want a map 5 as well. I'll say 3-2. I think it'll be a good one. I think it'll be a good series. But, you know, that's all from us. We're going to go to a casters. I want to know, how do you think this series is going to play out?
How do we think this is going to play out? Well, fortunately enough for you guys on the desk, we've got a young chap next to me who's been building a bit of a story here on your notepad, haven't you?
There's loads of stories.
What's your story, mate?
Well, these two teams are actually playing their second series against each other the weekend.
Okay.
They met up in pools. Amrox took that one 2-0. We didn't see that many as on the side stations upstairs yesterday. So, on paper, Amrox should take the series. You know, they won 2-0. They didn't drop a map yesterday. We are obviously seeing a best of 5, not a best of 3, slightly different. The maps are on the screen now. But Annex Esports Black are third seed in the weekend. Yeah. They are, on paper, the better Call of Duty team. But we did not see that from them yesterday. We started to see it at the end of the day. You know, that losers round 1 match we saw right at the end of yesterday's stream. What do you think?
I'm definitely leaning more towards the Annex boys. They know that yesterday for them wasn't good enough. I don't know obviously whose maps what and who's banned what, but double Hacienda to kick us off to a vault control that we did not too long ago, which would obviously be good to see. But then a couple of maps after that, if extended. How far do you reckon this one goes today? Are you expecting to see more than 3?
I am. I do agree with the boys on this. I think it will be going to a map 5.
Yep.
I think it'll be going all the way. You know, Amrox and Annex. We don't know what the scores were exactly yesterday. You know, it was a 2-0. but I can't see it being too far. The only thing I would say, I think Amrox will probably take map 1. I'm going to do loads of predictions, aren't I? I'm going to go Amrox taking map 1 because they've just come off of a setup upstairs. You know, this is their second series of the day. Annex Esports Black. You know, this is their first series in the venue today. So that could play a part in map 1, maybe in that first rotation. But I think Annex Black over the series could definitely win.
I think
should win three.
Probably the better word, isn't it? Like you say, they're roughly in and around that sort of third seed for a reason. But there's pretty much going to be answers that will be put out in front of us. We are going to be heading off into Hacienda for a hard point. So it is going to be Amrox Esports taking on Annex Esports. We can see there'll be a couple of members. We're just waiting to get the scores updated. We're trying to just make sure that you guys have got the best visuals as what we can see here at the same time as well. So it is going to be sort of a couple of members of... Okay, so we look like we're just going to go straight back into a reset. Not too sure what we've got going on here. By the looks of it, having a glance over, I think someone's controller is potentially playing up. I think that was probably the best 0-0 I've ever seen. What about you?
Yeah, it was good. Oh, it was actually 1-0.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, Amrox got on the point right at the end there. So Amrox take up map... No, I'm joking. They don't take up map 1.
Right, that was good, that was, mate.
Told you Amrox take map 1.
Yeah, well, yeah.
There we go, map 2. Was it Hacienda?
So we're staying on Hacienda, so we're not going to be going away from that one. But yeah, it seemingly doesn't look like it will hopefully be a million miles away from getting back up and running here. But like you say, we didn't obviously get to experience anything there, but just to go back into that sort of storyline again, Annex will be wanting to sort of rewrite what happened yesterday, and obviously being in the losers bracket, it is do or die. They haven't got the opportunity to try and mess around, try new things. It's a case of they have to win or they're done. Obviously, I've got a bit of allegiance to the Annex guys. Obviously, I've been around those, so I would be leaning more towards those. Obviously, we saw both teams on the main stage yesterday. But like you say, we're expecting Annex here, aren't we?
Yeah, but like we said, Amrox did win 2-0 yesterday.
Yeah,
you know, they upset. They're one of probably the underdog stories. You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
On Nathan Park's team before in the past, where he's been the underdog. Well, Amrox kind of been an underdog team where we didn't know what to expect from them, and they're coming out and they only lost that one series in their groups yesterday.
Yeah, so we are going to be hopefully back underway with no sort of problems whatsoever. As soon as we're aware of which player is which, we'll be getting that on the screen so you guys can see as well as us. So we are going to be getting ourselves underway. It will be potentially the big start from Annex. It'll be interesting to see how they're going to fare straight away. Like you say, I'm not too sure. I think it was the hard point that they might have won yesterday? Not too sure, but we'll be able to answer that shortly here. So it's going to be Annex that will kick us off onto time early doors. Sort of trades coming in for both teams at the minute. Nobody sorting to try and clear away. Amrox trying to get a couple of trades onto time. Obviously, we will try and decipher who is who as best as what we can. But sort of back and forward, nothing to split the teams early doors. But like I say, P1's always a tough hill, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, I can tell you now, Qatar Land 7, that will be Docs on your map, and Qatar Land 8 is Nathan Parker. You know, they're sat right by us. We can see who they are. So they're two players we can talk about early on. And you know, Docs in that series yesterday was really the difference maker for this team. He was frying that entire series and losing round 1. And they're going to be looking at Docs and the other boys on the team to really help him to get things going. And they're already doing that here. They got 20 seconds, almost 20 seconds. And that's a huge kill coming through from Naughty there to try and help those P2 spawns. But he's about to get flanked by 3 Amrox players.
Yeah, so on board with Nathan at the minute. He's got a couple of members of Amrox that are going to be spawning outside the back of P2. Edsy's going to try and find his way in towards time. Annex are going to know where the members of Amrox are going to be coming through. 3 are going to fall, and we're starting to see that scoreline slowly but surely start to build its way up. XQ's not going to manage to find anybody straight away. Let's see if Mauik can try and find one out the back. He just about manages to do so. But Annex is still soaking up all of this time. They've got, by the looks of it, Naughty is going to be out the back. We're challenging for 25 seconds, which is obviously good if you can try and do that. But look, keep a look at your map. You've already got Docs on his way over to block those spawns for new. Spawns coming in through well as well. So if they can make this a sort of mixy sort of last 10 seconds or so, you'd imagine they're probably going to start off quite well on this P3.
Yeah, and these spawns for Annex Black are completely crazy because as much as Docs is hard blocking one side of the map, he's got Naughty spawning the complete opposite side. So there are 2 ends of the map, so they can pinch the entire map as well and squeeze those Amrox players into that P2 hill. But as soon as I say they can pinch those players in, Docs does fall in the back, and it is going to be XQ now holding those back spawns for this new hill.
Yeah, so it's slowly but surely starting to turn its way into a good map here. On board with, I believe,
Sean.
Yeah, I think it was Sean indeed. So trades coming for both teams. It is going to be Amrox going to get themselves on towards time. Nathan is going to fall. A bit of a slower start for him than I'm sure what he was expecting. Obviously, Doc's leading the way for that Annex roster. But like you say, look at Edsky over there. He's on a 2KD at the minute. Someone that had quite a good series yesterday. OTRN having a bit of a slower one than what most people possibly would have thought at the same time as well. But only 8 points in it. This could go either way.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we expected, wasn't it? You know, we did see a blowout yesterday, 2-0, but this Annex team knew what was wrong. We even spoke to them earlier, watched a bit of VOD, they knew what happened. They're trying to fix those mistakes today, and they're a team that, you know, they're expecting to make it later on today, and going into the event, so are we.
Yeah, absolutely. So heading off to what is probably the trickiest hard point on the map. It is going to be P4 over towards Rock. Kills going early doors in favour of Annex. We are seeing, by the looks of it, it's still Docs that's going to be leading the way. 20 seconds of him on towards time. If you can start to deal with these first waves, you start to build that momentum, don't you? If you can try and deal with a couple of people, you're probably getting sort of 2 waves, but trades coming in for both teams at the minute. Nothing really to split them. Everybody's consistently being traded, and we are seeing Docs try and keep himself involved, trying to keep the members of Annex involved as well at the same time. But Amrox are here to try and flood it as well.
Yeah. Docs and Nathan Parker on this hill have gone absolutely huge. You know, Docs on the 4 streak now. Nathan Parker got 3 before he fell just a minute ago as well. So the 2 subs really keeping Annex Black on this hill. And as much as they've not got too much time off this hill, as much time as maybe their pressure and the kill feed would suggest, they've done well to not give up that time. It's been a lot of contested time, or it's been in Annex Black's favour until these last 10 seconds, which are going to go the way of Amrox.
Yeah, like you say, it's Sean's having a bit of a slower one, but he's doing the smart thing by just plopping himself on towards time. Like you say, if he's at least able to sort of soak that up, you're giving the team the best opportunity. Edsky will find 13-8 start from him after the first rotation. Back on towards P1, it's going to be OTRN. He's going to find a kill up through mid, and he'll come through and find the second. He's got another member challing up through lobby, not going to manage to find him. Did take at least 2 with him, but split spawns coming in from both sides. You imagine the Annex boys are going to try and condense themselves onto this one as quick as they can. Yeah,
they don't. As much as P1's one of those scrappy hills on pretty much every single map, especially Hacienda, you don't want to be giving the other team too much time. You know, we can see teams so 30-40 seconds off P1.
Yeah.
If you can get 30-40 seconds off P1, that's 30-40 seconds that you shouldn't have. So that's a real big difference maker in the game. But you also want to prioritise these P2 spawns, which were very mixy back and forth, and Doc's getting a ridiculous 2-piece there.
Bit of a slower one to start us off. It was a little bit windy to start off, but then he's managed to make the kit up for the second. So 102 playing 96, heading our way off towards P2 is just about to pop. It will be Amrox that will kick us off on towards time. As you can see on your map, Annex are going to be the ones that are spawning out the back here. So it's going to be map advantage in favour of Amrox. If they can just continue to start to funnel them out there, they're going to know exactly where they're coming from, playing the cuts, playing the splits, and try and just keep them having just a sort of headbutt towards time with no ability to get out. And this is an opportunity, as I was just saying, they was spawning out one way. Now they've managed to flip it, and it's just going to be consistent trades coming in for both teams. On board with Docs, and a big 2-piece to keep Annex alive in this P2. Opportunity for them to extend themselves out by sort of 40 points. He's still playing as best as what he can. You can probably hear him in the background as well. Does eventually fall, but 19 and 11 for Big Docs, managing to do as best as what he can.
Yeah, I mean, it's only, what, 10:30 on a Sunday morning, but there's going to be passion bringing it. It's lose round 2. He's got to get that team motivated, get himself hyped up. And
absolutely. When
you're 19-11, top kill leader in the lobby, there's a reason to.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Like, it's just a case of you try and feed off of that confidence, don't you? Like you say, it's been sort of tit for tat for the most part of this hard point. But if they're able to sort of take the learnings from him on board with Sean, will find 2 of his own. He's got the help of Naughty that'll pick one up, trying to find the second on towards time. It looks like it's Mao that's going to be the closest person towards him. He's going to try and get himself out. And like you say, this P3 is normally a bit of a harder one. It's normally trade for trade, isn't it?
Yeah, with only 30 seconds to go, we're going to start to think about that next rotation. It will be coming in very shortly. It'll be interesting to see in the mini-map where the players are going. Docs is going to try and already start to look at it, and we've seen this so many times, and it's a bit unusual for a sub-player to be rotating early, but on a hill like P4, it's very close quarters on that rock, and he's already in the first gunfight at this new hill whilst Sean's just been left on the whole time to soak it all up.
Oof. He's got 3 members of Amrox that are going to try and slide through the door to try and take him on board with Naughty at the minute. He'll find one, nearly had 2 lining up for him. But like you just said just before with the hill popped over here, it doesn't matter, I guess, on this point who's going to be getting the way over, because you need to be able to deal with that first wave. So if you are that person off of spawn, it's your job to get yourself over there. Good sort of middle sector for Annex. They're able just to extend themselves out by roughly around a hill now. Amrox have got all 4 members onto time. They're saying, look, if you want to try and retake us, but here comes Dox again, nearly finds the 3rd, but Nathan will carry through with 2 of his own. That is going to be 4 dead, and a chance for Annex to try and breeze past this 200-point mark.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, they did so well, especially Sean, though, soaking that whole time. And look, there's 3 players with over a minute of hill time, so when they are on the hill, there's multiple of them on the hill dealing with these Amrox players. And they were able to get the old time, and they're getting this new time as well, and their kills go back and forth between the players. And Annex now at 200 points with 10 seconds left. They should be able to get all 10 seconds as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, you can see, as you mentioned, 3 players on over a minute. Nathan and Dox are starting to take over. That's 9 untraded kills. Make it 10 because Sean's getting involved. Naughty will fall, but Dox on a 5, Nathan on a 3. This is the Annex Black that we've expected to see this weekend. This is why they are in the position that they are, and they are not allowing Amrox any sort of breath on this map whatsoever.
No, and they can win it off this P1. We know we spoke about in that first rotation that you can get some good time off of P1, but at the same time, you don't want to be giving up that P2, especially when Amrox need 100 points. They can chain these 2 hills together. They've so far got 15, 20 seconds off this hill. They get another 20 seconds and keep these P2 spawns, although Nathan Parker's trying his best using the stairs to help him to stop that from happening.
Opportunity for Amrox here. If they can try and soak up, sadly for them, the Annex members are indeed going to be spawning favourably in the side of P2, and it's going to be OTRN and Edsky that are going to fall in and around time. Seemingly, like you say, 20 seconds still to play for, big 10 seconds of scrap time. You can afford to really allow just Amrox to sit in time and try and just group around and try and break it, but other than that, they're not going to need to do so. Amrox are going to have to try and flood through the lobby. It's going to be Dox and Sean finding kills. Sean will find a 2-piece. He's going to bring himself back into positive with 30 and 17 from Big Dox.
Yeah, and he's carrying on from where he's left off yesterday. You know, 2 KDs is what we were seeing out of him yesterday, and he's continuing that now against much tougher opponents, it must be said. And there is our map number 1.
There we go. That was what we expected. Like you say, it was a case of maybe they're trying to rewrite what happened yesterday. Opportunity for them to probably answer a couple of questions that have been asked about them this weekend. They weren't expecting probably to be in the losers bracket as quick as what they would. Naturally, they'd have probably gone up against the sort of Project Vapors. So how that would have teetered out, we're not 100% sure just as it stands, but an opportunity for them just to try and breeze their way through as best as what they can. But that was relatively convincing for the most part, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, when you look at the slaying department, if you've got Dox on 31 kills, only 1 player on the Amrox roster was able to get over 20, and he's got 24 non-traded kills.
That's what I mean. Only 7 of his kills have been traded. Like you said, that's a case as well. Being on the SMG, he's able to get himself in, drop the shoulder, find the kill, get himself out, and escape straight away. And then if you're playing a hunting game at that point, you're having to try and chase, call any names, trying to find out where he's managed to get himself to. But elusive as he is, that was, like you say, relatively convincing. As you can see on the map, like you said, 250 to around sort of 150. At the start, it was a good performance from Amrox, wasn't it? It managed to answer all the questions being asked of them.
And I think we mentioned it in that previous series, you know, first series, warming up of the day, you know, Amrox has just come off the back of, it was a loss, but they have been shooting their guns, and it's maybe a bit slow to start. It was a tight game, and that second rotation completely switched on, wasn't it? It was about 100 points to each going into that P1 or P2 hill on the second rotation. And then it's finished 250-150.
Yeah, it just seemed to be, like you say, it was a case of, it tends to happen in these hard points, doesn't it, where teams are sort of going hill for hill, sort of trade for trade in and around, and then, like you say, we heard Dox when he started to heat up a little bit there, start to take over that map a little bit more. You've got people that are going to be sitting in and around time. Like you said, we had 3 members on well over a minute's worth of time. You're going to give yourself every opportunity, aren't you, to do that?
Yeah, sometimes you don't even see 3 players on over a minute in a whole map.
Collectively.
So having 3 players on a minute, about 200, 300 points in, that's pretty impressive. And again, it's from those hills, isn't it? The P3, the P4, where you've got to stack that time to make sure you can trade out the kills. and there was one person that wasn't getting traded out.
Yeah, it's confidence in their ability as well. They're happy to sort of try and stick together and sort of play through the hills. It's not a case of someone has to go and make a huge play to give the boys a chance to get in. It's a case of they're all going to sit sort of in and around, maybe play a little bit creddy as such like that to try and pick off a couple of members of Amrox. But by no stretch is this one going to be over. We are going to be sticking on the on Hacienda. Is going to be search and destroy. Any early thoughts on that one?
Well, I mean, I had Amrox to take map 1, so my predictions probably aren't the best at the minute, but again, we said how good this Annex team are on paper. It's just which Annex turned up. The one that we saw at the start of the group play yesterday, or we can see the one that we see in lose round 1, and the players that we know and the talent we know they have.
I would be very disappointed if we don't see another 13 streak in this Hacienda.
Yeah, I think we're quite high, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think it's a case of that people probably should be playing Hacienda unless you're going to sort of drop those sort of numbers again, really. But interesting to see how Amrox and Annex are both going to play this one. Obviously, we saw Annex on, I believe it was Hacienda late yesterday evening on the search and destroys. Obviously, massively comfortable for them. Obviously, they've played these maps. Obviously, they've got Nathan on the team. I think he's probably got more hours in the game than everyone in this room combined at the minute. Obviously, with all the streaming and stuff that he's doing, but. Interesting. This is going to be the way that Amrox could potentially drag themselves into and make it a bit of a slog for Annex here. So let's see how they're going to kick this one off.
And Annex, a lot of mid pressure. That's something I'm expecting to see again from this Annex Black side. Is a lot of mid pressure. They often hit 3, 4 across mid, and we're seeing it here. You got 2 coming through Secret, you got 2 coming through the right hand side, but they are going to get picked by XQ. Ooh. And there's 3 clean kills. It's all down to Naughty within 20 seconds of the round.
Exactly, and let's see if XQ can find one of his own. He's loitering in and around through mid at the minute. It's going to all be on Naughty over towards that sort of A point in the minute. Bomb is going to be on the complete opposite side of the map. It's just a case of you try and see if you can run into someone, get a kill in the back. Not going to manage to do so, and quite a clean round there from Amrox, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, 3 players getting a kill, so it's 3 separate players getting a pick. So they all had the position and knew exactly what they needed to do. It was just a tough spot.
They did it.
1v4. We don't see many of them. I know we saw one yesterday from Makoof on Rewind, but
yeah, it's a tough ask, because especially when the bomb's down on the opposite side of the map, you've got no sort of opportunity to be able to sort of play off any sort of info, because your teammates have all fallen in such quick succession. You're sort of just going off of feel, I guess, really at that point, aren't you? Just you've stuck yourself on the opposite side of the map, bombs down, so you're just going to try and pick off anybody that you can. So it's going to be 1-0 in favour of Amrox. They are going to try and 3-stack through A. It's going to be OTRN that'll find one. Edsky's on a 3 as well to kick himself off in this search and destroy, and just like that, another 2 kills in such quick succession.
Yeah, it's just Nathan Naughty left alive. They had influence Naughty as well. He was tagged up down to about 50 HP. Don't think they know where Nathan is on the map. They're going to hear that door open though. Who's that? It's Edsky in the back, but he's not looking, so maybe he didn't hear that door open after all. And all 3 of those blue arrows are quite literally stood on top of each other, but somehow Naughty's been able to get 2, and now 2 versus 2 with 28 seconds on the clock.
That's what I mean. It's brought it back into a bit of a manageable situation. Bomb is going to be down though, and it will be, I think it was OTRN or it was Mauer that found the kill, and another quick 2 in such quick succession. And speaking of 2s, it's 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, Amrox did brilliantly there to get the opening 2 picks, get that bomb down, but we've got to give some credit there to Annex Black. They might have lost a round, but in the 2 versus 4, they're able to get the first 2 picks, make it a 2 versus 2, and give themselves a chance with enough time left on the clock to also get the defuse.
Yeah, that's what I mean. A big 2 from Naughty to try and claw them back into it, but ultimately wasn't enough in the end. This is the sort of Amrox that we were hoping to try and see in this series. Obviously, there's plenty of us that want to see this one go the distance, so if they manage to take this search and destroy, we're at least going to be heading off. I think it's into, I believe it was Skyline, I think it was, that was that map 4. But Annex can't afford to allow Amrox to take this one as well. You want to get one on the board, just sort of get yourself going, but you've got 3 members who have not actually found a kill yet.
And Nathan Parker's just turned his back, and there's a blue arrow stood right behind him. First Blood's going to be going Amrox's way again. All 3 rounds we've seen First Blood go their way. Will that be the story of the rest of this map? Who knows?
That's what I mean, on board with Mao at the minute. He's on the 3 streak, possibly just waiting to see if he can play for any picks. Edsky knows where there's going to be a couple of members in and around this rock, but he's probably going to be 3-2-1, possibly by a couple of members of Annex here. Not going to manage to do so. He's going to get himself away and try, but have a look on your map. You've got Naughty, who's playing a really deep flank here. Every single member pretty much of Amrox going to have to try and hit time as quick as what they can. It's basically a P4 from the last map. 2 kills going in favour of Amrox. Make it 3, looking for the last one, and that will be a clean sweep in that round. Annex with the bomb down. that was over sort of 5 seconds.
No,
ago, wasn't
and
it?
that play from Naughty is so good. You need to watch that pinch. We saw it in the last series between Project Vapor and Vicious that you need someone on that pinch. You know, you can do really well. You can get that pick from the pinch. But sadly, if you're a Annex Black fan, there was no one pinching. There were 4 hitting through onto that P4 hill. You had 1 player on the rock, 1 player looking through that door, and they're getting picked.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was one of those ones that you couldn't really envisage Annex should have lost, really. They've got people looking at all different sort of angles, and like I mentioned, it was basically like a P4, wasn't it? That everyone's just going to sort of hit time as quick as possible, and it was Amrox that came out on top with all of those trades. So 3-0, quite a convincing search and destroy from them at the minute. I'm sure the boys over there will be quite happy with how this one is going. Still, we've got 3 members of Annex that have not managed just to get themselves off the board. And just as I say that, Docs will find one, does then instantly get traded. And it's going to be Mao on a 6 streak now. He's still not been traded yet in the search and destroy. And in another tough situation here, aren't they? Nathan is going to just try and find as much information as what he can. He's got 3 members of Amrox here that he's going to have to try and deal with. It's a big ask, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, at the minute he's trying to read a bomb site, but he has chosen the wrong one. It's going to be laid down now as well by Edsky. It'll be interesting to see where he plants for and what the hold we're going to see from Amrox. I think it's going to be a bit of a typical B hold, what we normally see, rather than trying to do something a little bit techie.
Yeah, if there's a member on this roster that we'd imagine that could possibly pull this off, you'd imagine it would be Nathan. He's going to try and work his way out towards sort of the boat side at the minute. You've got all members of Amrox just literally sat on time. It's nearly 25 seconds left of the defuse. Just going to be challenging in and around that rock. Nathan's just going to try and wait to see if anyone's going to try and give their life up. Possibly doesn't need to just headbutt the gunfight, but it is going to be with the help of a nade. 4-0 to Amrox. This is not the script that I'm sure a lot of people thought this search and destroy was going to have.
No, but we know Amrox took the SD yesterday off of Annex Esports in the groups, and it looks like Amrox is a very strong S&D team. Maybe they're going to try Nestle. Maybe they're going to try and win the map 3, take that control, take a 2-1 lead. Maybe we see Annex with that dominance from that map 1, take it over to map 4, and map 5 is anyone's game at that point. But at the minute, it's hard to look past Amrox taking the S&Ds.
That's what I mean. You've got Mao on a 7 at the minute. He might not even have the ability to get up to 13. It could be over by that point.
He's got more kills than the Annex backside.
Well, that's what I mean. It's a case of 4-0. This is certainly not how I think anyone thought this Annex roster were going to come out on this search and destroy. It might just be a case of they're more of a respawn team, like you say. The Amrox boys might put a lot of time in towards the S&D side of things. 2-3 members of Annex are going to fall, and it's going to be Docs' turn this time to see if he can take off a couple of members. Nice trigger discipline from him at this point. He's still got quite a few members of Amrox around him. Going to try fly around the corner, not going to manage to find him. It's 5-0 to Amrox.
Yeah, it's a worry, isn't it? I mean, if Annex Black are able to win this map, that venue is going to be screened down. You know, they start to get loud off that map and 1. They've done so well. It's quite quiet at the minute, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to be a bit subdued. You're 5-0 down. No one's going to be happy. But 1 round at a time, they do have a chance. But it's hard to look past Amrox.
That's what I mean. 5-0 up. It's sort of a case of, do we not chalk it as such and sort of go next? But you're sort of looking at it thinking it's probably going to be quite a tough ask at this point. We've still got Mao. He is indeed still on that 8 streak, so he's going to at least have some streak of some form in the back pocket, you'd imagine. Whether he chooses to use it or not is obviously a different story.
One off of that Hellstorm, so he must have an assist coming through as well to give him some score. So he just needs 1 pick, and he almost got it there. But the first blood for the first time this game goes the way of Annex Black.
And it was on to Mao at the same time as well, so he's not going to be able to get that Hellstorm unless we see something crazy throughout the rest of this series where he doesn't somehow die. But like I say, an advantage where Annex probably want to make it a little bit more respectable for them. They can't allow themselves to be 6-0'd here. So all the members of Annex are still going to be up. Sean, I'm sure, will be wanting to get off the board here. But like you say, Bomb is going to be down. Docs is going to have, by the looks of it, eyes on towards that one. But here comes some busy gunfights, and it will be Naughty that'll find another. Docs will find 2, and this is now a chance for Annex to get one on the board, hopefully start the motion of going 1 at a time, and Annex indeed do find it. We're back to 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not the most respectable of score lines, but it is better, isn't it? 5-1, much better than seeing a 6-0 come through.
Yeah. Especially for the confidence side of things as well. Like you say, it's a case of they did fantastically on that map 1, but if you come out here and get slammed sort of 6-0, it sort of maybe it makes you think a little bit differently in terms of how that control will go, because obviously you'd imagine the confidence would be using from the Amrox members at that point. So a chance for them to just sort of continue to make it a bit more respectable. They won't be thinking about trying to win it just yet, because obviously they've got to go 5 back-to-back rounds and try and pretty much full sail them into what would be probably the craziest S&D that we'd see this weekend. But a bit of a slower play from the Annex members at the minute, probably just trying to play for a bit of info. Docs is going to be the member that they've sent off. I wonder if he's going to be able to pick anyone from up here.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that this first blood is going to be so important, is that we've seen Amrox take first blood in 5 rounds, they've got 5 rounds. We've seen Annex blood take first blood in 1, they've got 1. So it's very important, this first blood coming through. It's going to be a 4v4 retake on A as well, and currently no one's moving.
No, I think it's just a case of they're just trying to suss each other out. Obviously, Amrox maybe just trying to see if anyone's going to rotate over, trying to cut someone off through mid. On board with Mao at the minute, does get the help from, I think it was Sean. Nathan will fall, so it's still going to be 3 versus 3. But look at the clock, only 20 seconds left. It's going to be advantage to Annex at this point. They've got nobody in and around that bomb. Last member was OTRN, and he will fall. That's 2 back-to-back rounds, still plenty of time to go. But it's a lot better from Annex, isn't it?
Yeah, much better round. You know, they were able to pick up, make it into a 1 versus 3. There was only 15 seconds on the clock. You know, they just took their time. They didn't give any info away on the nades as well, so the nades came over, but they played slow. They didn't throw any trophies. They didn't get hit by the nades. So they needed A. They checked B. Didn't see anyone. So they were all panicking a bit, slowed it down. And as soon as they thought that bomb site was cleared, 3 of them hit it, checked all the corners, got that bomb down, and it's a 4v4.
That's what I mean, and have a look at your scoreboards. It's 8 non-traded from Annex now. They're slowly but surely trying to claw their way back into this search and destroy. Amrox probably just trying to play a little bit more reserved, not wanting to overextend, because they only need the 1 round to extend it out to 1 apiece. Annex have got pretty much nothing to lose at this point. Trades coming in, and that will be 3. Sean on a 4, Docs on a 5. It's going to leave Edsky as the last person up, and he's going to try and get away as best as what he can. Not going to manage to do so. And ladies and gentlemen, 5-3. We've seen it enough times in Call of Duty. Those people who do watch it, my sort of thing that I say quite often, 5-3 curse. Just think of it a little bit, does it?
It could happen, you know. We saw 5 rounds, 1 in a row. What's to stop them winning 6?
Exactly.
So they've already got 3 of them. They've done half the job. So it's just annoying for the Annex backside that it's took them this late to get a grip of the game. But I think they've sussed out now what Amrox's doing. Will Amrox keep doing it and hope it works again, or will we see something completely different? You know, we've not seen a proper mid hit from either team. You know, 4-on-4 for a little while now. So we might see it in this round.
That's what I mean. Like I said, Annex have got nothing to lose at this point in the search and destroy. It's a case of they try and pick anyone off as best as what they can. Amrox will possibly be feeling it a little bit. They've only, like I say, only got to go 1 round. If he can manage to get himself away, not going to manage to do so as OTRN on board with, I think it's Sean at the minute. He is still on that 5. It's still 1 life dead for each team here, but pretty much every single member going to be in and around that sort of B point. Sean probably didn't have to go off and chow that one, sorry, but everyone knows now where the bomb is, and this is pretty much massively now in favour of Amrox, isn't it?
Yeah, you're going to be looking at Nathan Parker on your mini-map there to try and make this play, because you know he's the only one that has not been spotted. All 3 of these players are really turtled up. Team be able to get 1 and get away. That's what's important here. It's not just necessarily getting the kill, it's also getting away and making it a 2v2, resetting. You've only got 30 seconds though. The bomb is down in a bit of a precarious spot, and I'm sure Amrox know where that bomb is exactly as well.
Yeah, it's a case of anyone in Amrox, you just do not allow anyone from Annex anywhere close towards this time. It'll get to a point possibly where they'll either just run away and not chow, or they'll both just double chow just to potentially get the round over and done with. No one from Amrox is going to be able to potentially, before I stop speaking, a big 2-piece from Nathan Parker. Advantage is going to be in. He's not going to manage to do it. Pistol in hand. Unfortunately for Nathan, Annex have not brought it back to 5-4. I was pretty much cursing to say that there's going to be nothing left. And I tell you what, I nearly ate my words.
And Nathan was so close to picking up that final kill as well with a pistol in hand. We're going to see it from the other point of view now.
Oh, it's so close.
And it's the team shots, isn't it? If Nathan wasn't that weak, he picks up that kill every single day of the week.
When you're from the Amrox perspective, how do you let that happen? I don't understand. You've got 3 of you sort of loitering in and around that time. It was just that played the timings perfectly, but I'm sure they'll be quite happy over there that they just about managed to get it closed out. So 1 apiece at the minute. Obviously, that the Des mentioned earlier on that they're expecting to see this one go the distance. So we are going to be at least going 4, but What a strange search and destroy that was. You go 5-0 up, and there's a chance for it to be back to 5-4 quite easily, really.
It's one of those things that our predictions are, these teams are really close, these teams are really close, these teams are really close. And then they go 5-0 SD, and you're like, wait, are our predictions completely wrong? You know, is this team just an SD team? They were able to close it out in the end. Obviously, Annex Black done well to start to bring it back, but in other game modes, you don't want to risk that, do you? You don't want to be letting them go 5-0 up. You need to get at least one extra round earlier on, you know. Then all of a sudden, you've got 4 rounds, not 3, you know. Even if it's just one extra round, it gives them a bit more of a chance and probably keeps their heads a little bit high, you know. 5-0 down in S&D on main stage. Not gonna be too happy with that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You can see the Amrox boys getting loud after they managed to close that one out. But I tell you what a play that would have been by Nathan if he'd come through with that pistol. Managed to get the timing onto 2 of the members, but good for Amrox to be able to eventually close that one out. Like you say, there were probably a little bit of strange faces looking at each other, thinking, "What are we doing? Let's chill out. Let's try and make it as simple and straightforward as we possibly can do." But eventually they've managed to do so. So, Vault Control, we saw quite a convincing Vault Controls, saw around 45 minutes ago. Are we expecting to see a little bit of the same, or do you reckon this one will be a bit more back and forward?
I think in some of the rounds, I think we might see similar moments, you know, where that defensive team particularly are just in control. Right. That's typically what we see on Vault, isn't it? That defensive team, that top art positioning is just so key. But with the 2 teams, it's very different to the last series. You know, these 2 teams are in the loser bracket. They've already had a game against each other. There's a little bit more on the line here now. Loser, this is going to go home. No one's going to want to lose this. I imagine it's going to go to a map 5. They could complete shot me. My predictions so far for this series have been awful. So when I'm saying it's going to be going all the way, you know, it'll be close, probably the opposite is going to happen. But we will see. We are starting off. We're going to have Annex starting on the offensive side here. Going to be challenged through the cat and through mid to try and do an ace. This is a typical A push, not the B Vault push that we saw the Project Vapor boys doing or the Annex Black boys doing yesterday. But the first wave of kills is going in Amrox's favour. All 4 players fall in pairs.
That's what I mean. It's an opportunity for Amrox to try and pick a couple of members off, try and dwindle some of the Annex lives away. On board with Mao at the minute. He's managed to find one. He will get traded sort of instantaneously, but 27 still playing 24, so they didn't manage to take too much of an advantage. The majority of the Annex members going to make their way down B Street. On board with, I think it was Naughty there, that's going to try and put himself in towards top art. Going to happen. Sean, Nathan not actually got going yet, which is quite surprising for them. Nathan does eventually get himself off the board, but a start of a bit of progression on towards B as it stands at the minute. Amrox just going to have to try and possibly play a few trades, but nearly a big 2, and eventually is from Naughty. He's going to have the 3rd challenge towards him. Not going to manage to do so, but this B point is quickly ramping up, and this one could be pretty done quite quickly.
And what I was saying in the pre-match build, that how my predictions have been awful, I said how important that top art control is. However, the top art control was on the other side. Normally it's the defensive side of that top art control, but it was actually Naughty that was able to get pushed out in there, getting a nice 2-piece, almost snapping onto the 3rd as well. And his teammates were just stacking up the point, picking up the rest of the kills, the players that weren't challenging through art.
That's what I mean. I thought that B point was going to be done quite quickly, but Amrox seemed to manage to get themselves in. Now it's the case of they're going to be backed up in towards spawn. Annex just going to try and take a few lives off of them so they don't have to worry too much about the ticks as such. But this B point is now done. We are going to be extended by over a minute now, so a minute and a half still to play. Nothing in terms of too much to split the teams. Obviously, well, I say that 17 now playing 12. We've got Docs on a 5 streak with that sort of takeover ability that we saw in that first make it 6. They're not going to be able to find him with that SMG in hand. He's dropping the shoulder, he's bobbing and weaving and doing as best as what he can. He knows where they're going to be spawning over towards this sort of P4 side. He's on an 8 streak.
This might be the first time Docs has gone on more than a 5 streak and hasn't screamed yet all weekend. You know, in that map 1 he was going on similar streaks to this and we were hearing him roar, but maybe that S&D's just mellowed the mood a little bit in the Annex camp. And tell you what isn't going to be mellow in the mood. At 9 streak he does finally fall. 11 and 4 though, he is single-handedly, well, not single-handedly, he's a major contribution as to the fact why Annex Black could take this first offense round.
That's what I mean, and Annex are in a position now where they probably want to get this tick done more so than taking the lives. They are doing them. It's Docs 13 and 4 at the minute, only 2 members to try and play with, and they do get the all-important 6 ticks there, as well as the life advantage as well. From what was a tough start for them sort of early doors, Docs has just completely took over that round, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I mean, Naughty as well. I know obviously we're going to talk about Doxology's 13 and 4, but I wouldn't give big mention to Naughty. That push to get into top art, you know, he gave his team 2 ticks on B, and then that's it, 1 wave of kills, and you're able to get onto that point. What's going to be interesting now is, are we going to see Amrox be able to replicate an offense win? You know, they've lost a defense already. Typically, teams, you need to win your 2 defense, try and take an offense. Annex put themselves in the best position possible.
What was it you said yesterday? Oh no, you said S&D wins championship, but they say defense wins championships as well, don't they? So it's going to have to be that sort of momentum for Annex if they're going to try and win this control. It's going to be a case of they're probably just going to try and stack a couple of members through mid. Majority of them actually, well, 2 of them are going to hit through Cat. They're going to try and put XQ in around that sort of A point P1 area. Trades coming in for both teams early doors, but nothing too crazy. People just trying to get a bit of a feeler for each other. And Dox is not a man that you want to be challenging with that SMG in hand, and that's going to be Naughty on a 4. Nathan with 2 pistol in hand is going to be coming out on top here, and an opportunity for Annex to start to take over areas of this map, start to back them up deep into that spawn. A couple of members of Amrox are going to be in and around through mid. Looks like Ed's going to work his way over towards this B point, laying down through Vault, checking if anyone's going to try and come around. And what was a pretty tough position that they were in, majority of them dead, they've managed to start to now work their way down B Street.
Yeah, I mean, Dox and Naughty, they're combining for 26 and 10 at the minute. You know, that's the first one of the weekend.
Well,
so you're losing the series, but you are. Yeah, we're not going to.
Yeah, we won't talk too much about that one. So that was Mao that's found that kill there. So it's going to be a case of trades coming in for both teams. 21 playing 21, 2 ticks on B going to be done. 45 seconds left on the clock. They imagine they're still trying to look and find out where he is. Just about manages to find that kill on towards Dox on board, but I think it's Sean at the minute does eventually come through and take him out. You have actually got XQ that's waiting for the members to come in around this time. He's going to hop on towards B and try get this tick done as quick as possible. Contest on board with Dox. He will fall. Trades coming in for both teams. Nathan's going to have to try and bob and weave and do as best as what he can. It's probably best he does give up the B, which indeed he does. But 1.5 minutes on the clock, I imagine we'll probably see a little bit of a team deathmatch now, won't we?
Yeah, and this is a very atypical round for the second round in a row. You know, it's typically that A point. That's the easy one to capture. That's the one the team capture first. Then we focus on B. But both our first opening rounds, B has been captured first, and the offensive team have then decided to go towards this A point, which we're going to see Edsky start to try and capture 1.5 ticks. He's got a teammate on there, it's OTRN, but the players should fall here, and that's a clean 4 from Annex Black. They're all going to push the players back into their spawn now.
That's what I mean. Sean obviously knew that they probably had that comm that it was going to be a 4 dead, but he's obviously just chowed that sort of straight line, and he's just been basically taken straight out for it. So spread pretty much the entire way across the map are Amrox here, only actually needing sort of a 1.5 ticks or a 1.75 ticks on this A to close it out. Obviously, we did see Annex take all 6 ticks in that first offensive round. 11 lives playing 9 in favour of Annex here. They're going to want to try and keep this as sort of mixy as what they possibly can. They've still got the time to be able to do so, but when you're finding 3 like that, it's going to be XQ with the ability to bring Amrox in. All of them are stacking onto time, all 6 ticks done, 1 apiece.
Right, can I just quickly change my prediction? I think the team's going to win all the offensive rounds.
Okay.
And whoever's on offense in round 5 is probably going to win. We said defense wins championships about 2 minutes ago. I've changed my mind.
Okay, well,
it's now the offense.
I can see your reasoning why. Do I believe it? Possibly not. But I mean, 1 apiece. They've done what they needed to do. They got the ticks. They're probably still going to be down on the sort of life advantage, but there were a couple of times in there where Annex did get them sort of backed up into spawn and just didn't really capitalise. It was more of a case of they're trying to fast play over towards as quick as what they can. But on board with OTRN at the minute, it'll be interesting to see which way we're going to see the members of Amrox go. As you can see here, it's on the kill side of things that Annex are massively leading the way here. Every single member of Amrox actually negative through 2 rounds, and it will be Sean and Nathan that are going to kick us off on this one with some progression on A early doors.
Yeah, and this is not what we saw in the first round. We saw Annex favour going towards that B site early on, but we're already seeing the first ticks now been secured at A. Amrox have been able to get a slow 3 dead. It is only 1 player. That's going to be Nathan Parker, I think. Yeah, he's going to fall now. And he pushes all the players back into spawn, but they're already off spawn. You know, took so long to deal with Nathan Parker in that A point that it's given enough time for his teammates to get back in towards mid and try and keep up this pressure. And we are going to see Sean this time was Naughty first round. They're going to keep playing for that art control, try and get the kills on Amrox in the back.
Yeah, just a case of trying to feel each other out through this third round at the minute. It's loitering in around that A time, going to start to start the progression going forward. A couple of members of Amrock's going to have to try and play up through sort of like P2 palm side and going to try and hop probably through Cat in towards time. But it looks like it's going to be quite a busy map. The A point nearly was done. You've got a couple of members of Annex that are going to hop on towards time. They are going to get that, so we are going to be extended by another minute once again. I tell you what, the offensive side's looking good again, isn't it?
It is, and look at this from Nathan Park and Naughty. They're coming from Art, but they're going through the back door. They will catch XQ off guard there, and they're going to be looking for this play. That's huge win. Should be traded out quite quickly by Nathan, you would hope it is, and they've got complete control of this B Street, apart from Edsky on the other side of the map. He's playing towards that ammo.
It's okay being up there, up the deep B Street, but when you're not getting any kills on the map, you're sort of counting yourself out of any sort of opportunity. He's going to get found out possibly here. He's got two members of Annex that are going to try and find him, which indeed they did. So it's now going to be a case of they're coming off of spawn. We've still got Nathan actually up in and around that sort of art area, just laying down, seeing if anyone's going to try and chow towards him. But once again, Edsy's going to opt to try and play forward up to that sort of P2 area. Does eventually get found out. Progression coming through quite quickly. Two members of the Annex roster going to be on this B point. Minute and 8 seconds remaining. 16 lives playing 11. Chow's on times coming through. Majority in favour of Annex here. Nearly getting the tick done. And by the look of it, someone flying out of top art is going to secure it. We've seen 3 offensive round wins. No one's holding onto a defense.
No, and Vault is a map. All the controls are quite defense heavy. You can just hold those power spots. But at the minute, the offensive team is the one's favoured. Vault is quite an easy map. You get 3 dead. The spawns aren't the closest to that point, especially when we get towards B. You could be spawning out towards that P4 side of the map, and it's a good 10, 15 second round, and you can get picked off an AR, especially if you're one of the sub players. And I think that's what we're seeing. The ARs are dominating so far, especially on the Annex side. I think Naughty was still about double positive. Yeah, 20 and 11 from Naughty.
That's what I mean. Nathan on a 6 streak as well, so he's managed to extend the boys out quite well. They'll be kicking themselves if they don't hold on to this defense here. I know we've seen 3 offensive round wins, but I'm sure the members of Annex will be expecting this defense to come quite easily to them. Whether that happens or not is obviously naturally a completely different story. Bit of a slower map from Sean. The team nade onto Nathan off the streak is not going to help whatsoever. Obviously he was on a 6. Don't know if he had the Hellstorm in hand or how close he was to it, but a couple of members of Amrock's now going to fly in towards this A time. They know they've got the numbers advantage in and around it, so it's more so a case of you try and make sure you play a couple of cut-offs, put people maybe in and around the lobby area. But here come the white arrows of Annex going to fly towards time. 2 are going to fall, looking for the third. Last one, Cat, does eventually fall. That's going to be a 4 dead, an opportunity for Annex to try and take a few more lives off here.
And that was a great play from Annex then. They waited for each other. I know they had 3-4 players on the other team on that point, but they waited for each other, slowed down the push, all hit at the same time, and they were able to pick up the 4 kills, and they are now starting to drain that point. Sean is doing that, whilst his teammates are around him off spawn now, because Amrock's able to kill them off of that spawn and not allow 2 waves of 4 to go against them.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and just sort of ride the wave a little bit, really, aren't they? Obviously, potentially a bit of progression with a chance on this A point. A couple of members of Annex are going to fall, so it's going to be an opportunity for Amrock's to extend us out by a minute, which indeed they have on board with Dogs. He doesn't manage to find that kill sort of Cat area. Nathan stops, I think he stopped shooting, or he managed to get away just about, manages to find it with 8 bullets remaining. Still a minute and a half to go. No sort of progression on this B point at the minute. We are seeing, by the looks, I think it was Naughty up in top art, but a couple of kills going in favour of Annex here. But how big is this going to be? This is probably going to be the gunfight that we're looking out for. We've got Edsky going to try and chow towards Naughty in time. Going to both try and play it, and it is Naughty is going to come out on top. Only person out of spawn is going to be OTRN, so he's just going to try and pretty much run away as quick as he possibly can. Not going to manage to do so. And an opportunity for Annex to take some lives off here, isn't there?
Yeah, this position from Nathan Parker is a little bit of a strange one, where he stood right in the middle. That's where you want them to be spawning. That's a good gunfight win there for sure. It looked a bit tricky to win, but you want to kind of have that ammo building, you want to have that P2 building, you want someone in towards that lobby. You don't really want anyone in that back middle bit. That's where you want Amrock's to be spawning if you're Annex. You don't really want to be blocking them.
No, obviously, so it was Nathan Parker that's going to fall sort of out the back of the spawns for the Amrock side, trying to fast play down B Street. They are going to get picked off. 11 lives playing 11, but the team kill isn't going to help Sean there. The car has blown him up. So a chance, if Amrox can find these next sort of wave kills. The time is slowly but surely starting to dwindle down. 25 seconds remaining. Advantage to Annex as it stands. Keep your eyes on the bottom of your map. You've got Eski that's going to find a big kill onto Docs. The pinch is coming in. I say that again. Look at Naughty at the top of your map. He's got 2 people on the B street. He's going to come through, find one with the SMG in hand. Finds the second, and a chance if he manages to take that kill through mid. XQ's going to have to try and stay alive. 2 lives remaining, and that is what should be the first defensive round that we're going to see, and that should, as long as nothing crazy happens, will be a 3-1 in favour of this Annex roster. But both teams had plenty of opportunities through there. It was a case of everyone's trying to play for art, trying to play for spawn. It was ultimately the Annex roster that took advantage, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of carrying on with the story that we've seen so far. You know, that map 1 was a very dominant performance from Annex in the respawn. The map 2 was a dominant performance from Amrox. Very close team names, almost said the wrong ones. In that S&D, and map 3, someone who's had a much better map than kind of the player we're used to seeing now is Nathan Parker in that game. 26-15, 23 non-traded out of 26 as well. That's the Nathan Parker we're used to seeing on LAN, you know. Those of you that followed him in Middlesbrough last year in the Qatar in March, that's the Nathan Parker we used to see, and he's back now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it is going to be a case of they are going to go 2-1 up in the series. They've got a chance to sort of make it business as usual if they're going to close out this map 4. What might be good is if we could just bring those maps back up for everyone to have a quick look at, just so we can run down what is potentially going to be the remainders if we've got those. But that's what I mean. Advantage for Annex at the minute. It's a case of if they can get this one done, they'll possibly be quite happy, get ready, gear up, go again, and then sort of go from there.
Yeah, and we said that, you know, Annex just a minute ago in the hard point, they were really dominant. But at the same time, Amrox just they took the hard point off them. So they are 1 each in the hard point map win, and it's a Skyline. So we're not sure what that map 1 was yesterday, but if it's a Skyline, you know, you've got to be favouring Amrox in this map. But it's going to be hard to pass Annex, especially if we can get a map 1 docked, we get a map 3 90p. It's going to be tough to shut them down, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And like you say, it was a case of, I can't believe we saw so many offensive round wins. Like, it was a case we came into this thinking it was predominantly like a defensive heavy sort of situation, and we come out and just like that, three offensive rounds.
And they were almost identical round wins.
Yeah.
Because Annex came out, won that first offense, and Amrox did the exact same thing. They capped me first, then they got into A, and it was similar lives, similar style of winning it. You had that player push down to art for both teams, getting loads of kills and forcing the players, not necessarily getting loads of kills and staying out like we saw Julian do earlier on this morning, but was just being annoying, was just there. They had to deal with him. Well,
yeah, exactly that, and it was eventually a business as usual sort of performance from the Annex roster. It's such a tricky one, Isvolt, because there's so much space to be able to try and get yourself out of. You're constantly having to sort of chase halfway across the map to find any of the member that you're trying to call out. You might have a couple of members off spawn, but at that point you've probably got 2 people in the back of yours as well at the same time. So it would be, I'm sure, an interesting one. Obviously, you can see here the members of Annex after. It was a case of they were quite happy as such. Like I said, we spoke to a couple of the members before and weren't too pleased with how things had gone sort of this weekend. But I'm sure if they just continue to start chipping away here, they'll slowly start to build a bit of confidence. So here are the maps that we asked for not too long ago. Skyline hardpoint. I think this favours
Doc's hand, isn't it?
It is. I think he's had 2 obviously really good respawns already. Obviously had that sort of takeover ability, especially in that map 1. It's such as like an SMG heavy map.
It's a bit like Cassie, isn't it? You know, they're the 2 close quarter maps. Obviously, we've got Rewind in the pool now. We don't really see Rewind hardpoint pick too much. I don't think we definitely not seen it on main stage at all this weekend. Not sure if it's been played much on the side station, but it does play into Alex's hands, doesn't it? You know, that sub pressure. You've got Nathan Parker, you've got Docs. They're the 2 players that so far in this series have been those top slayers. I know Naughty done really well in that map 3 as well with that air in hand, but they're the 2 that we're going to be looking out for Annex. And if you're Amrox, you need to shut them down. That's what's most important.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, it was a case back in the first map. It was they were going fairly even for a little bit, and then, like you say, the guns of Annex started to heat up. So let's see if we're going to be able to see that same storyline once again, or can Amrox write their own and head us off into a 5th map, which would be a protocol search and destroy. It is going to be a Skyline, it's going to be hard point. This is obviously what we're here to see. It's going to be an opportunity for Annex to close this one out, advance themselves round, or it's going to be a map 5. And I'm sure everybody here wants to see it go the distance.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to be seeing the Annex Black side with those favourable P2 spawns off the break. So it will be interesting to see how much priority they're going to put on keeping those spawns, or whether they don't mind maybe potentially losing those spawns and winning them back.
Yeah, exactly. I imagine this is probably not going to be 100% straightforward. I think it's going to be a case of both teams are going to get quite busy. See how they fare early doors. It looks like it's going to be sort of advantage for the Annex boys here. They've obviously spawned that sort of P2 side if they can manage to hold on to that. But we are going to see OTRN and Mowat with the first 2 kills, and it will be Sean for the members of Annex that will be able to find the first kill for them. So early time going in favour of Amrox here. Going to see, I think it was Dox that's flying towards time. He will find one, instantly then traded out. But that is going to be 3 dead. Spawns are going to be flipped for this P2. But OTRN on a 5 streak straight off the bat. You're doing something right then, aren't you?
Yeah, and they've already flipped the spawns as well with 20 seconds left. They've got 20 seconds off the times. Even if they now concede all this time to Annex, they're only going to be slightly behind in the scoreline department. And more importantly, we've got OTRN still alive on that 5 spree, playing towards this kitchen side of the map to make sure the Annex Black players can't sneak through the net, although Naughty's trying to do so.
That's what I mean. Naughty's going to have the help of Sean here. They're going to have to try and deploy Edsky to try and pick a couple of them off. We've still got OTRN on that 5 streak at the minute. He's just going to sort of loiter in and around sort of the rug side, come through couches and try and play out towards Kitch. But seemingly Amrox, have dealt with the first wave. They're going to have pretty much every member of Annex that are going to try and flood seemingly straight through Cat here. The only person out is going to be Naughty, but they can't afford to let this one try and dwindle away from them. 2 kills coming in favour of Amrox here, and it's a chance for, if they can try and hold on, them to extend this lead out. But you've got, by the looks of it, Dox is going to be in the back. He's on a 2 streak now, does eventually then get taken out. It's going to be Nathan on time, and it's just consistent trades for both teams, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Nathan's almost walked away with 3 there before falling, but something that we saw on the minimap there is XQ. He stayed alive at the bottom of those orange stairs at the back, while the rest of his team had all died. Annex were all over the hill, you know, they had a bit of hill pressure, but because XQ was still stood at the bottom of those stairs, his team spawned straight back on that hill and didn't spawn out across the other side of the map where Annex was still spawning.
Yeah, this is huge time if Amrox can try and hold on to this P3 at the same time. So Annex will have sort of favourable P4 spawns, but they're going to want to be the ones who were on time here. They're going to have to try and break whilst they're trying to block at the same time. You can see by the looks of it, it's Dox that's going to be over towards this P1 side. They are going to manage to hold on to it. Sean's going to be putting himself in time as it stands at the minute. It's going to be Dox. It's going to pretty much just go hunting, I think, for a couple of the members. He will come through and find one. 7 untraded for this Annex roster. Everybody has not been traded as it stands sort of straight away, and it's a chance for them to sort of claw themselves back in. But they need to continue to block. Naughty can't afford to try and break up too far here. Luckily, Dox has still managed to spawn in the back, but big gunfight, and it is going to be an opportunity for the last sort of 15 seconds to go in favour of Amrox whilst having the best spawns here for P4.
Yeah, and something that we said at the start of the game was you need to shut down Dox and Nathan Parker. Well, they've not particularly done that, you know, they're both on 8 kills. They're being outslayed, and they're in the lead by almost 40 points now, and they have these P4 spawns as it stands. These 2 players coming down from Hedge. Nathan Parker will fall. Who else is left there in the back? It's number 6, it's Sean. Sean will be looking for it. Dox gets one on the top stairs as well. This could be the pinch that is needed. The spawns will now be in favour of Annex. They've just got to clear out this bedroom. And check behind that bath, you know, someone's having a little wash.
Right. So Nathan Parker is going to be sort of loitering around time. He does eventually fall. He's going to have Dox there to try and clean him up. He's on a 3 streak at the minute. But something that's a little bit different from what we saw in that first game. We had pretty much near enough every member of Annex bar 1 loitering in and around that time, trying to soak up as much as possible. Seemingly, Amrox are going to try and do that. They've got 2 members that are flying towards that sort of minute mark already, but big 2-piece there from Nathan. We've got Dox on another 5 streak, just going to try and play as many cuts as what he can. So there's going to be sort of around 100 to 80 after this first rotation. Spawn side are going to be in favour of Amrox here, but not unless Big Dox has got anything to say about it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 14-6, now 14-7 off that first rotation. The 2KD top leader in the lobby as well. And maybe one thing that is not going in Anex's favour, Sean maybe struggling a little bit, and struggling more than so on the other side, the Amrox players. All the Amrox players are kind of in and around that 1KD mark. I know you got Mowat slightly under that 10 kill mark, but they're all kind of there. And look at the hill time as well. You've got 2 players with 50, 42 seconds. So they're really, when they're on that point, they're starting to stack it. Whereas Annex, like we were just saying, they haven't quite stacked the point as much as we're used to seeing them.
Yeah, like you say, it's a good opportunity for Annex to try and take a little bit of time off of this P1 while trying to think we need to start that rotation off towards P2. So they are going to be sitting in and around time on board with Edsky at the minute, pistol in hand. He's got a member of Annex close quarters and does manage to eventually find him after using pretty much every bullet I think he had in both of his guns. But out comes Docs once again, still on a new 5 streak this time. And it's a chance for them if they can try and find OTRN in the back here. It's pretty much going to be onto him, just going to try and play his life as best as what he can. He's got a couple of members of Annex to try and deal with, but here comes the cavalry. Amrox flying through Kitch, and that is going to be spawning every member of Annex out here.
All the Docs' kills seem to be on the 5 streak. I think that's maybe the 3rd one we've seen this map. He's only got 19 kills, so he's really just, when he's getting those kills, he's just getting more and more. And I don't know whether maybe his teammates are helping him out, you know, there's Sister Limbs coming through, you know, team shooting the other team. What Annex has done really well here, you know, that 40, 50 point lead that we started to see from that P3 to P4 transition. Now, a couple hills later, they can take the lead again.
Amrox can't afford to allow the guns of Annex here to start to warm up. They had quite a strong advantage. They've allowed Annex to sort of see their way back into this game. We are going to see a lead change, and it's an opportunity for them to be able to continue through. Last sort of 15 seconds to play for on board with, I think it's Edsky that was going to hop up. He has got a member of Annex to try and deal with. Not going to manage to do so, so scrap time is going to go in their favour. You'd imagine Mao is probably going to try and play some cuts, but on board, I think it was Naughty that's probably found that kill, and out comes the language. You can probably hear it through that it's starting to get a bit loud. This is what it's starting to mean when it's such a busy to and from map, but that's going to be a clean 4 and a chance for Amrex to try and soak some time here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they need to do, isn't it? The game's starting to get spiraled a little bit out of control. They've not had a good hold of a hill now for either of the last 2. You know, P1 can be that scrappy hill, but P2, you expect teams to start to get a bit more time on there, especially if you're not getting that P1 time, which Amrox also. But P3 is now where it's going, but you had XQ pushed quite far out in the spawn, and I don't know if that's maybe a hindrance. No, all the players are still going to spawn in the back of that barbecue kitchen area. So 20 seconds left. Look at this, XQ on the minimap. He's going to go right to the back of the map. He's going to hold for these new spawns, because as much as these last 20 seconds are important, they'd rather get 60 seconds off of the new hill, and Annex Black look like they're going to fight through this kitchen for the rest of this time.
Yeah, naturally it normally comes down to the sort of 3rd rotation of P3 to P4 transition that these maps are normally decided on, but if Amrox can hold on to here, it might not have to go as far as that, and it's going to be a case of Nathan, I think it was Sean actually that was trying to fly around the back. 3 members are going to fall. It's only going to leave OTRN on time. He needs some help pretty quickly, not going to get it straight away, and it's a chance for Annex to now put themselves into a stronger position. But just as I say that, 3 members will fall, leaving just Nathan out to try and see if he can pick any member off. But there is nothing that splits these 2 teams.
No, literally, it was 148, 149 as this brand new hill popped. And even though Amrox have, you know, for the last 30 seconds, for the most part had control, it's now going to Annex Black's favour. It's just the hill that is in control. The back spawns are not, but that's 2 huge kills from OTRN. He's going to be looking for more, but they're going to keep spawning in that back because the players stayed alive long enough for the respawns to come through.
So, I mean, pistol in hand for I think it was Naughty there. It does eventually get taken out. But again, it's just going to be sort of scrap time going in favour of Annex, and it is literally going to be 170 to 170. Big 2-piece there in favour of Annex. A chance for, as you can see straight away, have a look at what Amrox have just done there. They've instantly just decided to leave the last sort of 10 seconds or so and completely go and 4-stack and block, thinking P2 early doors, stick somebody onto time. Someone's decided to lob himself off the map.
That one's not going on Twitter, is it?
No, didn't fancy playing that one seemingly, so he's just going to go next, as they say. Big 2 for Amrox here. Chance for them to soak up some time through P1. They are trying to block P2 side as well. Somebody in and around Zip, not going to opt to play up. And I tell you what, it's generally just back and forward.
Yeah, it is, and it was literally 170, 170 as the new hill popped. We're probably going to see it get to about 190, 190 as we're going into this P2. There's only 20 seconds left. Annex Black as well. There was 2 huge kills coming through from, I think it was Nathan Parker in the back there at this new hill, and Annex Black have lost out on the current hill, although they're still fighting for it there. That's Sean falling. But more importantly, and this is the huge gunfight coming through now in kitchen, it's going to be between XQ, who doesn't know that Docs is in the back.
I think Doc's needed probably just to stay and play a little bit deeper there. He probably thought he wanted to go hunting through Kitch, but he's allowed then one of the members of Amrock to try and play their way through. On board with XQ at the minute, he will take out one. Shoulder in, manages to find the second. 3 members are going to fall. It's going to all be on Nathan Parker to keep them alive. Nathan will find one, going to opt to try and play towards the sort of zip area, just laying in the corner, will get taken out big time here. So Amrock, I don't know if they might get on the tick. I don't think they do. They'll have to hold on to the rest of the time, so we are going to at least be seeing that third P3, but unless Annex have got something to say about it here, they are going to have to hit the go button really
Annex cannot afford for Amrox to get any more time off this hill. Even just this last 20 seconds for Annex is going to be huge. Amrox will probably start to give it up now, you know, 15 seconds to go. They need 25 seconds. That's what, maybe 2 waves of kills in towards this kitchen, but currently they have no control over towards kitchen, and it's going to be Sean looking like he's going to be playing that cobblestone. They're going to pinch OTRN on the hill, who is by himself. The spawns on this map, who knows where they are at the minute. I think they are going to be Annex spawning towards that P2 side, which is not where you want to be. And Amrox, 10 seconds needed for the win, and they're on the hill.
That's what I mean. Like I say, they've managed to do that sort of transition quite seamlessly. Trades coming in for both teams, predominantly in favour. I was going to say for Amrox there, but it's going to be eventually now their favour. 5 seconds is all that's needed. Only close player is someone coming through Jim. One more coming through Wood. Not going to manage to deal with that. And we are indeed heading off to a Protocol Search and Destroy, which I think is what this series deserved.
Yeah, I mean, we did all say that it was going to be a map 5. These 2 teams would be back and forth. One thing I do want to quickly pick up on, as we're about to see the scoreboard flash up in a minute, we highlighted Docs after that first rotation, you know, double pause. He was real difference maker. We said they need to shut him down. When we look at the scoreboard, you'll see exactly what they did. They shut him down towards the end of that game. And the Amrox players really started to step up towards the end there.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like you say, it was a case of managed to get himself going early doors, and you try and adapt to it sort of further down the line. Still managed to find 21 on trade. I think it's Nathan with 22 as well. But like I say, a massive positive for the members of Amrox here. So they are going to at least take that map 4. Obviously, the S&D did eventually start to go into their favour. Obviously, we saw probably one of the crazier S&Ds that we've seen this weekend. So we're at a chance here where probably people didn't expect us to be. Obviously, we all want to see it go 5. The desk mentioned that they expect it will go the distance. And now we're going to have that question answered, aren't we? Yeah, and it's just who. It's just who do we think it's going to go to, you know? Amrox was so good in that first S&D. They won 5 on the bounce, but then they did start to let it slip, you know? If Annex have a slightly better start, don't allow Amrox to get 5 on the bounce, who knows what could happen. We're going to a different map as well. Annex haven't beaten them in SD yet this weekend. This is the second time they're matching up. You know, they matched up in group play yesterday. They're matching up in loser round 2 today, and the loser of this goes home. That's what I mean. It's literally all to play for now. You've got a 1-map shootout against each other to try and keep yourself in this tournament. This is not the Annex that we expected to see in terms of placement-wise. We thought they'd be going deeper into it. Nothing's been guaranteed as of yet, so I'm sure they'll just be taking sort of a minute or so just to try and relax, try and regain, and get themselves geared up like a Protocol. Again, it's an SMG sort of map, unless you're going off towards that B side and you can try and play a little bit deeper. So would that benefit the Annex members, or are we going to see Amrox close out another Search and Destroy? Well, we said that about Hashem, didn't we? We said that's going to benefit those sub-players, you know, Nathan Parker and Docs on the Annex side. But Amrox were able to deal with them. It's going to be slightly different in SD. Obviously, you're not going to be keeping on respawning, and when you've got 1 life, so you're probably going to see a lot of trade, a lot of flying down towards that B-bomb site inside the bunker early on. That's what I mean. I think it's the first time that we've seen actually on main stage as well Protocol get played as well. I don't remember a Protocol being played. Obviously, it's naturally pretty much a heavy map. If the players opt to go that way, maybe it's a case of the first round in, you decide to go B and try and catch people off sort of straight away. But we've been treated to 4 great maps, really, haven't we? Yeah, and I think we're going to be expecting the same thing. It'll be really disappointing if it's a 6-0, 6-1 right at the end. I think it deserves around 11. I think we deserve 1. Could you imagine? That's what I mean. In the losers round, map 5, going all the way down to around 11 to try and keep yourself alive in this tournament. But I mean, this is the sort of scenarios that can be thrown out in front of you. This is the adversity you'll have to deal with. Obviously, you're on a stage. You've got the crowd in front of you as well at the same time. So it's a chance for someone to try and write a bit of a story for themselves here. And like you say, it would be Annex. It would be wanting to get a bit of revenge on the S&D side of things to prove that they can do it. Yeah. And it's not the weakest point. And it'll be quite
an entertaining thing for Amrox on the other side of things. Obviously, we talked a lot about Annex being the favourites winning this. If Amrox win this, well, they've knocked them to losers in groups. Made them go 1 and 2 rather than 2 and 1.
Exactly.
And then they're also going to knock them out of the tournament.
That's what I mean, and knocking down what was arguably possibly the 3rd seed of the weekend. It's like, at what point do eyebrows start being raised for this Amrox roster, who are just sort of dealing with everything that's been chucked in front of them so far this weekend? But we are indeed going to be heading our way down into a protocol search and destroy. It is going to be 2 apiece for Amrox and for Annex. Loser of this map is going to go home. Who is it that's going to be the one that goes? Any quick fire prediction?
Based off map number 2, you've got to say Amrox are going to win it. But we know what the Annex plays like. You can't write them off.
I'll do you a favour. We'll watch this and I'll get the answer for you. How's that?
Yeah, sure, let's do that. I'll do that as well.
Right, on board with Annex so far. They're going to be the ones who are going to try and get this bomb down early doors. Someone's been watching a Beezy because the nade has gone over towards Boat and has taken Edski off early doors. So, favourable chance. Like I mentioned, chance to go through to B. So we've got Execute, deepest member from Time Trades, coming in for both members of each team. So bomb is going to be down. Both members, at least for Amrox, are going to be in the right vicinity. Whether they're going to be able to take any sort of advantage of it, who knows? But I tell you what, if XQ is smart enough here, you're probably going to have to try and deal with Sean. He might be able to see it, but big kill through mid is going to get found out, and it's going to be on XQ, to try to close this one out.
1 vs 3. He's been spotted as well, and there's 2 players that can see him. He's only got 15 seconds. I don't think he's going to be able to get all 3 kills. He's not even able to get 1 there. Annex just toying with him a little bit, getting the team shots, getting the assist limbs in, and making sure they close it out in as clean fashion as possible.
Yeah, I had a weird feeling, like I said. I've got your instinct now. I'm getting the predictions right, where, like I say, going sort of be early doors, naturally on a protocol, everyone hops down, goes into A, and it's pretty much bang out central. But they've managed to sort of catch them off guard, go deep to B, got the bomb down early, and has put the Amrox roster on the back foot. So it'll be interesting to see how they're going to try and answer back with this one. Are they going to opt to try and play through to B, or will they opt for the more bang out position and go down to A?
Well, I'm probably about to eat my own words here, but usually teams go B in the first couple of rounds because they're waiting for their trophies. Normally it's a bit of a risk trying to drop down into A without a trophy system in hand, and here we go, we can see the bomb trying to get pushed up underneath that triple window, and just somehow, I don't know who that is on the map, was able to get through to the helicopter with Moa. To get through, but they're going to run into Sean on a 3 streak at top triple windows.
That's what I mean. He actually had a chance to find one earlier as well. It looked like someone was actually going to hop off the map at one point, but he managed to flick round, find 2. We're going to have Mao that's going to be in and around close towards time. He just about eventually gets taken out. So it's going to be 2-0 in favour of Annex now. We saw this story in the second map. We saw Amrox go 5-0 up, and then Annex start to make their way back in. Are we seeing that same storyline again?
We might be. This is exactly what we said, wasn't it? Think of that map too. Annex just need to get a couple rounds early on the board, because if Amrox have that ability to get 5 in a row, they're going to need some in the pocket, 2 rounds up as well, and you've also got 2 people on the 3 streak. Now, RCXDs aren't particularly used. We actually have got an RCXD in Nathan Parker's hand because he has got a bomb plant and an assist in this game. But this is a map where we do see RCXDs being used because you can chuck them down the zip when you're not even down there. You can stand at the top of it and throw it down.
That's what I mean, and here they go. They're going to opt to try and play for that sort of bang-out route. A member of each team is going to fall. By the looks of it, we are going to have a chance, if they're quick enough, to try and get this bomb down. On board with Sean, does take out 1 from P2, will then instantly get traded. Bomb is going to be getting itself down on towards this A point, and by the looks of it, Naughty was trying to slide out there, had a couple of shots into the shoulder, but not going to want to try and fall too easily, and it's going to be Nathan sort of lurking in and around time.
So Edski actually got information on both players there because he was shooting one of them as the bomb planting notification came up. So he got info onto both, but it's not going to matter because Nathan Parker has hit a route, shot XQ in the back, and he's out Edski in a 2 versus 1. Oh.
So
I like the play.
We have to be a little bit quiet because we're too close to these players here, where if they hear us say the bombs, we have to just sort of be quiet a little bit, because I'm sure someone might just flick the headphone off or something like that. So it's a case of you guys see it, we can see it, but it's probably best that we don't say it at the same time. But I rate it. I
like the play.
That's what I mean.
It's probably the right thing to do in the 1 v 2. There's so many corners, so many ways that you can get shot from in the back. It can help you, with all the different ways. You can try and sneak through, jump over the computers, you walk around them, come through different doors. But you're in a 1 versus 2, the best thing, you haven't got much time to deal with as well, especially if you get a kill. The other one's probably just going to run away for a bit. Knows you're not on the bomb. 7.5 seconds to fuse. Got a bit of time to work with.
Yeah, and it looks like this Annex roster are going to try and sort of opt for the sort of expected A sort of push. It's going to be another kill in favour of Annex here. Bomb is going to get picked up sort of instantaneously. Going to try and possibly stay with the same play call, but a couple of members just trying to slow down, trying to find a pick as quick as they possibly can. On board with Sean at the minute. A couple of taps going to fly through with a pistol. Bomb is going to be down. Don't know if you've seen it or not. Not going to manage to get away, but another trade kill coming in favour of Annex. One member up. It is going to be Mao as the last person that Nathan and Naughty are going to have to try and deal with. They've possibly got eyes on Bomb. I'm not 100% sure, but Mao is going to be sort of close in and around that time. So Bomb is actually still down. It's going to be a tough ask here at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a 1 versus 2. You have got Nathan in the back here with a sub in his hand, so he is playing a tighter angle. There's now 1 versus 1. Naughty will fall. Nathan Parker 1 versus 1. The bomb is still down. Although it looks like it might be collected, and it's just going to be up to Mo as to what he wants to do here in this play. Both players are taking their time, waiting to make the play.
It's just a case of you just try and make the other one go first, don't you? Nathan is going to be lurking in and around that B point. Don't know if you just spotted him. Indeed, he has. Nathan's got the read on. He probably just saw his leg when he's planting the bomb. And I tell you what, we're literally seeing the script that we saw in the second map. It went 5-0 to Amrox, and then Annex decided to come back. We're 4-0 up now. Nathan's on. He's 6-0.
He's 6-0. He's got a bomb plant. He's definitely got an assist in there, so he's going to be really close to that Hellstorm as well.
That's what I mean. It's a case of this isn't probably as we expected this fifth map to go. I thought we all thought it would be a case of we're trading round for rounds and then potentially see Amrox push on with obviously the victories over Annex in the S&D so far. But I'm assuming this is potentially Annex's map pick because they are seemingly quite comfortable. But then you do have someone who plays this game for about 12 hours a day on your team.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that, you know, people that might not have watched yesterday, might not watch since Amrox or so, might not know the players. You'd look at the players and you've got a couple of household names on that Annex side in terms of the amateur COD scene and Docs and 90p. Amrox have really put up a fight this whole series. It's just, it looks like they've burnt out here in this map 5. They're not competing. But in this round, they do have the advantage. 2 kills going their way early on.
Yeah, bit of an interesting play call early doors from Annex there. It seemed that Docs was just sort of headbutting straight through and instantly just been well, it wasn't even traded out. It was just a case of he was taken and sort of just giving the life away, really. So Naughty will fall as well. Trade was going to come in, instantly does onto Sean, so it is going to leave Nathan. Has got the Hellstorm, so he hasn't got to worry about trying to get that streak or trying to play for information. Could probably just try and find his way around, see if he can take a pick, but probably not the worst situation for him to be in. Bomb is going to be pretty much on the opposite side of the map. I imagine that Amrox are going to have some sort of knowledge to as and where it is. But we saw Nathan nearly do a 3v1 in that Hacienda earlier. He's got 15 seconds to do so on the opposite side of the map. Just going to wait for players to try chow towards him. Not going to do so. It's going to be 4-1, but still an opportunity here for Annex to continue and push on, but a good round back on the board for Amrox there. Got the kills early doors, played off of the information, and ultimately took the round.
Yeah, and that's what Amrox needed, isn't it? They needed to shut down that momentum that Annex had been building. Obviously, Nathan has that streak in hand now, which is going to be vital on these rounds, because only one site, really, you can use that Hellstorm at, and it is at that B site. That A site is very much covered. It's quite literally a bunker, so you're not going to be able to get the Hellstorm in there. Particularly, you might be able to bend it through the front door slightly, but it does give you the opportunity, though, that you get that bomb down at A, you call in the Hellstorm, all the players have to chow you.
So, I mean, bend it like Beckham, mate. It's the only way he's going to be able to do it. So, Bomb is going to be sort of making its way around through mid at the minute, and maybe a late drop down in towards this A point. If they tried to come on the pinch, managed to find one, trade was then done pretty instantly. Shoulder coming through is going to just about manage to zip away from Nathan there, but a bit of a feel around, so it looks so far, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can see the Blue Arrows, even though they're on the offensive side, have actually slowed right down. They're just holding pre-aims, trying to work another pick. You know, this A site is hard to control if you think there's already members in there, which there was, and there still are. You still got Dogs playing in that towards that spiral part of the bunker.
That's what I mean. Still a bit of a feel around. Still 3 playing 3. It looks like Amrox are going to try and favour this sort of A push. Whether the Annex members will try and fly their way through down. It looks like Docs is going to try and play for a bit of info. Not going to manage to find anything. Both trophies are going to be down. So we're going to have to see a 3 versus 3 sort of bang out, really. I imagine by the looks of it, having a look, XQ will be the one that's going to try and play a little bit deeper. Try and play probably for the trade. But Docs will fall, and it's an opportunity for Amrox to bring this one round closer again as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's now 1 versus 3 for Sean, and he will fall. And Amrox there, 2 rounds back to back. So we are seeing a very, very similar script to that first S&D.
That's what I mean. At what point do we see the kill streaks, etc., coming in for this Annex roster? Obviously, I think Nathan's got 2 in the pocket, so it might be a case of you try and buy a round as such with one. Whether they're going to be able to do it or not is obviously a completely different story. But I mean, it's a good chance. They can't afford Amrox to build confidence here, because they've had their number twice so far on this search and destroy. Maybe it's a case of, obviously, of course, they're not going to be trying to chuck rounds away or try and give them any sort of confidence or anything whatsoever, but maybe Amrox have just been working out what's been going on, rough sort of play calls. They've managed to find 2 back-to-back now, and they can't afford them to continue to heat up, can they? No,
in a round like this, it looks like that Annex are going to try and take the bomb towards this B bomb site, and actually, this could be where we see the Hellstorm used, but actually, as soon as we say that, Nathan Parker, with that Hellstorm in hand, and Naughty falls, Sean now falls as well, and you have Docs at the 1 versus 4, and he's had a great series today, but 1 versus 4 would be outrageous at this crucial point in the game.
That's what I mean. It's a tough ask. Obviously, Bomb is going to be down on pretty much the complete opposite side of the map. Amrox have got all of the information as to where it is. He's playing ring around a Rosie with someone out of Amrox at the minute. We'll eventually find him. So it puts him onto 2. Obviously, only halfway through towards that car at the minute, hoping that Amrox are probably going to try and shell off towards him. But you can see they're running around in pairs, trying to play for the trade. So there shouldn't be an opportunity for Annex to bring themselves back in here, but I don't really understand this play that they've gone for here. They've given up the chance of the bomb. Obviously, he's got a lot to do with only a short amount of time, but they are on that deep route round towards B.
They're going to meet each other.
By the looks of it, there's going to be a bit of a headbutt. Doc's flying towards time, does take out one. Couple of shots into the top of the head of the last Amrox member. I tell you what, that would have got loud.
And there's a lot of credit there to Docs, isn't there? He was in that 1v4. He's able to get a pick, get away with his life. He's able to get another pick, get away with his life. And then that 1v2, Amrox didn't want any more mistakes to come through, letting him get 1 pick without him getting traded. They didn't have any players in position to trade those first 2 kills, so they held their hands and chatted at the same time.
But it's a scenario that they didn't need to play into. They had information, you'd imagine, as to where the bomb was. They were the sort of loitering in around that sort of area. Opted to sort of, like you say, run around in pairs and try to take a regain from there. But you sort of play off the information that you have, because you've nearly just given a round and ultimately backs against the wall for the next 2 after that. But we are back to 4-3. That's 3 consecutive now for this Amrox roster. An opportunity for them to even it up. Bomb is going to be working its way over towards sort of like the trips build inside, and whether the case they drop down spiral or try wrap it out towards this B point, we're not sure, but that will be Naughty as the first person that's picked off.
It's Amrox getting, isn't it? Getting the first 2 picks in the round, you know, from 4-0 down. They're looking like they're going to try and make this 4-4. Nathan Parker again. Now, this time they're 1 versus 3. Probably not going to invest his Hellstorm here, and he's used his RC. I think it was in this round he's used the RC as well. So they might have a bit of info that he's going to be somewhere deep.
That's what I mean. Obviously, we saw this literally exact script earlier on. Bomb being down, all on Nathan. He is going to have to try and pull something out of the bag here, pull out a little bit of magic that I'm sure he's possibly got. But in this 8 point, it's normally far too hard. He's just going to try and see if he can pick any member off. I can't imagine they'll overextend. They've got the information as to where he is. 25 seconds remaining on the clock. Couple of members literally just crowding in around the time, dropping the shoulders, bobbing and weaving. Nathan's just going to try and pick someone off, opting to probably try and play away. Doesn't want to just give the life just for the sake of it. Doesn't want to force anyone into
no, he does.
Sort of kill streak. He's going to play towards it. He's going to completely go against what I said. And we're back to 4 apiece.
But this is what we deserved, isn't it? We knew this map should be close, and for the first 4 rounds, we went, this map's not close. Annex seems in so much control, 4-0 up. Now the script's been flipped again. Amrox 4 rounds in a row. I don't know what's going to happen now.
Well, you'd have to imagine that someone on this Annex roster has got to really get to grips with what's going on here. They're going to have to try and get the arms around the shoulders, just try and calm the situation down, start to get some belief back into it. Maybe just try play for a little bit of information on this early round, see if you can do something, or if you're going to do something, make sure you commit to it. Don't second guess on what you've got, because they cannot afford their confidence to allow to drop. They're going to drop down in towards this 8.3 members of Amrox are going to be in and around it. They're just trying to get away as quick as they can. They're all spamming the button to get away and they can't do it.
That's exactly what they need to do. They got the info. There was 3 Annex players, 1 coming down from Spiral, 2 flying in for a big door. They've seen 3 Amrox players and thought, I'm getting out of here. And the bomb is currently being planted at B, but you have got 2 players, Execute and Mowat, that are right here. And at the minute, you don't really have any Annex players in a position to support Docs after getting that bomb down. He will get picked. First blood goes away, but the Hellstorm has been invested by Nathan Parker, and it should be good for at least 1, if not more.
Oh, he's took the kill.
He's took the kill off him, and the Hellstorm was only good for 1, even though there was more players out in the open.
I honestly have no idea which way this round is going to go. You've got 3 of the members of Amrox going towards time. Find the kill. You do indeed manage to do so. You got a member close to your right, challing out towards the left. That is going to be 2 playing 1. Last member is going to be Edsky. He's got 13 seconds to try and deal with. And it's about time that Annex managed to find a round, and they are going to go into a match point. It's going to be 5-4, but by no means are we going to be counting out this Amrox roster.
No, and the streak was invested, so it's important to note that for the rest of this game that Nathan Parker does not have that Hellstorm anymore. Sean, 12-6. We've spoken a lot about Doc's Nathan Parker this series. He has definitely gone under the radar, but he is showing why we should be talking about him in this map number 5.
That's what I mean, 5-4, like you say, Sean, on a 4 streak. I've seen in the chat a couple of people have been saying it's been a little bit slower in this series compared to how they know that he's been, but he's answering those critics in this one. 12-6 from him so far. And if you're a member of this Annex roster, you can't afford to try and give your life away so easily. And it's that person we've just been talking about. It is going to be Sean, and Docs is going to fall. Big kill from Amrox there. 2 members of Annex still last alive, and this absolutely stinks of a round 11.
Yeah, I mean, Nathan Parker, I mean, a 1v4 here would be ridiculous. I think the venue would roar if he was to win this, but bottom down, you've got 45 seconds. He's probably got a sub in hand, thinking about what he's been using. Okay, got Nail. Right, fair enough. I'll stop talking.
I'll tell you what, Nathan, I'll let you boost my account if you can manage to do this one, and I'll pay you to do it at the same time. How about that? So let's see how he's going to manage to try and play this one here. He's going to have to.
He's getting a bit hot in here, to be fair. Don't blame him for calling off.
Well, I was going to say, I was going to try and build a little bit of a story there, but he's just completely opted to go against what I was going to say. Swim out of the way, not going to try and give anybody
11, first one,
any sort of cruise or Hellstorm, etc. for this map, this round 11. Ladies and gentlemen, lock yourselves in. Everybody keep your eyes on. Do not go anywhere. We are heading off to round 11. It is going to be Annex Black that are going to be on offense. Amrox are going to be the one that's going to be on defense. Early doors, it's going to be a case of Annex going to try and filter off towards this P2 side, giving their life up too easily. No one's looking straight through mid. Nathan and Sean are both going to fall, and an opportunity for Amrox to try and regain, backing themselves up in towards the spawn. Docs, the only member sort of close towards time, has still got bomb in hand. Door is going to be opened. Docs is going to fall. And we are going to have to see probably the best moment of this weekend to try and keep Annex in this tournament.
Shot in the back as well. Naughty's going to fall. That is going to be Amrox taking on map number 5 there. 3-2 victors against Annex Black. And because it's a losers round 2 game, that means Annex Black will be leaving the event, and that is the first major upset of the weekend. You know,
Absolutely.
A team that the 3rd seed coming to the event, placing top 12.
That's what I mean, and you probably heard the crowd clapping after that one because they'd just seen Amrox claw their way out from being 4-0 down. They wrote the script for Annex in that map 2 and closed it off, but they've answered it themselves and managed to see it through. A couple of the members of, well, one of the members of Annex has done, but that is probably as good as it's going to get, I think, this weekend in terms of competitiveness. You're in losers round 2. You're with an opportunity of being sent home. He's been watching you, hasn't he?
Yes.
See what happens.
Well, me this
as soon
time.
as this comes on, everyone wants to get involved. But anyway, let's not worry
He's going to
about
get screen
that.
time in a minute. He's fine.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Who cares? But round 11, losers round. Like, well, I don't know what to say. But I can't speak.
It actually makes it sends a bit of a statement now, doesn't it? That this Amrock side, that coming into the event, you know, we all sat down on Friday night and said, right, what do we think of some of these teams? And we didn't know much about them. Okay, we had a little look in some of the online Discord leads, and we knew they were like top division players in those leagues, but we didn't expect them to come out here and...
No, absolutely. I think a couple of members I've seen through the chat saying that I think it's OTRM manages to. I think he plays quite highly up in the division ranks and stuff like that. So obviously these boys have got experience. They've got quite high competitive experience. So a chance for them to maybe, like you say, be a bit of a Drenga story that we saw at the Katana Land down in March. Start to get some people on their side and start to write a little bit of a story for themselves. They are going to be heading their way now into losers round 3. So a chance for them to play out another sort of big hitter, a chance for them to maybe see that one out at the same time as well. But I tell you what a series that indeed was. Obviously, we will be bringing you guys back on board with us in probably not the too far distant future. We've just got to get everything sort of set back up, set ready. And by the looks of it, I think we've got an absolute corker after this one, don't we?
do.
But other than that, we will see you guys in the next one.
My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. The ash keep burning down. No, you won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around and keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting.
How could I know it would be goodbye, my love? When did the close of forever come, my love? All I recall was a
She got a body like a goddess, and she talks so sweet. It's like I can't believe I'm the one that she wanted. And if I'm really being honest, I know I could be everything she needs if she let me get on it. Yeah. So come here, baby, listen close, hold me tight, don't let me go. Girl, you know that I'ma want you all my life, but I got so much left to do, except for falling in love with you. So I'ma let you keep me up another time, but please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind, baby, please don't stay the night. I must do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Ooh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. You know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. I must do what's right. I'm done being polite. Ooh, don't stay the night. She'll always find a way around it. I thought she'd be gone, but when I woke up in the morning, she was laying beside me. She know when she wanted. I can never turn her down. Oh, I probably should have kicked her out by now, but you're the finest of them all. Made me lose my self-control. All I wanna do is make you feel alright. You drive me crazy, turn me on, and that's the reason I'ma let you go. Cause you and I both know that we can't keep it quiet. So please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind. Please don't stay the night. Almost do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Oh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. 'Cause you know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. Almost do what's right. I'm done being polite. Oh, don't stay the night.
I've been searching for a piece of me. I've been counting on the hands of time. I love my body, I love my mind. With desire for out of place, out of space, floating high.
Feathers been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Canada 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels and do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. I'm balling on top of that mountain. I'm on and I'm calling my mama to tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. Hey, the pressure will sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. We had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now.
I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was costing. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling when progress is stalling. My stock is missoaring, my life it ain't boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze.
When they ask me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
I feel the gravity pull and it keeps me away. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy. And live my own life in a new galaxy. I can feel the memories fade, it's easing my mind. And I can finally breathe when I'm closing my eyes. I never realized what light years could do, but now I know I'm better off without you. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy.
Gosta de fazer ousia, essa novinha que tá na volanda. Gosta de fazer ousia. Você tá em cima da piroca, 24 horas por dia. Você declara por cima da vida.
Hi esports, welcome back to the Esports Hub Summer Showdown. You know, we've just gone through hell. That was honestly I think it's the longest game we've had so far at this LAN. And you know, we manifested that really. We wanted something long, we wanted something good, and it was close as anything. And I'm glad we got that.
Yeah, that was a complete flat-out, drag-out brawl. It's kind of what I said before the game. I kind of wanted it. We wasn't expecting the MVP performances from anyone. We was expecting the more sort of brawly, like chaotic atmosphere, and I think we actually got that, and it was really good to see Annex winning S&D and Hardpoint, the first ones, not S&D, Control. I think they had a really good chance to close it out, but they just couldn't close it out in the end. That S&D at the end, they just lost steam. 4-0 start to lose it to 5-6. I understand why the players are heartbroken because they're now eliminated from the tournament. To do it in that fashion as well, it's just got to be soul crushing.
Oh, yeah, to be fair, with that kind of performance, you can go out of the competition at least somewhat happy.
I think that'd be worse. In my opinion, if you're losing and you're in a situation where you only need 2 more rounds to qualify for the next round, and then you throw that away, I think that's a little bit more that would hurt a lot more than just being completely body bagged.
True, but you also got to think about it on the side of Amrox Esports. They went through that game oh no, we're 4-0 down. We're screwed. Then no, they brought it back, and I feel like it was a deserving performance. They performed so well. How are you feeling after that game, George?
Good, because I'm 2 for 2 for predictions on day 2.
Nice stretch.
I'm happy because I'm 2 for 2. I did alright predictions yesterday. Not amazing, but not bad. But so far, a good start.
I mean, if we want to talk predictions, that's the first one I think I've got wrong this weekend, which it did surprise me a little bit. I called 3-1 Annex, and again, I'm not even disappointed with that because that was an amazing game. I think Amrox it was a sign of resilience for them, and they've taken down one of the Annex teams now. That's their second win against Annex Black as well. They've got a lot of momentum on their side. They've got a bit of a target on their back now. They're one of the best teams in that lower bracket run, provided we don't get any sort of upsets in winners. And so I think Amrox could really do, I think we could get potentially a top 4 finish from them.
Well, okay. See, my predictions, I don't think I've got a single one right. I think I'm the opposite to you. But, you know, we've just seen Annex Black knocked out. We are going to be seeing Annex White straight onto the stage as well against Drenga Esports. How does this matchup kind of fare?
Both teams have had really good starts to the tournament. Drenga going 3-0 in their groups pretty convincingly as well. Annex White had a lot better time than their counterparts on Annex Black. And I think this might be another game like the game we just saw where it's very competitive. We could see all 5. It's just going to be whether they can replicate the star performances that we saw yesterday on both sides, and whether or not, because again, I still think that there's a level between these sides like Drenga, Annex White, and perhaps the top teams in this tournament. Your Project Vapors, for instance, I think there's still a little bit of gap there. But if they can start clawing that gap back and start providing consistent, convincing performances, then there's good things to come from both sides.
Oh, 1,000,000%. I feel like, though, when you have stars on each team, both teams are performing extremely well, you run the risk of getting outperformed. So it's you either have a long game where it's 3-2, or you just beat the stardom and just absolutely roll them. Your predictions are just you seem like you always know your predictions even before anything's even happened. Do you know them yet, or do you want a little bit more time?
I could take a wild shot in the dark for this one.
Is that not what you usually do?
No.
Okay.
Usually it's an estimated guess. So
okay, well we'll have a look at the brackets first, and then you can make your guess. Let's have a quick nosy. So you can see all the teams that have competed so far. Obviously, we saw Vapor versus Vicious. That was a 3-0. We saw that. Mistaken versus Excite. That game lasted forever. And it was, Excite Gaming took it 3-2. And then we have Drenga versus Mistaken Black 3-0 and Annex White a 3-0. So, there's only been one game that wasn't a 3-0 so far.
And that Mistaken Esports versus Excite Gaming, I said one of those two top games is going to, that could throw everything in one, because we kind of expected Mistaken and Vapor to go through. Instead, we got Excite Gaming providing an upset. We could see a run coming from them. On the opposite side of the bracket, though, Drenga Esports kind of convincingly beat Mistaken Black. And Amrox lost to Annex White. So, Annex, a little bit of revenge for their fallen comrades, but at the end of the day, they're kind of the better team of the two, so we kind of expect them to beat Amrox. And now we're coming into this some of the best teams in the tournament, and then that underdog wild card from Excite Gaming, potentially could they get another upset against arguably the best team in the tournament, arguably one of the best teams in this sort of tier of competition, never mind at S-Hubland. Project Vapor, they're that good right now. So if Excite want to do anything in this tournament, you need to get past them, and it's very unlikely.
That's what I mean. I'm excited to see the results from the games, because even if they take one map off Vapor, I'm going to be like...
That'd be the first map that Vapor have dropped
this
year.
Obviously, it's too soon to tell. We don't actually know, but I'm manifesting it, because I kind of want to see a spanner in the works. I want to see it because it might throw them off.
Throw everyone's pick'ems out
exactly.
I don't see it happening.
Yeah.
That's just the realism side of me. The realistic side of it is Vapor should go through pretty cleanly to not just winners finals, but potentially grand finals. If Excite Gaming could throw that out the window, who's to say who wins this tournament? We could see a lower bracket run. We could see bracket reset coming in. It's too soon to tell, but we can start, we're at a point now where we can start piecing together who are the best teams in this tournament, on LAN, rather than on paper. And we can start piecing together, who has the resilience, who has the cojones, as it were, to, battle through tough games like we just saw. And I think this is going to be another key indicator. If we see another map 5 coming in, and we see another case where we go to round 11 map 5, who has that resilience to power through? Because you still have more games to go after this. You'll still have a lower bracket run to go down to. And if you lose your mentals after losing your winners bracket game, there's a lot of good teams still left in the losers bracket. Again, Mistaken Esports got upset by Excite Gaming. They're still floating around the lower bracket. Sure, they took forever in that game. So, again, fatigue is gonna play a factor at some point, and to have drag out games like that, you're gonna get tired. Mistaken Esports is still one of the favourites in this tournament. Oh, yeah. So, one of these two teams, you kind of got to hope they avoid that sort of mistake. If you lose, maybe a 3-1 isn't too bad, maybe a 3-0, because then it gives you more time to reset and make sure your mentals are okay. Because as we saw in the last game, if you're losing 3-2 at round 11, you're gonna be heartbroken.
I know, I'd be heartbroken. So, but you were speaking about maps. You have the maps, I believe. Yeah, you always have it up. You have it ready. So, what maps are we going to be seeing?
I'm very happy. So we've got Skyline first HP.
Okay.
So something different. Then Red Card S&D. So another new S&D.
Okay.
Then it's Hacienda Control into a Vault HP map 4, and then we finish off with Rewind.
Okay, so
it's a map 5 Rewind.
I like that. It's a bit different than what we're used to. We've seen the same kind of things, and obviously I'm not a COD expert, let's be real, but there's names that I haven't heard before, so I know that it's different.
Yeah, Red Card S&D we haven't seen at all in this tournament. Rewind we've seen a lot of, and Hacienda I think one of the most played maps in this tournament alongside Vault. There's a good variation of things. We're going to see a lot of variation in gameplay styles, and again, I'm going to give my prediction now. I think Annex just take this 3-2. I think we go all 5 again. I think this is going to be another kind of drag out brawl. And I just think Annex White has that little bit of quality difference that the Annex Black counterparts didn't quite have. But Drengar, this is so tough to tell.
Yeah, it's too soon to tell. And, it's never too soon for tech issues. So we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be back as soon as we can for this game.
you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through.
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
One more time and one more night without your hands, without me in your arms. Looking back, I wonder why I didn't show you how deep is my love. Let's talk about love. Tell me, what do you like? Tell me, where do you wanna see me naked? Let's talk about love. Tell me, what do you like? Tell me, what do you love? Let's talk about Let's talk about love. Let's talk about love. Let's talk about I'm gonna be better than you thought. I promise I won't jealous, you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be better. Let's talk about
Welcome back, everybody. You know, we had a few minutes break. You know, we had a few minutes, but luckily the tech has been fixed. Knock on wood. You never know, do you? It's too risky. But you know, we've had time to think. We have a little bit of time, and I'm sure you've got a prediction now for this game.
Yep. Drenga 3-2.
Oh, you had it.
Opposite from me, I said Annex 3-2.
So,
guys,
I don't do
wanna-
predictions.
exactly what we're asking. It's playoffs.
Yeah, but my job
bit.
is to remain impartial.
Not on
You
the
can
final
be
day.
impartial and make predictions.
Okay, no, you know what I'm going to do? I'm getting a coin flip up on my phone, and we're going to do that. Right, so which one's heads?
Heads is Drenga, Annex is Tails.
Okay. I don't know if this will actually look on camera, but no, you can't see that.
Just about. We can
Just
Can
about.
slightly.
Okay. Flip it. Go on, work. It's heads. Which one was heads?
Drenga.
So yeah, so I just know that Drenga's going to win this game. That's my prediction. But you know, it's enough about my predictions. We're going to head to our casters, and they're going to take you through this game.
Welcome back. We are seemingly in for what is possibly going to be probably the best game, that we've seen on main stage this weekend. I'm hoping is going to take quite a lot to beat that last one that we've just casted. But in terms of the two teams, obviously you've got a couple of notes here, but what a storyline there's going to be here, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing two teams that have not dropped a map yet this weekend, so both teams 9-0 map count across all of the modes as well. 4th seed coming into the event versus 2nd seed coming into the event, so there's not really anything that can split the two teams, and you look across the board, like we can see all the players here in front of us. You're not looking around going, they're slow. They're the one player that has to play well. There's so much talent here in this game, and let's hope we see it all.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously you can see your map picks up on screen. So we are going to be heading back into a Skyline map 1. Red card S&D is going to then be back onto Hacienda for a control. Into a vault hardpoint. We don't see that too often nowadays. It's one of the ones that isn't picked as much as some of the others. And then the probably the most consistent map that we've seen this weekend, a rewind search and destroy, which I'm sure everybody is looking forward if we are going to go the distance to getting our way back back down to there. Happy with that map set?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good map. I think it suits a lot of the players. If you think of looking around, you've got some very strong, very powerful ARs across the two teams, but you've also got some very quick pace, very aggressive subs. I think this Annex side right in front of us, first of all, Lampy, CJP, aggressive. They're going to get loud if they start to get a couple kills. On the Drenga side as well, you can be looking at Makoof. He's the one standout that we saw from the Katana land in March. He's been showing it again this weekend when we've seen him before. I'm excited.
Absolutely. So we are going to be heading our way down to Skyline. It is going to be map 1. It is going to be Drenga Esports. Not dropped a single map this weekend versus Annex Esports White. We've just seen Annex Esports Black bow out. Let's see if the white team can continue through and keep Annex in this tournament. Also not dropped a single map this weekend. This one is lined up to be an absolute banger, and I'm sure these two teams are going to deliver that.
Yeah, this is our winners round 2. So whoever is here is going to be setting up a game in the winners semi-final, winners final. I can't remember which one. I think it's the winners final after
One
this.
of the two.
And they could be playing against that Project Vapor side, which are the favourites. So this game is really important. Less games coming in the afternoon for them, and more time to focus on that one this afternoon. But we are hopping in. It's going to be Lampy we're watching first. He's going to get a first blood. And look at that, the kill feed. We can see their names, Joel.
That's what I mean. It's a positive look. Obviously, I think the only difference is obviously you can see a couple of numbers. A lot of number 1s are running around. I guess we're just going to go on the basis of obviously one being Lampy, Infinity. They are who they are, sort of thing. Westy, I believe that's Tea and Crumpets, I believe, isn't it? That he's joined this roster. But fantastic start for Annex early doors. They're going to be able to pretty much keep Drenga sort of at bay. Really, nothing too worrying. Obviously, Makoof on a 3 did find the 3rd with a pistol there. I'm surprised he's not actually shouted anything over there, even this early door.
Yeah, he's on a 4 streak. If he gets a 5th, he might be starting to think about roaring already. In 10 seconds to go off this P1, it's going to be a tie game. Drenga can hold on to this, and more importantly for Drenga, they've actually been able to chain the last scrap time of P1 into P2. Makoof now on a 5 spree as well, with all of the time for his team. 24-24 finally. Jackson will shut him down, and almost getting 2. IDK gets them both.
That's what I mean. It's been a good start for Annex. Obviously, they did give up the scrap time to Drenga. They're going to be the ones that have got the more favourable side. But we are going to see Lampy try and break his way through that SMG. He'll find 2. Infinity is then going to fall, but Lampy comes through. AR in hand this time. It's a 3 streak for him. He's going to try and find a 4th. Not going to manage to do so. That man, Makoof, is the one that stops him. But even match so far, still plenty of time on this P2 to try and play for. And Infinity has 2 members to try and deal with. Manages to take out 1. But Heffron will come through, not managing to find the 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, look at that so far. CJP's only seen 6 engagements the entire game now because he's had 48 seconds hill time. So every second of Annex White has currently been in CJP's pocket, but they are going to concede the last 10 seconds. There might be a little bit of a push from Jackson. The only arrow on the map that we can see is correct. He does get pushed out and he's only going to get the last 5 seconds, but look at this kitchen hill now. It's going to be a big 1v1 between Lampy. Heffron is going to be there, but we'll get shot in the back by Infinity, ready to go onto this new hill.
That's what I mean. It's been a fairly back and forward start. Obviously, you'd imagine Annex seemingly have got the sort of gunpowder to be able to keep Drenga at bay, but these lads will not go down without a fight whatsoever. Heffron and IDK both finding big kills on the way through P3. Obviously, yesterday we did see IDK. I think he dropped, was it 40 or something like that on the main stage. He's not scared about getting involved, and obviously mixing maps like this is where stuff can play in towards his hands. But seemingly, let's flip it over to the Annex side of things. Jackson, 11-6 start from him. That's the sort of player that we know that he can be and what he can produce on these maps. But hopefully he can continue to do that, eh?
Yeah, we kind of highlighted the subs at the start, didn't we? Saying that Lampy, CJP, they're going to be ones to look out for. You've got T and Crumpets and McCoof on the other side, those sub players, but actually the ARs that are dominating so far, Heffron and Jackson both on 11 apiece, and you got IDK and Infinity now on 10 as well. And look at that, it's 3 down in the feed there for Annex. They're going to be looking to try and push these back spawns, and it is pretty much a tie game, 73-74. No one just yet inside of the bathtub hill.
You'd like to see McCoof getting a bit of a help in and around that hill. Obviously, the rest of the boys have touched it, have had a bit of a flutter every now and then. Likewise, over on the Annex roster as well, CJP soaked up most of the time so far. But we're off to P4. There's not been a lot of time soaked up, because obviously everything is relatively traded. It's been contested. People are sort of in and around this time. But an opportunity for Lampy to find one. Just playing these... Oh, CJP, sorry. He's trying to play these little sort of off angles. Jackson manages to find 4, eventually then taken out, but it is going to be Infinity on board with him at the minute. 3-streak pistol in hand, couple of members coming through bed, going to opt to try and just play himself out of there, but starting to see a bit of a lead starting to develop, and Lampy, that 5-streak.
Infinity, actually, you know, Lampy's coming up in the feed twice. It's not actually Lampy in both times. There is Infinity is one of them as well, you know. Codcaster for the first time this weekend has broken. I'm glad we got to a Sunday before we've had to say that sentence. But Annex White with a 31-point lead. Infinity still on this 5 spree. He's quite close to Hellstorm actually, so he's got massive assist limbs or something, but he's not worried too much about playing for the street. He's going to try and jump off the top base and get 2 before being traded out by IDK.
I tell you what, big 2-piece there from Jackson. Obviously going to hop himself straight down on towards this time. And it is going to be a couple of trade kills coming up above. It looks like it's Infinity. Jackson is still on a 2 as well. 5 untraded in favour of Annex here. This is the sort of slaying power that we've alluded to a couple of times today. The chance for them to bring it through. McCoof, T and Crumpets not really started to get going. Screams coming across from, I think it's CJP. He's going to be the one that's getting loud. And he's going to try and make sure that Drenga are aware that you're not going to get him today. Let's see how this one's going to continue through.
Yeah, and this game was really close going to this P1, but actually Annex White have got so many kills off the back of CJP there with a little spree towards the end, but they've been able to shut down the Drenga side. And if you look at the scoreboard on the Drenga side, it's not looking quite as pretty as the Annex White. They've really been able to run away in the last 2 hills. It's now 50-point lead. That's a huge win in the back for Lampy, and it is actually Lampy as well. 2 kills going through, make that 3. It's only Crumpets, which is Westy in the kill feed for you there, that is last alive, and is going to get shot in the back, potentially by Jackson, but he actually gets turned on. He's not going to be wanting to watch that one back in the highlight reel.
I'm sure he would have been a favourite. Obviously, we've just seen it says Lampy's probably got all 4 there. It wasn't. I think it's an amalgamation of a couple of players trying to find kills here that just the number 1 in the scoreboards aren't correct on this one, so we'll try and call it as best as what we can. Seemingly, Annex still continue to power on through in this hard point. P2 contested. Jackson will find one. He's got the help of a version of Lampy, and another version will try and find a kill at the same time as well. But it is a good hold from Annex. They're starting to work towards that P3 side of things, making sure that Drenga are going to start to spawn like deep P4 side. If they can get people in and around that time, it's going to make life really hard for this Drenga roster. And look at your map already. They're already trying to push them out, trying to flip them towards the sort of barbecue side. And I tell you what, it's going to be another big ask for Drenga to get themselves back involved, especially with the slaying power.
Oh, look at that from Jackson, the snap as well onto both the players. Look at that as well. They're starting to spread out this time. You know, the gap was starting to be shrunk by Drenga there. You know, picking up some time towards the end of that P2, but they're not doing anything now, are they? They are getting put in a blender by this Annex White side that are showing why they are coming into this event at the second siege. You know, you've got players like Lampy, who's got experience playing in elites this year and the lands across the seas, and you've also got the experience in Infinity, CJP, Jackson helping him out.
That's what I mean. Like you say, it's an opportunity for Drenga here. They're going to have to try and take Lampy by the looks of it. I think that is him that is going to be off towards the sort of P4 way. They're going to get a little bit of scrap time coming through old. Opportunity, big gunfight over towards new. A version of Lampy is going to be the one that comes out on top. Jackson coming through to take out Ian Crumpets behind the bath. I thought he was going to turn on to Makoof. They're not going to manage to do so. CJP in hand with a pistol. He'll get traded, and a good opportunity for Drenga to maybe have a chance to bring themselves back into this map.
Yeah, no, Makoof getting on a 3 there. He's on a 4 streak in total. They're able to get some time, but it could be Jackson trying to play through the back. He's not going to be able to do so. Makoof extending that streak. 5 now sticks. He's still alive in the back. Oh, he's on the hill as well, behind his bathtub. He's very close to that Hellstorm missile. A kill maybe too. He's on the hill as well, so he's getting those bonus points for playing the objective for his team. Most hill time as well for his team. And all of a sudden, that 100-point lead that we almost saw Annex touch, it was on about 90, 95 points. Is now a 30-point lead, and it's going down very quickly. You know, Drenga 20 seconds left this hill. They are in line to hold all of this time. There's a team kill coming in from Hafron, but he will take Infinity and Lampy out as well.
That's what I mean. Like you say, it was a case of Annex were seemingly running away with this one, up by sort of 90 points or so, but Drenga managed to chain that 3 and 4. We can see Makoof has now got that Hellstorm. How impactful is that going to be on P1, even just to keep it white time? If they can find the kills and get people in and around it, they're going to play for the information, play for a bit of time after that, and maybe try and bring this one even. So Heffron on time as it stands at the minute, just opting for a reload. Makoof on a 10 streak. That's gone completely under the radar.
Let's get on to
Make it 11. He is absolutely starting to heat up. We've seen a lead change now. It's going to all be around Makoof here. He is going to have to try and do as much as what he can. Heffron still on this time. 206 playing 197 on this P1. This has been completely blown wide open.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that 100-point lead from Annex almost is now a Drenga lead, although Annex, as soon as I say Drenga in the lead, are going to tick over again and extend the lead now. With 15 seconds to go, it's going to be a foot race towards that P2, as well as seeing who's going to pick up that scrap time, because it is only 10 seconds, but it can be quite important, especially if you get the scrap time and this new rotation. It's just down to one of the #1 arrows on the map. It's going to be one of them, who knows, it's a sub, it's probably Lampy or CJP, playing towards those Pat Brown stairs behind that hedge, just playing his life, but he's going to get shut down by IDK.
That's what I mean. It looks like this is Lampy's going to come through and try and find Heffron. Nearly got turned on. Just going to try and do a stun check, making sure he's got nobody. He's got the read onto IDK, and he'll find him at the same time as well. Annex have got to start going here. Drenga circling in and around this time. People are going to have to start headbutting because Drenga can win it from here. A version of Lampy's going to take out Makoof. He's the one that has really tried to bring Drenga into this as well. Heffron 32 and 28. The engagements that he's getting as well. All of this time being soaked up by Drenga from nearly 100 points down to the pretty much being on the verge of victory. Makoof trying to keep members at bay, but that will be a couple members at a fall. They have got the spawns in the back, and it is going to be a quick headbutt contest coming in. Who's going to come out on top? Annex have delayed it by a couple of seconds. It's going to be a big kill towards new. A version of Lampy is going to die inside kitchen. All three of them turtling inside it. Contested trying to come in, but a team nade from Makoof. Big kills coming in, and that's going to be Lampy keeping it alive.
Hafron, no, Hafron's going to get 2. Will he be able to get the 3rd? He's going to throw that nade. It's CJP on the time, still alive. Annex White are keeping it alive, but only just. They need 1 second, Drenga, and it could come in. Big 2 from Jackson. He's going to swap weapon, pick up that sub, and there's no players there just yet. 229 plays 249. It's going to have to be flawless, Joel.
That's what I mean. You've got a case. It's literally a foot race on this time. Annex have to be perfect. Opportunity for Drenga to come out on top. Unfortunate from Annex there. They pretty much played the first half of that map faultlessly, but they've allowed Drenga to come from a roughly 90-point deficit with an opportunity to not get broken. Obviously, having 1 second, you're always going to be up against it at that point, but that has completely blown this series wide open.
It has, and it's kind of the predictions coming in. You know, you're looking at the players on the sheet. You might be thinking Annex White, you know, comfortable. That's the first map we dropped all weekend. You know, Drenga still with that map win. And to be fair, shout out Hafron there, 36 and 32. They did outslayed as a team. You know, Drenga. They were about 10 kills off the pace, but Hafron with 36 there was able to do enough for his team, and people like Makoof and Crumpets we picked up early on were kind of struggling a little bit. Makoof went on 11th Street and Crumpets brought it back right at the end.
Well, interesting stat for you. Makoof has just got 28 kills in that hard point. 27 of them were non-traded. You tell me how that works out.
I mean, he did go on an 11th streak.
I know, but one.
That's 11th
trade. No, yeah. I mean, I don't believe it. It's a travesty. But what a map for Drenga. Like you say, I think a lot of people, maybe even myself included, have probably looked at this thinking they're going to be the ones that are going to be sort of fighting against Annex here, especially like seeding wise. But there's a reason they've not dropped a map this weekend. Obviously, they had the fairy tale story down in London back in March. Obviously, we've seen these boys come a long way through the tournament over the past sort of like 12 months or so. But we shall see how it is that we're going to fare. And it's going to be a red card next as well.
And I feel like that map just sets the pace for the series, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that last series that we saw between Amrox and Annex Black. It's just so back and forth. The entire map, you know. Annex White had that huge lead. Drenga brought it back. Drenga then was able to close the game out, and we're going to need to see a little bit more ice from the Annex White side, aren't we? They're players that have the experience. They should be able to ice up in these situations, but I think the credit's got to go towards Drenga there. They put them in absolute blender, especially from a P4 to P1 to P2. I don't think there was many Annex White kills, and that was in the middle of Maku's 11 spree.
That's what I mean. The thing that's going to benefit Drenga here is these lads have played together quite consistently for quite a while now. Obviously, I don't know this Annex roster. I'm sure they've all been involved and knocked about with each other for a couple of years, probably been on rosters all together, but how much preparation has gone in from that team into this event? Obviously, with other events, you've got champs around the corner as well. Like, how much time has that been? Because I imagine that the Drenga boys have been pretty much daily for God knows how long now, so that you can see that sort of teamwork and getting really played into this.
Well, on a side like Annex White, you have got players like Jackson and Lampy that teamed together last year at the start of the game on the Katana roster, the then Katana roster. Had Infinity and CJP, which we saw team together at the Katana LAN in March. So they're players that have gelled together and played together quite a lot over the last year, 2 years. They've been around the scene for a while. But you are right, Drenga Esports have got more game time as a core 4 over the course of the year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's I think we're just not too sure if it's technical difficulties or sort, or if it might be like an audio issue or something, but seemingly the admins are just having a bit of a look through computers. Headsets are off of heads at the minute, so as soon as we find out any information, obviously we'll let you guys know. But red card, S&D, you a fan?
Not really.
No.
It's not. It's a map that I feel like at our level, you know, if you're not aware.
Oh, what's our level?
We're stood here. Yeah, good. You don't really see too much red card. No. I feel like it's a map that's very much played by the better players. You know, you see them in the late stages of event. You see them played in the 2K quite a lot when veto process comes through. I always veto it. I can't stand the map. But what I would say is, it's going to be down to the ARs, isn't it? You're going to see 3, often 4 ARs being pulled out. So that could change the pace of a few of the sub players. You know, how hot some of the players were with the sub in that map.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows?
You normally tend to see the car involved in this one a little bit more so as well. Obviously, going off to B, you can pretty much lock off the restaurant area if you get the car involved there. So naturally, it's a bit more of a harder retake to be able to come around and get through. But like you mentioned, seemingly that it's more of like a top-level player sort of map, which is ultimately why we're about to see it here. It'll be interesting. Like I say, I've not seen any. I can't remember. Oh, I'm assuming obviously they won the Search and Destroy on the main stage yesterday. Did Annex? I can't remember the score, of course, but obviously Drenga will have lost every single. They would have won, not lost. Gosh, they'd have won all of their S&Ds at the same time as well. But enough of us waffling and trying to get it all underway, because we are about to get the answer for the question that we're asking of who is going to take this map to. Is it going to be 2-0 to Drenga, or are Annex going to get themselves back on the board and we're going to go off the red card?
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting. It's going to be that defense, isn't it? On a map like red card, it is the defense that is the typically stronger point. You know, B, as you were saying, in that restaurant, it's so easy to lock down. It can be so easy to be broken from, and then if you do lose that control, it's even harder to get it back. And that A-bomb site is very open. Yeah. You've got so many different places you could be shot from, and it's all going to be down to those ARs. And those hedges are not the easiest to rip people off of, and especially with the gun skill of some of the people on there. If you're coming up against someone like Hafron, who's just dropped 36 in that map 1 on a hedge, it's going to be hard to get him off it. Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be on board with Drenga. IDK, the man who has got the bomb. Jackson just going to drop a shoulder onto Tea and Crumpets. Heffron will find one instantly, then traded out by CJP. We're going to go on the basis of that everything is okay. We're looking like we are. So we're going to be aware of at least who is on here. Lampy, the actual Lampy this time, is one that has fallen to Heffron prior to him being traded. So bomb slowly working its way, I guess, over towards this A point. You have got
CJP trying to look at the cross, probably blinded a little bit by that sun, but Infinity's got the read onto the bomb.
Line of
He's
sight.
going to still stick it though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just going to reposition, get that bomb down. He's tagged up, and he's just avoided that van being blown up. So the nades were thrown over from Annex to try and hit him. He's regened his health. He's kind of trapped on that bomb though, especially where Jackson and Infinity have kind of pinned him in the corner there. But look at these other two players on your mini-match. You've got Makoof and Crumpets, a very fast split up from his teammate. It's going to be IDK's been isolated. Makoof's been picked as well. It's a 1v3. Crumpets, he's bashed over the door. He's going to get one, looking to try and rip Infinity off the bomb, who was defusing it, but will get shot in the back by Jackson while doing so. And there's 2 kills from Jackson, 2 from CJP there. CJP did fall, but Jackson on a 2 streak going into the rest of this game. Yeah,
no, smart round there from Annex. Didn't overcommit really to any sort of corner. It was a case they were just trying to get a bit of a feel for how Drenga were going to try and play that offensive round. Ultimately, like you say, it's typically a bit more of a defensive sort of map where one team will inevitably obviously pull clear, but this one has the meanings and the ability to, of course, go the distance. But good start for Jackson, obviously finding 2 as well. That'll be a good confidence boost for him alongside CJP finding 2 also. Be interesting to see how they're going to opt to play this offense, eh?
Yeah, I mean, we saw a very quick, or a very slow, push towards that A-bomb this time. It's going to be a very different play. It's going to go through Ticket here. We're seeing all the white arrows flying out of Ticket onto where that P5 hill would be if it's a hard point. The first gunfight should be coming down between Lampy. He's going to lose it. He's going to be trying to throw a stun at the same time, but CJP instantly trades that kill out onto Crumpet. And now we're in a 3v3, similar situation to what we were just in. Yeah, pretty much everybody is going to be in and around this B point. IDK going to try and find, I think it was CJP, the man that was going to be channeling towards him. Infinity going to be the one that's just going to try and help him out. Stun's not going to be of any avail. He's going to get actually naded himself, and IDK has caught it onto Infinity, but Jackson will come through with a trade. CJP and Jackson finding another one as well. Another 2-piece for him in that round, and that is another 2-0 to Annex. Yeah, it's a very good retake of that bomb, isn't it? They kind of took their time, waited for it. You know, they did have IDK one-shot in that room, but that pre-fire really slowed down the push, and they didn't want to overchow. You know, he's pre-firing. You don't want to walk into it, you're going to die. Yeah. Well, let's kill people if you weren't sure already. Well, no, exactly. It's a good start for Annex here. Obviously, we know that some of the people across here, well, I'm sure they all play the S&D chows and stuff like that, so that have played them countless times against each other, but seemingly Jackson and CJP doing the work for Annex so far. Lampy and Infinity not managing to get off the board, but 2-0 up, you'd take that if your teammates are getting all the kills. Oh, yeah, you'll be more in the backpack, as they say, and being carried through, but I'm sure they'll have a lot of involvement. It's going to be CJP. He's going to find one, extend himself out onto a 3 streak, and it's going to be advantage to Annex in this one. And it's something you don't really see too often, that counter-aggression on the defensive side, trying to get worked up towards that globe and get that stairs control. But look at the arrows, they're all over the map. You've got 2 fighting in mid, 2 fighting in A, and 2 fighting in B, but it's going to be the first kills coming down through that B bomb site. It's going to be Westy picking up Lampy, and it might make the Annex White players rethink what they're going to do. But it's also going to make the Drenga players rethink what they're going to do, because the bomb had been dropped by IDK, it has been retrieved, and they're all going to be heading towards that B bomb site. Yeah, seemingly going to try and opt to play for that sort of bang out sort of motion, heading off towards that B. Looks like bomb might get stuck in the very near future. Team Crumpet is just having a bit of a peek through, trying to make sure that nobody's around, and it's going to be on board with Infinity. He has got CJP coming alongside him as well as a little bit of cavalry. Makoof going to opt to plant the bomb. It's going to be on the far side, so it's going to be work here for the members of Annex to try and deal with. Going to try and opt to play through Restaurant. CJP comes through, manages to get himself out into a 2v2 on board with Infinity. He's got Makoof challenging off towards him. He will find him. CJP going to try and play for the trade. Not going to manage to find him. 25 seconds on the clock. Makoof will come through, manages to take him out, and it is a round on the board for Drenga. Yeah, and that's lovely stuff there from Makoof to get that pick and then just get away with his life. I'm not sure if he did get the information onto Infinity crossing into that site when he was distracted by CJP the first time round, but he was able to get away with his life and then reach out in that 2 versus 1. It was interesting as well because they did try and start planting that bomb. I think it was Makoof as well, their bomb carrier then. He did try and start planting, and Infinity was shooting him through the window. He just straight away repositioned and just stabbed the bomb still, and that numbers advantage, trying to get the bomb down. Force Annex White to make the play. Yeah, absolutely, and still, like I mentioned before, Infinity and Lampy having a bit of a slower search and destroy. They'll be wanting to put that one right, I'm sure, extremely soon. So bomb going to be
potentially slowly working its way off towards A. Heffron just going to be trying to watch over towards like the ambulance side of things, see if anyone's going to cross over to stage. Jackson will be the one that will get us underway. Big kill onto McCoof, stops him from being on any sort of streak after a couple of kills in the last round. So CJP just going to try and have a bit of a peruse, as we say, around the stage area. Has got Lampy for help. And it's going to be, I think it's, by the looks of it, Heffron still just trying to play quite deep, try to get as much information as what he can, just to allow the Drenga boys to try and sort of reposition, start thinking about where we can go. But seemingly the call has come in, and we are possibly going to be looking that Bomb might go down in the very near future. Yeah. IDK will find one to infinity, gets away with his life at the same time. 3 against 3. Still got Lampy in a bit of a precarious position here because he's got a couple of members of Drenga around him. I don't think they realise that the wrap has been in. Is IDK the man that's going to come through? The bomb is going to go down. He's going to get it away. The bomb is down. IDK with 2. Big 2 from him to keep the members of Drenga still alive in this one. He's got Tea and Crumpets alongside him, and it's all on Lampy to try and keep them through. 9 seconds to deal with. It's a 1v1. IDK just going to get away. Bomb isn't going to go down. He'll probably check it, possibly not. And Lampy just going to try and play a ring around a rosy. Can't find him. Round on the board for Drenga.
Yeah, and IDK done so well there. He got into ticket early in the round and just played his time. Played the time waiting to see what Annex White were going to do. And he's able to get one, or get the info onto, get one and the info onto 2 more, crossing that P5 hill towards that bomb site. Then he was able to reposition and pick up 2 kills later on in the round. He's now on a 3 streak, working very closely towards that RCXD.
That's what I mean, really smart plays, like we say. So we've seen Annex go 2-0 up. We've now answered back with 2 back-to-back rounds in the favour of Drenga, and it is going to be them that's on offence this time. Seemingly going to try and play off towards this A point. It's going to be quite an aggressive play, really, from IDK to try and take up some map position early doors, and Annex just going to opt to try and play for the information infinity. Going to have try a bit of a nade through mid, not going to manage to find anybody with that one. He's going to spot McCoof. He's probably going to ask the boys, might be an A here, going to see if they can reposition, because Jackson will have the knowledge that he's not spotted anybody just as it stands, heading off towards that B point with the help of Lampy as well. It is looking like it's going to be possibly an A early doors, but being in the middle of the map, they've got the opportunity to re-wrap it, don't they?
Yeah, look, the CJP's just spotted IDK there on those stairs as well, so the info will be relayed that they have 2 people are there. The McCoos towards that stage, so the IDK's towards the stairs, and they've got the pick onto IDK, and that's important because that is the bomb down as well. And look at this on the flank, it's going to be Jackson, it's going to be Heffron. They're going to spot each other. Jackson wins a big one there. McCoo falls as well. It's all down to Crumpets. He's able to get one just about with 35 health, get away with his life, reposition in the 1 versus 2. But Lampy Infinity are set up quite nicely here to
sat on the bomb.
See this out.
Yeah, he's pretty much got all the info. Lampy's going to see him hop up. Not going to somehow find the kill there, not too sure how. Going to opt to play out, finds it eventually. Probably a little bit slower than what he thought he would have gone to got it, but ultimately doesn't matter as long as it gets done. But good reply there from Annex. They've managed to answer the question over the past couple of rounds, where Drenga have obviously put them under, found those first kills, started to group up and sort of play off from there. But good to see that Lampy's starting to produce the goods, getting himself underway now, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly what we need. It's one of those things that when there's these 2 players, Lampy and Infinity, had these slow starts and hadn't picked up any kills, it's definitely not a skill issue with these players. At this stage of the competition, you know, they've not dropped a map up until this series. It's definitely not a skill issue, and I think if where Infinity's playing, he's holding those long angles, letting his teammates kind of do all the work. You've got CJP getting super aggressive with a sub. Jackson's absolutely firing everything that he sees, and there we go. Lampy, nade, 5 streak for him now, so that RCXD is definitely in. And the info is going to be that it's towards A, but currently there's only 1 player towards A. You've got CJP, not CJP, sorry, you've got IDK inside the ticket again, and you've got Westy on his own in that B-bomb. Yeah,
you know it's not going your way. Obviously, Heffron was 1 and 5 at the time, and he's just been completely god-naded from the opposite side of the map, pretty much down to the T, and he is going to be the one that is going to fall early doors in this round. So 4 versus 3 in favour of Annex at this point. IDK going to try and play through mid. It is going to be Infinity that will find one onto McCoo, so massively an advantage now in the favour of Annex. Still on board with IDK, has got CJP in close proximity to try and deal with. Lampy up above for a little bit of help. Not going to manage to do so. Lampy come round thinking he might have needed to do the trade. Not going to need to eventually, but another good round. Another solid one, really, for Annex.
Yeah, and I like that play from CJP. Literally just lay the bomb. You're in a 4 versus 2. You've got plenty of numbers advantage. Play a bit of a weird angle. You know, sit next to that bomb. He definitely can't be defused. You're stood next to it. You can see it. And he's got so much cover there from the ladder. And his 3 teammates behind him with ARs in their hand.
Yeah, he had Lampy up above him, didn't he, on stage instantly. It would have been traded. So, no, good setup from Annex there. It was now their opportunity to claw back 2 more rounds. And from 0-3, Lampy now 6-3. He's at least going to have that car in the back pocket on what is going to be a pretty heavy B defense, seemingly. They're going to allow the sort of mid-cross, try and play the information. And I tell you what a play call it seemingly is. A bit of a bang out over towards this. Oh, God. T and Crumpet's finding a big kill onto Jackson. Another nade from Heffron. He's managed to sort of avenge himself, I think, really, with that nade from a minute ago. And he's also teed up Lampy with another one straight through the head. And it is all going to be down to Infinity here. Just going to try and play for the information. Sliding through is going to be Crumpets. He's going to get found. He's going to get traded. Another round back on the board for Drenga.
Yeah, and that's a huge round. That's a big swing round in terms of the series. You know, instead of it being 5-2, and that kind of looks like a defeat there, it's now 4 rounds to 3 in favour of Annex White. Drenga trying to close that gap. You know, 1-0 up in the series already. This map will do a world of wonders for the rest of the series for them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a case that they've done the right thing in terms of whether a couple of rounds behind, they're not going to allow them to drag themselves far too clear here. So round back on the board for them, 4-3 in favour of Annex here. It is going to be them that are going to be on this offence. We spoke before the map that we thought quite a lot would go with this sort of B side.
Yeah.
It's been the complete opposite, hasn't it?
And we're seeing another A push here from Annex White. CJP and this Lampy again going to look to try and cross the stage, but you have got Jackson just kind of being annoying towards B and still making them keep pressure there. And if you look at the mini-map, you've got a lot of pressure towards that B, but Hafron with an opening pick there onto CJP might be the cue for some of these Drenga players to leave that B site and wrap. But it's a 2v4 now.
It is, and it's obviously a big advantage here for Drenga. Seemingly, since we saw Heffron get naded early doors, he's managed to find 4 of his own. I don't know if he realises how close Infinity is to him here. They're pretty much just playing, I don't know, I wouldn't even know what you call it. High ground, low ground, I guess really is. As much as what it is, I don't know. Infinity is probably going to be the one that comes out on top, I was going to say, but Heffron's going to turn onto him, not manage to do so. IDK will then find the kill onto Lampy, and that'll indeed be numero 4 in favour of Drenga here, even in the scoreboards up, eh? And
Heffron's turned the game round. You know, they were 4-2 down, he's 1-6, he's now on a 5 spree, 6-6 as well, and that's a huge goal into Infinity.
That's what I mean. Like you say, it's I think everyone's gone 2 rounds at a time now, haven't they? It's nothing's able to split them. The boys just trying to probably get the play calls in, and it's going to be on the way down to around 11, which is not really surprising for these 2 teams, considering how close the first map was. But obviously, Drenga coming out on top of that one, so opting. Hopefully, we might see a bit more of a aggressive B push maybe this time, but depending on how it is that Annex will set up, probably try and play for that info once again. And Heffron has not stopped shooting. He will take out Lampy and then is traded by CJP.
And it's all kind of down to Jackson's B bomb side. They kind of left one on his own. They sent 2 flying down mid. It was Lampy with the AR and CJP with the sub. Oddly enough, CJP with the sub was the one that's able to rip the player from that top heaven, but he is going to be traded out by the other sub on the other side of things on Drenga. It's now a 2 versus 2. Jackson's just going to get caught in the back mind with Koof, and it's going to leave Infinity in a 1 versus 2. He's going to have to retake this B bomb because he knows that Drenga are going to be trying to push towards this B bomb site.
Yeah, just going to try and stun check over towards the B point. Nothing going to do that. So smartly wraps his way over towards Ticket. He's going to see if he can catch anybody crossing over. He's going to be laying down through mid spots. T and Crumpet. It's not going to manage to do so because he's got 2 members of Drenga to try and deal with. And we are into a map advantage and map potentially round winner here for Drenga. Or can Annex pull it back and head us off to round 11?
And that shows the experience, doesn't it, for a player like Crumpet. You know, he saw Infinity there on the cross. He saw him. He slid onto the bins, give him a little shoulder, waited for his teammate to come off, and then they both slid out at the same time to challenge him. Almost lined up though.
That's what I mean. Like, to give Heffron his dues, he was 1-6 earlier on. He's managed to claw his way all the way back to 7-7. So good performance out of him. Obviously, the Crumpets leading the way on that 3 streak as it stands at the minute. What seemed to be quite a bright start for Annex early doors has put them in a bit of corridor of uncertainty here. It is going to be looking like it's going to be an early way over towards Makuf, finding a big pick early doors over towards Jackson, and seemingly it's just going to be a case of we're going to have to try group up here. We're going to have to try and play for a pick. Drenga, if they're smart, will try and maybe not cluster up too much, but try and play as much information. Heffron taking out Lampy. Annex on the opposite side of the map to each other have got it all to do now.
Yeah, and you literally had a line formed by the Drenga players there across that B site. They're able to slip through the net, but one kill was traded out for each player. CJB's trying to plant the bomb, but he's hit the nade. IDK still got eyes on his head. We've got Infinity looking over him as well. This is going to be a big pick for Infinity if he can get it, but Makuf does so well to get away with 35 health. He's going to regen and reposition. CJP still not able to just yet get that bomb down. 2 versus 3 with only 30 seconds to go, and there's an RC being used by Makuf.
I mean, it's the right time to use it. Obviously, only needing one more round. IDK will find the kill onto CJP, so it's all going to be on Infinity to try and keep Annex alive in this one, or they will be 2-0 down in the series. He tried to find the kill to Makuf, not going to manage to do so. He's put bullets in both of them, and that is going to be another map on the board for Drenga.
Wow. I mean, you know, we saw a lot in that last round, didn't we? That Annex did the right thing. They played their time. They tried to group up and chow the things out. But I think that's kind of the story of that map, that in the rounds that we saw Drenga win, they played their life so well. You know, they were getting that pick and just diving away, running away as quick as they can without then getting shot. And I think that's anything maybe Annex White were lacking there was the quick trades.
Yeah, look at your screen, like the damage side of things. You'd be reading off of that was probably going to be an Annex map win.
Yeah.
They've got the bullets in, but seemingly everyone, like we saw in that last round, Heffron literally just getting away with a handful of HP left remaining.
Yeah.
But if you're going to be able to do that, you're smartly playing, dropping the shoulders, like you said, like we saw Crumpets do earlier in the round prior to that. But that's what I mean. 2-0 to Drenga. I don't know if anyone had that.
No, I don't think it was a 2-0 start. We were kind of saying before the series, you know, off camera, at 5.
Yeah.
We were expecting another bang out, a bit like that series we just saw with the other Annex side that fell. Might we see this Annex side fall to the losers bracket?
Well, who knows? It's a position that I'm not too sure that everyone thought might be the case. Obviously, the Annex were the ones that were sort of touted early doors to be the ones that will meet Project Vapor all the way through in grand finals later on this afternoon. But they've got to do it the hard way if that's going to be the way they're going to do so. They're going to have to completely reverse sweep the members of Drenga here, and I believe it was it a vault, I think, for map 3.
Hacienda.
It's Hacienda. Bit of a trickier one, obviously, having to try and play that sort of B early doors and try and probably get that one closed up before you go off to A. But well, how impressive was that from Drenga?
Exactly, and I think we saw in that map one as well, didn't we, that they came back from such a big gap deficit. You know, they went down 2 rounds twice there. They went down 2-0, they went down 4-2.
Yeah.
They were able to string a couple of rounds together both times and able to bring it back, and control's going to be something the same. Let's see if I jinx it this time. Hacienda, you know, those new spawns towards their fences, it's quite defense heavy. You know, you can pin them really into that fences.
Yeah.
You've got a player in lobby, you've got a player on the well where that bomb site is. It's kind of easy to trap them in the back, you know, force them all the way around the back spawn towards Lambo, or they're walking into a pre-aim. And with the players in this lobby, if you're walking into a pre-aim with an AR and a head glitch, it's unlikely you're going to win it.
Yeah, no, I think obviously these boys are competing at such a high level. They don't tend to allow silly things to really catch them out, do they? Obviously, expectations from themselves are quite high as well. But no, it's obviously been a fantastic series from Drenga. Obviously, I'm sure the owners will be watching from home. They'll be watching the stream, and I'm sure they'll be shouting the house down for the boys to bring this one home. But by no stretch are we going to count out this Annex roster. The experience that they've got on here, they'll have reverse swept people countless times.
Yeah, and
across the years.
I think the good thing for Annex going into this map number 3 is that you've not been blown out on either maps. You know, it was a 20-point difference in the hard point that, to be honest, they probably should have won. No, there was issues where they weren't able to get the kills, and maybe there was props to Drenga rather than Annex's fault. And the SD 6-4, it's a close one. You know, all the kind of rounds were 2v3s, 1v3s. So it's not like you're completely out of this.
No, I'm sure they won't be thinking that at the same time either. But we are going to find out how the rest of this series is going to potentially pan out. Are we going to be heading off to a map 4, or is this going to be Annex dropping down into that losers bracket? We're going off to Hacienda to play on control. Let's see who it is that's going to kick us off early doors onto this offensive round. Would you say this one's a little bit more offensive heavy than defensive?
Yeah, I mean, you've got a spawn trap that works very well on both sides. You know, if you're that offensive side, you can get pushed up into tin, pushed out towards the hedges where the boat and the water is. You know, you can really spawn the players very deep and can pin them in. But on the other side of things, you can do the same thing to the team on offense if you're on defense. So it's going to be back and forth. It's going to be who's going to get the kills.
Yeah, so it's going to be Annex that are going to kick us off on offense this time. Naturally, you'd tend people to see go sort of B early doors and then try and make that transition over towards A. But they're going to try not to probably try and play a bit of a bang out through mid. Heffron, Crumpets and IDK all getting off the board early doors. And it is only going to be Lampy that's the only member that's not actually fell so far for the members of Annex. And he will, by the help of Heffron, he will fall 2-0 start for him. CJP potentially going to run into the firing line there. He's going to probably try and duck and weave if he spots him. But good start for Drenga so far. Only 2 lives that have been lost, starting to dwindle the lives down of Annex. And no progression anywhere.
No, and what they've done well there, as much as they did get 3-4 kills quite quickly, where it wasn't, where they still had Lampy in their spawn, they didn't decide to just sprint, leave Lampy in the back, and he can do some work. They waited, they played to that kill into Lampy, and they slowly tried to push up the map. But as they have done so, Annex White have been able to pin them all the way back. It is just Crumpets on that point that was able to get one before falling, and now we're going to see one player on the point, one player in tin, and we're going to see it's going to be CJP pushed out and towards that Platinum office area that should be able to help Jackson on the hill, but Jackson's able to do it by himself at the minute. McCoof on the hill with a pistol is not able to get one. It's going to be down to Crumpets. He's the only player in the position to try and contest this point. He's going to do so. Gets one, snaps onto the second. It's challenging. He wants the third, but there is not one there for him because the other 2 players are on A.
That's what I mean. So they've managed to get 2 ticks of progression over towards that B side. 1 on A is done, so a 3-tick count in favour of them. But what was actually quite a bit of a bigger gap in terms of lives that has been shortly dwindled down by both teams. Progression still being made, I think, only shortly, sorry, on that A point, and it is going to be Lampy that's just going to try and opt off, see if he can find any of the members coming off of spawn. Probably going to try and be a big gunfight with him and McCoof at the minute, and he's going to try and bob and weave, I'm sure, around. You can see it on your map. It's still Lampy, and it is going to be McCoof that comes out on top. You can see Crumpets obviously found those couple kills on that B point. Hadn't stopped prior to just that right there. He was on a 5 streak, but 12 lives, playing 9 in favour of Drenga. 2 ticks on both sides, so good performance out of Annex so far. Still 30 seconds to go, so anything could happen here.
Yeah, you mean we could see a team, Annex, sorry, to get one of the points. You know, they are currently on both points again. You are going to see Jackson get off of that A point and come into this top office because his teammates are looking to try and stack towards B, but they're all off of spawn. He's the only player left flying. He's going to wrap the entire spawn, hoping to find something in his team. Meet them in the middle, pinch. They're still indecisive at what point, aren't they? I don't know, are they talking?
That's what I've got no idea. So still only 10 seconds remain and 4 lives remaining for Annex as well. Going to try go over towards this 8 point was Lampy. He's going to get taken out. Possibly clock is being stopped at A. I think they've got 2 members sort of in and around that time trying to just get the tick done as quick as what they possibly can. We've got Jackson's pretty much got every single member of Drenga running at him. He's pretty much in a circle around him, and they were closing in, eventually being able to see out that round. But not awful from Annex, obviously down on live, so it's not a case that they've won that round by ticks, but good showing from both teams, I think.
Yeah, they're able to get 4 ticks at the end, which, you know, our round number 5, if we do end up there, is first of all done by which team has the most ticks gets defense, and you kind of want that defensive side in Hacienda.
Yeah.
What the Annex White need to do now, though, is just to make sure they also win this defense. If they lose this round, it's going to be an uphill battle for them.
Yeah, absolutely. They will have to. They'll have to reverse sweep at that point, won't they? Just to keep themselves alive. Bit of an aerial view for you, obviously, for those who are interested. You can see the gardens, you can see the sea. You've got everything around you at that point. So off into this offensive round for Drenga we go. Like you say, they will be looking to try and extend out their lead in this Hacienda control, opting to try and play a little bit more B heavy at the moment. Kills coming in for both teams. Makoof and Crumpets finding one alongside Infinity and Lampy. Nothing going to split these two at the minute.
No, and it's Crumpets again, another 2-streak up top with that sub, 11-4 now. He is massively slaying out for his side. And when you look at the subs on the other side of things, your CGP, who's just got his 4th of the game, Lampy with 7. So that's kind of the difference maker now, that Crumpets by himself is really competing with these 4 players in terms of slaying, and Jackson doesn't know where to look. He's looking back and forth, getting whiplash, the amount he was turning there, but will fall. But look at this, the B point, there's complete pressure on this entire bottom side of the map. It's going to be CJP on the flank trying to come through this top secret window. He's able to get bullets into one, but no kills are coming through. The only kills coming through is against the Annex white side. Dranger able to get one, and they're just going to stack this point for a little bit, Joel.
Yeah, seemingly so. Like you say, they're going to try and get this one done as quick as possible. Crumpets up to a 5-streak for him at the minute. Lampy was going to try to chow towards IDK, not going to find him. Crumpets will find another 6-streak, eventually gets taken off. They were going to try and get this B done as quick as possible, but Infinity runs out of bullets. Heffron with pistol in hand is going to tie up that B point, extending us out for another minute, so just shy of 2 minutes on this map. They've got advantage in lives, do Drenga. Annex are going to have to start to try and really put some pressure onto this Drenga roster, because seemingly they've just managing to win those all-important gunfights. People coming off of spawn, as you can see, you've got Makoof, you've got Heffron trying to just play Lampy and Infinity back in spawn. Lampy will find one, try and get himself away, not going to manage to do so because big Makoof is there. He's got CJP coming towards him, he'll find him. Pretty much every single member of Annex going to try and play out towards time. I tell you what, Makoof's having a day, isn't he?
Oh, look at the lives as well. It's gone from a 3-life deficit to now an 11-life deficit. This is something that is borderline impossible to come back from here. And when you look at the Annex white roster, you've only got CJP, who I picked up on earlier for having a bit of a slow start. He's the only player who's even near a 1 KD.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So 16 playing 6, 5 ticks are done. So they're up in that advantage, a minute and 10 to play with. It's just going to have to be probably like the longest form of search and destroy that you probably ever play in your life. 13 playing 5. CJP going to try and come through, takes out Heffron, gives them a little bit of breathing space. Just going to try and take some map advantage. But as soon as I say that, Makoof and IDK, the 2 men that are leading this Drenga roster forward, come through and find kills of their own. Only 3 lives remaining, make it to Infinity, all on to CJP. Challenge towards A. Drenga just going to try and get the time done. Don't think they got the tick. It's ended up on lives, but 2-0 to Drenga.
Yeah, and they are up on ticks. So as much as they didn't get that final 6th tick there in the round, they got the kill instead. They are up on ticks 5-4. So they are up just about, and we're going into another defense, which we saw Drenga were very strong at. You know, they didn't really give much breathing space to the Annex side, but I think if I was wanting to put my little 2-piece in for this Annex side, I think they need to focus on 1 point.
Yeah.
They had so much time where they were splitting 2-2 points, which worked. You know, they got the ticks through, but they just get outnumbered on the point. You know, Drenga would work on B, they shut the players down. Then all 3 of them would then go over to the point. They would then shut down the B point, and it was a kind of rinse and recycle the whole time.
Yeah, it was a case as well that we saw, obviously, Makoof up by Tin, just picking off members of Annex coming off of Swan. We've not actually seen Annex, I think, get a sort of clean 4, try and take a little bit of map progression through and take advantage of like the height that they can try and get themselves here. But that's going to be another 3 dead. It's only going to be CJP going to try and just play his life as best as what he can. Will take out Makoof in the process. So it's a relatively good start from him. He's the only one on the team that's going positive so far. So really, really tough game for Annex here so far. They've got to try. They've literally got to do this the hard way now. They've got to win all 3 rounds. But I tell you what, the experience on that team, they've got every opportunity to be able to do so. But they need that 4 kills.
Yeah, I mean, they just got 3 dead a second ago, and it took them a little while to get towards this point. And again, they're up to the 8 point, which if they're able to cap it early, that's great, because it is the harder point to capture. B is slightly easier, but they only got 53 seconds left on this point.
Yeah, they made good progression, over towards A. Nearly got that 2nd tick completed. The one towards B is going to start to work its way in. Here we go. There's the 4 dead. Opportunity for Annex to start picking off some lives of Drenga here, spawning them all the way through the sort of deep boat area. They're trying to make progression on both points. Makoof going to slide out. He's got IDK above him, and CJP will come through and find 2. This is potentially going to be the round right here. B is done. Progression progression coming through to A, and Crumpets falls, McCoof falls. What a round that
And
was
that's
there
a much
for
cleaner
Annex.
round from Annex. I said that at the start of the round that I don't want them to do a 2-2 split on those points. What they did instead was do the 3-1. They left CJP on A on his own. The other players then, they saw that B point getting captured so quickly, they had to chow that B point first. And CJP here with a big 2-piece onto IDK, that second one as well. Kind of won them that round, didn't it? Because then all the players were off spawn. They were both points. They didn't know what to do.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The timing of the 4 kills has come so crucially there for Annex, because they're able to take the height on the map. They've got people sticking both points, making progression through both of them. And by the time one was done, so was the other, whilst they're still picking members off of spawn. CJP, 20 and 12, 4 streak from him. It's 8 untraded so far. Every single member of Annex is on the way to some form of kill streak at the minute. They had to do it the hard way, and they're going to start off by continuing the way that they left off, with CJP finding 2 big kills.
Yeah, and he's starting to get a bit more. He's getting loud now on the stage. He's 22 and 12. He's feeling it. 6th streak for him. That's the 7th streak. He's just shut down an AR from that angle. I can't shoot that straight.
You're telling me, gosh. Right, so only 1 life remaining, well, only 1 life taken, sorry, for Annex so far, and it's going to be 6 in favour. As we just saw there, there is someone with the Hellstorm, we're going to believe is CJP. So how important is that going to be if Drenga start to make some progression on either of the points? He's got that in the back pocket. Lampy was going to get taken out there by McCoof, but such a positive start here from Annex. Seemingly have managed to find their stride in this one. Jackson finding 1, Infinity being traded, but Jackson will come through with 3. He's on a 5 streak now. CJP's on a 9. Jackson eventually does get taken off, but what an opportunity this is once again for Annex.
I mean, there's CJP still going. He's on a 9 streak. He's just roaming around their spawn, you know. Only 18 seconds left on the clock. Drenga, I don't think have actually touched a point yet in this round.
Well, no, seemingly not. Like I say, they've literally lost 1 round of S&D in this entire round. CJP on a 12.
He's watching
He's
Heptics.
been watching Heptics from earlier on, trying to break 13. He's done it in a respawn this time. Only 2 seconds remaining. Drenga just going to opt to play in the spawn, not going to feed the kill streaks for Annex. Where was this 10 minutes ago?
I know they're on their accounts. Is he camo grinding? Is he going for bloodthirsties? What's going on here? He's on a 12th streak. That was probably the cleanest round of control we've seen this weekend, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and the one prior to that as well. Yeah. They've lost 4 lives in the entirety of the round, so it shows that that's in there. It shows that they can do it. So now's the important one, so it's going to come down to ticks and lives. So it's going to be, who is it that's tried to play the smart control throughout this map? Who is it that's going to be able to be in a position where
Annex on defense?
It should be, and indeed it is going to be Annex on defense. So we've just seen them completely clean wipe Drenga, losing just 4 lives. But I think we just have to sit and watch CJP, really.
It's the CJP show this round, isn't it? Yeah.
On a 12, so he's gone from 16 and 12 all the way up to 28 and 12. I told you I can do maths, but you're shooting like that, Jackson Infinity, you're going to start off all right, aren't you?
Yeah, CJP makes it a 13 streak now. 3 kills coming through from the Annex white side. 1 play, that's a audacious chow from Lampy. He's going to back up and still have his life with him as well. CJP and Infinity clearing out the only player missing, and Drenga are already 30 seconds down in the round and have not left their lobby.
No, there's literally been 1 life taken, so in 2 rounds, Annex have taken only 5 off so far. CJP still on that 13 streak, 7 more across Lampy and Infinity. I think Jackson might have been on 1. There we go, he's back himself on the board. And this is
a combined 22 kill streak.
That's what I mean, and they've not stopped.
What's going on?
Drenga cannot get out of their spawn. This is how this control map is supposed to be played. So IDK is going to try and break Infinity off, but Jackson will come through taking out Heffron. But we've still got CJP on the 30. I just don't think he wants to lose his streak.
Where is CJP on the map? What's he doing to have not died? Finally, Crumpets would then finally be able to shut him down, but with 15 seconds to go, Drenga 10 lives down. Jackson's now on a 5 streak as well, and I think this might be our map number 3.
Yeah, so Heffron is going to be the only person that's out of time, just going to have to try and run off to as best as what he can. That'll be the round. Only 2 seconds remaining. Annex are going to reply.
He just had a 10 spree at the end as well.
He's going to reply with what a map there. From being nearly counted out or such for a large part of that control series. They've gone 2-0 down. They've started the reverse sweep. maybe that's just got in the head a little bit of the Drenga, because it shows the slaying power that Annex have got, doesn't it?
I'm just still trying to process those last 3 rounds, really, to be honest, because I don't know how that has happened. But like we highlighted at the start of the series, these are players that have played American lands as well. Like, these are players that should be putting in performances like this across the maps. And CJP's had a bit of a slow series, but 26 non-traded kills, 30 and 13. Yeah. I mean,
couldn't kill him. Simple as that, wasn't it? It was a case of everything he was doing right. He was getting himself out, was getting away. But that would be a massive boost for the Annex members there. But it's not going to be one that I imagine that will falter the Drenga guys too much. They've won a respawn already. They've won the search and destroy. So they're only going to need to get this hard point sorted, and it is going to be a Vault hard point. A bit more of a fundamental map. Obviously, it's all going to come down to the P4s across the rotations. That's what this map always sort of comes down to. But we're just seeing the highlights here of what was probably the most chalk and cheese, I think, control map that you'll probably ever see. Drenga coming out on top, relatively making it look sort of quite easy. And then somehow, from absolutely nowhere, Annex have just hit the gas button, and they have stepped on it quite heavy.
Literally absolutely ridiculous. These first 2 rounds we're about to watch is just Drenga highlights.
Yeah.
The last 3 rounds are going to be Annex highlights. Look at the scoreboard at the minute. You've got all 3 Annex white players, barring CJP, with double neg at the point.
Yeah.
Lampy had a 10 streak. CJP had a 13 streak. Jackson had a couple 5 streaks in there. Infinity just kept it ticking. I don't think he had much to see, to be honest. But all the players finished around that 1 KD, apart from CJP, who was pushing a 3.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you say, I can see a couple of the members of both teams having a bit of a watch back, because they're probably thinking, how on earth have we got slammed for 2 rounds, and we'll just come back and probably made it actually look worse on Drenga that happened to us in the first place. But that's what I mean. It's consistent kill after kill in favour of Annex. I think across the 3 rounds that they won, they can't have lost more than 20 lives, I think, in all 3 rounds that they won, and that is seamless control. And that's what, like I say, this roster can do. But going to go off to Vault very shortly. I think the players just taking a bit of a break. Obviously, crowd starting to fill up as well. Obviously, trying to watch what is going to be probably the biggest game of the day so far. Any thoughts on Vault so far?
We're not seeing too much. We did see a game of it earlier, Vault, but like you mentioned, it's going to be P4 that is going to be the big one to look out for. And I think the early prediction, it's not really a prediction, but Annex White, if they can continue that slaying power into this at the very start, I think we might hear a few deads come through the microphones.
More of an observation, I guess, is it? I guess it's a prediction. We'll call it a prediction. Yeah. You've used that enough times today, so I'm sure we'll run with it. So off to Vault we go. Scenarios being Drenga only needing 1 more map to be able to see their way through. In this winners bracket. Annex got the opportunity to extend us out to a rewind map 5, probably what this series possibly deserves and what is probably expected of both of these 2 rosters here. Like you say, crowd starting to fill up, people starting to hear that there's maybe a little bit of an upset on the cards, but we are going to find out the answer to that question. We are going to be getting underway. There is a helicopter up there, yeah. Did you hear that? That's another observation for you, well done. So, underway we go. It is going to be Annex that are going to be flying towards time. Alongside Drenga, we've got CJP going off towards IDK through Cat, going to try and play a bit of a fast route. Heffron's just going to wait off. He's going to say, you can chow towards me. But here we go, trades coming in for both teams.
Yeah, we see actually Jackson pulled out a sub here for this P1. So we're going to see 3 subs from Annex White to try and hold this P1 time. And I'm sure he'll be pulling out an AR later on in the map. But early time, I mean, P1, you don't get much time, do you? There's a lot of places you can nade from, you know. If you're spawning out towards that P4 side of the map, pretty much every single life, if you've got a frag grenade in your hand, you're going to be throwing it up in the air, trying landing it in the windows to drop down on the hill. It's going to be a fight for P2, really. No one is currently blocking P2, so Annex White now, player 4, CJP, in the first map, needs to start thinking about this P2 rotation along with Jackson.
Yeah, obviously, so it looks like Infinity is going to be the one that will take the option to go and block towards Nu, so you can sort of afford to give up sort of 7 seconds here or so. Jackson will get the read onto IDK. We've got CJP trying to find one of the members of Drenga coming through. Cat not going to manage to do so, but it is going to be early time here for Annex. They've got a couple of members of Drenga going to try and circle around them here, but how important can Jackson be here? I don't know if he's been spotted by IDK. It was actually Makuf that's going to take him out, and IDK will then take out Infinity, and it's just trade central.
Yeah, and these spawns, somehow Annex White were just able to keep them. You know, IDK, Makuf were looking to try and push those back spawns. I think Jackson stayed alive long enough just for his teammates to spawn onto him there, and the hill is now in Drenga's hands rather than Annex White, and so are the spawns, depending on what happens here with Lampy's gunfight with Crumpet. Lampy weak and Challen using that heady to his advantage. spawns are going to be a bit iffy here now. You've got 3 players trying to push from the front if you're Annex White, but again, 20 seconds to new, you're going to start thinking about that foot race to new, and it's going to start potentially with CJP and Westy here.
Yeah, so sort of 10 seconds to play for. Heffron was on a 5 streak, was then ultimately taken out by Lampy. Keep your eyes on your map. You are going to see Jackson and Makoof heading their way over, and it is going to be Makoof that will find that kill instantly traded, and it's going to go off towards P3. So it will be Annex that will have the favourable P4 side of spawns at the minute. Obviously, if they're able to get some time here, try and play some cuts off through mid, and then stop any sort of rotation from Drenga over towards P4, they will be looking fairly pretty once that one pops. But whilst we are still on P3, we've got Lampy up in top R. All of the members are going to be still spawning behind him. Nobody from Drenga's tried to push through yet, possibly waiting to regroup or trying to think of any sort of play call that they can get. No one's sort of trying to take much of a route, and as soon as I say that, actually, Makoof is going to be the one that's going to try and work his way around. I think he's been spotted by CJP, and they are going to go for a gunfight off towards new. This is going to be probably one of the bigger gunfights that you'll see on this map, but 39 playing 44, there's nothing to split them at the minute, is there?
No, and second ago, if you look at the map, all the white arrows are sprinting at where Makoof is sat in that P4 hill, but there's a reason for it. CJP is come there, he's spawned on the complete opposite side of the map, and Lampy's now spawning there with him, and it's going to be Drenga that have these back spawns. The only hope, really, for Annex White is that Infinity is still alive in the back, although he is being chowed by Hafron currently. There's a few bumps maybe of a snake there coming back and forth, but eventually Annex White will clear the back out again. Bar one man, it's Makoof still.
Yeah, obviously Lampy was the one that was helping Infinity out there, so it was a big 2-piece from him, so it's allowed the members of Annex to try and get in and around time, but they haven't got upstairs coverage. They have got one of the members of Drenga that's going to be upstairs. CJP finding 2. Challenge down is going to be Crumpets. He's going to get chowed then by, I think it was by Lampy on time. Trades coming in, probably one of the more trade-heavy sort of P4s that you might see today. Not as consistent as this. No one trying to make any sort of progression. Big 2-piece there from Jackson. He's then taken out by Crumpets, and again a little bit of scrap time going in favour of Drenga, but it is a map that can sometimes come down to time as well, not even just points.
Yeah, I think you're right though. That might be the most scrappy P4 we're going to have all weekend. No one really had control of the back spawns the entire time. When Annex had control, Makoof had snuck through. When Annex had snuck through, there was still one player there. Every single time it was just being traded back and forth. There wasn't a consistent hold or spawn for either team, and it's P1. There's more time on P1 currently than a lot of the teams got on that P4.
Well, yeah, no, exactly. And I think it's probably more time than what we saw in the first rotation of P1 at the same time as well. So nearly teetering over 100 points. It is going to be Drenga before I curse it and actually allow Annex straight back onto time. It's relatively sort of tit for tat at the minute. Everyone trying to just get a bit of a feel for how things are. Drenga going to opt to try and play a little bit on time. They're going to try and look to see if anyone's on the pinch. It was Heffron that was having a look around. IDK on that 5 streak once again. Once he starts to get going, he's a hard man to try and find, but CJP, obviously after that streak he had earlier, he'll be full of confidence at the same time. So 105 playing 66 off towards P2 we go. It is going to be that man at IDK. He'll take out one. Got Jackson outside of him, and an opportunity here, unless they can't take Heffron out of the back, which they need to do, but early time going to go in favour of Annex.
Yeah, and then unlike that one that we saw between these two sides, it's Drenga that are currently slaying just a tiny bit more than the Annex White side in the kills department, but the time is also going in their favour. We saw the opposite way around in that map 1. We saw Annex were dominating in the kill feed, but Drenga were able to pick up that more of that time winning that map. It's kind of the other way around right now, and Annex White though, they are holding they hold a hill, but if you look at where the blue arrows come from, you got one spawned out towards the palm trees, you got 2 spawning in the back as well, so the split spawns are coming in. No one knows where they're going to be spawning really.
No, that's what I mean. It's one of the better holds that we've seen Annex have in this hard point so far. Managed to try and claw their way back, only down, but only a couple of seconds here. They've got the chance to, I was going to say, try and bring it back to even, but the members of Drenga are going to opt to try and play for this last 10 seconds. It is going to be a case of Annex are going to try and favour this P4 side once again, but Jackson ripped out of top art by Heffron, someone who has been straight shooting all day. 17 and 15 from him. As it stands at the minute, nobody opting to try and hop on to time. It is a case they're trying to basically all just trying to break through and hold the P4 side of things. So a little bit of a split spawn. You have got Jackson with a couple of members of Drenga coming up behind him. But here we go once again. We've got Makoof round the back. Lampy's going to have to be the one that's going to have to go and find him. And they've sort of crossed paths.
Yeah, I think IDK's just spotted Lampy as well going into that P4, so it gives the comm to Makoof, his teammate, as well as Westy, to know where they're coming from. the rest, they've got the control of the hill as well. Again, another one of those scrappy hills that Drenga are just soaking 25, 20, 30 seconds on.
No, exactly. And the timing that's left on here, you've still got what looks to be just shy of 3 minutes. That's going to soon start to dwindle down if they start having contests on time, people leaving time white. Drenga with an opportunity to try and extend themselves out here. So it is going to be Annex that are going to be set up, unless IDK is going to fly through upstairs in towards New. It's going to be IDK gets taken out by Jackson. Smart play from him to pitch himself upstairs. Lampy will then find Crumpets on the way around as well. This is the moment where I think Annex have really got to try and have a full, pretty much 60 rotation.
Yeah, a full 60 here. A full 60 here puts them 30 points up. Yeah. But as soon as we say that, look at the blue arrows. 2 gone in the hill, 1's fine from the front, 1's fine through the back. Lampy will pick up Makuf, who's trying to push on the back.
Ooh.
That's a huge kill there from Crumpets. It's actually going to spawn his team in behind this hill as well. And as we just said, Annex need a full 60 here. Actually, I think it's going to be Drenga that now and might get the next 30 seconds.
Seemingly so. It's going to be a case of 30 seconds left to play for. As soon as you say that, we're now going to see Heffron with a big 3. He's enjoyed that one, let me tell you. On a 5 streak now is Heffron. 170 playing 123 in favour of Drenga here. This is going to get towards that time where Annex are going to have to start hitting the button. They're going to have to start headbutting time a little bit. They've still got an opportunity. We are going to be working our way over towards this P1. Is just about to pop. It is going to be Infinity. Closest person towards time will have Crumpets in and around. He was actually through Volt, managing to just pick him off. But a little bit of white time early doors, but Drenga seemingly just have the edge in this one.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Drenga here, you can try and get another 20, 25 seconds off this hill and not worry too much about those initial P2 spawns, because you've been so good at breaking those P2 spawns. And 20, 25 seconds here is going to do a lot for you in the later part of this game.
No, exactly. Like you say, IDK, the first blue kill, on that feed for a little bit there. Still 30 seconds of this P1 still to play for. Annex are going to opt to try and play for the P2 spawn side of things. But when you're in Drenga's position here, you can afford to try and snatch sort of 20 seconds at the end of time on the rotations. But on the flip side of that, Annex can't afford. They're going to have to sort of play a bit of a 2-2 split, really. Heffron and Makuf both finding kills, and that will be, if they pick it up, the last 10 seconds, which they're going to opt to not do so. It was going to be Infinity going to try and play some cuts to pick a couple of the members off. Not going to manage to do so. Opportunity for Drenga if they can try and force their way in. Not going to manage to do so straight away, but Crew's coming in, and it will be Heffron that will take out Infinity, trying to play for a bit of information, but nothing really to gain on that one.
Yeah, and CJP there missing all of his shots onto Makuf. Makuf coming through his front. A little bit of a scream after he got that kill. But they can get excited. They're 40 points away from advancing into winners round 3 here. And, you know, they've only dropped 1 map. You know, they don't want to drop any more. They want to try and keep that record as clean as possible. But Annex White is still not out of it, that's for sure.
No, well, I mean, you say they're not out of it, but it's going to be a very big ask for them to do so. They've got the chance to try and hold the last sort of 20 seconds of this P2. It's probably not worth Drenga trying to chow towards it. Heffron, you will see, has actually just spawned in the back. Whether they read it or not is a different question. They're not going to do so. So this is where we mentioned that they can just afford to claw away at the last sort of 10 seconds of time, because that will take care of itself. Only going to need sort of 22 seconds or so to try and advance their way through. Big kill from Infinity onto Crumpets after he took out Lampy. Off onto P3 we're going to go. CJP 3 Street, he will fall. Drenga, fantastic opportunity. 20 seconds is all that's remaining for them to be able to progress their way through. Big kill from Makuf. I think everybody in the room heard that one from him there. In trade kills after trade kills coming in for both teams. IDK on that 3 streak now. 14 seconds is all that's required. Big kill from Lampy will get traded instantly by IDK. This could genuinely go either way.
This is the problem though, isn't it, for Annex White, that Drenga can just afford to keep headbutting this time. You know, 12 seconds needed. Annex still can't even win it off of that P4 rotation. They could play for both. They could play for this old, and at the minute, they've also got the spawns for new. They're spawning Annex White so far away. 4 seconds is needed. IDK trying to soak all that time. Annex trying to hit through the mid doors. They're going to break in momentarily, but Infinity, Lampy trying to hit through. They'll be... Oh!
What they've not realised, they've left IDK. He's going to have the chance to get the 1 second. He spawned in the back, and that is going to be Drenga taking themselves through in this winners bracket. So unfortunate. They probably didn't expect the spawns to flip them out to sort of armory side then. It was literally a foot race from every single member of Drenga to get themselves as close to time as what they can. But what a series.
That's the problem. Annex did need to start pushing towards that P4 hill because they didn't know particularly where the players were going to spawn. They assumed they were going to spawn towards that P4. They needed to push towards it because they're still 70 points down. They need to try and get as much time, try and hold a full 60 there. But IDK and I think it was Crumpets have spawned out as well. Maybe just to walk on the pipe.
Yeah, it's probably not the series that we expected, but by gosh, were we treated to a good one there. So Annex are going to be the one that will be dropping down into that losers bracket. It's another chance for Drenga to try and continue their story. They've only dropped now just the one map this weekend, and I tell you what, they are looking fairly pretty. Obviously, it'll be good. Obviously, the further this advances, we'll see the bracket get updated, get a bit more of an insight into what the rest of this afternoon is going to look like. And we will be seeing Drenga further on this afternoon, possibly lining up a winners final with that Project Vapor side, which I'm sure is going to be a bang out. If this was going to be the team that was sort of expected to be rubbing shoulders with them this weekend, if Drenga can pull out a performance like that, who's to say where that series?
Oh, you don't. We saw Annex Black earlier fall out the losers bracket, so that's the third seed team gone. So Drenga now are left in the tournament, are the third highest seeded team left. Only team between them and Project Vapor, Annex White.
Yeah, it should be genuinely such an interesting afternoon. I'm sure it's not the afternoon that Annex were expecting there to drop down. They possibly looked this one as maybe they'd have had the slaying power. They should be the ones that have the sort of the fundamentals right, but other than that, it's Call of Duty. Anything can happen. But I think it's generally just the experience of Drenga. I think the consistent playing with each other. Obviously, you add in the addition of Team Crumpets there at the same time as well, and you get that experience from him. And what a valuable asset that is.
Yeah, beating accusations on LAN.
Shock. That's what I mean. People turn up to these events that have had all the online rigmarole and such of people getting loud, etc. But this is the place to do it. This is the place where those sort of questions can be answered. But it looks like I think we're possibly going to have a little bit of a break in the relatively near future. I can't see any teams unless it's the Project Vapor guys that will be lining up shortly. But other than that, it's not been a bad day so far, has it?
It's been a great day, Call of Duty.
But, well, and just in the right time, that is going to be enough for me and Abuse for now, and we will catch you guys after the break.
My body feels safe in your hands. Feel me fully fade. I'm light as a fire that'll let me stay. The stars still remember they fall to a fire.
Lately you don't feel like yourself, and you kinda hate it. You suppress all of the thoughts in your head and say it's complicated. You hide your pain, but I can see it etched on your face. I know the feeling, swear you're okay, but you're barely breathing. Don't you walk away. 'Cause I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I was so caught up thinking about myself, never took time to listen. Couldn't see that you were going through hell. Now you're cold and distant. You say you're fine, but your heart is bleeding. Read me those signs, but they lost the meaning. I know something isn't right. See the demons in your eyes. I know you're afraid. I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. Won't you tell me now? You never answer when I call. Locked in your room and so drunk. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. I feel it in your eyes when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal, so subliminal about the way that your eyes shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on.
Bite dust.
What do you expect me to say? You know that I will always find a way to fuck up everything that we ever made. Some people change and some people don't. Don't give it another shot. We've had enough, I think it's time to stop. I fucked up everything we ever made. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. What you expect me to do? Push you away when we're both feeling blue. No lies can help with what you're going through. Some things can change, but you know it won't. Why do we wait for the worst? Everyone knows that the ending is cursed. This ship is sinking, so just say the words. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again. There's poisons in my veins. Liars are all the same. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again. There's poisons in my veins. Liars are all the same.
Then get up, get dressed. Before work's off my list. What's left to do, just guess. It's you, my favorite, but I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need. When a day's gone, we've only begun. That's the best part, when we get it on. I'm addicted, no denying it. Cause you don't cross my mind, you live in it. I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need.
I'm about to get 30. Your last one made you 30. Now you get yourself a freaking little dude. In the mood 24/7, 6911. So you're making it, but I'ma just stop. Stop for a moment. Do you really think that I'ma fuck you while I'm sober? I'm not. Taking Uber to your hotel. Beat it like a local, but you're calling back while I shut down.
You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need.
relationships will often end in disgusting. I know you want my love, but there's nothing to discuss. I don't need you in my life no more. I don't need you in my life no more. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I've been nose running, you funny, you going I told my people I would make it out. What? Not the time just to go around. What do you think is safe and sound? What? Might as well just burn it down. It's always winter time inside my mind. I find it hard to bury, 'cause it gets cold and blurry. Yeah, it gets cold and blurry. She took my heart and then discarded all the evidence. All of her actions were a clear case of malevolence. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I've been nose running, you funny, you
The night is young, our memories echo inside me. As time is slowly ticking away, I miss the way that we were in harmony. I'm having trouble letting go. I close my eyes and wish you were closer. Now we're like footprints in the snow, slowly fading until it's over. Our memories won't last forever. Now love you for eternity. So baby, let's get back together. I'll show you what you need, a symphony. I propose that we embrace love, hope, and our affection. Nostalgia is crashing down, a bittersweet burning feeling. 'Cause when I start to look around, home isn't the same way you're leaving. Our memories won't last forever. Now longing for eternity. So baby, let's get back together. I'll show you what you need, a symphony. Symphony.
We're doing alright. When we are apart, we always do the same dance. Always on the fence, never making sense. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. I'm not gonna be the one tonight. Don't wanna hear anything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So don't say you need me when I walk away. So many words but they don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you need me cause we're not a thing. We're not a thing. I'm doing alright. Since we are apart, you know it's always the heart first. Don't care if it hurts, you're making it worse. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. Not gonna feel a thing. I'm not gonna see your face tonight. Not gonna see your face. Don't wanna hear anything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So cry all you want, but I still walk away. Cry all you want, but I still walk away. So many words, but you don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you love me, cause it's not a thing. 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 It's
Hey desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it crumbles down? Watch it get higher, down to the wire. Will you let it burn till we almost drown? Higher, goodbye, honey, where do we lie? Where you're headed, am I going there too? I don't wanna ask why, wanna give this a try with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. Have you made your mind yet? Have you got your heart set? I don't wanna jump half-hearted. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish where we started. Like the river flowing, tell me where we're going. Take me to a place that's brand new. With every second growing, time feels like it's slowing with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. It's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. I won't let you go alone. I won't let you go
Oh, did you cry when I found you in the night? Staying up till 5 a.m. Told me you and him were friends. Woke up in a burning home. Blame myself, I should have known. There's still no place, sealed our fate, buried in the catacombs. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed.
my heart online.
Was I blind?
Too afraid to find that you changed your mind from sleepless nights. Was I part of your design?
Push me till I broke
Alone, no one heard my heart explode. It's a suicide dive, just knew when you die and question everything you know. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. And talks my heart online. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. And talks my heart online. And darks my heart online.
My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm bad to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm bad for my life, I'm fighting. The ash keep burning down. No, you won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war
know it would be goodbye, my love. When did the close of forever come, my love? All I recall was a stare that was vacant and cold. Where did the spark go, the warmth that once stole my soul? It seems the glow from within your eyes is gone. I never knew they could also lie far gone. How can a heart just forget what's kept in stone? I need to know what's living slowly
She got a body like a goddess, and she talks so sweet. It's like I can't believe I'm the one that she wanted. And if I'm really being honest, I know I could be everything she needs if she let me get on it. Yeah. So come here, baby, listen close, hold me tight, don't let me go. Girl, you know that I'ma want you all my life. But I got so much left to do, except for falling in love with you. So I'ma let you keep me up another time. But please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind. Baby, please don't stay the night. I must do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Ooh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. 'Cause you know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. I must do what's right. I'm done being polite. stay the night. Don't try to change my mind. Please don't stay the night. Almost do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Oh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. You know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. Almost do what's right. I'm done being polite. Oh, don't stay the night.
I've been searching for a piece of me. I've been counting on the heads of time. I love my body, I love my mind. With desire for out of place, out of space, floating higher.
Feathers been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Can't the 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels, ain't do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game's been no one. Gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. I'm balling on top of that mountain. I'm on and I'm calling my mama to tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. Hey, the pressure will sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. We had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting there lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now. I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was ghosting. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling when progress is stalling. My stock is missing, my life it ain't boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze. When they ask me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game's been no one. Gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
I feel the gravity pull and it keeps me awake. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy.
night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy.
I've been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through?
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
One more time and one more night without your hands, without me in your arms. Looking back, I wonder why I didn't show you how deep is my love. Let's talk about love. Tell me, what do you like? Tell me, where do you wanna see me naked? Let's talk about love. Tell me, what do you like? Tell me, what do you love? Let's talk about
'cause you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be bad, 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 bad. Let's talk about. Let's talk about. Let's talk about. Talk about love. Let's talk about. La 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 la. I'll never mistake the way you give me my faith. My body feels safe in your hands. Feel me fully face. I'm light as a fire that I'm letting you escape. The stars still remember the fall to our face. I don't wanna every single part of me in flames. Tell me how it tastes. Let me be the harmony you crave. I want you to stay, please stay. Venom in my veins, deliverance waits by your hands. I am not afraid. I'm light as a fire that I'm letting you escape. The stars still remember the fall to our face. I don't wanna every single part of me in flames. Tell me how it tastes. Let me be the harmony you crave.
Lately you don't feel like yourself, and you kinda hate it. You suppress all of the thoughts in your head and say it's complicated. You hide your pain, but I can see it etched on your face. I know the feeling, swear you're okay, but you're barely breathing. Don't you walk away. I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I was so caught up thinking about myself, never took time to listen. Couldn't see that you were going through hell. Now you're cold and distant.
Bite dust. Bite dust. Bite dust. Bite dust. If you must. Dust. If you must. Bite dust. If you must. Dust. If you must. 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 If you must.
What do you expect me to say? You know that I will always find a way to fuck up everything that we ever made. Some people change and some people don't. Don't give it another shot. We've had enough, I think it's time to stop. I fucked up everything we ever made. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. What you expect me to do? Push you away when we're both feeling blue. No lies can help with what you're going through. Some things can change, but you know it won't. Why do we wait for the worst? Everyone knows that the ending is cursed. This ship is sinking, so just say the words. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again. There's poisons in my veins. Liars are all the same. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again. There's poisons in my veins. Liars are all the same.
Then get up, get dressed. Before work's off my list. What's left to do? Just guess. It's you, my favorite, but I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need. When a day's gone, we've only begun. That's the best part. When we get it on, I'm addicted, no denying it. Cause you don't cross my mind, you live in it. I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need.
I'm about to get 30. Your last one made you 30. Now you get yourself a freaking little dude. In the mood 24/7, 16/11. So you're making it, but I'ma just stop for a moment. Do you really think that I'ma fuck you while I'm sober? I'm not. Taking Uber to your hotel, beat it like a local, cause you're calling back while I shut down.
You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips, I'm feeling the heat. That's all I need. That's all I need.
Have relationships will often end in disgusting. I know you want my love, but there's nothing to discuss. I don't need you in my life no more. I don't need you in my life no more. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I've been nose running, you funny, you going it out. What? Not the time just to go around. What do you think is safe and sound? What? Might as well just burn it down. It's always winter time inside my mind. I find it hard to bury. Cause it gets cold and blurry. Yeah, it gets cold and blurry. She took my heart and then discarded all the evidence. All of her actions were a clear case of malevolence. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I've been nose running, you funny, you going
The night is young, our memories echo inside me. As time is slowly ticking away, I miss the way that we were in harmony. I'm having trouble letting go. I close my eyes and wish you were closer. Now we're like footprints in the snow, slowly fading until it's over. Our memories will last forever. Now love you for eternity. So baby, let's get back together. I'll show you what you need, a symphony.
Hi Esports, welcome back to the Esports Hub Summer Showdown. Hope you've all enjoyed that break. You know, it's been quite a while, it's quite nice, but we are going into another game of playoffs. How excited are we?
Yeah, we're getting into the business end of things now. We've only got a few games left to go, especially on stage, and I think now we're truly getting to see like who the best teams are. And we've got a couple underdog stories as well in there. Pink Panthers lower bracket run potentially on the cards, but on the upper bracket side of things, like it's who kind of expected their Project Vapor still the heavy favourites, I think, and I think it's all yet to play for.
Yeah. So Joel, you've been casting practically.
I think people are probably sick of seeing my face by this point today. I think I've been here, there, and everywhere, so it feels.
How have you been finding the games today?
I tell you what, the second game that we had today went all the way down to obviously map 5, round 11. What a series that was. I think the room, obviously, as soon as the whispers probably started going round that it was going the distance, it soon filled up, and then arguably just had quite a big upset in the one before this one as well, including the Annex roster. But fair play to Drenga. I think all the games today have been quite exciting to watch, really. Obviously, the first one's sort of business as usual, I think that we all expect, but the two that followed up, I think, have done well.
Yeah, and I think a key part, like we have Amrox on stage yet again, who they came back to win 3-2, and if they have another game like that, then they're the true entertainers of this tournament so far, because just constant grindy maps, like 5 map affairs on all sides. If they get to the final, like I don't even know how many rounds of COD they'd be playing, but they'd have to, like, they'd truly earn it if they even get that far.
I swear it'll be getting to like the hundreds nearly at that point throughout the whole weekend. But you know, we have Amrox on stage again, but we also have Excite Gaming, who we haven't seen since yesterday. So how do we think this matchup's going to fare?
Oh gosh, how do I think this? You put me on the spot already. I would imagine if I was to put my 2 pence in, I'd go on the Amrox side of things. Okay. Got a bit of allegiance to the Excite. Some good owners over there. The organisation does a lot for the scene, but the Amrox, they've overcome sort of everything, bar obviously the group stage, etc. They've done quite well, but through that playoff bracket, you build the momentum for yourself. They've played this Series 3 now for them potentially today, and they would be the ones that I'm leaning more towards, but have to be proven wrong at the same time.
Oh yeah, we all are, aren't we?
Yeah.
We just want some good college.
Yeah, exactly. I mean?
Yeah, this is Excite's second game on stage this weekend, and their first one, gotta say, they're not really much to talk about. They got like body bagged.
Yeah, true.
2-0 loss. They did like 250-104, then 6-2 loss. Like, it wasn't really that close.
No.
So they'll be hoping to sort of change their affairs. They've been on a bit of a win streak now. They're like, they've got a couple wins under the belt. It's just sometimes studio and stage, 2 different environments. A lot different upstairs than it is down here. It's a lot like.
I've still not been upstairs.
Atmosphere-wise, it's a little better.
You don't want to.
Okay.
I don't recommend it.
No, I've not risked it.
Yeah, atmosphere-wise, it's a little better. And you've also got a crowd cheering on you as well, like, and the lights. It's a different atmosphere. Like, it's not as I say hectic and heavy, but I just want to see like. Can Excite shed the demons of yesterday?
Well, I hope so. I hope we see some, like a long game, because it's even though production might kill me for saying it, it does make the event more enjoyable.
Oh, 100%.
Like, because you want to see these teams fight, you want the storylines to void, and I just got shouted out in my ear for saying just that. But you want these storylines to form and the drama to happen, just because it's just good content.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think I've been on Prod's bad books all weekend by saying, like, with how some of these games have gone and, like, how I've been basically kind of manifesting some of these results was, like, the last game with Drenga and Annex was, like, they're going to reverse sweep this, surely. And I had a couple of them just, like, yelling at me, like, don't manifest it, don't manifest it. It nearly came to fruition, just Drenga pulling out at the very end. And I think this can be another game where potentially we see another 5-map affair, like, or potentially like reverse sweeps here and there. It's going to be another close one. It's what you expect when you get to like top 6 of a LAN event like this, and it's too hard to call, really.
Absolutely. What about you? Where are you leaning towards? I know you don't like predictions, but every time someone comes up here, you're going to start us off today.
I feel like it's because the reason I can't give a proper opinion is because I'm still so new to the whole This is my first time ever watching Call of Duty, so I'm like, okay, I'm learning how it works. I'm learning who's good and what's going on. So I'm unbiased in that sense because it's like, okay, so. But I feel like from what I've seen, I would say Amrox. I've seen them perform really well on this stage. And I feel like they're going to continue doing that. Whereas Excite, I'm a little bit more in the dark. So I'm a bit like, obviously, I'll lean towards Amrox for that idea. But hey, Excite could prove me wrong.
I'm actually going to take Excite for this one. I think it's going to be another 3-1 potentially, because Excite did take a massive scalp in the start of the winners bracket by taking down Mistakers. So I think with that win under the belt, they've got a little bit of momentum. Yeah, you lost the last round, but you're now in a position where you can get a good placement at a LAN now. Like, there's a good amount of pressure on your back now, top 4 potentially. So, yeah, I think Excite might just take this.
We're going to casters soon, but I want to hear your thoughts on it. You can't get away with it that easily. What are your?
Yeah, no, I think it'll be an extremely competitive game. Obviously, they've made it this far of a run into the tournament for a reason. They've not been beaten today at all. So I think it's at that point where everything starts to run a little bit longer. We're getting further into the tournament. Maps are becoming a little bit closer. We're not really seeing the whitewashes as such, but I'm going with the Amrock boys on this one.
So we're quite divided, and I think that's better because it just proves that it's anyone's game to play for.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So that is all from us for now. We're going to go to our casters, and then going to take you through this next series of playoffs.
Hello, thank you very much, Curtis. And let's follow on straight away then from the desk. Predictions for this game. We've seen Excite, the first time they've been on the main stage since that opening game yesterday against Annex White, who, if they are to win, they could be matching up against in the next round. And Amrox Esports, we've seen them a few times now. Early thoughts going into the match?
Just Amrox have been more underdog at this entire tournament. Like, they've been beating people that you'd expect them to be losing to.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're hitting the nail on the head there. That Amrox side have really been making upsets. I mean, that game earlier against Nathan Parker and co, that Annex Black side, no one saw that coming. They've taken out the 3rd seed in the tournament. It was a very close fashion as well. It did go all the way down to that map 5, and I think seeing the map on screen now, we could be heading to a map 5 again. We've got Hacienda, and Hacienda. There's a nice, easy thing there for production to get that set up. The same picture 3 times in a row. We're going to rewind Hardpoint. The first time we have seen it in a map set on the main stage this weekend. And if we do go the distance, we will be going and visiting Red Card for S&D. Triple Hassie.
I hate Hacienda at the moment, mainly because it's a really, really simple map. In other words, it's very linear because it's all just, we rush mid, now we rush right. Yeah. Then you go left. It's never like split it. It's just send everything, now split it. It's just, you do the same thing every time.
And I think that's why a lot of the teams actually pick it, because it is a very simple 3-lane map. It's a bit more of a traditional map, which is, it was in an older COD where we used to have those 3-lane maps. It's been added back into the pool because I think Activision realised that some of the maps weren't as preferred by the players that are playing these maps here. And I mean, Triple Hacienda, and look at the beautiful view that we're going to have on Hacienda as well.
Yeah, we're going to have 3 times of it.
Exactly. And the key thing is going to be which team are going to spawn behind that line statue we just looked at, that P2 side of the map. That is where the first money hold is going to come in, and we need to make sure that our teams are holding behind that statue on those back cars, but being a little bit careful because the cars do have a tendency to blow up if a grenade hits them.
Yeah, and they've got to be careful as well on the other side, because if they do get that unfortunate bad spawn, they've got to be very, very good and quick at braking to go and get that back spawn for that P2.
Yeah, and something that is underrated, especially at the start of this game, is going to be that P1.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a very hotly contested hill. They don't see too much time getting soaked off of that hill, but the more points you get, the more beneficial it is to your team, because you're close to that 250 points. It is an objective gamer. You do need to get as many points as possible. And 5 seconds to go. We are going to see Amrox in the blue. We can see Excite in the yellow, and hopefully we're going to get an overlay for those names to help you out at home and help us out on the desk.
Some of them.
Which ones? We got a few of the game tags, but we do not have them all. So we can talk about Elusive, Avo, and Mowat on the other side. And it's going to be P1 straight away. We've already seen the Dolphin dive across the P1 hill. 2 kills coming into the feed there on Amrox. They're going to take this initial time. Looking now, Excite trying to push through this bottom secret. It's already 12 seconds. I literally just said about how important these P1 minutes seconds can be. But Excite finally going to break it. Mowat with 3 as well, 4 and 1 to start us off. Pretty much the whole entire kill was in the lobby.
I think we've actually seen the most amount of points we've had for hard points so far for P1.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to be Avo trying to play through that top mid. At the minute, it is Excite with those favourable P2 spawns. And also, more importantly, they got that P1 time, but that's a great kill, though, from Elusive with that AR. And we can start to see on the minimap the rotation coming in. Excite looking to hold the back, and with Mowat already 4 and 2, I'm sure he's going to be one to look out for the rest of this map.
A little bit trigger happy.
Yeah, Katana Land 5, not sure who that was, but shooting a few shots, not hitting very many of them, and will fall. But Amrox, as much as they don't have these back spawns, at the minute they do have the time, although OTRN and Mowat are now going to be in that hill, and more kills are coming through.
We do have the overlay now.
We do have the overlay, so we are going to talk about it. And one player that, you know, got a bit of criticism online before the Katana Land in March, Smallzilla, he's going to be one of the X factors for this Excite roster. Excite roster, the name's the wrong way around. You know, he really can turn it on. He can be the difference maker here. He can turn it into the Smallzilla game. But for now, it's going to be about a tie game, 15 points left. We can already see Avo, number 4 there, starting to make his journey. I was going to say towards New, but he's turned around. He's looking towards Old again now. And look at this. The yellow arrows have been able to sneak through on the map. That's Mowat, that's Edski, which are your Amrox players, not your Excite players.
We do have 2 spawn out, though, so they are kind of being pincered from that.
Yeah, so as much as they haven't got the back spawns yet, they have got 2 players spawning out. It can help them. I know maybe not with Mowat falling, but you can really collapse on that hill if you've got players coming in from all angles. But so far, Amrox have been doing well to try and deal with it. 2 kills already coming through. They're going to be looking for a few more kills. A team nade comes through. Elusive gets 2 and gets loud. And it's going to be the time going the way of Excite Gaming now, which are in the blue. Their team names are wrong. We do apologise for that one. Going to be top plat domination currently trying to come through here. That's Chica looking for more kills. And he's coming through his way. Edski finally able to shut him down. It's a slow start there from OTRN, but again, look at the scoreboard. Elusive 8 and 5 here. A lot of hill time going his way as well. He'll be looking to keep this up, and we've already got players set up on this new hill. It is going to be the Amrox Esports players. No, the Excite players, sorry. I'm going to keep saying the wrong one. Who's that? It's Mowat on that hill, and Mowat is someone that I didn't know too much about coming to this weekend, but when we watched him earlier on the main stage, he was shooting. He was shooting absolute rockets out of those guns, and they're stacking this hill. It's going to make the push really hard there for the Excite players to try and break this hill, although the trophy's been wasted straight away, thrown right into the pre-aims of OTRN, who's tagged up and backed up now. 75-70 as well, George, so it's getting really tight now this game as well.
Definitely.
Big kills coming through from Smallzilla. This is what we talked about. Mowat answered with 2 of his own.
1v1 on point.
Able to get 1. Will he be able to get the second? He's only got pistol. He's up against the Annex, and he does win it with the help of his teammate coming through. And look at this, 77 plays 75. We did heard the desk talk about how all of these games towards the latter part of this afternoon are going to be closer and closer. We're not going to see too many blowouts like we did on the Saturday in our pool play matches. And we're seeing it already here, aren't we?
Yeah, and we do see the lead change.
Yeah, we do. So it's going to be Amrox in the blue there, in the yellow, sorry, that have got, yeah, see, I've done it again. Amrox in the yellow there with a 14-point lead going into this P1, and we've not actually seen a player touch the P1 point as soon as I say that, of course. They do it. Avo able to pick up 3, though, before falling. 1 was his teammate. Wrong person. He must have got in the way.
Yeah. Still finished off the blow, though, didn't he? To get the kill.
And look at this. They are starting now to try and get a bit this time, Excite. Their names have gone back to 4.
Have they?
I don't think the names were the problem. I think it was the team names that were the problem. Production, if you can hear. Excite Gaming should be Katana Land 1, 2, 3, 4. But we're going to keep going as it is for now. And we can see it's kind of an even scoreboard across all the things. We've got Katana Land 5. I can't remember who that was exactly. I think it might be OJ. Struggling a little bit in the kills department, but he is getting a couple of kills on this time. And look at that hill time. He's got 1 minute 32 on the hill. So he's kind of soaking that hill for his team. And from what it was, a tied game, a 10-point lead going into that last hill, Excite Gaming are now almost double their lead.
Yeah, just from those 90 seconds of him sitting on it. Just already taking a good chunk for him.
And like we said, it's that P1, isn't it? It can be a real difference maker in the map. talking about difference makers in the map. Elusive trying to hit through from the back now. Or some more screens coming through. It's going to get passionate as the afternoon goes on. Everyone's waking up now. Everyone's had a couple series to warm up across the various stations that we have here at the venue.
It is seeming a little bit dominant at the moment.
It is. It's one of those things, isn't it? It could be a dominant hard point, but maybe when we go to the S&D, you know, who knows what will happen in that. It's going to be Mowat again trying to push through from that back driveway. Is going to fall. OTRN trying to hit some shots on the wall bang with the sub, but the sub just does not have the power. And look at that, Smolzilla on a 5 spree. Shouting dead. I don't know if that's Mike's picking that one up, but I can hear that through my headphones. And he's going to be still on that street going towards this new hill. Where is he on the minimap? He's going to be pushing through office. He might get a free kill onto OTRN here, and this could really open up the spawns. He is. There's a 6 spree. He's about a couple kills off their Hellstorm, but his team do not have control of the hill as it stands. Like we said, I highlighted Smolzilla as a player coming into this series to keep your eye on. Playing against him online isn't particularly the most enjoyable thing I've ever done in my life. Not great for the confidence. Well, at least when you're me. But his team are starting to try and claw their way back into this game now. They've shortened the lead to just 50 points with 30 seconds left on this P3 hill, and we know that all-important P4 rotation is coming up very shortly, so this might be the last 4-on-4 push at this hill, and it is. Kills all go blue in the end. There was a couple trades there, OTRN picking up a few before falling, but it looks like it's going to be Smolzilla and crew that will pick up these last 10 seconds. No, it's not going to be. It's going to be Mowat. Oh, no, it's not. He's going to fall as well.
Lots of damage, nearly didn't get the kill.
Chica seeing 2 people unsure which one to shoot. One gets away with his life onto this new hill, but one did fall up top mid there.
So this second rotation onto P4 now.
Yeah, this is going to be crucial. This can be the difference maker in the game here. Will the side of Excite be able to close the gap of that lead, or will Amrox be able to take this hill and walk away with it now and really extend their lead and make it really tough for this Excite team to come back in? That's a dead body, not a person, but he does snap onto them. But that's a big 2-piece from who else but Smolzilla again. Still on that hill in the corner. He's probably regen by now. And you've got OTRN down to 20 health, regenning just behind this little box.
You do see both teams ready to fight each other right now. Yeah. All 4 are right next to each other.
Smolzilla's going to go for a pinch as well, but doesn't need the pinch because all 4 players are fallen. Chica with 5 streak currently and a couple kills going his way. And exactly what we said, they've narrowed that gap now to 20 points. It could even be less than that by the time this new P1 hill pops. We are just looking to see if Excite are going to be able to get a couple more kills. Here it is. Chica, 6 spree, does fall, so we're not going to see a Hellstorm in his pocket for the rest of this map. But what we are going to see is his team get a lot closer to that lead. Again, another 4. This Excite gaming roster really grew into this game after that first rotation now.
We should see a point lead in a second here.
Yeah, it's looking like Excite can do it. There's another team kill, so that's 2 kills then. That's 3 down players down there for the side of Excite Gaming, and Amrox are actually going to be able to get on the hill for the first time in a little while.
Yeah.
But if you look at the scoreboard as well, the slaying from Excite Gaming on the blue side, you know, the team names are the wrong way around for those of you that have just joined us. We'll fix that for map number 2. But if you actually look at, you know, the kills here and the kills on the other side of things, you know, Excite Gaming are outslaying by good 10, 15 kills, but they're not converting that into the hill time.
You do see a long rotation. He does catch both of them.
Yeah, it's a big 2 from Mowat, but it's not going to change the spawns because of where Elusive is. Although the players do not spawn on Elusive, they spawn slightly further back towards where that bomb site is. And all the hills kind of go in Amrox's favour at the minute. Mowat with another huge kill, 21-24. All players negative on the side of Amrox, which is something interesting to keep your eye on because they are in the lead by over 30 points currently. And looking to extend that on this hill. They're not going to be able to get the tick to win on this hill, but they can definitely get close. Elusive trying his best to slow the push down. Will pick up 2, but 2 kills go back the other way. The kills are being traded back and forth between the 2 teams. There's a dolphin again on the map out of the water.
Let's catch a really nice slide there from Chica.
And look how close they're going to be. If you're Amrox, you need to think about this new hill. Or sorry, if you're Excite, you need to think about this new hill, but you cannot give Amrox this time as well because they will be 5 seconds away from their victory.
Yeah, and 5 and 6 here already ready for that rotation with flip spawns.
Yeah. They do not need to worry about this old time anymore, but Mobile has still been able to get it, hoping someone would come around the corner with that knife. They're not able to do so. It's just these players. They're not going to worry about this initial time, you know. They need 5 seconds. That's one clean push, and the pinch is about to come through. You have got Chica trying to pinch around the back of the Amrox players, but Amrox are all trying to collapse on this hill.
The person on point.
3 kills go Amrox's way. OTRN, Smallzilla, last 2 players alive on this point. Who's going to win the fight? OTRN with the help of his teammate. 2 seconds left. The contest does come through. There are 3 blue arrows on the point. Excite will extend the game for a little bit at least, but XQ gets one. So a huge 1v1. He turns away at the wrong time. They're still in the game. It's going to have to be the most flawless hardpoint end we have seen this entire weekend.
You're going to have to get both this point and the next one fully.
Exactly that. And look at that, Smallzilla on 30 for the loss as well. We haven't even got a single player on. It's Amrox with 30, but Amrox there with 3 dead, and they are going to take on map number 1, Hacienda.
Good first map, though.
It was a really good first map. It was really back and forth for the most part. You know, towards the end of that game, we started to see that Amrox side start to, you know, build up a bit of a lead. But it was getting traded back and forth, wasn't it? You know, Amrox took an 80-point lead, and then all of a sudden Excite would bring it back to about a 20-point gap, and then it was that final P1 to P2 rotation, then into that very scrappy P3, because they had to run it. Every player had to keep headbutting that hill to make sure the game hadn't ended there. Let's have a look at our final scoreboard. Look at the slaying. The slaying on the Excite roster, those blue players there at the top. Smallzilla was your Katana Land 2. They were outslaying massively. The traded kills as well.
And you can see as well the lack of not many kills but still winning, because some people always forget, or seem to forget, that you don't have to win in kills. You don't have to completely outfrag the other team in hardpoint, because you can literally win by just getting like 20 kills each, maybe 15. You just constantly beat the rotation.
And that's exactly what we've seen there, isn't it? From that Amrox side, they were outslayed. It'll be interesting to see if that's going to be a continuation for the rest of the series, whether the Excite slaying is just too strong for them, and it's exciting to be able to turn that slaying power into points and objective. Remember, we do play objective mode. There isn't a TDM as such. Obviously, Control can't act like TDM at points, but there is still an objective that needs to be dealt with.
But that is their benefit, though, because it is a lives game in that Control. That might give Excite that little advantage, because they are outslaying at this point.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing about this Amrox side that we saw earlier, I'm not sure how much of the game you watched, but their S&D is top tier. They are one of the strongest S&T teams that we have seen at the event this weekend. And that might play in their favour, you know. They're already 1-0 up. If they can take this map number 2, all of a sudden they're 2-0 up. Excite Gaming, you know, on the line of losing, being knocked out of the tournament, where their head's going to be.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's map 1.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking quite far ahead. So let's just quickly go back to this map number 2 then. So we're going to stay on Hacienda. Now, Hacienda S&D's a few different things, isn't there? Like kind of what you were hinting at earlier, there's 3 main things you can do. You can hit A, obviously. You can hit B, obviously. A lot of teams try and play through mid before going to one of those sites. So it could be that we see a man like Mowat there with that AR in his hand, beaming these players down top mid. Is there anything you like to see on this S&D between these 2 sides?
I'd like to see more of try from Excite side to actually use their first bloods.
Yeah.
Because you can see if they frag like they did in that map, they should be winning a lot of the first bloods. But what they need to do is not get caught immediately after doing it. Don't get traded, or don't lose your first blood and then lose rounds, because then it just drops morale like crazy.
It's translating those first bloods, isn't it? In using that life advantage, just every time if they get a kill on you, just trade it out straight away. You know, using that life advantage and the kills that we have. But to be fair, Amrox might have been outslayed, but it's not exactly like they're bad shooters. We've seen them now that they've upset a couple of teams here in the losers run today. They're still in our tournament, you know, losers round 4 now. We're getting really close. We're getting to the money end of the tournament now, and they're still here. From a team where a lot of people wrote them off at the start of the weekend, no one knew too much about them. They are definitely showing their worth here at the ES Hubland.
Yeah, oh, definitely. They've definitely surprised me more.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot, because I put them on the other side yesterday, going that they were going to lose a lot more. Like, I thought in their groups they were going to come like 3rd, maybe bottom, but it was like, and then when they played, it's because their first game was Rose, so it was like, they weren't bad by any means. It's just the fact of when they did, out of that group, I don't think Rose was obviously the best in their group, but it wasn't really the best judgment for them. But we didn't really get to see any of the games off screen.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's one of the things that, looking at the bracket that Amrox have had, they did have, like you said, they did deal with Project Rose in this quick 2-way fashion. The S&D wasn't as comfortable as they probably would have liked, and going into the rest of their pool, they did win 1 more. They did lose 1 as well against the team that was top of their group, which would have been mistaken Esports against Wadey beat Tatesy and Callum Chaos. But looking at what they've done today, so they upset Annex Black, this morning. You know, Nathan Parker and a very strong team there. Docs on there was doing God work, but they were able to deal with them in a map number 5. And going into that losers round 3 that they've just played off on one of the stations upstairs, a decent mistaken black side, they were able to take 3-0. And I saw a couple of the scores in the maps and I didn't write them down, and I'm sure the players on that mistaken black team will be quite happy I'm not announcing exactly what some of the scores were in the S&D and the control, because it wasn't the closest of games, which again goes to prove why Amrox Esports have got this spot in this game. And going into the Hasty S&D is going to be a watch.
Yeah, it should be a really good S&D match.
I'm hoping. A little prediction in from me here then. I'm thinking 6-3 Amrox.
If Excite do slay, 6-4 in Excite's favour. If they struggle and Amrox do pull it back, then 6-2 in Amrox's favour.
Yeah. The good news is we're not going to have to wait long to see if our predictions are correct. You're kind of on the fence of both. You kind of said Amrox will win, but if Excite is slaying, they're going to win. So you win either way. I've really put all my eggs in the Amrox basket here today, and I'm kind of being converted to a bit of an Amrox fan. But Hacienda, we're staying with this lovely, beautiful, sunny map. But I think we're probably going to see a lot of hitting through mid. I think that's something over the weekend that teams, you know, we've got a lovely little stage here where people can come and sit down and watch these games. That we've seen a few Hacienda S&Ds, and there's a lot of mid pressure put down. So I think other teams are probably watching what other teams are doing and saying, that worked, let's try that. And using that and adopting that in their gameplay here. We are going to have the correct team names, colours and player names here. So thank you very much for production for fixing that. And make my life a bit easier, I won't get confused.
Yeah, we do see Excite on the attack there.
Yeah, we do.
Already
first blood. Elusive coming through there with that first blood. And again, whereas it is coming through from this midway, and we're going to see Chica try and get a first blood. With the help of Avo, they're going to trade out Mowat, who got a kill, and it's now a 2 versus 3 Amrox on the defensive side. And I think
that Small did spot them. Yeah, it does seem like it.
I think they've got complete control side of this bomb, so Elusive's just going to get the plant down because Chica knows exactly where these players are, and he's just going to play this corner, make sure and see if they can do anything. Don't do it loudly. They are right by me. Oh, for a second I thought Chica was going to lose that one, but he does get the kill in the end, close it out, and he's just going to shoulder the last player, OTR, in the 1 versus 3. Oh,
we did hear that from the other side.
That was a kill that maybe he shouldn't be winning. We're going to see it again, which I don't think they're going to want to watch back. But that's a good offensive round win there, you know, getting that first blood through mid, and like you said, you picked up on that Excite team. If they can get that first blood, they need to be able to translate that into the rest of the map, in the rest of the round, sorry, and they've done that perfectly in the round number 1.
Yeah, I did seem a little worried at first because they did get traded back, but then Mowat does push a bit too aggressively.
Yeah, and it was that quick trade, wasn't it, from that flank? I think it was from Avo on that flank round through the office, or he might even been Chica, that, you know, they had the info. They knew someone's going to be around there. As soon as the bullets start getting dropped, they swarmed on the play, and they get that trade out as quick as you can. Let's give me another mid hit here. The stun's going to bounce back though. We've got 3 Amrox players holding each other's hands. Although, again,
another one.
First blood goes the way of Excite Gaming. It's going to be Small with the first blood there, I think.
They're fast planting B.
They are. And the trades are being traded back, the kills are being traded back and forth, sorry, in that lobby, and it's now a 2 versus 3. Amrox are kind of turtled up on this side, but they're probably in the best position to try and defend this bomb, but they are going to have to deal with 3 of the Excite Gaming players hitting from various different ways. We're going to have 2 coming through from this Lambo. Mo's going to spot 1, and he's going to get the kill, but he's going to get chased, will be traded out, and that is Avo, OTRN. Avo, there we go, Excite Game. Again, exactly what you picked up on between these 2 maps. Get that first blood, get that life advantage, and just keep trading it out. And so far, Excite Gaming are looking in control of this SD and making me look silly for not the first time this weekend, with my predictions being very off of it. I don't think some of these Excite players have actually died yet. There's not been too many kills that have gone against them. Obviously, that round ended in a 1 versus 1, but with the round before, it was in a 1 versus 3. It'll be interesting to see, you know, going into the rest of the series, are we going to see a change of the strategy, or are we going to keep seeing these mid pushes, and then from there they can choose which bomb site, or are we going to see them all funnel through that Lambo towards B, or funnel through the well towards A?
Well, we have seen B twice already, and both rounds we've seen fast plants.
Yeah, and we're seeing 3 players play through this lobby again, and it's going to be towards the B side of the top mid, and that's a sub beaming Mowat on his AR there, but will be traded out by XQ. look at this, it's Avo again on that pin. She's done that both of the rounds though. He's been able to slip through the net of the Amrox players. And the map is, they're kind of all over the place, aren't they? And look at this from Avo here. He's going to get some good timing onto one. He sees both and chooses to back away, but he's going to turn the corner.
Counter-rotate.
Yeah, and there's a good choice from Avo there to turn around. He's got 2 players shooting at him, but he does unfortunately run into the 3rd player. But he gives good info to his teammates. All 3 players were aware of where they are. And there we go. We're going to see Chica picking up one of them now and trading it into a 2 versus 2.
And you can see with Ultra and Annex both pushing together. So if they do, one does get picked, one will.
He's seen them both. Chica's going to tag one up, but he's not going to be able to get the 2nd kill. What is going on here? Chica falls now 1 versus 2. The info came through. Chica played that corner and was not spotted by the Amrox players.
Elusive doing the smart thing, forcing them away from this spot.
And I think the Amrox players are just going to hold hands, play together, and we are going to go for a little swim. It can be quite noisy in this water, though, so we're going to have to be careful that he doesn't make too much noise, splashing about, enjoying his time.
If they were quick here, they could have hopped that without him realise or knowing.
Can he do the jump in one? He can. That's why he's playing a land, and I'm watching him. 20 seconds on the clock. He's now playing an off angle from a position where, these Amrox players had checked this position on the map.
He seem to have a
bad timing here. He does get bad timing as soon as he goes to check if they are on the bomb. The players chout out of that office window. Amrox get around to the board.
Yeah, that's good for them, though, at least. They finally got that first step in the door.
And I think the Excite Gaming still got that first blood in the round, but this time Amrox were able to capitalise on it and trade out those kills quite quickly. We saw a lot of kills coming through top mid very quickly, including that kill onto Avo where he saw all 3 of those players. But heading into our 4th round then, we're going to see Amrox on the offense for the 2nd time, and we've not seen A push yet, so I'll be interested to see if we are going to see some A pushes coming in soon, because at the minute it's kind of a same round after round. It's just different players, and it is going to be towards this secret side of the map. They're going to be playing through the top. And excited, kind of stacked towards B. I think they probably also recognise that it's been a B-heavy game so far. Let's put some players towards B, but Mowat comes in with the first blood, and the bomb gets planted by OTRM. Elusive will fall, but look at this pinch coming in from Excite Gaming. They've got players coming in from a few different MUs. They are all split up though, so they are going to have to win their ones if they want to be able to break this bomb, but they do have 30 seconds. It's ticking down very quickly. Small gets a couple shots, not able to hit any of them onto the players, but gets some info onto one. He hops off the map and will get the pick. Gets 2 before he falls. Chica will get 1, 2 versus 1. XQ last alive with 15 seconds left on the clock. He's just going to try and shoulder Avo, make sure Avo cannot do anything, and he's playing the clock beautifully here. XQ using that knowledge of the defuse, and he's able to get the kill as well, sliding out at the perfect time. 3 rounds to 1 now. 2 all, sorry.
Yeah, 2 all.
I'm getting carried away. It's tough, isn't it? Because we're seeing kind of back and forth. We saw 2 rounds in a row, 2 rounds in a row again now. It's not really like an offense or a defense heavy map at the minute. It's just been rounds traded back and forth between the 2 sides. We're seeing XQ and Smallzilla going top fragging for their teams, going back and forth against each other. And see how the rest of it plays out here. It's going to be another A push by the look of it from the Excite players, trying to knife the vase on the way through. Look at this setup then. So there's a blue wall across the map there, making sure that no player can sneak through in the various different lanes they can have. But
Avo does seem to have stuck through.
Avo is good at sneaking through walls, although he will be picked up. Mowat will see his head climbing up that staircase as he tries to flank around the back of the Amrox spawn.
You can see that they're rotating here, the bomb carrier.
Lucy playing through the wall. The door have been heard. Mowat will get the kill, but the kills have been traded out. Small not able to get away with his life there after getting a trade. It's now a 1 versus 3. Chica with a lot of work to do with that bomb down as well. It's going to go down to these players in this office. Oh. He's turned the corner and seen all 3 players stood there, and they almost lined up for a split second, didn't they?
Yeah, for a second I thought they didn't realise he was there because the bomb got picked up.
I know. Don't know really why. They must have saw something out the window that all of them wanted to have a look at.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. And they were just, turn ahead. But that is another crucial round 1 then. So this is a very back and forth S&D. It's a bit like the whole point though, isn't it? We saw a really tight knitted game until right at the end, and we were interested to see if the S&D is going to follow a similar pattern. That as soon as we get to about a 4 round count, are they just going to walk away with it?
Maybe. It will come down to this next round, though.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see it return to B. We see a couple of
2-2 defense split.
So this could be useful for the Excite side, although it depends how aggressive they're going to try and get on this defensive side. This is a lovely line of sight there from whichever player that is. I think it's Elusive. Look through towards that top mid, and here you go. The info's coming through. The stuns and the nades are being used and thrown. But no kills or bullets coming through yet. Finally, some bullets is Elusive in that spot. And look at those blue arrows. They're all in the line. The yellow ones are kind of splitting. Avo could get some poor timing here, but could also get some great timing here onto the players. And he's going to get one, but will be traded out straight away by OTRM. Combined 6th streak for some of these Amrox players, but with only 38 seconds left, they are going to have to start going. Even I heard that com from the other side of the room. There are 2 on me, and he's dealt with both of them.
Does catch the bomb carrier though first, which made it so much more awkward.
Exactly. Avo was able to get both of those kills there, and you know, he got that one, saw the other one, backed away, forced the players to chow him. You know, the Amrox were against the clock, and even though Avo was weak, he was able to pick up that second kill there. Good stuff from Avo again. Seen a lot of him this weekend. That I know I've not watched as much of them. You know, they've played a lot of their games upstairs this weekend, but I have been hearing good things about the way they have been shooting. I think it was Cheeky that got those kills, not Avo.
Probably about the two.
But Avo can still have the gas. 3-3. So again, another even scoreboard. We're tying it back up. And for once, we're seeing the bomb carrier not run through mid. So he's going to be trying to go towards his A, but look how aggressive Edsky and OTRM are going to be on this wall. I don't know if they spotted him. They definitely will now. The trade comes through, so at least he's able to get the first. Oh, Avo getting one, and it actually was Avo that time. Able to get one there onto the player.
Do see a bomb plant from Smallzilla though.
Yeah, he's laid that bomb, stuck it 3 versus 2. He's going to force Amrox to come out of their spawn, you know, play together, try and work these picks. This is exactly what we saw earlier on. They brought it down to a 1 versus 1, but they were able to close it out. So will they be able to do anything different this time? Look at these yellow players. They're just sitting in the corners, although Avo tries to check a different corner and will get caught on the sprint. But look at this pinch coming in from Chica. Chica from the top plat, not able to get anything. But look, it just distracts the players. They're wasting time. They're both playing their lives very well. Avo on the plat again is able to, Chica on the plat is able to get one again, looking for one more. It's XQ with 11 seconds, needs a defuse and 2 kills. Is not going to get it. We're going to see another exciting game in that one. I think, you know, it's getting to the point where this is now the squeaky bum time, isn't it? You know, players need to keep this going. Keep going. It's a real back and forth. The players not having much rest, are they? Not able to put their feet up. You know, we've seen a couple 4-0 leads earlier. This is not like that.
No, this is much better.
Much better. Mistakes. You make a tiny little mistake now, you're going to potentially pay the price, especially if you're Excite Gamer. You need to try and close this out to force at least that map number 4, because we did see Amrox walk away victors in our map number 1, 250 to about 190. If you missed that one.
Do 3 straight through mid here.
Look, this could be a real bang out in mid there. It's going to be XQ with the first blood. Elusive, though, able to trade one out to make it now a 3 versus 3. And the players are slowed down again. We've seen this a few times now where, you know, first bloods come through, trade comes through, and it's slowed down. But another quick bomb plant. We've seen 6 plants in our first 8 rounds, which is a bit unusual on a map like that. You don't see
does hear the door.
Plants. Does hear the door burst open. It's going to be XQ with 2 in the round, looking potentially to get more, although Smallzilla, depending on the timing here. It's another 2 versus 3 with his bomb down A, and the bomb's planted in the spot where you can see it from a few different places, and Elusive's just got some bad timing there onto the Amrox players. Will lose that one to Mowat, though. Smallzilla gets dealt with, and Amrox level the score back up 4 rounds apiece, and you heard a few oohs from the crowd there that, you know, they probably thought he should be getting that kill.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Like, that was very weird.
Yeah, probably caught him off guard. Maybe jumped out of his skin. Maybe jumped out of his skin a little bit, caught him off guard. You know, slid right across the screen. Don't know how well the aim assist worked there. Maybe someone turned the aim assist off in his computer in the last series.
Maybe.
But 4 rounds apiece now, and it's Smallzilla. My only prediction, seemingly, if the entire data is correct, was he's going to be the man to watch for that Excite game, and he can be the one to turn it on and become into that superstar needed to take down a side like Amrox. On the other side of things, you know, we're talking about how Smozilla's doing really well. OTRM on the other side of things hasn't got many kills. He's the bomb planter though, so he's doing the dirty work for that team, making sure pushing out the bomb. So maybe he gets that plant and then gets caught. But here we go. There's a full flank coming on. It's Chica again on this flank. He's flanked every single offensive round just from slightly different places. He's just come up for a little breath of air.
Yeah, he's trying to slowly swim so he doesn't make too much noise for them. And they
look at that, there's a kill coming through, playing that water out, able to get one. More kills going to come through from the top of the map. Smol's able to get one. Avo trades one out, and it's just Mowat now. And the info is in on Mowat. Mowat was the one that killed Smolzilla. 1 versus 3. And it's a big round, isn't it? 5-4 it will be to the team that wins this round. The bomb has been recollected. Avo is going to take towards that A-bomb, and he's just going to lay the bomb down.
could have the timing on this number 2.
The doors are shut, so if he wants to go out there, he's going to have to make a little bit of noise. Even the peeking of a door, you can hear just very slightly, depending on how cranked your headset is. Elusive will fall. 1 versus 2 now. 30 seconds on the clock. He does have time to deal with it here, but he's not going to have too much time to sit in his corner and hold a breath.
He does have the option to pick up the AR there.
Does have one in. I think he's got one already in the pocket with 20 seconds left. He might opt to pull it out in a second to look towards this back tin side of the map. He's going to see Avo spotted him. There's the AR. Not many bullets left in it though. He's going to have to chat up top, and yeah, there we go. Excite Gaming really doing well there to clear out that round. You know, not getting too overly aggressive. So he did get a pick, made it at 1 versus 2, and they just chilled out. They didn't try and go for that inter trade, didn't force anything. They let him do all the hard work, and 1 round away from leveling up our series here in the losers round 4.
Does put them on the match point though for that S&D.
Exactly. And they are going to be on the defensive side now, which on Hassi, it's one of those 50-50 maps that there's not particularly one side that's stronger. Defense is normally your favoured side on all your maps and modes. Historically, this game's a little bit different. We've seen a lot of offensive rounds wins there, including...
We've seen the bomb plant. It's a lot in this one.
This is the first time we are going to see a bang out towards Rock. It's a bit like a P4 hardpoint here. We've seen a few of them in the last map. First kill comes through from Avo. He's shooting everyone and everything, pre-firing, but not able to find these 2 players.
He just does
full health. He's just about able to get with his life. Smolzilla using that nade, puts a player down 1 shot as well, but there's another kill on the other side of the map. Elusive falls, so it's just Avo and Smol left alive in a 2 versus 3.
They are separate as well.
They are.
So they could try and punish them for this separate positioning.
But it could work in their favour because the Amrox have just chosen to completely sprint to the other side of the map, run straight through mid. And now laying the bomb down at A, so it's going to give Excite the information. The bomb has been planted.
It's the 8th plant.
2 versus 3, and nade coming through from Mowat is not going to land to anything because both of these players are coming through the mid side of the map. They're going to try and chow together, it looks like, and trade out at the very minimum if they aren't able to get the picks. But look at how XQ and Edsky are playing on this well side. There's the first kill. There's more going to come through. The nade hits him, but he's not going to get the kill.
1v1.
He's off the map, but he gets back on the map as well. And Smolzilla, 12 and 17. That's a lot of deaths in S&D. 12 and 7 in our map number 1. Getting loud and letting Amrox know. 6-4 in the map number 2. And we are going to be seeing the map number 4. We are going to be seeing a rewind hardpoint.
At least, yeah. So we do get to see a new hardpoint.
Yeah, we've not casted over a rewind hardpoint this weekend, and thinking of kind of these players and how that Hassi kind of worked out, I think that's going to favour Smolzilla. You know, he's on fire this afternoon. You know, dropping 30 in a hardpoint. They might have lost it, but individually, he had a good game. 12 and 7 there in the SD, kind of carrying, well not carrying, but bringing that Excite roster to that map number win. And we're going to see one more Hacienda. We're going to treat ourselves, you know.
Yeah.
First 2 are so good. We are going to see one more game of Hacienda. Going to be the control game mode, of course. But just a quick recap on that S&D then. Excite Gaming. What do they need to carry on into this map number 3?
Just keep up with the slaying, because they were getting those first bloods in the early part of the round and actually winning rounds. And they took the advantage to them by just putting that bomb down as quick as possible. Then they gave them less time to work with before, whereas a lot of the games on stage at the moment have been either try and win it out in just kills or just try to win it out by just stalling.
Yeah, exactly that. And we said before the game, didn't we, that Excite, you know, slayed in that map number 1. They had more kills than the Amrock side, but just weren't able to translate it into that objective, into the points. That's obviously what wins you a game of hardpoint. In the S&D, we saw again that slaying power coming through. Even looking at the scoreboards through the replays, you can see that, particularly that man we've highlighted a few times now. But they were able to translate them. They got the first bloods most of the time, and if they didn't get the first blood, they tried to work together to regroup. There's a lot of 2v3 situations on both sides, with Amrox being in 2v3 or Excite being in 2 versus 3, and tried to use those numbers. And we saw a 2v3 round win at the end there, didn't we, from Excite to close out the game there.
But yeah, you can see as well, they weren't being massively outslayed either, because on the right side, they ended like 8, 9, 7, just... And the only person that obviously didn't have many was the person putting the bomb down, so...
Yeah, exactly. It's a little bit hard to get all the kills and get all the bomb plants. Sometimes when you get that bomb down, you then get caught crossing away from the bomb. Often you've got an AR looking over that bomb. You don't just give up a complete bomb site, typically, especially on the map like Hacienda. You can have someone towards B, can have someone towards A. And if you're a sub player, you've got that bomb in hand, your job is to get that bomb down, and if you can get away, get away. That's your most important job there. You don't want to be dropping the bomb in a really odd, obscure place. It's going to be hard for your teammates to then get back.
Yeah, we did see a lot of that water flank as well.
Yeah.
Used quite a lot for that, just getting around, getting that first pick, as Chica did. Literally went around, slow flank, got the first pick, put them in an advantage immediately.
And I think maybe that's something to look at for the rest of the series then, that, Chica was the one flanking every single round. He was on the offensive side. He did flank either through mid, through bottom mid, like through that P1 hill, or like you said, through water. There is one player at this event on the team that's still in the tournament that I have told of SD strat to that involves that water on Hacienda. If we do see it, I'm going to be over the moon. I don't think so, because they have slightly better COD knowledge and gun skill than me, but it works. Proof is in the pudding there. Chica was able to do it, and maybe going into this control on Hacienda, probably not the water flank, does take 20, 30 seconds. In control, you don't have that much time. But we probably are going to see Chica trying to get in their spawn, aren't they? Getting the cheeks of the other team and just not let them get out. That's what control, a lot of control is about. And I think Excite, there is a life counter on the screen in the game that can come into effect, not just the objective points. So if that Excite roster can keep up their slaying, they're going to be able to do well. The trades need to be coming in, and for the third time, we've seen a lovely Hacienda graphic.
We are going to see the one thing, though, in control. That is, we've seen it a lot at this tournament so far. The spawn trap. Yeah. It's just the control massively benefits from if you are that attacking side and you do fully get control and just keeping them stuck there.
Yeah, I mean, if any of you saw that map number 3 that we saw in the winners semi-final there between it was Annex White and Drenger. The Hacienda control was one of the best maps we've seen all weekend. Drenger go 2-0 up. Annex White in the last 3 rounds, win all 3 of them, only dropping 12 lives across 3 entire rounds. They had Drenger so far deep in their spawn.
It was especially in that round 5 as well.
Yeah, for that round 5 was ridiculous. CJP had a 13 kill streak here. Will we see any player try and match what he was doing? We will have a look, but we are going to see a typical B push here from Excite on the offensive side. First of all, Amrox on the defensive side.
An immediate trade though.
Yeah, AR's looking over the power spots. Avo on through top mid, trying to work out all these kills, where the player's going to be positioning, but the point is still contested. Elusive is just trying to get what he can. There's 3 kills go yellow in the feed. There's only 1 player left alive, and it's XQ in his spawn.
Avo is on a 3 spree at the moment.
Yeah, Avo on a 3 spree, and he could get some good time in there behind a few players. He's got a 4th.
Does get 1, but does get picked.
He will get picked up, and look at this now. The break is going to need to come through, but there's 2 huge kills coming through from Smol and Chica, the sub-duo. 2.5 ticks. Can they translate that into 3? Smol's going to get picked off, trying to climb up the stairs and make sure that they can't come and get any more platform control. Edsky just contesting, waiting for the reinforcements to come through. It's going to be a 4v4 hit here. If the kills go yellow in the feed, we are going to see this B point captured, and there it is. Timer extended, 2 minutes 10. A Smolzilla 2-piece there as well. And look at this from Chica. We talked about him flanking. Well, he is the spawn. He is in their spawn. He's not even flanking it. He's just stood in there. He will fall though, and there's a few players coming through now. They're trying to wrap out this rock. He's spawning towards that boathouse. Look at this life advantage as well. 10 kills in favour of Excite Gaming. 2 ticks onto that A point already, and they still got 2 minutes 6 to work with. They don't even need to worry about this point if need be. They can just focus on the kills.
Does get picked just before it gets that flank off.
Yeah, he's trying. And like with the new spawns, you're going to keep spawning in the fences area of the map if you're Excite Gaming at the minute, because it's not being blocked by Amrox. And you can just keep flanking through this plat office, get through the platform into the office, and you can just get a free line of sight onto the player who's going to be running up the stairs, either for the office or for that platform, and it's 19-11, a minute 40. The kills are kind of slowed down a little bit. It's not as hectic anymore, and I think the players have kind of recognised that Amrox don't have loads of lives to deal with. What an awkward gunfight there, but he's able to shut down Chica. And they're going to try and get some pressure in there. Edski with a pre-fire onto a couple players. Gets damaged, but not able to finish them off.
Thing is, we do have, obviously there is a disadvantage in the lives right now. However, A is an awkward point to cap.
Yeah,
You
definitely.
can get shot from like multiple openings.
Yeah, but when it's 14 plays 6, they can keep throwing lives at this A point with minimal risk. There is obviously still a chance that we can see Amrox come away with this round win, but it is becoming more and more unlikely as the kills go through in the feed. They're going to need something special, George, aren't they?
Yeah, we do see, again, someone waiting on B here. And there's that flank kill.
There it is. Guess who? Smolzilla with the kill on that B point there. You're going to see Edski be able to pick up one, but they're just going to try and stack this A point. You know, yeah, capture is more important than the kills here, and then they do concede the capture. Excite Gaming, after the confidence in the SD with, are starting to get a little bit louder in this main stage, aren't they?
Yeah. They're taking the vibes that they're playing with and actually pushing it to their advantage.
Yeah, exactly that. And we just need to see now, on the defensive side, that same slaying power from them, but, you know, on the flip side. So they need to be the ones holding those lanes. They need to be the ones getting those kills rather than pushing up on this point. They need to be stopping those Amrox players from getting on point. But they've set themselves in a good spot if they do lose a round or two here, because that round number 5 will be decided on which team has the most ticks. First of all, they've got 6 already.
Yeah, already an early advantage for the points.
Definitely. And again, OTRM on the other side of things, 2 and 7, a slow start from him. But we saw some slow starts earlier on and has the under control, and you know, some slow starts, including some double neck KDs, and they finished double pod. So it's all to play for. Still, we're only 1 round in. We've still got at least 2 more to be played. And look at this bait and switch coming through there from Amrox. The kill eventually is landed, but Avo will trade it out again on a 4 spree of his own, looking to see if he can get more. No ammo in either of the guns in his pocket, though. And he's just going to look for those spawn kills. And it's Avo again, now a 5 spree. He's already pushed out into this spawn. They're spawning in these defenses. Their kill feed's just yellow, isn't it?
And here comes that spawn trap.
Avo with a sub in hand. He needs to swap that L because he's going to get chased. He's stuck on a sofa. We'll get out of him. Maybe lead a few of these players into the prim of Elusive on that P1 fountain. Oh, it's a big 2 there from Chica. Elusive tagging both players up to 1 shot. There should be some free kills coming through from his teammates if they're able to get them quick enough. Know what will regen in time though, but might be spotted by a few players. And the life advantage in this round is not quite the same as we saw in the round before, but something is a massive advantage for this Excite team is there's only 25 seconds left on the clock, and look how many ticks there are.
Yeah.
13 and 6 from Avo, 10 and 7 from Smile, 11 and 8 from Chica.
It's all about getting those important kills, not just wiping them every time.
Really heating up as well, like you're saying. Smile on a 5. There's a team kill coming through. I don't know if Elusive shouted dead at his teammate or if someone else shouting it is. The players on the other side. Smile will fall off of that streak that we just highlighted, and with 5 seconds left, they just need to deal with these 2 players on the point at the minute. There might be a few more coming. Avo up top. Oh, was almost given a bit of time. Smolzilla loves jumping off the map. We've seen it. Has the end of 3 times around now. We've seen him jump off this map a lot of times and hop back on it. There's 3 kills. Make that 4, and that should be our round number 2. And
they do manage to get a segment though.
They did get 1 segment, which, you know, can be important. But can you see us heading to a round number 5 as it stands?
Not at this moment, no.
No. Excite are really keeping a hold of this game. It's going to take a lot for Amrox to get back in this game. But I've said this a few times about teams this weekend. You know, we've had a few upsets. Amrox are the upsets. They are the underdogs in this event. You know, people had them finishing top 16, top 12. Currently, they're top 6 and still in the event, knocking out one of their favourites to, you know, go on and challenge that Project Vapor roster to see if they can retain that title.
They also do have the advantage of they are already at 1-1 right now, so it's not like they lose this to the end all.
Yeah.
They do have that rewind hardpoint.
Yeah, and they look so strong in that first hardpoint, it could come into play, you know. But kills are coming through top mid already, and it's the same story. It's a yellow kill feed. Smolzilla with 3. And they're already starting to stack on this point. And look at this from Chica. Where does he like to be? In the other team's cheeks.
He's already got 1. Stun does help for the kill.
Yeah. But the only thing maybe here that you've not really stacked this A point. You know, you had the early kills, you had the early pressure, you pinned them back with Chica in the spawn trap, but you didn't quite get the stack early. And again, we're going to see Cheeky going on that flank while the point is contested. He should be good for 1, probably 2, maybe even 3. No, he will get shot in the back by the last. It's OTRM who will fall, and that is our B point captured. 2 minutes 10 on the clock. This is basically the exact same repeat of the first round.
Yeah, they're up 9 now as well. Yeah. The capture segments.
Yeah, capture segments is done. So if we do end up going to a round number 5, we will see Excite on the defensive side. But with how this is going,
killing everyone.
How hot the guns are on that Excite Gaming roster, it is hard to look past anything else other than a 3-0 sweep in this control. Avo ripping Mobot off of the heady there. Another kill on the point there from Chica. And there is 2.5, roughly 2.5 ticks on that 8 point and 8 life advantage. Make that 7 now. But Amrox, it's not unachievable, is it? They can still try and close this round out. You know, they got 3 kills off spawn now, almost a 4th there. Smallzilla doing well to get that kill. They just need to worry about this player number 1. That is going to be Smallzilla in their base.
They're also only down 6 at the moment.
Yeah. And it could come down to kills, you know. They've just got to worry about the fact that, you know, that's a good 4 dead. That's exactly what they need, because they need to push Excited Gaming back as far as they can and just delay that time.
They do have the opportunity to trap them now.
Yeah. They're not quite pushing them up. They need another wave of kills to get a properly good spawn trap holding here. This kill towards this Lambo side of the map could be huge. You know, it gives info onto one player being there. Good movement there from Smallzilla to be able to shoot XQ in the back and look for the rest. But, you know, that 8 life advantage that I had is only now a 4, and that is from the help of 3 Excite Gaming kills. There's only 1 player left alive. It's XQ trying to stop this A point from being captured. Avo is going to join his teammate Small on that point. 2 3/4, so close to 3, and there it is. All 6 ticks again. 2 very clean offensive round wins. You know, Hacienda is a map where we can see a few offensive round wins, but you don't often see them as clean as those 2.
No, not at all. That was just complete dominance at control.
Yeah, and there's not too much analysing we can do, is there? Excite Gaming came out, they used that momentum, that slaying that we saw in map number 1, the momentum for winning map number 2. They weren't getting traded out. I mean, it was the sub players, wasn't it, really? That was the thorn in the side there for Amrox. You've got Small, you had Chica. Chica was always from shooting someone from in the back. I don't know how many gunfights Chica actually had where he shot someone in the front. He was always behind them. He's slipping through that Amrox net. On the other side of things, Small was moving and grooving, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Amrox here then, map number 4. They're going to need to step it up, you know. It's losers. It is losers. It's a Sunday. We're not in pool play anymore. Then there's no more games if you lose.
You are out.
You are out of the event. As much as they'll be over the moon with how they've got on, I'm sure they'd want to extend that and play at least 1 more series against, you know, another team in that losers semi-final that we'll be seeing later on today. But watching over these highlights, it is just an Excite Gaming highlight reel, isn't it, I think? I can't think there's going to be too many Amrox highlight reels. Motot's had a few interesting gunfights on that heady, hasn't he, today? But yeah, we'll be... It's just a slaying, isn't it? That's what we need from Excite Gaming. What I would be worried about, you know, I did predict Amrox to win this game. And again, I'm being proved wrong, as always. But what I would say is, you know, rewind. What player, sub or an AR, is going to be the key factor here?
Well, Rewind is just that one hardpoint map in particular that doesn't really have a benefit, because there's the outside is just an AR, and then the inside is just complete and utter dominance with an SMG. Yeah, we just do what you want when you want.
Yeah, we have 5 hills on Rewind, you know, P1 inside mid. Well, that's going to be a very sub-heavy map, and based off of the way the Excite Gaming sub to shoot him, Amrox going to have a real job to do to try and shut them down.
It's going to come down to, can they outslay them?
And it's going to come down to the rotations, isn't it? Those money hills. We've got more money hills on Rewind, potentially, than other maps. You know, you can hold a lot of time off that P2, whereas that back car outside of the spawn on offense for S&D. You got P3, bit of a scrappy hill. Yeah, fair to say. You can get some time off it, but what's more important than that P3 is that P4 rotation, you know, making sure you got your AOs in the back, your subs in and around that hill, getting the pressure on it, and that's a money hill. And you go to P5 and God knows what happens on P5. You just run and hope for the best, don't you, really? Yeah, might see a few knife kills. Not seen many knife kills this weekend, but a P5 rewind could be a few.
Yeah, this first point, though, is going to come straight down to that first S&P fight.
And again, it's going to be which team chose side. So which team will choose for round, but the other team will choose a side. And they're going to probably choose a side with those favourable P2 spawns. They can hold them. That's what's more important. We've seen a lot of teams, you know, they choose the side, but within 10 seconds, they've lost them. You know, 3 dead straight away. 1 player's making a flank. Probably Chica in this series, let's be completely honest.
Most likely.
and then they're going to lose out on those spawns, and they pick the side, you know, and all of a sudden you've now completely lost it.
Yeah. I think what might benefit Annex is I think they need to get a bit more noisy.
Yeah, mate, it's hard, isn't it? Because you know you're hearing the roars of the other side. I know we can hear them. The players can definitely hear each other roar when there's a couple kills going their way. And with how excited Small and a couple of the other boys on Excite Game were getting, especially when you've lost back-to-back maps, it's going to take a little bit of a toll. But maybe that's what they need. A couple big start, you know, a little 5-spree, a little 6-spree from some of the players. Get a bit loud. Get a little back.
This might be where Amrox thrives though, because they've been liking being in the unfortunate spot.
Yeah, exactly. So we are going to see Amrox with those initial P2 spawns, but already we can see there's a lot of kills that are yellow in the feed trying to stop that push, and it's already elusive. There's making a flank around that burger side of the map. But Amrox are doing well, just soaking a lot of this P1 time, which is, again, something we complimented them on in that Hacienda. They soaked a lot of time.
Like he was trying to melee him then.
Yeah. Look at that, it's already 25 seconds, and they've got that all-important P2 spawn stills. Even if they lose this 20 seconds, they're in the lead. They've got the favourable spawns for the next hill. But it's going to be big kills coming through now from Elusive, maybe in that bin. To have a look at the minimap there, player 2, Chica Elusive. They're going to have a lot of gunfights to deal with. Is Mowat in the back? He's going to get shot in the back, and there we go. Excite Gaming, right as the new hill is about to pop, break through the back with Chica on the flank, of course. Who else? And Elusive with that AR. Elusive still hasn't died yet. He spent his entire first minute trying to make his way through the burger restaurant and that side of the map and through the back.
See Avo getting noisy as well now.
Yeah, all of the players on this Excite Gaming roster are getting noisy here now. And there's reason to be, you know. They've got the momentum. They're 2 maps they've won back-to-back, and this can be them in the next game if they were to win this. And the kill feed's yellow, isn't it? Predominantly yellow. Elusive still hasn't died yet. Something to keep an eye on. He's probably in those back bins, you know, holding the hill for his team. He finally falls. 20 seconds left on this hill, so now is where you can start to see players play towards that. I don't know how he's not got that kill.
I think Pistol's ahead.
Pistol's better than Jackal. He had it here first.
And at this point, yeah.
We are going to start to see players push towards that new hill. So as much as P3, you know, 60 seconds, you can earn some time off of it. You see players opt to normally play for those P4 spawns for this P3 hill, you know.
He does have
prioritise going for that long route. Saw Elusive just toying there, trying to look over the window to spot the player on the hill. Let's go, oh, Elusive. Some crisp shots there. He might be the only player on that team that's not getting loud, because I'd be getting loud after that kill, especially with the way my teammates have been roaring. There's 3 Amrox answers though back, and it's just going to be Small on the hill who does then eventually fall.
There he is again, there's Avo.
You know when Avo gets a kill, you just have to listen for it. You don't even need to watch. Please still watch though, guys. 70 plays 44, 20 seconds left. This is now the crunch time for this rotation. Who is going to be able to hold these back spawns? The door gets slammed right in Avo's face. He's going to be upset. He's not able to win that one. But the kills have been traded back and forth, sorry. And look at this from Avo. He is in the back. He is holding this backside. He will be able to shut down another Amrox player. Look how far the Amrox players are spawning out. They're spawning all the way towards that laundry part of the map. And they're going to have to take a bit of a route here if they want to get to the video store hill.
This point is a very hard one to break into.
Especially when you've got players that are shooting like these Excite Gamers are. The pressure's coming through. It's taken a few players there to shut down Small and Chica. 30 seconds left though. They've really geared up for this one push around the back, and if they do struggle to win these spawns and win this time, the score can start to get out of hand. It's already 112 to 50. 20 seconds left on this hill, and at the minute, it is going the way of Excite Gaming. The momentum's just in their favour, isn't it? They're playing on it. Avo with a pistol. And we know, normally, we see 2 ARs, 2 subs. I think in a second, you're going to see a lot of these AR players, you know, your Elusives, your Avos of the world. They're going to be pulling out the SMG to help in this side of this hill, because it is a very close quarter hill, isn't it? It's probably the most close quarter hill we have on the entire game. 133 plays 51. Unless Amrox can get a hold of this now, this is going to need to be a big job, isn't it?
Oh yeah, the point is I've got no one on for a bit.
Yeah, Mobot's going to pick up 2 with that sub. You know, he's typically an AR player, but as we said, you know, they're going to be pulling out the SMG for this, and he's popped a 4 streak now, looking to try and collapse on that time and get as much of it as possible.
I'm trying to find him.
Elusive and Smol there is just hunting down XQ. He was evading them for a good amount of time there. The doors are being bashed in. 2 kills, 3 kills now. Smolzilla 15 and 10 on a 3 streak. A map like Rewind can really favour your sub players. They can start to turn up and get a lot of these kills. And with 10 seconds left until, you might see some pressure go through the gens and try and get them off that time. But it is 150 to 68. It's not been a close first rotation, has it?
No, not at all.
Let's hope this second rotation from the Amrock side will be a lot closer. So far, Smolzilla, again, another 2 kills on a 5 spree now. A minute 8 on the hill as well, so he's doing it all for his team. The kills are still coming through, back and forth, back and forth. Elusive picks up 1, tags up another, but he's going to be able to get away with his life. Pistol coming in. That's OTRM on a 4 streak on this hill. 30 seconds left now, 164 to 84. The lead is almost double now. Excite Gaming here.
Nearly a really nice spray transfer there.
15 seconds left. Have a look at those blue arrows on the map. They are the ones that are got those favourable P2 spawns that they need. But are they going to be able to keep hold of them as the game carries on here? Last time we saw this, didn't we? That Amrox had these P2 spawns right up until that hill popped, and then the flank from Elusive and Chica, of course, were able to shut it down, and already they've killed 1 player that is holding those back spawns. But look at number 5 on your minimap. OTRM got a weird spawn from Old. He's trying to flank through the back and kind of pinch the pinch. But as it stands, it's going to be Amrox on the hill. Elusive in the back. Guess what? He trades himself out with Mowat. First time we've seen that this weekend. But Amrox are still in control of these spawns, but more importantly, they're not in control of the hill, George, are they?
No. At the moment, they're nearly on the verge of being 100-point clubbed.
Yeah, well, they should be able to get out of this 100-point club, and Excite really put them in a blender for the next 2 minutes. I mean, he's walked past him. Smol did not check that car properly, and with only 20 seconds left, you're probably going to see a few arrows. There it is, Elusive. Start to go towards Noob, but there's going to be a huge fight coming through P1 here. There's 1 win by Avo, will be traded out, but the players are in position to try and keep going here.
XQ is on a 5 spree.
He's coming back and forth. He is XQ. Or Mowat will shut down. So there's a big hold here from Elusive, but who's that? That's Edsky there with that kill in the back. 192, 113. The game is getting towards the vital stages here. I mean, if Excite, even if you don't have these P4 spawns and P4 hill time, if you can pick up these next 40 seconds, you almost guarantee yourself the map win, don't you? Without a complete and utter breakdown. 200 points now has been hit by the side of Excite. You know, it's just a real...
Pops up out of nowhere.
It's a real team effort here from this Excite side. There's obviously got Smolzilla doing Smolzilla things. He's done it all series long, but this time it looks like Excite might be able to close it out, and right at the dead of this hill, be out to pop new. They know the players now can see it says Next on their screens.
It's that early rotation again.
They break those spawns. Amrox gets 3 down. Excite able to get a kill. There's 3 kills again. He's going to leave XQ on his own at Old. He's trying to jump over the hedge, get some info onto what cars are going to be sat on. You know, you can use your stuns and your nades as long as there are no trophies down. But 225 plays, 124 now. 25 points is needed. It can be won off of this hill. Cheeky doing so well to stay alive. I don't know how he's actually alive, to be completely honest, but we are seeing a couple kills from Amrox. There's 2. 1 onto the player on the hill, 1 onto a player holding that street. And now coming around the back.
Out a fight here that matters.
This is the big fight here. Can Avo and Excite Gaming keep hold of these back spawns? 25 seconds to go. They can still win it if they get every second here, which at the minute they can.
And they got broken immediately.
They can still get the tick. They are going to have to hold this, though, perfectly. It's just 2 seconds of contest, and we will be going to that P5. But it's getting to a scoreline now, George, where it's kind of all but done, isn't it? And
if they can contest for like 2 seconds, maybe? Like now.
There we go. So the contest is in, so it's going to be a sprint race towards that P5 hill, but we can already see Excite Gaming 4 players all alive playing through. Avo's able to get 1 kill through mid and pinch. And if you're Amrox, you've only got 1 player on the hill. You really need to stack this hill because if Mowat falls on the hill, 4 seconds is all that is needed. And you're just going to see Kiko just stick his head through the door, contest it. 2 kills. They're being traded back and forth. There we go. There's the first time. 2 kills go yellow in the feed. It's Smolzilla. Ooh, OTRM with a huge 2 will be traded out straight away by Avo. And look at this. They're just queuing up. There's a queue for the gens, and there is Excite Gaming taking our map win. That's going to be the series as well. 3 rounds to 1. Oh, we are seeing the players getting loud as well. And, you know, we're getting to the passion end of our Sunday. You know, players have been playing Call of Duty since 9 AM. Some of them. It is now 4 o'clock.
And they're fully warmed up now.
They're warmed up. And Excite Gaming will be going into the loser semi-final against one of Annex White. Well, Annex White, and I can't remember the other team off the top of my head. We'll find that out later on.
Pink Panthers.
Pink Panthers, that's exactly who it is. So they'll be playing the winner of that very shortly. And that is our map number. Well, that's our series, isn't it? That is our loser semi-final. We've got 1 more coming up. When we come back on the stage, we are going to be heading over to the desk. We're going to watch the highlights, and we're going to be heading over to the desk very shortly.
Careful making wishes in the dark, dark. Can't be so women. And besides, in the meantime, I'm just dreaming of tearing you apart. I'm in the deep, deep areas with the. You know the world can never get me on my level.
You know, we didn't think we'd go to break so quickly because we actually have, you know, something special going on. Obviously, I'm joined by Azia and Joel. They've been here all day, let's be real. You're probably sick of that, but we do have a special guest, Hefe, on the end. And I believe you're here to talk about something special.
Yeah, really, I just wanted to highlight the Amateur Esports League. It's one of the partners with Katana Gaming that sort of supported us. It's Europe's largest esports league, so of course we've seen some jam-packed action of Call of Duty over this weekend. If anyone out there is interested in getting involved in Call of Duty, it's really the place to start, right? So they've got a Discord with over 6,000 members, 220 teams, divisions catering to all different skill levels. And when I say that, I actually mean it, right? Us three have actually participated in ourselves, right? And we're no scumps, so yeah.
Speak for yourself.
Speak for yourself.
Gosh, I've seen you play. I know I could do my bit. Not as good as these boys, but I try.
Yeah, but it's, you know, over 220 teams, multiple divisions, thousands paid and prize pool. Got season 3 starting soon. If you're interested in having a look, you know, you can go to discord.gg/join AEL and sign up. And who knows, get a team together and maybe come to an ES Hub LAN in the future as well, right? And play some LANs. really good community, and yeah, good place to start if you're interested in getting involved in competitive Call of Duty. So,
Yeah, so obviously, Abuse and Joel, you have been involved in it as well. I want to know your thoughts on it whilst we're here.
You go.
Oh, it's great, isn't it? Because it's just a bit of, it's fun, isn't it? You're playing with your friends. It's that competitive nature that a lot of us, we all have in us, that everyone that's watching at home must have it as well. You know, we're seeing that competitiveness today. We're seeing a lot of the teams that we're seeing this weekend have played in the AEL as well. But think of that Amrox team that we've seen that made all the upsets.
Yep.
They've made a name for themselves in the AEL.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's sort of the way that I actually got into casting at the same time as well. So loaded in, started obviously playing games, and then there was the opportunity to start casting some games as well. Obviously, there'll be plenty of people in here that have probably had a cast from multiple people. Obviously, now more so you than me as well. So it's just an opportunity where people who aren't so great and people who are considerably quite a bit better than myself have an opportunity to have the sort of competitiveness that is not always at the top level, but good enough for me to be able to try. So much to do in the evening as well. If it's when it's raining outside, and load in, lose, and then get annoyed and leave again. But other than that, it's a good laugh.
So maybe I could get involved next time. Maybe that's the plan. I feel like I might. So obviously, you know, this is kind of a break in the action before all the finals go ahead. How have you guys been finding the event?
Well, probably a better question to ask you, really. You've had the observer perspective, really, haven't you? How have you found that it's gone?
I think it's been fantastic, right? The setup here is brilliant. You know, everyone is, I have to say, huge thanks to students here, right? And put a huge effort in running the event, but. It's been great. We've had some moments of people standing over monitors and screaming and you know, trash talking, which is what an event's about. You know, it's about meeting up with your friends that you're playing most evenings with and actually seeing them in person, having a few games. You might be double rounded, you might lose, but. You know, that's not what it's about. It's about getting together and playing some competitive, passionate Call of Duty, and this weekend has been an example of that and really enjoyable, I have to say.
Yeah, I sort of echo those points, really. Obviously, this is the second time I've been in the sort of LAN experience, and it's always an enjoyable one to... Obviously, from my perspective, I get to see it a little bit differently. I get to have a bit of an edge in terms of being able to commentate over it and sort of put out a production to the guys that are watching, but it's always a good laugh and get to meet people like my Abuse.
It's the nicest thing you've ever said to me in a public setting. Yeah, and it's literally the same thing it's going to be the same things as what the boys have already said. That it's seeing everyone, you know, seeing different people, putting faces to gamer tags. You know, you see everyone's gamer tags. You don't see everyone's face typically. So doing that, and this is my first one from a casting and a production side of things. And what people don't see at home is actually the hard work that goes in from not only the people you see on the screens, including us, but there's an entire couple of rooms full of people that are doing all the graphics, making sure the stream's working, the audio's all good, and they're the ones that really are the unsung heroes.
Absolutely. How have you found it? Obviously being involved in Call of Duty, obviously seeing this sort of different sort of perspective of gaming. What's your sort of takeaways so far?
I've honestly loved every second of it. I wasn't expecting to, not a dig, but I was like, oh no, Call of Duty, not my scene. I'm hosting it. I'm not going to enjoy it. I'm going to be like just talking like random stuff.
Yeah, of course.
But I've actually really enjoyed it. I've been watching every game backstage. I've actually been getting involved. The people are lovely to talk to, and everyone's been kind of getting on like active online and stuff. It's like, okay, this is actually really enjoyable. And I might do a bit more Call of Duty stuff if that's
get yourself involved. Obviously, join AEL.
Join
get
AEL.
yourself involved.
Exactly. Plug the socials for it one more time so everybody knows.
So if you want to get involved, just go to discord.gg/join AEL. You can sign up there. If you've got some friends you want to play with, join up with them. If not, join. Like I said, there's a Discord community of over 6,000 people there, so you can find people that are also looking for teams as well and get involved in COD. You know?
Yeah.
And if you're not sure how to join the Discord through that, if you DM Spud in the mud _ on Twitter, he will sort you out.
He will sort you out, yeah.
That's perfect. Thank you very much, guys, and thank you for being on here. So that is all for now. We're going to take a break before our next game, and who knows, I might be in the next series.
We always do the same dance. Always on the fence, never making sense. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. I'm not gonna be the one tonight. Don't wanna hear anything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So don't say you need me when I walk away. So many words but they don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you need me cause we're not a thing. We're not a thing. I'm doing alright since we are apart. You know it's always the heart first. Don't care if it hurts, you're making it worse. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. Not gonna feel a thing. I'm not gonna see your face tonight. Not gonna see your face. Don't wanna hear anything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So cry all you want, but I still walk away. So many words, but you don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you love me, cause it's not a thing. It's not a thing.
Hey, desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it crumbles down? Watch it get higher, down to the wire. Will you let it burn till we almost drown? Higher, goodbye, honey, where do we lie? Where you're headed, am I going there too? I don't wanna ask why, wanna give this a try with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. Your heart set, I don't wanna jump half-hearted. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish where we started. Like the river flowing, tell me where we're going. Take me to a place that's brand new. Every second growing, time feels like it's slowing with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone.
Did you cry when I found you in the night? Staying up till 5 a.m. Told me you and him were friends. Woke up in a burning home. Blame myself, I should have known. The staying up late, sealed our fate, buried in the catacombs. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. Talks my heart online. Was I blind, but too afraid to find that you changed your mind from sleepless nights? Was I part of your design? Push me till I broke alone. No one heard my heart explode. It's a suicide dive, just knowing you die and question everything you know. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. Talks my heart online. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. Talks my heart online. And talks my heart online. My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done.
Hi Esports, welcome back. You know, we just wanted to give a little bit of extra replay for everyone. But you know, we are back for the Esports Hub Summer Showdown. We're getting there. We're going into our winners finals. So you know, I think there's 3 games on stage left until it's the end. That's gone so quick.
Yeah, quick. You might
Well,
have a different
quick.
perspective of time than everyone else, but I think for Project Viper, this tournament's definitely gone by pretty quickly.
Oh, yeah.
They've had little to no issues whatsoever. Drenga, on the other hand, having a bit of a hiccup near the end of the game against Annex White, dropping the control map 3-2, but at the end of the day, they still picked up the win. They still got themselves 2 winners finals, and they potentially find themselves 2 wins away from winning the grand prize.
Oh, yeah. How are you feeling about this uppers finals?
Just happy that it's 2 very good teams up against each other, because you have Project, who have been destroying everybody, Drenga, who have basically been destroying everybody who they've played, and now they're playing each other. So
I feel like this is, because I'm pretty sure this is first seed and second seed going against each other. So it's like, it's
Titan versus Titan.
Yeah, basically these are the 2 like powerhouses going against each other, and I feel like I'm not surprised that it's the winners. These are the 2 teams in the winners finals. Like, if it wasn't, I would be a little bit shocked. But yeah, so how do you think this obviously not predictions-wise, just in general, how do you think they're going to play?
I think Drengar's going to give Viper their biggest threat so far. I'm not quite confident on them taking Viper down, but I think in terms of potentially taking a map off of Viper, because that's been a thing that teams across the COD landscape has found difficult to do all year, never mind in this tournament. Like, just get a map on the board first before you can consider beating this squad, because Viper seem like an unkillable super team right now.
Oh yeah, I feel like if you don't get a map during this series at least, and obviously there's still the high chance that they could win. They're still going to perform well. We know that because we've seen these two teams going against like everyone. If they don't get a map, it looks scary going into, you know, lower finals and just the grand finals in general.
Yeah, and if Drengar lose this map, say, and they have a map on the board, but they lose it, and then they can go through the losers bracket. The idea of a bracket reset could be in the back of their minds, and like, we have a potential to get a win here. We can like take down again Viper, who seems to be unkillable. Like, but realistically though, I just can't see it. I think there is just that level above that Viper is over the rest of the competition that I think hasn't quite been met yet.
I personally feel like Project Vapor, like this is just a speculation. I feel like there's a chance that because they've kind of been steamrolling everybody, maybe they could get a bit too big for their boots, just in generalized terms, because they deserve to be, you know what I mean? Like, they've been performing that well. Do you reckon this could potentially be a factor?
Nope.
No.
I just think they're just going to completely sweep them, just like they've been all day. I just think Vapor's too good of a team and too good of a roster to not sweep them, honestly.
Yeah, I have to agree. Again, the game they saw earlier, Heptics put on a performance that is... It's the best performance we've seen on a map today, or in this entire tournament. And if that's the kind of level that he's been showing throughout the rest of the tournament in the studio games, then you have to deal with like the player that didn't win the MVP in the last tournament. You still have Julian, who's been fragging out their mind as well. Russia's coming in to boost. They boosted their firepower coming into this tournament, which is impressive to say when they've been dominating everyone to begin with. So again, you're having to deal with 3 players who are at the top of their game, not to mention Red, who's been a quality supportive piece for the entire lineup. It's too well-rounded, and I just can't see a way that Drengar can win a map, never mind a series.
Yeah, I can see that. Is there any highlights for you, George?
Just mainly the whole team.
Yeah,
they're just. I think they're all their own. They're all gunners in their own way, and they all bring something to that roster. It's just they're a dangerous team to play against for sure. But Drengar, on the other hand, also not a bad team by any means. The teams they've played, they have been some of hard opponents, some easier ones, and they have been beating them quite convincingly. Except for obviously the Annex White game. But
that was still convincing pretty much. It was just that one minor hiccup in the control, which they've not really had to play at all during this event. So, yeah, like, they've been beating solid opponents. It's not like they can't beat quality teams. It's just, again, it's that level above that Viper are at right now. It's just... Drengar, I think, would be happy with, say, a second or a third place performance. Especially with how they've done this. It's not a bad thing to lose to Project Viper, and I don't think they should be disappointed. Obviously, the only way I see them being disappointed is if they get to like a 2-2 going into a map 5, and like it gets to a heartbreaking round 11. That's the only way I can see Drengar being disappointed with a loss.
How many round 11s have we been seeing during
Quite
this tournament? It's good though. We're glad it's getting those intense games, and I hope that this is another intense game, because I still have hope for Drengar. I feel like they will pull something out that we haven't seen, and hopefully, I'm going to say this is like not a prediction, just like a manifestation, really.
Stick to your guns, make a prediction.
I want Drengar to win this game. I want them to, maybe knock Project Vapor down a peg. Obviously, skill levels come into play. I doubt it's going to happen, judging by what I've seen. But maybe if they get knocked down a peg, it might let them reevaluate things and become even better. Because I feel like the only way to improve is to lose. So, maybe Drengo, they've had a few like map losses and stuff that could help them have a better advantage because they know how teams are playing.
Yeah, I think that if Drengo do lose this match and then they just make a run through the lower, then they come back in that grand final to play Project again after already seeing how they played them the first time. So they have the advantage of going that they get to use their knowledge of playing Project once again and then getting a good warm-up against two or one of the really good teams in our bracket and then come back and play them again.
I think that's why they can't be disappointed if they do lose this round, because they'd be heading into the lower bracket as one of the favourite teams. There's still some solid teams in the lower bracket. Like, they could maybe find a hiccup here and there. I think Annex White are still in that, like, in the mix, so we could see a rematch potentially in the future. But again, we are kind of writing off Drengar a little bit, but that's not to say that they're a bad team. It's just to say, like, Viper's that good.
Oh, I'm not writing them off. I believe in them. That's my vibe. I want to ask, is there any, like, we've seen the games, we've seen every single performance. Is there, like, a strategy they have, or is there anything, like, the extra je ne sais quoi?
See, normally before the tournament, I would have said neutralise Julian, or because then you'd have to rely on Rush, who's just stepping into the team, and then, like, Heptics and Red, who before the tournament were more, like, they built Julian up to be the MVP that they were at the last SUP event here. But now that the rest of the team is matching that firepower, like, I'm not even sure, like, who you actually target to sort of step up. You need sort of life games from every player in order to win this game, because, like, you also need, because I'm not sure this is going to come down to strategy, because Viper are just that good, like, raw firepower wise. It's always going to be on Viper's side. You just need that life game.
What do you feel about that? Other than skill, what do you reckon Vapor have that has just helped them outclass everyone so far?
Chemistry. Team chemistry. Because it's one thing to be very, very skillful players, because you can have 4 very, very, or maybe top of the top individual players, but if they've got no team chem, they're just not going to play very well together. They'll just be 4 individuals trying to do their own thing across a map, getting beaten by a team who's playing as a 4 tight-knit group.
And we kind of saw that earlier in the tournament, right? I think it was the slug game, where it's kind of 4 players that kind of friends, but they were playing against the structured lineup and they got completely bodied because of it. Like, you need that team chemistry in order to get high level results. And yeah, they're better than a new player in Rush, but you can tell, like, the chemistry's already there to make them that elite team.
Yeah, and speaking of chemistry, we have 2 lovely people on the caster desk, and they are going to take you through this next game.
Hello, hello. Look who I have found. It is my good mate, Spud in the Mud. He's here to join me for what is due to be a corker.
Hey, I was never going to miss this one, mate. Drenga Esports up against Project Vapor. Winners finals, LAN, Sunday.
That's what it's about.
Oh, mate, I'm buzzing for this one.
Have you, so obviously you've come in sort of later on this afternoon. Obviously storyline's been written for quite a lot of today. Obviously they've been speaking on the desk about, do you think there's an opportunity that Vapor could probably try and maybe even lose a map or something we're not accustomed to? Obviously the Drenga story, we're quite big fans of, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no reason why not. I mean, Drenga look even better than they did in London back in March. Obviously Vapor on paper, I'm spitting bars now. Obviously Vapor on paper are kind of like levels above. They've come here, they've not dropped a map yet. They don't want to drop a map the whole tournament. I was talking to them yesterday. They don't just want to win it, they want to win it by not dropping a single thing. But see the map set ahead of us, and we're going to start with an absolute bang out on Skyline, and that's an opportunity for Drenga to cause a bit of an upset early on. If they can take that first map, it's just going to maybe throw Vapor off their stride a little bit. But I'm saying that they've got to go up against the likes of Rush and Julian flying around with SMGs, so it's not going to be an easy task.
Long day, I think, is the saying that some people might use for that. Obviously, it is then going to head us off into a red card, a Vault, Hacienda, sorry, not a Vault, gosh, Control, and then an actual hard point on red card as well. I think we've only seen that the once today, and it was actually Project Vapor who came out naturally on top, and then obviously all the way down to Search and Destroy. I can't remember it for the life of me, but seemingly players are headsets on head, getting themselves into the lobby, and we are going to be kicking off on Skyline, obviously one of your more favoured maps, and like you say, SMG heavy. Will there be challenge kicks like Spud does? Are they going to be able to pull off the masterpiece?
Challenge, well, yeah, getting first blooded. That's me. That's what I load into this map. Straight into kitchen, dead. But no, like I say, it's going to be tough to shut down Rush and Julian. If they get that flow state going on the SMGs, it's going to be very, very, very difficult. That's what you're going to anticipate. You're going to anticipate those two guys frying out. We saw Rush when he was with UH on that Annex roster in London. These two dropped some crazy numbers on this map together, and we know what Julian can do. And then when you've got the likes of Hep and Red standing over you with the ARs watching those lanes, it's going to be difficult, but I'm hoping that we get a nice competitive series on our hands, and I'm hoping this first map delivers.
Yeah, obviously Drenga having a fantastic game against that NX roster earlier on. They were the ones that came out on top. You might see number 7, which is going to be on the Drenga side of things. Everybody else is going to be on their account, so just to let you guys know, that one is Tea and Crumpets. He is not on his own account. Everybody else is set up ready as normal. It is going to be Project Vapor that kicks us off onto this first bit of time. Trade kills coming in for both teams. Julian predominantly actually a Vapor kill feed as it stands, and it looking like, I think it was IDK that's going to try and make his way through Kitch. It's going to be probably not the greatest of names, probably something I'd do from Heffron there, but it's quite simple for Vapor already, isn't it?
Yeah, good start on this P1 for those guys. I mean, this often gets forgotten about, the valuable time you can get on this first hill with everybody trying to push towards that P2. But we're saying that Drenga did find themselves a 3 dead and then a couple more in that kill feed, and they do manage to basically level up the score, maybe take an early lead, but and also, if you take a look at your mini-map, they are on the side of that P2 at the moment, so they've started well. Big 2 from Rush to get the rest of this scrap time, and after the first hill, 26-18 in favour of Vapor.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Drenga are going to try and hold on to this bit here. Obviously, they've got, well, they had the opportunity to try and hold the first instant part of this P2, but seemingly Vapor have managed to work their way around. Kill feed is pretty much a zigzag sort of formation, everybody getting involved, and it is going to be, by the looks of it, Project Vapor that are going to be sticking themselves on time. We've got Tea and Crumpets, and it looks like it's going to be Heffron trying to make their way through Kitch. Heff will find one. He's going to try and spot Red out the back. I don't know if this reload might have possibly cost him. Not going to bother. Does pick up that big kill and an opportunity for Drenga to pretty much bring this one back to even.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a big 3-piece from Heffron there around that P2, and Vapor did still manage to stay on that time, but not for long. Drenga find the wipe, get control, and they are going to retake the lead, heading over back towards P3. Red's had a little bit of a slow start. He's going to look to try and kind of settle into this game. It is, you know, it's a big occasion. We're in winners final back on the main stage, and it's a tough old map if you're on an AR and you've got the likes of McCoof and RDK flying around at you.
Yeah, you sort of put in a position where you have to take those sort of long sort of kitchen gunfights, or you're going up above because you're having to let the SMG sort of run wild. But Rush, he's brought himself up onto a 4 streak at the minute, and as soon as I say that, Caster's Curse means he's naturally going to die, but IDK will pick up 2. This is the first time that we've seen a team probably ask a couple of questions of Project Vapor. Obviously still early doors onto P3, but nothing too crazy. We're still within touching distance of them. Naturally, as we know, it's going to be about this rotation over towards this P4. It is going to be Red that's blocking those spawns. Like you mentioned, Spud, not the strongest of starts from him so far, but you'd imagine Drenga really should probably, they have just broken in through P3, and they've got a chance, if they can get these kill feeds done, to try and hold this P4.
Yeah, just a bit of a, as expected on Skyline, it's just a bit of a bang out at the minute. Yeah. Nobody's got any kind of real control on the map. We're seeing a very slight lead for Project Vapor, lots of kills flying around, but like I say, just that map control just isn't really there. But back patio at the minute, I think, is Heffron. He is a big life in the back. If he can stay up, he nearly manages to take down Rush, but Julian there with the help does take him down, leaves his teammates spawning in, and it is now on Drenga to try and get towards this all-important P4, but that 4 dead wipe is not going to help them.
Yeah, no, this is obviously a smart play from Red and from Julian, trying to just make their way up the map ever so slightly, trying to push back the Drenga members off of spawn, and it's just going to continue ramping the points up in favour of Project Vapor. They have gone past this 100 point now. At least a couple of kills going in favour. Heffron once again, like he did earlier on, another big 3-piece. He's going to extend it out to 4, but like you say, it's just a case of Drenga seemingly having to just try and accept that they're taking scrap time. It's going to be Vapor that are going to try hold on, but a big kill from Heffron did instantly get traded, so he's not going to be the man that's going to be on P1, but a big 2-piece from Heptics to try and maybe make it 3 to try hold on for the last couple of seconds. But 110 playing nearly around 80 after the first rotation.
Yeah, it's really competitive. Nobody's running away with it. Heffron is absolutely frying, by the way, top of the lobby by some distance. 18 kills for him so far, a couple of 3-pieces. And look, Drenga, look at your kill feed, it's all blue once again. They are getting the initial time on this P1 and clawing back the very slight deficit they find themselves in. Rush trying to float around P2, seeing if he can get this gunfight up top, but he's not. Crumpets does take him down. Red does find a big 2 to take Drenga off the time, but they are just going to hop straight back on. And there's barely anything separating these two teams right now.
Yeah, and like I say, it's going to be T and Crumpets who's going to be the man that's going to go through Kitch here and try and help out a couple of the members that are going to be on this P1, but just like that, it's seemingly quite a white kill feed. That is going to be a clean 4. Thankfully for Drenga, Makoof is going to be the man that's going to have spawned out the back, but every other member of Drenga is going to be completely on the opposite side of the map. T and Crumpet spots a couple of members, has got help from IDK and Heffron that will take people out through Kitch, but Julian just going to try and play the smart life, and he did actually fall there, but another 2-piece from IDK. Like you say, it's just a constant bang out, so we can say what's going on. You guys can see it, as I'm sure, as well, but IDK up to a 3 streak now.
Yeah, you're waiting for Project Vapor to just kind of settle and take full control at the moment, but look at the kills. Everyone's kind of on a similar one. Nobody on the side of Vapor is absolutely slaying out. The guys on Drenga, Makoof's had a little bit of a slow start, but when Heffron's doing this, but there's Heptics with 2, Julian with a big kill onto Heffron in the back, and maybe if they can take the rest of this 35 seconds, maybe this is where they start to push on.
Yeah, quite possibly. It's a case of you expecting Project Vapor to go through the motions. IDK just seems to be a walking 2-piece at the minute, seemingly every time he's doing it, but Julian will answer back of 2 kills of his own. It's going to be a possibility, if I can get it out and say that we're going to head off towards this P3. Seemingly time going in favour of Project Vapor for this P2. After P3 we go, but it's going to be Drenga that'll be the first people in there.
Yeah, it's perhaps the biggest lead we've seen, but it's not actually a massive one at all. And Drenga are going to be there to get this initial time. It looks like Project Vapor are just going to try and get a little bit of mid-control flying across the top, just seeing if they can flip these spawns early on. Rush there with a big trade, bit of white time on this P3, and the ARs going head-to-head. Big set of kills from Project Vapor as they do get in, but take a look at Heffron. Does find a big pick on the back. No, he gets taken down, and it's once again Project Vapor find the 4 dead, and just as we thought might happen, this is just where they've kind of settled in, and that lead is just extended and extended.
Yeah, they seem to have just found their groove a little bit. Obviously, the boys of Project Vapor we can hear over here are starting to get a little bit louder. The dead comms are seemingly coming through over to us on the desk as well. But IDK, that man, once again, comes through with another 2-piece. He's got help from Heffron on that sort of transition from P3 over to P4. It will be Project Vapor. They're going to be sort of blocking spawns, the ability to have some new time. But Makoof, like you say, this isn't the sort of Makoof that we've expected to see over the weekend. He has been frying all weekend, so this shows the quality of what Project Vapor can do if they can try and neutralise him. But 180 playing just about 140, so up by nearly a hill, but it's going to be Vapor on early doors, and look where the members of Drenga are spawning all the way deep by Piano.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the kind of theme of this map so far, as Rush gets a massive 2-piece top bridge, it's just kind of been Vapor getting the rotations in early and just kind of only allowing Drenga to just get that last 20 seconds or so. They are the ones that are got themselves in control, and once again they're finding some time on this Money Hill P4. Heffron does try to fly through, but it's a big couple of kills for Project Vapor. IDK trying to do what he can to get in there. Julian just waiting for the chow, pops his head up, down he goes, and this is getting a bigger and bigger lead now.
Yeah, so obviously they can't win it off of this hill, so it's at least going to be heading its way over towards P1. Still 20 seconds to try and play for. IDK was going to try and fly at time, but Red will answer with 3 kills of his own. You can see Red on a 4, you can see Julian on a 4. 8 untraded kills from those 2, and there's an opportunity for Project Vapor to try and take this first map on P1. But a blue kill feed for a change. We've seen a couple of members of Vapor that are going to fall. It's going to be a slow 4, so they are going to be spawning out towards this far side of P4. A chance for Drenga maybe to try and claw some time back, but it's going to be a big ask, really, isn't it?
Yeah, 17 seconds needed for Project Vapor to take this map on. It is Drenga in a good spot at the minute. They've got a little bit of control, but just as I say that, Red's blown himself up. Don't know what's going on, but Drenga do find a couple of kills. They are still soaking this P1, and they do still have a little bit of a setup for these P2 spawns, but they're going to have to chain the next 3 hills if they're going to take this one all the way.
Let's try and stay on board with Julian here. I was going to say if he's going to be able to manage to find him, but TM Crumpets has found him straight away. So sort of scrap time going in favour of Project Vapor, but they can actually win from here. It's going to have to be a big kill from Heffron on the way round. He's going to get found out. Last member up. Going to be Tea and Crumpets. 5 seconds remaining. Project Vapor opportunity to try and play through and just about get over the line. That was probably tested for the most part for probably 3/4 of it, but then, like you say, we saw Project Vapor sort of go through the motions and then ultimately come out on top.
Yeah, it's one of those maps, isn't it? It starts fast, it starts quick, it takes a little bit of time sometimes to settle into it, but Project Vapor did exactly that. Red picked it up a lot, had a really, really slow start, and then once he got settled in, that really helped the rest of the team just to kind of, like I say, get all those rotations. Yeah, Red, I think he started like 1 and 6 or something. He finished
like that,
23 and 28. And look at Rush as well, absolutely frying out. No one had a particularly terrible game on the side of Drenga, and like you say, it was competitive for the most part. It was just, they settled in, and just that lead just kept extending, and it's first blood. Oh.
What was it with people this weekend?
Everyone said at least it wasn't abused this time.
No,
but it was the Drenga coach, so we'll let him off. He's going to go and give a few words of advice heading towards this map too. But yeah, as kind of as expected so far, Project Vapor not dropping a map still, and they go 1-0.
Yeah, like you say, it was an opportunity for Drenga there. Like I say, they were trying to keep it competitive for the most part, and then, like you say, it was just chaining the hills, and it's always that sort of P3 to P4, and it was Vapor that were always going to be in and around that time. Obviously, Makoof didn't have the greatest of maps from what we know and what I've seen of him today as well. So naturally, that's always going to put you a bit of a disadvantage. But we are going to go off to red card, probably the most boring, I'd say, search and destroy map that it could be. But seemingly, me and Connor were talking about it earlier. Seems to be the higher in terms of quality you go in Call of Duty, red card seems to keep finding its way in.
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday on the broadcast. Just kind of, it is that kind of map that is just a little bit more traditional Call of Duty map, and it's going to favour a lot of the better teams because it plays as a hardpoint map should, and then with a search and destroy as well, 2 kind of very split bomb sites, and when you've got some very solid ARs on your team that can get set up, it's difficult to kind of do anything about it, and especially if you get Rush and Julian in that B site, good luck getting them out of it.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously they don't have Callum on the roster anymore, but bringing in someone like Rush is by no stretch of the imagination worse than that team whatsoever, is it?
Oh no, I mean, we saw. I think it's a fact that at the Katana Land, I think he had the overall highest KD of the weekend in the end.
Wow.
So bringing him in with the rest of those players around them was always going to be a positive move. He's just kind of gets so aggressive on the map, and if he's flying at you, like I say, and you've got Julian alongside him, it's just so difficult to do anything about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I think Rush didn't have the greatest of starts. I think he was somewhere around that 0-4 region, might be 0-3, 0-4, really? And then he's come out and he's pretty much just taken over what seemed to be that map 1. But opportunity for Drenga to bring this one back even, obviously over on red card, trying to slow down the guns of Project Vapor, but they've been exposed to sort of high-level scrims, high-level tournaments. So do you reckon that experience will be a bit too much for Drenga here?
Perhaps, but this Drenga side, they play a lot of S&D, play a lot of tournaments, play a lot of chows. Always see Makoof live till 2 in the morning doing some kind of CMG tournament and whatnot. So we'll see if that comes into play. And there's a reason they're in winners finals, so there's no way you can kind of write them off. But if they're going to take a map, it needs to kind of be this one. It needs to be now, doesn't it? It
does. Like you say, these boys have played together for seemingly as long as I've known them. I don't know any other roster that Drenga have had, bar the majority, 3/4 of this team. Obviously, they did make the change of bringing in Tea and Crumpets, and ultimately it's paid off, sticking themselves into this winners final. So it'll be interesting to see how we're going to get on in this red card search and destroy. It will be Drenga that will kick us off on offense. If you have just joined, just bear in mind number 3 is going to be Tea and Crumpets, not on his account just at the minute. So you can see Katana Land 7, but that is indeed Tea and Crumpets. So off towards potentially, so it looks like it's going to be a bit of an A push, but pretty red quite easily for Vapor so far.
Yeah, IDK does get spotted. A bullet goes into him, but does manage to get away for now. Makoof trying to get a bit of an angle over onto Rush. Rush coming out on top though. Difficult gunfight for IDK, that one, and does manage to lose it. Is the trade going to come through? Yes, it is. So 3v3 with a minute left on the clock. Bomb is currently down.
I wonder if the com from Red managed to, not from Red, from Rush, sorry, tried to say that Bomb was going to be down there. I imagine by the looks of it, they've started to work their way over, but just have a look at Tea and Crumpets here. He's trying to maybe just make it a little bit of a play. You've got Heptix is probably going to be the closest person towards him. Obviously, those who were in the stream this morning managed to see Heptix go on, what was a 13 streak, I think, in the Search and Destroy that we had sort of first thing earlier on. But it's sort of just trying to suss each other out. Obviously, advantage Drenga at the minute, and as soon as I say that, they managed to even the scores up. But it looks like Bomb is going to be getting planted down here at A.
Yeah, going to need to retake this A bomb site. It's Heptix and Julian to do so up against Makoof and Heffron. Time ticking down, but they are just playing really tight to this site at the moment. That angle top stage is going to be difficult to try and take him off. I think the other one's probably right on the site, is he? So yeah, big 25 seconds. Heffron finding a big pick. The trade is good, but Drenga first blood 1-0 to those guys.
Smart play. Obviously, you put one of the players on the bomb. You've got someone on stage looking over the top of him. So as long as you get that initial first trade, then that's ultimately what's the one that has won it for them. Big kill from Heffron to one of the members of Project Vapor up in top cameras, and then ultimately, like I say, it was sort of business as usual. 2-for-1 trade after that point, putting them 1-0 up in the search and destroy. They seemed quite comfortable to have to probably play a little bit slower there. Bomb was down, had to try and play the retake, still opted to play for that A bomb. It didn't seem to phase them whatsoever, did it?
No, like I say, these guys play a lot of search and destroy, and just as I mentioned, Makoof, who had a little bit of a slow first map, does find 2 in that first round, and it was obviously an offense that they've took to take the early lead, which, you know, obviously traditionally defense being the more favourable, but now it's Project Vapor's turn, and it looks like they're maybe just going to try and get a bit of control mid-map, see if they can get a pick, find that all-important first blood. But at the minute, no gunfight is about to come. But look at number 5, Heptix. He's going to potentially have lots of players surrounding him very shortly. But yeah, no movement just yet, just seeing if the teammates can get that first blood so Rush can start making his way towards a bomb site.
It is, and Heptix is going to come round and find Makoof. I thought he was going to barge through the door, but did opt to drop down and still found the kill nonetheless. But he's still going to work his way upstairs in and around the spawn area of Drenga here. He's going to try and pre-aim as best as what he can, but IDK coming through the SMG, and it was a bit, I thought it was going to be traded there by Red, but wasn't. It is going to be Tea and Crumpets that takes out Red with a trade kill. IDK will fall to Julian. So we're in a 2v2 sort of situation at the minute. Bomb is still pretty deep. Rush still with that at the minute. Just trying to possibly play for a little bit of info. Heffron will probably be the person that could try play a little bit of an anchor here, but seemingly they're going to try and potentially try and juke them here or something like that. It's going to be a case of Julian's going to be over towards this B point. It will be a trade kill. It is going to be a 1v1. It's going to be Heffron. It's going to be Rush.
Yeah, Julian did play that really smart there. Maybe thought he could get behind them with the bomb going down at A and catch them as they both transition. Does manage to find one, but Heffron was there to trade it out, and he's got 25 seconds to get towards this bomb site. Rush is getting himself out there at the moment, but he's hopped the bomb. I'm not sure if Rush is going to be able to see. He's got to fly towards it. He's got to go. He's got to go. He's got to go. Oh, just about finds the kill and takes the round, but that was very close to having the ninja defuse just there.
It was. It's always a little bit hard when we're in this situation here. When we're in the same room, you can't really shout it out. He's going for. He's going to try for the ninja diffuse, but
yeah, start roaring that. He'll just look up, but they'll hear me. So
no, exactly. Like you say, it's something that obviously I'm pretty sure everyone's sort of waiting to see if it's going to come off. Obviously, we just have to sort of watch it as best as what we can. You guys can see it on the screen at the same time as well. So if we do go quiet, that is the reason why. So one apiece for both teams here. It is going to be Drenga with the opportunity to extend themselves out 2-1, or we could see a defensive round win for Project Vapor here. Seemingly going to work off towards this B-bomb. Heptix going to try and get as much information as what he can and see if he can get a couple of members of the Project Vapor roster to maybe make a little bit of an adjustment and work towards this B site.
Yeah, look where Makoof's at the minute, really deep towards the spawn, but yeah, the transition over towards B is being read at the minute by Project Vapor, so this might be the first time on this map that we do just see a little bit of carnage in that B-bomb if they do opt to fly towards it. No first blood in as of yet. Makoof has been probably spotted there by Julian as he works towards mid. Heptix finding that first blood onto IDK. Bomb does go down, and I think, yeah, like I say, this is where the gunfights are going to come this round. Big couple of kills on the side of Drenga though, advantage to them. 3 lives playing 2. Red and Rush left up for Project Vapor.
It is, and they've got the comm to at least where the bomb is. Rush is going to have spotted Heffron trying to come through the stands. He's going to send Red to go and find his kill. It will be Makoof that will come through on the trade. So from being a little bit reserved, Makoof has actually picked up 2 this round, and it's all going to be on Rush to possibly try and work the timings correctly. 2v1 advantage in favour of Drenga here. Let's going to see how Rush is going to play this one. Bomb is going to make its way down onto this B point. And he's got SMG in hand. It's a pretty easy one for him to start off. Challenge towards the second, nearly manages to find it, but doesn't do so. It will be a round on the board for Drenga. How close was that?
Yeah, I thought he was going to pull that off then. I might have shouted the place down if so, but Drenga, once again, getting the job done, retaking the lead early on this map too, but he did leave him weak. Only a bullet or two more, and that would have been a pretty disgusting two-piece for Rush when he would have got that diffuse off, but not to beat. An advantage Drenga once again.
Yeah, you'd have been upset if you're on the side of Drenga if you'd allowed that to happen. It was quite easy kill to start off. There was no comm to where he was. They were sort of just having to play off feel, I guess, really. There was a case of just trying to work out as best as what they can do, but it seems everyone's winning their rounds so far. Opportunity for Vapor to even this one up here, and seemingly it happened earlier on. Everyone seems to be going a little bit more A side recently. It's normally, I've thought most people will try and work a sort of slow B, get some mid control, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So Julian going to try and see if he can find any information onto a member of Drenga. Not going to do so, but they were lined up in pretty much a straight line, but look how high up all the players are.
Yeah, I think as we've seen in a lot of this round, a lot of this map so far, both teams trying to get that control mid-map, both hoping to get that first pick. Makoof did manage to do so, but Heptix has traded him out. So Project Vapor trying to debate which bomb they want to work towards. They're obviously over towards that A site at the minute, but Drenga are set up and kind of poised to maybe pick one of them off here. That bomb is going to go down. We're going to see a 3v3. And there's a freebie onto the back of Red, so only one or two left for Drenga now. Advantage, 2 lives playing 1, Rush all alone. Bomb is down and 30 seconds on the clock.
He's in that same sort of situation again, but this time he's got to try and play the defuse at the same time. So IDK going to try and fly towards Rush. Rush is going to find one. Opportunity for him to try and back up here, but he's going to run past him, T and Crumpets. And Rush has managed to win it.
He has, and we heard some roars from the side of Project Vapor. Not heard an awful lot of that this weekend. Normally kind of cool, calm and collected, but they know how important that round was, and it's a massive couple of kills for Rush. Just popped himself in that corner, waited for the chow and just bang, dead.
That's what I mean. He wouldn't have forgiven himself if he'd managed to get turned on there when he had him running past him in a straight line. But ultimately did the business, did Rush 6-2 start after 4 rounds. I think he is leading the way for the members of Project Vapor. Again, Red having a little bit of a slower start here. Hopefully he can get himself going again. But two apiece at the minute. Nothing to break between these two as it stands, and it's seemingly going to be again an opportunity for Drenga to go off towards this A point or try and play the info and wrap it back round.
Yeah, both of these guys just kind of, again, just trying to play for as much information as possible. Long range gunfight there between Makoof and I think maybe Red. Some shots did land, but no real damage done. Both going to manage to heal up, and a minute left on the clock. Nobody taken down just yet, and we are going to perhaps see this push towards the A site, and still nobody getting picked off. Both guys, both rosters just sliding around mid-map, just trying to wait for that free first pick, but nobody's kind of over-challenging and giving it away just yet. So there we go. Julian does find that first blood onto Crumpets, and it might be now that they have to try and force something towards his bomb site.
That's what I mean. With an SMG in hand, Julian having a pretty good map in terms of, obviously Red Card's not naturally your SMG sort of heavy map, but it is going to be a 4 versus 2 advantage in favour of Project Vapor. They are going to take at least Red with them. It's a chance for Rush on that 3 streak at the minute, possibly going to try and play for a little bit of information in that same position again. He's going to have nearly the 2-piece. Makoof comes through and trades it, but Julian is there to pick up the scraps, and once again another round back on the board for Project Vapor, and it's seemingly we could be going the distance here. Everyone seems to be sort of in and doing the same things as what they've done sort of consistently, really, but 3 versus 2, nothing. You see that the S&D that you mentioned earlier seems to be clearly paying off for them, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and it's noticed Rush in that exact same spot as the previous round. Wonder if you're going to see him there again. Maybe he'll pick the other side and try and trick him into it, but yeah, really good start from him, really good start for Julian, but Drenga keeping it competitive. Makoof 7-4, joint most kills in the lobby with Rush, and yeah, like you say, I mean, it's a bit early to say it's going to go all the way, but this one seemingly just kind of going back and forth. So with Project Vapor now on the offense, and it looks like a bit of a heavier push over towards this B side, but they are poised for the chow. Makoof landing a lot of damage into Julian, I think there. Crumpets also banging some into Red, but still no first blood just yet. But I think again we're going to see a bit of a crazy situation in this B side now, Joel.
And it looks like it's going to be Heffron is a man that could possibly try to play for a bit of information here. He is going to indeed take out Heptics. Julian did find one, prior, and that was going to be onto IDK, not having the greatest amounts by his standards, I'm sure. Team Crumpets is going to pick up red. He's going to have Julian try and shoulder, just get a little bit of information, but an opportunity for Drenga to try and collapse onto this Project Vapor team here. Are sort of back-to-back in the sort of doorway in towards B. Bomb is indeed down. Heffron has spotted Julian. In comes Rush for the trade. Rush will find one, instantly taken back out. And we're back to that place again. We're back even.
Yeah, again, just played it really smart. They kind of had them with the clock counting down, knew they were both around that B site, and there wasn't really enough time on such a big map like this to transition over towards that A site, and they just kind of covered every angle. Makoof, see, all those reps, he knows all the spots. I've never seen that before, but...
I was just about to say the same. I don't think I've ever seen that spot in my life. I'd normally try and just crouch behind the desk bit and sort of go from there, but he's looking through letters and everything. That's evidently something that I must be doing wrong. That's why he's over there and I'm over here. So 3 apiece for both teams at the minute. Drenga opportunity to get this bomb down probably just a little bit quicker. Like you say, the last offensive round for Drenga, it seemed to be a bit of a feel around and trying to work out where everybody's sort of pitching themselves up, but something we can appreciate is they are pretty much heading over to this A point quite quickly with an opportunity. If they can spot red, just going to be throwing the shoulder, just trying to get as much information as what he possibly can do. It'd be interesting to see what Julian's going to do here. Obviously SMG in hand, he was going to come through. Red finds one, instantly then taken back out. Trade kills coming in for both teams. Heffron managed to find that kill onto Rush. I thought with how Rush has been shooting today, that one was going to be a given for him. And Heptics, I don't know if he's going to possibly be able to spot Heffron. It's not going to matter because he's going to take him out. Julian will come through and find one. 2 versus 1 advantage in favour of Drenga. And Julian's got it all to do and ultimately is then taken out, and a good round on the board for Drenga there.
Yeah, really good, really kind of like patient play. Again, just trying to focus on getting that first pick. The comms did come in early for Vapor. I think they sent 3 over towards that B site, and Red playing in the back would have given the comm that was the push, but didn't really matter. Couldn't do anything about it. The picks came in. Heffron found 2 massive kills in that round, continuing some of that form from map 1. And yeah, advantage Drenga once again. Yeah,
it's good to see. Obviously, like you see here, Heffron on that 3 streak at the minute, 8 and 6. He's joint with Makoof for most kills so far. It would just be nice to see one of the teams sort of pull clear a little bit in this one. Obviously, we want to see the round 11. Naturally, I'm sure everyone here does at the same time, but when it's these sort of round for round, there's not really too much you can say. Like you say, they're sort of cancelling each other out, to use a phrase, but Heffron was nearly possibly found there over towards that A point, and seemingly Vapor are just going to allow them to try and play towards them. Big kill there from Heptics on to Team Crumpets. And Julian, with the position that they've in, they've pretty much got them backed up into spawn, don't they?
Yeah, they have. They have got a little bit of control on the map at the moment, and obviously that massive pick from Heptics does give them that life advantage as well. And now we're going to see Red put some bullets into Makoof, but Julian card does fall to IDK to level up those lives, and that bomb is being wrapped all the way back towards the spawn. It looks like the comms are in from Hep. Get yourself over to B with all of these Drenga guys over on that A site.
Seemingly so. It looks like Drenga are pretty much hoping that they're going to try and not sort of double fake them, really. They are going to send IDK over to have a little bit of luck. He does have both tacks. He has got the stun. He has got the nade. He's going to have to use them quite quickly. Red is going to find Makoof. IDK trying to just about get away with his life. He's only on a 2 streak, so it's not a case of him trying to run for the streaks. He's just pretty much just trying to run away from Heptics from gunning him down. It's only going to be Heffron, last member up on that 3 streak. Does he opt to... Oh, big kill onto Rush there. He's got the read onto Red. He's nearly pulled that off through the door. What a read that would have been from Heffron there. He's still got the chance to pick a couple of members off. He might be backed up slightly into this corner, but as I say that, he might have an opportunity to try and play around. You've got both members of Project Vapor trying to fight towards him, laid down. Red's going to spot him. Heptics will watch him come through the door, but what 2-piece that would have been.
I know. he's got walls on land or something. Like, it was straight away. He just pre-fired straight through that door, exactly where the player of Vapor was. And yeah, if he'd have managed to find that pick as well, it would have made it a little bit easier. But in the end, just a little bit too much to do. Smart play from Heptics, and I think it was Red at the end of that round, just kind of getting themselves out of there, forcing that timer, and in the end, get the job done. run and level this series up once again. I feel like I've said that many times so far this map.
Yeah, obviously you got Heptix here. He's on that 3 streak. He did have the help from Red in there. He did drop the shoulder just to play that information and sort of drag Heffron into that gunfight. Ultimately, then taken out by Heptix just before he managed to get himself over towards that bomb. Bomb is working its way this time, seemingly, well, back to the middle of the map. I was going to say over towards B, but they seemingly decided to stay still. I think there is a car, by the looks of it. I think it might be Heffron that's got it. Going to work its way over towards that B point. I imagine if it's not been blown up already, so I can't hear it, so I'm going to assume that it has been. But Heptix will find the first kill onto Heffron, so he must have been back and ready, and Red will find one as well.
Yeah, Heptix doing really well this map, just to keep finding these first bloods, and that's just allowed the rest of his teammates to kind of go, with Red finding another kill instantly. Just as I say that though, Crumpets does manage to take down Hep, so it's just going to be IDK and Crumpets with 40 seconds left in the round. They do have a little bit of control on his B side with the numbers from Vapor, and the reads are in. That's a big pick though. IDK taking down Rush. Oh, and once again gets the read and lands just a little bullet into, I think, Julian. But yeah, 2v2. They've got to kind of maybe force this bomb down imminently, but it is going to go down. I think they're going to be allowed to do so. This next pick is going to be crucial.
Yeah, I think Red was going to try and maybe pick off I think it was T and Crumpets there, just on the close left. He's going to opt to try and dolphin dive off the stairs. That might hurt if you do that. Anyway, close left is going to be T and Crumpets. Round back on the board for Drenga, and I tell you what, opportunity for them to close this one out here.
Was Red playing out there? Was he?
I don't know.
Like that?
I don't know.
Not job. But yeah, this is the time where, you know, as we mentioned, if Drenga were going to keep this series competitive, this is the map they've got to take, and they're only one round away from doing so. And we keep saying about Vapor, they don't want to drop a map all weekend, just like they haven't at previous tournaments. If they drop a map here, they're not going to be happy with it, and we might see a little bit of breakdown in the communications, but time will tell. Are we going to go to a round 11, or are Drenga going to level up this winners final?
This is the furthest that we've seen Project Vapor. The majority of the members, 3 out of 4, pushed this far in months. I think they lost a series here back in January in the local lands. I don't think they've lost a map since. So what a moment this could be for the confidence of Drenga if they're able to pull this one off. And if IDK is going to find that first pick onto Julian, there is going to be a trade kill from Heptix. It's going to be a 3 versus 3. Makoof, I don't know if he's going to have this spot. I don't know if he's just had a look out towards where Heptix is. I think he seemingly spotted him. He is going to get himself away, but Hep spotted him at the same time also. Makoof going to back his way up into spawn, but a big kill from Red with the pistol onto Heffron there. Heptix is going to be close in towards Makoof. He's going to opt to try and slide out. Heptix is going to come out on top, and Spud, it's all going to be on Team Crumpets to try and close this one out.
Yeah, he's going to need to ace up to level up this series, unless we are going to round 11. Does it give away exactly where he is, though, as that bomb goes down? Does land a bullet or two into Red, who does manage to heal up, and they're just kind of playing all the angles, playing the timer at the moment, and Crumpets has got a big task ahead, trying to take down these 3 guys and get the bomb defused. It's not going to be easy, but he does make it a little bit easier by finding Red, but the trade is good. And here we go. We're going all the way on this map too.
Yeah, like I say, I don't know if Drenga will be kicking themselves there. They did find that first pick in that round, but it was pretty much traded out instantaneously, and then Red finding a kill with a pistol, so it was in their advantage. Obviously, Team Cryptos did manage to find one of the kills there, but it's always a big ask just to try and get yourself out, but he only had sort of 20 seconds or so to run halfway back across the map and defuse it, so wasn't going to manage to do so. But into a round 11 we go. Opportunity for Drenga to level this one up at 1 apiece, or will we see Project Vapor go 2-0 up in this series? It is going to be Project Vapor on offense, so good opportunity for Drenga here. It will be Rush that's going to take the bomb, and by the looks of it, they're looking like they're just going to maybe try and play for a pick, deploy a couple of members through mid, but no one's going to want to overextend here, are they?
Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on Heptix for a little bit, because he's been the man for Project Vapor who's been finding the first pick for them. Red just gets some bullets into his face, but does manage to stay up. The nade doesn't land from Makoof, so no blood just yet, and this first pick is going to be everything. Both teams playing very tentatively now, but it is on Vapor, who do eventually have to make that first move, but this first pick is going to be massive, and it is Julian finding a bit of a money kill onto Heffron, who has been absolutely shooting so far in this series. Red once again with Makoof in that gunfight, but no damage done. Bomb is going down on this A side though.
And they're basically going to say, you know what, we've got the man advantage. You're going to have to do it the hard way if you want to try and take at least a map off us, let alone the series. So Bomb is going to be down on this A point, 4 versus 3 in favour of Project Vapor. Makoof down to just 35 HP. Rush is going to peek off. Heptics will find another. Makoof going to try chow towards them. Not going to manage to do so. Drenga had the opportunity there to even the scores up. But and like you say, they've pushed Project Vapor literally the distance in that search and destroy. But it is going to be 2-0 to them nonetheless.
Yeah, that one's got to sting a little bit if you're on the side of Drenga. Came so close to levelling up that series there, and you know, perhaps deserved to do so, but in the end just a little bit too much to do in that final round. That first blood, I think it was from Julian that time. We're going to have somebody else in front of us in a minute if KG Jack doesn't get out of the way.
I imagine he's probably not going to. We're taking under and over on the sort of couple of seconds that we're going to do so. Looks like the production saved us. They knew that he was going to do it. Is he going to come back in?
You'd think by what's the time? 5 o'clock on day 2 of the LAN that people would know not to walk in front of cameras when you're on. But
well, especially when there's a big red light up there as well.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
That's putting too much faith into people, isn't it? So that is going to be 2-0 Project Vapor. I think seemingly everyone in the room has just thought that the series has ended, but it hasn't. We are still due to head off to, I think it was Hacienda? Control off the top of my head. I could be wrong. I could be guessing it could be a Volt. But anyway, interesting to see Vape have to go the distance there, wasn't it?
Yeah, they did get pushed all the way, and I think we've seen, as we mentioned before, there's a lot of reps for this Drenga side on S&D, and it was proved Makoof played really well. Heffron continued to find lots of big kills as well, just like did on that first map, and IDK as well floating around with that SMG. Nobody kind of, you know, it was just, it should have maybe gone in Drenga's favour. They're going to be really good about that one, because that's the map to kind of kick on this series and try and push them all the way. But now, if they're going to book their spot in Grands straight away from winners final, they are going to need to reverse sweep the number 1 seed.
Yeah, in a much sort of different circumstance to make a sort of comparison as such. It was like when we watched the Project Rose game this weekend. Probably felt that they should have taken one of the S&Ds, did manage to go all the way down to around 11, obviously naturally completely different, so that sort of sting element that you say that Drenga, I'm sure, are feeling there could also have been sort of cross-referenced at that point, but an opportunity for Drenga nonetheless. They're going to have to do it the hard way if they're going to try and book their spot into this grand finals. Confirmation it is going to be a Hacienda control. Obviously, you don't like Hacienda, so I won't ask you your opinion of that one, but I'm not too sure if you managed to see it earlier, the Annex Esports White game on Hacienda control for 2 rounds against the members of Drenga here. It was pretty much lights out for Drenga, and then I think after that point, I think Annex must have dropped 20 lives in I think all 3 rounds. They managed to be reverse swept, so if you've not seen that, feel free to go back and watch that one, because that is surely a spectacle. But is it a case of we're going to expect Project Vapor to close that one out, or do you think we go off to map 4?
I mean, I think you've got to expect Project Vapor still haven't dropped a map to get the job done. They're going to be full of confidence in the end. They did get pushed all the way, but they got themselves over the line, and they do find themselves one map away from being in grand finals. So yeah, you've got to say it's the most likely scenario, but Drenga are more than capable of causing an upset and forcing this to at least a map 4.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think if you're on the side of Project Vapor, you'd be disappointed not to be booking yourself straight into that grand finals via the winners route. We are just waiting for a couple of players just to get back into the seats, so we can see Heptics just walking around having a chat, trying to probably cool down a little bit. Obviously, it does get quite warm in here. Thankfully, it's not awful compared to what I've been told the upstairs is like. I've not been up there.
There.
No, I wouldn't be a fan of mine, but could be a red card hard point. We don't see that too often as well. I think we've only seen it the once, which I mentioned that Project Vapor naturally came out on top of earlier. If somehow, like we say, Drenga do take the control, what's your thoughts of a red card hard point?
Like I say, I mean, I don't hate it, to be honest. It's one that's favoured by a lot of the pros. It's one that's favoured by a lot of the top hams. But like I say, just because it plays like a fundamental hardpoint Call of Duty map, doesn't it? You know, there's plenty of plenty of times to get the real power positions on the map. It rotates properly. It plays like a normal hardpoint. So we do often see a lot of the higher seeds in these events opting to play for that, or maybe sometimes some of the lower seeds maybe think, oh, these probably don't play this as often. We'll try and throw them off, but yeah, we've got to get there first. Though we've got to see if Drenga can take this Hacienda and force that map 4. But it's just going to be a tough ask, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the easiest phrase to use. It's tough ask, isn't it? That we've not seen Project Vapor falter in the past couple of events that we've been involved in. Obviously, the story of Drenga for those who haven't is obviously a fantastic one. Recently, Katana have launched a documentary which the couple of the Drenga owners are actually involved in. So I'm sure they'll be watching at home. They'll be sweating buckets. I imagine that their team's in a winners final and had the opportunity to nick a round off of them. What's your opinions on the Drenga guys?
Oh, it's fantastic org, not just because the guys who run it are great blokes. It's just the way they looked after the players in London. We saw firsthand, just the little things, making them a bacon cob in the morning and leaving like a little energy drink out with some chewies and stuff on the table. Like players, at this level really kind of appreciate that, those little extra touches. And I'm really happy to see once again their team going really well and still with an opportunity to go all the way. Obviously in a difficult spot in this winners final, but if they do lose it, they've got a chance to come back and get themselves in grands the hard way. So really good to see.
Absolutely, and like you say, they've opted to make the roster change. They've brought in T and Crumpets, and seemingly it's actually managed to elevate the game. They've booked themselves quite seamlessly into this winners final. They've only dropped prior to this series. They dropped one map all tournament.
Yeah, exactly. It's impressive stuff. And they've had some difficult games as well. Coming up against the team that we kind of anticipated being the ones in this winners final of Annex White, and kind of brushed them aside pretty well, only dropping the one map. So yeah, fantastic so far, but it's far from over for these Drenga boys, and everybody is back sat down at their chairs. So I don't think it's going to be too long before we find out if this is going to go to map 4 or if Project Vapor are going to book their spot in grands.
Yeah, always, which is always good to see. Like I say, everyone's sat down from having a chat, just plugging the earphones in, putting the headphones on. So we are going to be slowly but surely heading off into a Hacienda control. It'll be interesting to see what sort of learnings they've taken from that one against Annex earlier on. Like I say, because the first 2 rounds they completely swept them apart. It was a case of they'd pretty much doubled all of the kills of Annex, and then seemingly they just allowed them back in, and then it was turned into probably the most convincing 3 rounds that you'd see on Hacienda control. But it's just a case of trying to see what they can try and do to put Project Vapor under pressure. Whether they can do that or not is a different story, though, isn't it?
Yeah, if they manage to take an offense early on, I mean, that's going to put them in a really good position to try and kick on as well. But again, you just look at the firepower of this Project Vapor thing, you can get a little bit of control on your offense, but then because they're going to spawn up so close to these points, straight away you're going to have the likes of Rush and Julian and Heptix and Red fly back at you again, and you've got to take them down again. So it's going to be difficult, but these guys are in winners final for a reason, as we keep saying. And I'd like to see this one go a little bit further than
absolutely. I think it would be good for everybody to see how they sort of adapt to the adversity of potentially losing a map. Obviously we speak it into being this really big story. Losing one map is certainly not the end of the world, but when you're on such a streak that those guys are at the minute, it's quite impressive, and you're consistently trying to push yourself through to being as good as a team as you can be, really. But again, just a case of maybe just guys all just lobbying up, trying to have I think by the looks of it, just having a look into a PC or something here. But other than that, enjoyed the weekend, enjoyed the LAN?
Yeah, I'm having a great time. Not many times you get to visit the beautiful Stoke-on-Trent, and I've definitely made the most of my time in this fantastic city. Yeah, had a great time. Good to see everybody. The social aspect is great at these things, getting to see people that you speak to a lot properly, face to face, rather than for a call. Being able to sit down, have a good laugh, have a good chat, and then the actual event, the Call of Duty, has been really high quality. It's ran very smoothly. Big shout out to everyone behind the scenes who's made that happen. But we're far from over. We've still got winners final, losers final and grand final on this main stage today, so it's going to be a good rest of the day for sure.
Indeed it is. So Hacienda control is going to be where we're heading ourselves off into now. Like you say, it'd be interesting if we can see Drenga sort of nab one of these offensive rounds and see how they can try and maybe get those couple of kills. It might be a case Drenga possibly try and play a little bit different. You're not going to win on the sort of slaying power like you mentioned a minute ago. Maybe it's a case of we just try and play a little bit slower, a little bit smarter, and if they could continuously nick some time and slowly get those ticks done, there's a chance that they've got their sort of opportunity here. But it is going to be Drenga that will be the team that's going to be on offense early doors. Naturally, you tend to see teams heading off towards B early doors, but seemingly they're going to opt to go through mid here.
Yeah, trying to get a little bit of early control. Julian does find a big 3 though to start us off, and that is a 4 dead. And straight away, Heptix does try and get towards the spawn of Drenga, but does get picked off. But yeah, big early 4 dead with a big 3-piece from Julian. But I want to see a big map from IDK here on the SMG. Red finding a 2-piece as well, and already a bit of a difficult task to get out of spawn, but a couple do get out, but Julian gets behind him, does pick one off. Is he going to get the second from IDK? Yes, he is, of course he is. 5-0 to start us off. Is he going to fight anymore? He's got 2 shelling him, little 360, but Makoof does take him down and does also take down Heptix. So not a terrible start for Drenga, but they are going to have to start trying to progress towards these points in the next few seconds because there's only 30 on the clock.
Oof. Red comes through with a knife kill there onto IDK. We didn't manage to catch that one, but he was on a 3 streak, was then just taken off by Makoof. Still got a couple of members of Drenga coming off of time here. Life advantage going in favour of the Project Vapor here. No ticks from Drenga whatsoever so far. They've not even touched it by the looks of it. It's just a case they're struggling to get themselves on towards time. Heffron, really slow start from him. Not something that we've been accustomed to, especially this series, and obviously on the ones that we've done previously. So only a couple of seconds remaining. Literally no ticks. It's a case they're down by 7, and they've now finally been allowed to hop on towards this A point. But it's only one of the members, and just like that, Julian's going to pick him off, and that should be the end of the round, and indeed it is. Speaking about convincing.
Yeah. On the offense there, I mean, Drenga have come out and just tried to get themselves up top mid and try and get a little bit of control, but when you got Julian popping a 3-piece off the rear piece, it's difficult to maintain any kind of control. Perhaps maybe we're going to see them on the next offense, like you said at the start, maybe just fly towards that B and see if they can get it done early and find that first wave, because having your first offense with no ticks, I think Julian ended up like 10-2 in that round. It's not the best of starts for those guys if they want to force this map 4.
Yeah, I think they tried to just gamble on the fact that they didn't expect as many of the members of Project Vapor to come through, and ultimately it's only taken one of them to take all 3 of them out anyway, hasn't it? So as you rightly said, Julian going 10-2 in that first round, and I think they've only lost, what is it, 19 lives, sorry, and he's found 10 of them, so over half of the kills from Project Vapor all coming through the means of Julian, and they are going to work their way pretty much similarly to what Drenga have just done here, and it will be T and Crumpets that will find 1 and 2 onto Julian and onto Rush by means of gun and by grenade at the same time. Heptix will find one of his own, potentially trying to suss out where a couple of members of Drenga are going to be here. Going to try and stop the clock on towards this point. Contested by Makoof at the minute, and Makoof will be the one that will take him off. And an opportunity for Drenga to start to get some kills on the board now.
Yeah, Rush diving around towards the spawn, and a really good start for Drenga. Do manage to get them pinned towards the spawn just a little bit and find a good set of early kills. And Vapor did try and do that same kind of strat and kind of trusted their gunny to maybe come out on top, but there was a big 2 kills early on for T and Crumpets, who does find himself on a 4 spree now. Heffron's still struggling to get off the mark. Just as you say that, he does manage to get one. But yeah, Drenga only lost 3 lives and 35 seconds left in the round. No ticks for Vapor. So really good start on this defense for those guys as well.
I think that's one of the first times that the curse of the commentators actually worked for a positive that time. Yeah. He was on 0 and Spud mentions it, and up he goes. He managed to find the kill. So T and Crumpets on a 5 streak as it stands at the minute. Julian hasn't actually managed to get off the board in this one. He's only died a handful of times, possibly just trying to suss out where a couple of members of Drenga are going to be. But Rush comes through with a knife kill this time. Heptix will find 2. So it's only going to be 1 member of Drenga up and board. It is going to be T and Crumpets running around through top mid. He will fall as well will Heffron, and only 20 seconds left remaining. But they've only managed to get the 1 tick. They're going to start the progression over towards this B point now. Red is going to find one alongside Rush, and this B point is probably slowly but surely going to get its way done, isn't it?
It should do, but yeah, does manage to do so. So timer extended, but is a 5 life advantage in favour of Drenga. But Project Vapor already managing to get 3 more ticks than Drenga managed on their offense. But a minute left in the round, and all it takes is a bit of a 4 dead, and they can get themselves and start progressing. 16 lives playing 9 though in favour of Drenga. Rush with a big pick, and they're just trying to push towards the back and maybe help the live counter a little bit. But IDK plays it smart, waits patiently for the push of Rush, and does take him down.
I was good saying that. I'd have probably messed that one up. So it is going to be just the B point done. 15 lives playing 6 in favour of Drenga. This is probably what we were hoping to see. They are going to, hopefully, I imagine, get a round on the board here. Heptic's just going to work his way over towards Rock. T and Crumpets is going to be the man that's close to him. Heptic's will find him. A couple of members. Project Vapor going to try play through lobby. He will come through with the help of actually Hep once again finding 2. Makoof just being that annoying one, just running around in spawn trying to pick people up. 10 and 9 from him through 2 rounds. Nearly 20 seconds just remaining. Only 2 members being Red and Rush remaining for Project Vapor. Rush seems to just be playing ring around a rosy. Red's opted to try and hop himself off, and by the looks of it, Rush is running around in a circle and did eventually get caught out there.
Yeah, well, what did Red do then? Well, he just
probably didn't want to give him a kill, I imagine.
Oh, I didn't fancy the 1v4. I don't know, yeah. But yeah, much better showing there from Drenga. Do manage to take the round 11 of the series and managed to keep Project Vapor to just the 3 ticks. Did get that B completed, but didn't manage to get any segments on that A side. But they are going to have to be better on this offense if they are going to take this map. Like I say, perhaps maybe we'll see just a bit of a 4-man push towards this B side. Hope they can find that first wave and just get some early ticks on the board, but time will tell.
It will indeed, and like we just mentioned a minute ago, it was actually a pretty tricky round there for Julian. Seemed to have a fantastic sort of first round, and then on the offense seemed to have come unstuck a little bit. So it looks like Drenga are going to be working their way over towards this B point, pretty much opting against the sort of top push, as they found out that Julian will be there to try and take out as many of them that he can. Hep will find one, but IDK will answer back with one of his own onto Heptics. Case of he's the only person that's fell so far, only person involved in a gunfight, but T and Crumpets is there to pick up that man, Heptics, once again. So nothing really splitting them as it stands. Good shots from Makoof there. He's going to have Heffron in towards time, just going to try, and he certainly doesn't have walls because he's missed him a couple of times in that one, so we don't have to worry about that one. Someone who might do is we're seeing Julian going through it, so everyone's gone by the looks of it.
Yeah, everyone's plugged things in on land, but almost managing to get that first hit, but Rush finds a big couple of kills. Heffron with a double though, one with the nade and one with that AR. Really needs to kind of come into this map having a real struggle, but does find a massive 3-piece for Julian, takes him down. But once again, we're seeing no segment secured just yet. Julian Codd with the contest. Red helping from above, does find a big 2, and this is going to leave all alone Heffron poised. Will take down Julian, but anticipates a chow that wasn't there just yet. But yeah, difficult for Drenga. Lives exactly the same, but they still just can't get any progression on any of these points.
Everyone seems to be playing on the left-hand side of this map. It's not a case of everyone's trying to sort of take a route over towards the right-hand side. It's trying to maybe try and get this B done as quick as they possibly can. 17 lives apiece for both teams, only 21 seconds remaining, and it is going to be an opportunity for Drenga to try and make some progression on this B point at the minute. It's only Heffron that's on time. He will take out Heptics, but Makoof is there to back him up and start this progression. Rush is going to be the first person to try and get involved. Got Julian up above. Rush, I think he's going to slide out. He will get found out by Heffron there. Still on to another 3 streak, and Makoof will find 2. That is going to be a clean 4. What should be happening is this quick progression over towards this A point. You can see them running straight through dark and trying to get into wine as quick as they possibly can. Big kills coming through for both teams. It is going to be mainly involving T and Crumpets, but an opportunity once again for Drenga. If they can win this sort of next wave of gunfights, they've got the chance of taking this offensive round here.
Yeah, I was just about to comment on the life advantage, which was kind of heavily in Drenga's favour, but Vapor do manage to pick a couple of kills off, but Heptics does find 2 of his own. 10 lives, playing 8, and a minute left on the clock, so this one may well go down 2 lives, but it's just back and forth at the moment. Need to maybe force a couple more ticks, but the trades are good. Only 6 lives remaining for Vapor, so Drenga in a good spot at the moment, but they need to find a wipe if they're going to progress this A.
They are, and it's a case of they might have to try and opt to try and play for the kill. Still 35 seconds to do so. They might be able to dwindle a couple away, and that will be Makoof and IDK picking up kills early doors. Probably not the greatest of nades there from Heffron, but you've got him picking up 2. It wasn't Heffron with a nade, my apologies. It's going to be a case of 2 lives remaining. Julian and Red are the last 2 people up, and they're going to have to try and headbutt time as quickly as they can. They can't afford to give away the lives. They can't afford to give away the ticks. They should be trying to give away the lives, because how important is 6 ticks in the control?
Yeah, that's huge. After not managing to get any in that first offense, they've really bounced back and found all 6 on that next one, and it puts them in a really good position. 2-1 up on this map 3, and again we're in that position where they're so close to taking a map off this Project Vapor side and forcing at least a map 4. Are we going to see it this time? or are Project Vapor going to make them go to a round 5 and then, maybe get the job done?
Well, if you're on the side of Drenga, you'd be expecting to probably close this one out. You've had arguably an opportunity. If they're to take this, they could have been 2-1 up in the series.
Absolutely,
They could have won the search and destroy. They've got a chance to go and 3-1 in the control, and that would have been some storyline to see them drop into the losers final. But Heffron are going to come through, takes out 2. Heptix will be the one that's going to try and trade that kill, and indeed he does. But Heff will reply with 2 of his own, rush challenge towards Makoof, and big gunfights early doors.
Yeah, it's a big start for Drenga in this round, finding a good set of kills. All 4 of these Project Vapor players playing seemingly through low mid and top mid, and Drenga just in these good positions to just keep picking them off one by one. Are going to get a double chow coming through on the left side of the map. Rush team killing Julian and getting taken down by IDK. So Project Vapor not in the best of spots. The pistol kill eventually comes off from Red, but Makoo finds a massive 3-piece, and this is looking really good for Drenga right now.
Indeed it is, like you say, 26 lives, only 4 have been taken away, and it is going to be 11 for Project Vapor. Heffron's going to have to try and get himself away. He's got pretty much all of the members of Vapor trying to take him out there. Makoof will come through and find 2, finds the third with a pistol. Heptix, you can't be allowing that to happen. Red will come through. He will find 1 to try and answer back, but 20 seconds remaining. It is going to be T and Crumpet's going to try and pick off a couple of members. This is going to be the opportunity. Makoof on a 10. You said you wanted to see him bounce back, and this is what he's doing.
Yeah, unbelievable 3-piece there, and it's just continuing at the minute. Project Vapor can't get out of their spawn, can't do anything. They're going to try and fly to see if they can stop the clock temporarily, but they do manage to do so with Julian on this B site. But there's only 12 lives remaining. The streak coming in from Makoof. Is this going to do the damage on this B site and take them down? Should do. Does manage to do so. And 1 second left. The timer stopped, but 20 lives playing 10. Rush does find IDK. Heptix with a knife now. Everybody's at it. They do manage to get the contest, but a big 2 kills from Drenga. And there's your map on the board. Project Vapor have dropped a map, Joel.
Indeed they have, and this is going to be, this is the storyline that I think everybody here this weekend was looking to try and see if there was an opportunity for team to start to put Project Vapor under a little bit of pressure here. Like we mentioned a minute ago, they're probably a bit annoyed that they're not actually 2-1 up in the series, aren't they?
Yeah, they could have easily been. Look at Makoo, finished 28 and 15, 22 non-traded, top of the lobby by some distance, and that 10 streak at the end of that map definitely managed to help his team get the job done. And anything could happen now. Like you said, they could easily be 2-1 up. We're at least going to see a map 4. Could we see a map 5?
Well, quite possibly. It's going to be an interesting. Obviously, we did see Project Vapor pull clear quite quickly. It was sort of back and forward through the hard point, and ultimately then went through the motions, like we said, to come out on top. But it'd be interesting to see whose pick was red card. If it was the member of Drenga's or if it was the team of Project Vapor, I'd probably bank. I think it is going to be Project Vapor because I think they played it earlier on. So if it is their pick, there's an opportunity of going all the way down to a map 5. But could you imagine if Drenga managed to take out that one? Gosh.
Yeah, this red card is huge. I mean, obviously the winner of this series is going to find themselves in grand finals, and like you say, that map points skyline to red card, the difference is pretty massive. For a lot of the start of that map, it was pretty close and back and forward, but we did just slowly see Project Vapor kind of get a bit of control and push clear. And red card is a map where, again, very fundamental. They can do so. They can do the same thing, get that control, see if they can push clear. But I tell you, who's going to be going full of confidence with this one is that Drenga roster. Makoo finishing with that 10 streak, as we mentioned. They've taken a map off a team who's not dropped one all tournament. And yeah, there's no reason why we're not going to go all the way. I'd love to see a map 5.
Yeah, I think it'd be good to see how both teams would sort of deal with the adversity of heading off to a map 5 if that was going to be the case. But what a 3-piece that was from Makoo there, pistol in hand, hopping down and taking out Heptix as the 3rd. But impressive showing from Drenga. They managed to sort of come through relatively unscathed. They dealt with everything that they needed to from Project Vapor there. And like you say, red card is naturally a little bit of a slower map, a little bit more fundamental. But for the showing from Vapor this morning was good. But we are going to get the answer to the question of, are we going to be closing it in 4 or are we going to be closing it in 5? We are going to be heading off to a red card hard point opportunity for Drenga to book themselves into this weekend's grand finals.
Yeah, just during those highlights there, it was interesting to note that the Drenga lads, in particular Makoo, should have seen the smile on his face turning around, looking at the replays of those ones behind him. Like I say, he's going to be going into this one full of confidence and feeling like they can really push this one all the way. But Project Vapor, that's going to rattle them a little bit, and they're going to want to close this out right now. They don't want to give any more momentum to this Drenga team, so I'm expecting a bit of a hot start. I think Heptix needs to have a good map on here with that AR in hand, holding those lanes. I mean, we saw on the S&D, he was the guy who was getting himself in those positions, finding those first bloods, and I'm anticipating him being pretty powerful with that AR in his hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Naturally, not the greatest of maps for SMG players at the minute. It wouldn't surprise me if we saw a handful of players, probably 3 at most points, having the AR in hand. So it is going to be a bit of a foot race. It is going to be Drenga that are going to touch the time early doors. A couple of players, and it is going to be Red that's off towards stage. Team Crumpets is going to find him. Big trade kill in early doors from Heptix onto that man Makoof that we've just been speaking about. Heptix has got the pistol out this time onto IDK, so he's probably took a little bit of learnings from that last one. Nothing really too crazy going on as it stands at the minute. Couple of kills mainly going in favour Project Vapor. We have got Heptix on that 3. Julian hopping around. He's got the help of Red. Big 2-piece from him, and it's going to be a case of maybe a little bit of back and forward, and the transition from P2 should start in the very near future.
Yeah, both of them just kind of trying to get that control of mid. A few seconds going to either side, but kind of as expected on P1, nobody really taking an awful lot of it. But P2 now, who is going to get themselves set up? We're going to see Makoof flying around, pistol in hand. Oh, surely doesn't lose this one. Heptix, oh my God, how has he managed to win that one, laying on his back? Yeah, can't let that one happen. That one's checked me out a little bit.
Yeah, he's answered back. He might have heard me saying he can't let that one happen. He's heard you say it now to somebody else at the same time. So just shy of 20 playing 4 in favour of Project Vapor here. Pretty in the slaying department, they're coming out on top. Makoof has seemingly not managed to get himself going at this point. It's not like him whatsoever. Rush, AR in hand, going to have a couple of members of Drenga to try and deal with. He's going to opt to have the pistol out this time. Makoof hasn't managed to find a kill, but he's managed to take one out on his own team. Gosh, he's shooting the wrong ones. IDK comes through, SMG in hand will take out 2. Opportunity for Drenga to try and close this sort of gap a little bit more, but Project Vapor are sort of condensing themselves into time. You imagine that Red's going to come through and pick off a couple of members, but like I say, they're having to deal with just a little bit of scrap time. Drenga are going to have the chance to have that serve early part of P3, and it'll be interesting to see what Russia's going to do down here at the bottom of the map. They are all spawning out, parallel spawns, that sort of area, but 16 playing 32 early doors. It's a bit back and forward, isn't it?
Yeah, IDK is moving around the map really nicely though at the minute. 10 and 5 to get started. Makoof does manage to take down Rush, but is instantly traded, so Drenga did have that early rotation, but Project Vapor have just managed to get themselves in their head. Does find another 2. Crumpets does manage to take down Red on the side of the map. He's going to push towards time, but Heptix, like I said at the start of the map, is just standing strong with that AR in his hand. But just as I'm saying it, Drenga do manage to find 3 dead and get themselves in there. Red falling as well, and this is a pretty mixy for a red card so far, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like it's going to be the IDK and Heptix show at the minute. You mentioned just before we got into the map that you wanted to see Heptix do well with that AR in hand, and he is second kill leader in this one so far. It will be IDK 27 seconds on time from here at the minute. Nice 2-piece from Ian Crumpet. Nearly had the chance to turn and flick onto Julian, but he wasn't going to let that happen. But it's going to be a positive sort of kill feed for Drenga, and they've managed to bring themselves back into a sort of respectable level. Heffron's going to find 2. Chance with a pistol to come through for the 3rd. He's tried to do his own Makoof, not going to manage to do so with that one, and it's going to be some early time, but keep your eyes on Julian. Loitering around time, he'll get taken out by Makoof this time, and a chance to bring it back to even.
Yeah, we should see a lead change coming in now, and Drenga did really well to get that early rotation over towards the stage, and they found kind of the next couple of waves back and forth. Everything's getting traded out, but just to say that, Julian does manage to find IDK, and Makoof is poised, waiting underneath, with Rush coming towards him, and Red as well, so even if he finds one, he should get traded, but doesn't manage to do so. So Project Vapor do manage to get themselves into this P4, but yeah, nothing separating these 2 teams. Red having a really slow start to this map, 5 and 14 at the moment, struggling to get himself going, but look at IDK, 15 on the board for him.
Yeah, like we said, Red's probably had a little bit of a slow series, and it's certainly not what we've been accustomed to when we've been watching him on this roster. So 84 playing 74 after a couple of rotation of hills. We are heading off to new. It is going to be Drenga. They're going to have the chance to put some time on the board early doors. Hep's on a 3. He's going to make it 4, instantly then traded out, and it's just going to be a case of everyone's going to sort of cluster in and around time. IDK actually somehow stunned himself and nearly found find the kill onto Rush, but it will be T and Crumpet that comes through and finds the big two. Makoof going to find the third, and it looks like, I think it was Red that's going to slide towards this time. Managed to deal with the first wave. An opportunity for Drenga to try and put some good time on this board, extending it out by just over 20 seconds now. And Makoof and Heffron and T and Crumpets all getting involved, and that's going to be a 4 dead.
It is. Drenga doing really well on this hill. It's not normally here we see somebody kind of dominate and take as much time as these guys have, but they've set themselves up so nicely, and just again, wave after wave, another 2 dead. Heptix does manage to get in there, but that's another 4 dead in favour of Drenga. So after the first set of rotations, they're going to find themselves with about a 40-point lead, Joel.
They are, and in the nicest possible way. Heptix is probably looking round here a little bit, thinking, I need some help, boys. He's 19 and 13 after the first rotation. He's got no other member that's gone past 10 as it stands at the minute after 200 seconds of time has surpassed. It is going to be Heffron out towards this stage. IDK will find a big 2 in favour of Drenga, and Heffron nearly trying to find that kill to Red, not going to manage to do so. T and Crumpets with another 2, and seemingly these 2 are the ones that have that sort of takeover ability, and alongside Makoof, again, he's not having the greatest of ones, but we know from seeing that last control what he can do if needs be. So 135 playing sort of 90 in favour of Drenga here. Probably not the script that we were expecting. Look at Heptix, 23 and 14. Needs some support from the members of Project Vapor here, and they can't afford to let this one get away from them.
No, different to kind of the map 1 where we were saying Project Vapor were the ones getting the rotations and finding the bulk of the time on those hills and only allowing Drenga to get the scrap. It's kind of the opposite so far. Drenga are the ones that have been getting the initial time until we get back to this P2. But again, they've taken a lot of time off 2 hills where you wouldn't normally expect them to do so. So there's still not an awful lot separating them. Nobody's gone clear just yet. Kind of similar script, just maybe slightly flipped to how we saw in the first map. But yeah, Drenga still in a good position, back on the time and finding some kills. They are going to still have 35 seconds up for grabs on there. Rush finding a big 2, seeing if they can push towards these guys on time. Makoof, last one, standing strong, finds a huge 2. Can he get the third? Oh, almost manages to do so, but Red does take him down, and Project Vapor now temporarily move towards the time until IDK takes him off.
It was good parallel spawns there for a minute for both teams, and it has been a case of Drenga are going to be able to flip out Project Vapor into the back of Old. Last sort of 10 seconds to play for, and what a big 10 seconds this could be. This sort of puts them around that sort of hill advantage, and Rush is going to have to be the man to make something happen. Does spot IDK, he will fall, and it is going to be Drenga spawning out the back of Old. Heffron trying to pick up a little bit of scrap time. He's going to take out Heptix with the help of Makoof onto Rush as well. And it's just trade for trade at the minute, but Drenga once again they're back in time.
Someone please help Heptix. I mean, look at the rest of his team at the minute. 13 and 20, 14 and 28, and 15 and 19. Heptix sat there 27 and 18. There's still about a hill in it, but this is the biggest lead we've seen so far on this map 4, and it is in favour of Drenga. We're trying to take us all the way to the map 5 to maybe set up the reverse sweep. Maybe a bit early to start saying that, but the way they're controlling this hill at the moment, the trades are instantly good. Rush does manage to get himself in there, finding 2. Heptix there to help. Can he find anything? No. It's a big 2, big 3 from Crumpets. And Drenga are taking so much of this time, and look how healthy this lead is now in their favour.
They're going to have an opportunity to go up over 200 points. They're funneling Project Vapor out the back of Old as well. They need to get somebody across through mid. It looks like it's going to be IDK. Around 28 and 22, he's going to take on that responsibility. Trying to play some cuts. It will be Heptix once again. The man who's trying to do everything for Project Vapor here. Seemingly, I've never seen this roster collectively be a little bit as poor as what they are on this one. Red is double neg. It's not accustomed to what we're seeing. And like you say, Heptix having to put 30 on the board. They're down by nearly 100 points, bud.
I know, this is unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, I keep alluding to that kind of scoreboard, but it is just crazy. This is a huge gunfight on time now, which Russ needs to win, but doesn't manage to do so. Makoof finding 2. Crumpets finding another mid-map. Julian does manage to get a pick, but look at the lead. It's 100 points ahead in favour of Drenga, and they can all but win it on this hill if they soak the rest of this time. This is unbelievable.
It is, and what I can tell you is that Drenga roster is starting to get louder, kill after kill. They can't win it from here. Only 20 seconds remaining. Project Vapor going to have to show everybody here now why they came into this tournament as the first seed. They've got 130 seconds to try and find. They have pretty much got to be absolutely perfect. The clock is not going to be in their advantage either. Only 2 minutes as well. This is a map where the time does come into it. They are going to be on this early time, but I imagine Drenga going to try and capitalise on this as quick as what they can. IDK coming through, finding two. Last member up is going to, I think it's Heptix indeed. He's going to fall. Opportunity for Drenga to try and actually close this one out and kick us off all the way into a map 5. They've seemingly got the answer. Only 10 seconds remaining.
It's unbelievable, and the kill feed just blew. Heptix does manage to find one, but he's traded out by Heffron, who jumps on the time with Makoof there as well. Red is 19 and 37. Makoof's on a 5 spree, 5 seconds needed. We're going all the way, Joel. I'm going to call it. Does get taken off, 2 seconds needed, though. Have I just jinxed it? No, surely not. Not if Heffron's popping a 2 at the end. Flies off to try and get the third. Is traded out though, can still win it there. Are they going to try and touch it, or are they going to try and get themselves set up? Heptix finds a big 2, Rush finds the third. They're holding on for dear life. Rush takes out 2 of the enemies, and Heptix as well do get on this P1, but only 2 seconds needed for Drenga.
What have you just possibly done here? You've just called it, expected it to happen. We could possibly see, I mean, the clock is going to be against them. All they have to do is try and contest as better as what they can. That is going to be a 3 dead. All they have to do is fly onto time. IDK says, no, not today, and we'll find 3. And ladies and gentlemen, we are heading off to a map 5, which includes Project Vapor.
Unbelievable. I can't believe I just watched. I mean, we spoke about the potential of maybe the camp getting a little bit rattled if they did take a map, because like I say, they've come into it not wanting to drop anything, not just wanting to win it. They dropped that map 3, and then that map 4, it was just like we're watching a different team there. Heptix doing all that he could, but his teammates really struggling behind him. I mean, look at that scoreboard. It's kind of unheard of to see some of the players on that roster with those score lines, but look at IDK, 37 and 29, absolutely gliding around the map and just killing everything in sight.
I feel bad for Heptix. He was doing everything he can to try and keep the boys involved. I think he had 37 of his own, roughly around 20 or so untraded. It was just not the Project Vapor that we've seen over the last couple of months, not even just this weekend. It's a case of the majority of that roster they haven't lost in these events. This is the first time that we've seen them really pushed to the sort of sword, and it's them that's probably going to have to be the ones that are going to have to bounce back. You mentioned earlier on, Drenga, good S&D team, probably going to feel a little bit aggrieved that they've not actually just closed out the series there. They had the opportunity to take that search and destroy, but it's going to be, I'm sure, an absolute banger of a search and destroy that is going to be the map 5. But this is to confirm money. This is to go into the grand finals. Everything is on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, if we end up seeing this Project Vapor team go into the losers bracket and have to try and get to grands that way, it'll be an interesting old storyline. But we keep talking about those guys not maybe being themselves, but let's just take a moment to say just how well Drenga played that map and the previous one as well. I mean, they looked absolutely fantastic. It was just constant kind of 2 pieces, 3 pieces, the setups they had on the different hill and the control they had around it, the early rotations, and they actually managing to keep hold of that time, and just, yeah, the positioning was fantastic and just too much for Vapor to do. And when you've got IDK and Heffron and Crumpets as well, all of them just kind of finding these big kills and floating around the map at every kind of position, just so hard to take them down. Like you say, Heptix did try his best and did, you know, have a good map if you're looking at the scoreboards, but yeah, unfortunately just wasn't enough for them to do it. But it's a treat for us because we get to see a map 5 to book the spot in Grands.
Yeah, like I mentioned in the first one, it was a case of seeing Project Vapor go through the motions, but seemingly this time they put it in reverse. It was a case of, it was certainly not what we expected, but IDK are answering with the big 3-piece to close that one out there. Like you say, we heard the shouts across the table of the members of Drenga to each other, trying to sort of G themselves up and make sure that they're all collectively ready to go off to this map 5. But like you say, the confidence that's going to be running through that team is going to be scary. It's going to have to be a case of Project Vapor are going to have to sort of now answer the critics, I guess, really, about how they're going to try and deal with this map 5. I'm sure the people in the chat, I'm sure they're asking the same questions with what we are. Like, how have they allowed this to happen?
I mean, what may happen is they might just get this map 5 done and still put their spot in Grands and maybe move past it. That might still happen. Let's remember that. that. It's not over just yet, but they are in a position they're not used to being in at these events, as you've mentioned. And maybe a few nerves maybe kicking in, maybe some disagreements in the comms. I don't know what's going on over there. I'd like to be a fly on the wall in that TeamSpeak call. I mean, I'm looking forward to this. I don't want to make a prediction for it. I just want to enjoy it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's right. I don't think it's fair of us to try and pin it on someone to say this is what it's going to be for this. I think we just let the Call of Duty do the talking. I think we're just waiting on Makoof just to get back into his seat. He's getting the headphones on, so he's not going to be a million miles away from getting underway. But we can see the members of Project Vapor here, seemingly not in vast amounts of talks and conversations. You can see Drengir here just having a bit of a chat up amongst the line, possibly just trying to work out who's doing what at the same time. But I mean, what a story this could be.
It really could. I mean, we spoke about, again, on the desk at the start of the broadcast this weekend, about Drenga being a bit of a fairy tale at the event in March, and they're in a position now to kind of do the same thing. If they can knock the #1 seed, everybody's favourite for this event, down to losers and get themselves in grand finals, it's certainly going to be a story, isn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like you say, Drenga, opportunity to book themselves in. Obviously, these guys have just gone from level to level, from mainly the start of the weekend. They've seen, obviously, they didn't drop a single map through the group stage, and they've come into today through the winners side of things. Naturally, we saw them in the losers sort of run that they had to try and make previously. They booked themselves into winners this time, and they're trying to book themselves a spot into this grand finals. I think we're just possibly waiting for everyone just to lobby up ever so quickly. Headphones do seem to be on heads, and I can't imagine we're going to be a million miles away. And just as I say that, a protocol S&D to book yourself into a grand finals. What a bang out this could possibly be.
Yeah, there's going to be some interesting gunfights for sure in this A site. I'm curious to see maybe the movement of IDK and see if Julian and Rush can find a little bit more form than they did on that fourth map there, and find some big moments. But time's going to tell. We saw on map 2 it went all the way. Is this one going to do the same? Are we going to see a round 11, or are one team just going to kick on and get the job done?
Well, I mean, it's going to be a case of who's got the bottle, really, isn't it? It's going to be a case of who can hold their lanes, who can hold their nerve. We are going to see, by the looks of it, Project Vapor. I think that we're going to be on offense early doors. We're just going to wait to get ourselves into that, and indeed we are underway in this map 5, trying to book their spot into grand finals. 2 apiece for Vapor and for Drenga. Rush going to fly through, manages to find Heffron early doors. There's a big kill, maybe just for the confidence there.
Yeah, it was good to see Rush getting aggressive early on, not let those last 2 maps phase him, still flying through mid towards the spawn, finding 2 kills. Heptic finding another, and it's all down to RDK. Needs the 1v4 to take this first round, but they know exactly where he is. It's going to allow a free plant over towards his B site, and RDK with that SMG in hand does manage to find an AR, but still, this is a huge ask with 3 members of this Vapor team to find and to get that bomb defused. He's going to see if he can pick anyone off, but only 35 seconds left in the round. Spots Julian, gives away exactly where he is, and there's just a little bit too much to do, I think, here.
And say he's bobbing and weaving, trying to do as much as we can. I think he's putting bullet in everybody in this sort of transition that he's got here. He's got the AR. He's going to rip Julian out of the back here, and it looks like, I think it is going to be Rush. It's just going to go out, reposition. 17 seconds on the clock. He has going to spot Red over towards that heli, and Rush just possibly going to try and play his life as best as what he can. Try find the info onto him. Really strong round out of Rush there.
Yeah, nice try for IDK there, but just like I said, too much for him to do. Project Vapor played it really well. Made the most of having that free plant over at B, knowing exactly where RDK was, and then Rush just repositioning towards the end of that round and finding his 3rd to get started on this map 5.
That's exactly what the members of Project Vapor would have wanted there. They've managed to get Rush up and running in this S&D. Obviously SMG in hand, finding 3 early doors. That'll do wonders for his confidence as well, maybe just to settle the nerves. And it is going to be a case of Drenga are going to have to bounce back now. They're going to be the ones that are on offense. It might be a case we see see them hop down into A and try and make it a little bit of a bang out, or we could see a bit of a slow rotation over towards this B point. Every single member, bar one, going to be in and around this sort of A bomb. IDK will find one instantly then taken out, and it is going to be Heptix that does find that kill, but they've not located the bomb yet, so just a case of they imagine it's probably being played a little bit slower, but Heptix just going to try and get himself into that motion. Look how deep Red is on this map. He's just saying, I'm going to have you entire B side and not let anybody around it. Heptix will find one and manages to find the second. It's going to all be on T and Crumpets here. He is pretty much weak, having to try and do as best as what he can. Members of Project Vapor circling around him. And it was a big shout at the end of that round, wasn't it?
It was. They're feeling this one, aren't they? They know how important it is. They know the position that they're in. And I think the movement at the end of that round just had Crumpets, you know, just flew past him and he couldn't turn quick enough. But yeah, another good showing there from Project Vapor. Heptix moving to 5-1. Good start for him and Rush on this map 5. But yeah, bit of an early bit of control for those guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we saw earlier on this morning Heptix go on that crazy sort of kill streak through this S&D, and he's already back up to 4. You've got Rush still on that 3 from the first round, but 5-1 after 2 rounds is nothing to be scathed of whatsoever. It will be a case of they've got a chance to really try and put the pressure on Drenga here. Going to try and opt to play down underneath towards A. Heptix again. He's going to have that AR in hand, somehow still alive. Will eventually get taken out by IDK. Red down to just 17 HP. He's going to have to try and get himself away. And now a chance for Drenga just to try and regroup. They've got the man advantage, so you'd like to see them hopefully try and close this one out.
Yeah, big first pick finding Heptix there, who, as we mentioned, started really hot on this map 5, and also the bomb carrier as well, which I'm sure they're probably aware of. So difficult for Project Vapor to maybe try and collect that bomb, but they're going to need to find a pick themselves. But 45 seconds left in the round, and they're just kind of trying to poise a little bit of a push. Julian does manage to take down Makoof and make it that little bit easier, but here we go. Big gunfights coming towards that. TN Crumpets does find one, instantly traded out by Julian, who has one. Oh, just managed to find a big 2-piece, and we are in a 1v1 with IDK. He does manage to find it.
I know, that was nearly a crazy sort of 3-piece that was sort of given to Julian there. Had no right to come out on top of that one whatsoever. Drenga are going to be the ones that close out that round, and it just seems to be everyone was sort of wanting to challenge one by one. They knew where they were coming from. It wasn't a case of they've tried to group up and get it sorted straight away, but it is going to be 2-1 in favour of Project Vapor here, so we're not going to see them extend themselves out to 3-0. Red still struggling once again in this S&D. I'm sure he's going to do it. I've got full faith this is going to be where he's going to turn this around. Makoof, he's going to be the one that is going to have to try and get going on the Drenga side of things as well. Maybe Red just trying to play for that sort of information. Let Heptix get busy, and just like that, he's going to find Makoof early doors. Julian will also find one onto IDK as well, and it's already advantage to Project Vapor.
Yeah, Crumpets and Heffron, the last 2 up. Does manage to leave Julian weak, but he's going to manage to play his life and regen. Do still have the bomb in hand and almost managing to find Red, who is left weak, but no pick there, and it is going to be all down to Crumpets to try and get the job done. Needs to ace. Oh, but look at Heptix, 7 kills for him, but doesn't manage to get taken down. Oh, land some shots into Red as well, but yeah, difficult task. He's getting wall bang for everything here. Everyone's got cheats, mate, I'm telling you.
I think that's about 4 or 5 times we've seen people shoot through stuff they've got absolutely no right to be able to. So Team Crumpet's still just going to be trying to find any sort of information that he can. He is going to have a member of Vapor just going up towards top trip, going to opt to try and play against it, but they are going to try and circle around together. 25 seconds remaining. Looks like Rush is going to have a little bit of a peek over towards this bomb, and he is going to somehow get away with his life, but he's going to run into pretty much every single member. Rush says not today, and that is going to be 3-1 in favour of Project Vapor there, and seemingly it's a little bit easier for them this time. It's nothing like what we saw in that map too, is it?
No, well, the way they started that round, they found 2 picks really early on and just put themselves in such a kind of strong position to bounce back after dropping that 3rd round. But yeah, set themselves back in a really nice spot, 3-1 lead, and it's going to be on Drenga to try and maybe bounce back, put a bit of pressure back on these Vapor boys. They need to start finding these first bloods and try and get some more rounds on the board, or else this is going to go in favour of the favourites.
Exactly that, and this is why they're possibly going to be branded as the favourites. They've got this sort of ability that when adversity is thrown in front of them, they are starting to answer with their own sort of way how things go. So we are going to see Project Vapor on offence. Julian picking up the bomb this time. Looking like it's going to be a bit of a reserved sort of A push. And once again, Heptics involved, and Makoof actually, in that first blood. They were trading first bloods. It was Heptics who took out Makoof last time, and it will be vice versa this way round. Makoof getting himself off the board. IDK will find one onto Rush, and it's a 4v2 this time in favour of Drenga. So chance for them to bring things back into sort of 3-2 territory. Bomb is going to be sort of working its way in and around this sort of A point. You are going to have Tea and Crumpets underneath. Julian has managed to find him. Probably should have just shouldered there. Didn't need to slide out. And it is going to be red. He's got a couple of members of Drenga to try and deal with. And it is just going to be a 3 versus 1. Julian got information onto one. Going to get himself away. Surely he can't, can he?
I mean, it is Julian. He can, but we'll see. Time's going to tell, but he's going to transition this bomb over towards the B site and perhaps get a free plant. Not anticipating the plant here, but he's wrapping in Pack Joel. Surely he doesn't go and do this. If he gets himself in here but gets that bomb down and sets himself up with that SMG in hand, there's no reason why he can't find both of these players.
That's what I mean. He's going to opt to, to pretty much get it down, and it looks like the members of Drenga are actually going to opt to play towards his B, and he's managed to get himself away. So they've got absolutely no idea where Julian is going to be. He's going to have the read.
God.
Oh my God, he's going to have the read. He spotted one. Trigger discipline from Julian. He's shot a bullet too early. He's going to find one. Trade kill coming in. Oh. Julian not going to manage to do it. Makoof is going to do it. Oh my gosh, if he hadn't just shot that bullet, that would have been a free 2-piece. And with absolutely no right whatsoever, he's nearly won that round for Project Vapor there.
Yeah, that's so unlucky. He's played that so smart in the end, hasn't he? Went to go and plant over towards that B site, rewrapped it back towards A without the Drenga boys knowing. Slides in, uses that trigger discipline, does manage to accidentally just shoot a bullet a little bit too early, finds the first one, but Makoof's there to trade him out, and that is a vital round. But yeah, unlucky from Julian. There's a reason why he got the MVP at the last event, and he nearly showed us exactly why he did that just there as well. Still waiting on Red to get off the mark. A little bit of a slow start from Heffron as well, but it's 3-2, still close. We could see Drenga level up this map 5 here on the offense.
Yeah, quite possibly as well. Like you say, I mentioned a little bit earlier, it looked like it was relatively quite easy for Project Vapor, but that is nonetheless going to be a round back on the board for Drenga. Like you say, IDK, a couple of love taps into him so far, down to 50 HP. Bomb is going to be sort of in and around the grannies area, not getting it down onto A straight away. It will be, by the looks of it, Tea and Crumpets and Rush getting a kill each at the minute. Chance for Drenga to sort of get the play call going. IDK will then find one. I think Tea and Crumpets has spotted at least one of the members of Project Vapor here. Heffron's got 2 of the members to try and deal with. Opts to try and just get away and play his life as best as what he can. Bomb is going to be down on towards A. How important is Heffron possibly going to be here? He's close to him. You've got Tea and Crumpets coming around on the pinch, and it's all going to be on that man, Julian. Surely he can't do it again, right?
Well, he's made it a little bit easier, like I say. Found that first one, set himself in a 1v2. Can't see exactly what's going on at the moment, but now we come back on to Heffron. And where is Julian? Looks like he may be poised to come down spiral, but not a lot of time left on the clock for him to find both of these kill and get the bomb defused. So he's looking like, does find one though. Oh, the trade is good from IDK, and we've got a level map 5.
That's back-to-back times he's been given an opportunity to 1v3 with the potential outcome of winning the round when he's not really got any right to. And seemingly, I don't know why Drenga is sort of solo challing off. It's a case of maybe they're just backing themselves in the sort of trade kill. That's the only way that I can think that's going to be the case. But what 2 rounds they could have been in favour of Project Vapor there. But ultimately, as you mentioned, it is going to be a case we are going to be tying ourselves up into 3 apiece. Obviously, we went to around 11 earlier on. I did call it quite early in that one, so I might say that we might be heading that sort of way again. It's good to see that teams are trading back and forward, but it looks like we're going to be heading off into A for a bit of a bang out now.
Yeah, that guy Heptics finding the first blood onto Makoof. Take a look at IDK here though. He's 9 and 4, make it 10. Red with the pistol does finally get himself off the mark. 3 play 2. Bomb goes down on this A site, and it's down to IDK and Crumpets. Just down to Crumpets now. 1v3. Bomb is down. Can he do anything to these Vapor players, or is this going to be lead retaken for those guys? Does find one. trade is good. Project Vapor back in the lead.
Yeah, they needed that one. They've allowed Drenga back into this one. A couple of rounds have gone by that I'm sure that they wouldn't have expected to have lost, but seemingly, like you say, you've got that bomb down in towards A. Naturally, it's always quite a tough retake anyway, isn't it? But if you've got 3 members of that team that are in and around there, and you're going to try and trade them, you're not going to come out on top of that one, unfortunately. So 4 versus 3 in favour of Project Vapor here. Julian, 9 and 5 from him. Heptics versus Makoof. I think that sort of gunfight has happened probably 3 or 4 times as a minimum at the start of the round. Interesting to see if that sort of continues on as we go deeper into this map 5. It is still going to be advantage to Project Vapor. Bomb is working its way in and around this sort of A point, unless it's going to try and make its way through towards B. Heffron is the first one to find a kill on towards Red, and it is going to be advantage Drenga at this point.
Yeah, it is indeed. It is Red who does fall first, but a huge kill from Heptics onto Heffron. But it is back with an advantage, but it was only short-lived because we're in a 2v2. That bomb is going down, and Makoof versus Heptics. You called it at the start of the round. There's the gunfight. It's Makoof that comes out on top. All down to Rush then, who's got 38 seconds to try and find these 2 kills and get this defused. Probably only got an SMG in his hand as well. This is going to be a big ask. Going to kind of know where one of them is, just trying to see if he can work towards the bomb, find a pick, but that timer is counting down. He's moving and grooving towards the back, but gotta go now.
He is. If there's going to be one man that on this roster could possibly do this with his confidence, he could genuinely do it. But Ring Around the Rosie comes in. Rush is going to be the one that comes out on top. He will take IDK. It is going to be Makoof. Only a couple of seconds. Doesn't need to check it anytime soon. And we are going to be evening ourselves up at 4 apiece. Will not find the kill. Makoof says, no, you're not having this freebie. I'll take you instead, sir. And that is going to be 4 apiece this time.
Yeah, a few words exchanged after that one as well. I think Rush was on a 4 streak there, so was trying to maybe work towards getting that Hellstorm in his back pocket. Does have a car, I noticed, so maybe we're going to see that fly towards that A-bomb at some point. But yeah, 4-4, and are we heading to where we were heading in that map 2 all over again? I mean, the series kind of deserves it. It would be one hell of a storyline.
I know, IDK 10 and 6, really good search and destroy from him so far. And you've got 3 members of Project Vapor all on 9 at the minute. Rush, Julian and Heptics all leading the way for them. Opportunity. This time, let's see where Project Vapor are going to opt to try and play. Seemingly, they're going to try and triple stack through drop, and it will be Julian that'll find that first kill to IDK. Had the info that there was going to be somebody there. Probably should have dropped the shoulder first to try and find out who it would be. Heffron comes through to even the lives up onto Red. Just can't get himself going in this one whatsoever, but Julian is going to be working his way in and around Spiral. A couple of members of Drenga are going to be sort of close. Bomb is going to be down 35 seconds, and it's a big ask at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, Rush is gathering some info. Does know that Makoof is out there. Not sure if they know that one of them slipped the net and got in there though. Big gunfight. Oh, everyone comes out on top. It is a 2v2. 20 seconds on the clock. Heptics landing some bullets into Makoof. Does finish him off. But Heffron 1v1. Julian Cod up against Heffron. Does hop on the bomb. Is Julian going to check it in time? Oh, does land some windy shots, but gets the job done. Shot above him a little bit, but does manage to find the kill. And 5-4. It stinks of it, mate. I'm saying it again.
Reckon?
Stinks of it, yeah.
Could you imagine if those shots over the top of his head were the ones that
last
possibly
missed
missed the defuse? But again, we were in that situation where we can see the bomb being defused, but I'm not going to shout it just in case anyone can hear. But it is indeed going to be series point in favour of Project Vapor here. They won't want to allow Drenga to go to this round 11 whatsoever. It will be a case of they want to get this one done and dusted at this point. Heptics and Julian leading the way for Vapor. It's going to have to be done the hard way from Drenga. They're going to have to get the bomb down and hold out from it at this point, but they're possibly just going to try and find a pick as best as what they can. Red going to try and opt just to probably play a little bit slower, try and pick up any info, but a big 2-piece from Heptics is going to put all of the pressure onto Drenga.
Yeah, really difficult ask for Drenga now. Heptics finding a huge 2. He's had such a fantastic series, and we spoke about the potential of that car being down into this site, and these 2 Drenga boys, it is Crumpets and Heffron, grouping up with Red falling at the start of the round. Not had the best of maps, but it's all down to his teammates now to try and get this spot in grand finals. But yeah, just seeing if they can kind of rotate around the map, holding hands together. But yeah, one life down, it's going to be tough.
It is, and what makes it even tougher is the fact that you've got both members of Project Vapor literally sat on top of the bomb underneath this A point. They've got all of the info to where it is, so this is literally going to have to be a bang out in favour of Drenga. They're going to chal off towards it. Heptix is going to find the third opportunity. Tea and Crumpets finds one, doesn't manage to find the second. Project Vapor do advance through to the grand finals. Commiserations for Drenga. That will not be the last time that we see them this afternoon, setting up that rematch, I believe, potentially with Annex, as long as it's gone that way, unless it could be against somebody else. But the adversity that Project Vapor have dealt with there, they've just managed to come out on top. There was some big screams at the end of that one, wasn't there?
Yeah, they definitely felt the nerves in that one. They were definitely worried that they were about to fall to losers, which nobody expected, least of all them. But as we said, as soon as that talks of the reverse sweep started coming, I said if we go to map 5, they could just win it, and it doesn't matter, they're in grands. But they are human, and Drenga had an absolutely fantastic series. I want to shout out in particular, I think player of that series for me was Heptix. He was unbelievable, managing to find numerous amount of kills and first bloods on the S&Ds, and I think we're going to see a few of those here, both on map 2 and map 5, and when they struggled on that red card, he was still the one who was being consistent and helping them get over the line. But yeah, really great series in this winners final, and I'm glad it was as competitive as it was. Drenga, are we going to see them back in grand finals for a rematch? I mean, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see. I imagine the relief through the players of the Project Vapor when they saw Heptix get that 2-piece at the start of that round. I imagine everyone's nerve just calmed down ever so slightly, and they knew that they had the opportunity, and it just had to then be a really tough retake from Drenga. They were the ones who were going to be on offense. Just came up short, had the opportunity. They'll be kicking themselves after that one. That second round, the second map, sorry, could have easily gone in their favour, and they could have closed it out after 4.
Yeah, they could have done, but they're going to be a little bit extra gutted, I guess, when they look at the scoreboard and see that it was, you know, almost a 3v4 with Red really struggling at the end. But he's not going to mind too much. His teammates help him get over the line, and he's just gone 1-9, I think, on map 5, and he's still in grand finals. So he's going to get over that pretty quickly, I think. And yeah, looking forward to see those guys and who they face. I'd quite like to see a rematch, but there's still some really talented rosters left in this tournament. But before that, I think we're going to have the losers final, I think.
We are indeed, and we've just had word from Mr. Abuse is that Excite are actually 2-1 up against Annex Esports White at the minute. So they're going to have to try and do it the hard way to be able to get the rematch back up and running. But whilst we wait for that to conclude, we are going to head to a short break, and we'll see you guys after.
When did the close of forever come, my love? All I recall was a stare that was vacant and cold. Where did the spark go, the warmth that once stole?
She got a body like a goddess, and she talks so sweet. It's like I can't believe I'm the one that she wanted. And if I'm really being honest, I know I could be everything she needs if she let me get on it. Yeah. So come here, baby, listen close, hold me tight, don't let me go. Girl, you know that I'ma want you all my life, but I got so much left to do, except for falling in love with you. So I'ma let you keep me up another time, but please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind, baby, please don't stay the night. I must do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Oh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. You know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. I must do what's right. I'm done being polite. Oh, don't stay the night. She'll always find a way around it. I thought she'd be gone, but when I woke up in the morning, she was laying beside me. She know what she wanted. I can never turn her down. Oh, I probably should have kicked her out by now, but you're the finest of them all. Make me lose my self-control. All I wanna do is make you feel alright. You drive me crazy, turn me on, and that's the reason I'ma let you go. Cause you and I both know that we can't keep it quiet. So please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind. Please don't stay the night. Almost do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Oh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight. 'Cause you know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. Almost do what's right. I'm done being polite. Oh, don't stay the night.
I've been searching for a piece of me. I've been counting on the heads of time. I love my body, I love my mind, with desire to out of place, out of space, floating high.
Feathers been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Canada 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels, ain't do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. Falling, I'm balling on top of that mountain. I'm on and I'm calling my mama to tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. Hey, the pressure will sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. We had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now. I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was costing. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling when progress is stolen. My stock is missing, my life it ain't boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze. When they ask me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. feel the gravity pull and it keeps me away. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy. And live my own life in a new galaxy. I can feel the memories fade, it's easing my mind. And I can finally breathe when I'm closing my eyes. I never realized what light years could do, but now I know I'm better off without you. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy.
Gosta de fazer ousia, essa novinha que tá na volanda. Gosta de fazer ousia. Você tá em cima da piroca, 24 horas por dia. Você decada por cima da piroca. Essa novinha que tá na volanda, gosta de fazer ousia. Fica sentando em cima da piroca, 24 horas por dia. Ela te decada por cima da piroca.
It's
the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. Look, I was passing aggression, passive aggressiveness. I left him hanging like loose ties was loose ties. Either not, he begging to go or not. Depends on the situation. He going up like inflation. Fuck all the haters that said that he couldn't make it. My brother drowned in the lake. How could all you people mistake it? He fought hard for what he had. Murderers holding guns. You worried about all the extra to water gets in your lungs, nigga. Hey, how could you do this shit? How could you do this when you know I'm going through this shit? Real shit, G shit, I really do this shit. I ain't about it, but you know I'm walking through this shit. Look, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Look, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Look, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down, yeah. Look. Fuck, I ran, I hit the dealer. Serving Coke 45 at the bleachers. About to follow, I'm the leader. Hit the bitch, then I pass, I don't need her. But don't call Peter. Like the Griffins with the lowest with the Peter. At the pops, he be smoking gasoline. I cannot fuck with these Ninas. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah.
I've been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along, yeah. We've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick-tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through?
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
One more time and one more night without your hands, without me in your arms. Looking back, I wonder why I didn't show you
'cause you don't deserve it all. I'm gonna be bad, 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 bad. Let's talk about.
Lately you don't feel like yourself, and you kinda hate it. You suppress all of the thoughts in your head and say it's complicated. You hide your pain, but I can see it etched on your face. I know the feeling, swear you're okay, but you're barely breathing. Don't you walk away. Cause I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal about the way that your hands shake whenever you talk. You stare into space like you're lost in your thoughts, surrounded by your paper walls. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. I was so caught up thinking about myself, never took time to listen. Couldn't see that you were going through hell. Now you're cold and distant. You say you're fine, but your heart is bleeding. Feed me those signs, but they lost the meaning. I know something isn't right. See the demons in your eyes. I know you're afraid. I feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's something so subliminal
Bite dust. If you must. If you must. If you must. Bite dust. Bite dust. Bite dust. If you must. Dust. If you must. Bite dust. If you must. Dust. If you must. 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 If you must.
What do you expect me to say? You know that I will always find a way to fuck up everything that we ever made. Some people change and some people don't. Don't give it another shot. We've had enough, I think it's time to stop. I fucked up everything we ever made. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. What you expect me to do? Push you away when we're both feeling blue. No lies can help with what you're going through. Some things can change, but you know it won't. Why do we wait for the worst? Everyone knows that the ending is cursed. This ship is sinking, so just say the words. Some people change, but you know I won't. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, forgive me, you have to find a way. Maria, I wanna make everything okay. Don't trust me, believe me, you have to run away. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again. There's poisons in my veins. Liars are all the same. It's never better when mistakes are made again. You know we're not the same. Hurting will break the chains. It's never better when mistakes are made again. There's poisons in my veins. Liars are all the same.
Then get up, get dressed. Before work's off my list. What's left to do, just guess. It's you, my favorite, but I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips. I'm feeling the heat, that's all I need. When a day's gone, we've only begun. That's the best part, when we get it on. I'm addicted, no denying it. Cause you don't cross my mind, you live in it. I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips. I'm feeling the heat, that's all I need.
I'm about to get 30. Your last one made you 30. Now you get yourself a freaking little dude. In the mood 24/7, 16/11. So you're making it, but I'ma just stop for a moment. Do you really think that I'ma fuck you while I'm sober? I'm not. Taking Uber to your hotel, eating like a local, cause you're calling back while I shut down.
You keep me biting my cheek, year after year. Only gets better, I'm weak in the knees. We hit the sheets, you on my lips. I'm feeling the heat, that's all I need. That's all I need.
Have relationships will often end in disgust. And I know you want my love, but there's nothing to discuss. I don't need you in my life no more. I don't need you in my life no more. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I blame nose running, you funny, you going I told my people I would make it out. What? Not the time just to go around. What a word you think is safe and sound. What? Might as well just burn it down. It's always winter time inside my mind. I find it hard to bear. Cause it gets cold and blurry. Yeah, it gets cold and blurry. She took my heart and then discarded all the evidence. All of her actions were a clear case of malevolence. I got no money, it's getting sunny, but I still feel cold. I've been nose running, you funny,
The night is young, our memories echo inside me. As time is slowly ticking away, I miss the way that we were in harmony. I'm having trouble letting go. I close my eyes and wish you were closer. Now we're like footprints in the snow, slowly fading until it's over. Our memories won't last forever. Now love you for eternity. So baby, let's get back together. I'll show you what you need, a symphony. I propose that we embrace love, hope, and our affection. Nostalgia is crashing down, a bittersweet burning feeling. 'Cause when I start to look around, home isn't the same way you're leaving. Our memories won't last forever, no longing for eternity. So baby, let's get back together. I'll show you what you need, a symphony.
We're doing alright. When we are apart, we always do the same dance. Always on the fence, never making sense. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. I'm not gonna be
that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So don't say you need me when I walk away. So many words, but they don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you need me, cause we're not a thing. We're not a thing. I'm doing alright. Since we are apart, you know it's always the heart first. Don't care if it hurts, you're making it worse. I'm not gonna feel a thing tonight. Not gonna feel a thing. I'm not gonna see your face tonight. Not gonna see your face. Don't wanna hear anything that you say. Your love is a game that I don't wanna play. So cry all you want, but I still walk away. So many words, but you don't mean a thing. You blur the lines between love and obscene. So don't say you love me, cause it's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's not a thing.
Hey desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it crumbles down? Watch it get higher, down to the wire. Will you let it burn till we almost drown? Higher, goodbye, honey, where do we lie? Where you're headed, am I going there too? I don't wanna ask why, wanna give this a try with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. Cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. Cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. Have you made your mind yet? Have you got your heart set? I don't wanna jump half-hearted. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish where we started. Like the river flowing, tell me where we're going. Take me to a place that's brand new. With every second growing, time feels like it's slowing with you. And if you wanna go, follow. I won't let you go. No, swallow. You won't do it on your own.
Oh, did you cry when I found you in the night? Staying up till 5 a.m. Told me you and him were friends. Woke up in a burning home. Blame myself, I should have known. To stay in our place, sealed our fate, buried in the catacombs. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. Talks my heart online. Was I blind? Too afraid to find that you changed your mind from sleepless nights. Was I part of your design? Push me till I broke alone. No one heard my heart explode. It's a suicide dive, just knew when you die and question everything you know. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. And talks my heart online. Setting fire to the life we made. Such a fucking waste of time. Said you love me till my heart decays. Guess my darling changed her mind. And talks my heart online. And darks my heart online. My city's gonna tell you the tale. Everyone was left in the veil. My time won't come to an end. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around, it's a war zone. The damage is already done. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. I'm back to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm back for my life. I'm fighting. Yeah, I'm back to the bone. Got blood on my knees. I'm back for my life. I'm fighting. The ash came burning down. No, you won't hear a sound. The screaming bottled within. Take a look around. And keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. And I'll be fighting for my life, so keep your guns high. It's a war zone. It's a war zone.
got a body like a goddess, and she talks so sweet. It's like I can't believe I'm the one that she wanted. And if I'm really being honest, I know I could be everything she needs if she let me get on it. Yeah. So come here, baby, listen close, hold me tight, don't let me go. Girl, you know that I'ma want you all my life, but I got so much left to do, except for falling in love with you. So I'ma let you keep me up another time, but please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind, baby, please don't stay the night. I must do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Oh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight, 'cause you know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. I must do what's right. I'm done being polite. Oh, don't stay the night. She'll always find a way around it. I thought she'd be gone, but when I woke up in the morning, she was laying beside me. And she know when she wanted. I can never turn her down. Oh, I probably should have kicked her out by now, but you're the finest of them all. Made me lose my self-control. All I wanna do is make you feel alright. You drive me crazy, turn me on, and that's the reason I'ma let you go. 'Cause you and I both know that we can't keep it quiet. So please don't stay the night. Don't try to change my mind. Please don't stay the night. I must do what's right. Don't make me ask you twice. Oh, don't stay the night. Don't try to turn it to a fight, 'cause you know I love you by my side. Just don't stay the night. I must do what's right. I'm done being polite. Oh, don't stay the night.
I've been searching for a piece of me. I've been counting on the hands of time. I love my body, I love my mind, with desire to out of place, out of space, floating higher.
Feathers been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Can't the 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving when we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels, ain't do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game. Falling, I'm balling on top of that mountain. I'm on and I'm calling my mama to tell her I'm good. I'm surrounded by family like back in the hood. I was falling from grace, I was misunderstood. And the pressure will sit you right down, but I stood up. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. We had to slow it down. What goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now. I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now. I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was costing. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling when progress is stalling. My stock is missing, my life it ain't boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze. When they ask me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
Feel the gravity pull and it keeps me awake. I would rather be here, lonely in space. I've made up my mind, I just wanna be free. I live my own life in a new galaxy. I wanna be weightless in the silence of the night sky. I wanna free fall into nothing at all. I'm taking the moment, starting all over. I wanna be free and live my own life in a new galaxy.
45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Look, I was passive aggression, passive aggressiveness. I left him hanging like loose ties is loose ties. Either not, he begging to go or not. Depends on the situation. He going up like inflation. Fuck all the haters that said that he couldn't make it. My brother drowned in the lake. How could all you people mistake it? He fought hard for what he had. Murderers holding guns. You worried about all the extra till water gets in your lungs, nigga. Hey, how could you do this shit? How could you do this when you know I'm going through this shit? Real shit, G shit, I really do this shit. I ain't about it, but you know I'm walking through this shit. Look, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Look, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Look, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah, 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down, yeah. Look, fuck, I ran, I hit the dealer. Serving Coke 45 at the bleachers. Gotta follow, I'm the leader. Hit the bitch, then I pass, I don't need her. But don't call Peter. Like the Griffins with the lowest with the Peter. At the posse, he be smoking gasoline. I cannot fuck with these Ninas. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Be careful making wishes in a dark, can't be sure when it hit that mark. And besides, in the meantime, I'm just dreaming of tearing you apart. I'm in the deep tears with the you know the world can never get me on my level.
Hi Esports, welcome back to the Esports Hub Summer Showdown. My name is Quino and I'm your host. You know, we had a long break, but the reason for that is because the teams were just performing that well, so I guess it's a good thing in a way.
Yeah, both games going the distance. I don't think we kind of expected Dringa and Vapor to go the distance. That was as tight as possible. Vapor nearly thrown it at the end, but they got right through. That's signs of elite sides. Now we've got Drenga coming in, facing Annex White, who they had to go through an excruciating series upstairs. So all three teams now fully deserve to be where they're at now. And yeah, this is going to be a really exciting. I'm expecting potentially another 5 map here. But before we get into that, I do want to ask, is the crowd ready for Black Ops 7? Because that just got announced.
Yeah, literally seconds ago.
Yeah. So
I need to watch the trailer.
I think a lot of the players, they're going to be using this as sort of like a swan song for Black Ops 6 potentially until Black Ops 7 releases. And yeah, what better way to get like grand finals? You want to get a win under your belt and get a tournament LAN on Black Ops 6 before the new game.
Oh yeah, and we're actually going to have a look at the lower bracket because obviously this is our lower bracket finals, so we can see how these teams have, got their way here. Because, look, so we have Drenga versus Annex Y. I feel like I kind of expected that. They're two teams I can see being in this lower bracket final, but obviously it's been a fight to get here. Yeah,
Annex was a squad we've been saying all weekend. Like, both teams looked really good on paper, and Annex White get top 3. Yeah, what we expected. Annex Black not quite making it as far, but there's still signs of improvement for the squad. Drenga Esports, not as big of a name as some of the other teams, but they've still done really well to get here, and we kind of expect. I would say they're probably the favourites in this game coming up, because going into their game against Vapor were coming in hot favourites. Probably hadn't really dropped a map all year. And we got to the last couple rounds, and again, like when you're getting that close to beating the best team in the tournament, you lose 6-4 on map 5. It's heartbreaking a little bit. I know I did say like that's kind of the worst way for them to go out, but at the same time, you're right there on the precipice of beating the elite.
I'm gonna say even being able to just like hit the armor a little bit, break them down. That's a good thing in their book. But how are you feeling about this matchup here?
I think it'll be a very good matchup because both teams have had their share of hard games. Both teams went map 5s in each of their respective games. And even those in that map 5, we have a 6-4 in that one and a 6-5 in the Annex White game, which went all the way down to the wire. But yeah, it just still could go either way.
No, I think the important fact is this is a rematch from earlier in the tournament, and Annex White did not win that game. They won Control 3-2, but again, they lost hard points pretty convincingly. They lost a pretty close S&D as well. So, yeah, I still think Drenga's favourites if you're going based on pure form and previous matches, but that's not to count Annex White in any way. I do think this goes 5 maps.
Oh yeah, 100%. I feel like this is probably going to be the closest game.
We've been saying that for the past few rounds, and they're getting closer and closer as we go along. So
when you get to this position where there's 3 teams left, it's like, okay, now everything's to play for. It's all risks, and I feel like hopefully we see some different kind of ways of playing, because they've had the time to figure each other out. So hopefully they kind of figure out each other's strategies. So it's all just like professional.
In order for these teams to win the tournament, they need to go through 3 best of 5s. So they've still got a lot of Call of Duty left to play, and ultimately, like, they really, if anything, you want to get a clean win here, rather than having it be that flat-out brawl, rather than have it be like a 3-2 or 3-1, you want it to be a clean 3-0. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Drengar takes this 3-2.
Yeah.
But I think, again, either one of these 2 teams can face this. I don't think there's a single game mode that favours either side. It's just going to be like who's resilient enough to drag this game out.
Yeah. Do you have any final thoughts, George, just before we go?
Just that this will be a 3-2 Drenga. Confident in that. But I really hope we have good maps. The one thing I want to see something different, like the 5 completely different. If we can.
Yeah, well, we can always hope, but the only way to find out is if we go to our casters and they'll take us through it. So we will see you for our first game.
Here we go then. Abuse. Losers final. Annex Esports White up against Drenga. What a series you've got on our hands. Winner of this, booking that spot in grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. We've already seen this earlier on. I casted that winners round 2 between these teams. The desk alluded to that. And, we're back here again now. The Drenga boys, especially with how close they took Project Vapor, are going to be well up for it.
Oh, mate, that winners final, Drenga, all the way, very nearly already in these grand finals. Yeah. And Annex Esports White are definitely getting the reps in as well. They went all the way to round 11 to get their spot here. So do you think we're going to see the same? Do you think we're going to go all the distance? Or
we might be able to. Annex White have been kind of through the grueler, haven't they? As soon as they lost that match to Drenga, they've been upstairs playing the losers rounds. They've played another 2 series before they can make it back here to try and get revenge against Drenga. But that is one thing that I think is going to be key here. They want revenge. They want to be going into that final. You've got players like Lampy on that team. He's been playing in Elites this year. He's been playing at NA Lands. He's not going to want to be going out in top 3, is he?
No, absolutely not. They've had a few scrapes along the way, but they are here now with the chance to get themselves into Grands. Take a look at the map set in front of you. We're starting pretty fast and hot, just like we've seen in a couple of other series today. Skyline to get us started, and it slows down over onto red card, Vault Control, then should we need them, back to red card, and a map 5 rewind.
I know this is very forward thinking, but that map 4 red card, we have seen 2 things. We saw that in the first series. Drenga Esports were able to beat Annex White in that red card, but more importantly, Drenga Esports put a pretty good show against Project Vapor in that red card, taking that map. So it's definitely going to be one that Annex White, they've let through the map pool, they've banned other maps. Will that cost them?
Potentially. I mean, if watching Drenga on red card, there's no way I personally would have played them on it. I mean,
especially S&D as well. IDK and Ticket the entire time basically was able to get 9-10 kills from doing it. So
I think he dropped 37 on the hard point.
Yeah, exactly.
So
he's going to be one to look out for.
But first things first, Skyline, fast-paced. Do you think this is just going to be, as we've seen for the rest of the weekend, like a bit of back and forth to get going, then one team pushing clear, or do you think this one's going to go maybe neck and neck all the way through?
I'd love to say neck and neck all the way through, but I think it's going to be starting to be fatiguing there. We know we've gone 7 o'clock. They've been playing COD, some of these, since 9 o'clock this morning. You know, we're 10 hours deep. You know, they've had breaks, especially the Drenga side. You know, they've been sat there kind of still. They're taking breaks outside, having a chat with a few of them in between the games. Annex White, you know, you've just come off the back of a round 11 map 5 that you probably thought you weren't going to go that far.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think we are just about to get underway. I'm surprised you've not mentioned the scenery. You've done that for most of the times we've seen these panoramics. But
it's stunning, isn't it?
It's beautiful. Maybe we should book a holiday and go there one day, Connor.
Yeah, I mean, if you're paying. I can't afford that.
Right, here we go then. Annex White up against Drenga Esports, trying to get a spot in this grand finals, heading over towards P1. No first blood in as of yet. First few seconds go in favour of Drenga, but
there's an issue.
Yeah, there's an issue. I think we may get a reset potentially.
Yeah, we are going.
Yeah, not too sure what the issue was, but we are going to see a map reset. So, yeah, not too sure what happened there, but
seems to be something with CJP's computer. I mean, Red COD will be happy with that, but something's up with that computer.
Yeah, he's mentioned there's a few issues with the PC, and maybe he's onto something. Maybe he's got a point with it. I'll give him a bit of grief for blaming the PC, but maybe he's got a point. Yeah, a bit of an issue, but I'm sure it won't be
Looks
too
like
long.
It might be audio.
Okay, sure. Hopefully, it won't be too long till
definitely
get started.
Controller issue, close enough to audio. And thinking back to the Skyline and going into it, I mean, on both sides, you've got very aggressive sub players that are usually those hiker players. You've got Lampy, you've got CJP on Annex White. And I mean, there's only really one man that we need to talk about on the SMG on the other side of things, and he was the one that was shutting down the SMGs of that Project Vapor team earlier on. You know, IDK, he's going to be one to look out for, I think.
Yeah, and they did keep it close with Vapor for a little while on that Skyline as well, and then just kind of, as we said during the cast, they just kind of got a bit more comfortable, settled a little bit more, and then started to chain a few hills and push on. But interesting to see. I don't even know. I know on paper, seedings-wise, Annex Esports White are higher seed across the board, but I don't know if they're coming into this as favourites. Probably not, because they're the ones who've had to make the further run through losers, and obviously Drenga Esports are the ones come from winners. So
and Drenga Esports beat them in winners. So
exactly.
That was a couple of hours ago now, but it's still going to be playing in the back of their minds, especially if they're repeating some of these maps that we are seeing, like that red card when we get to map 4. Who knows? Who knows?
But I think we are about to load back in. Maybe the issues are fixed. Hopefully. I just want to see this one get underway, to be honest.
Yeah, CJP is looking at his screen, so I'm going to take that as a good thing. The refs are back to where they normally are.
I'm a bit gutted CJP sat on the complete other side of the room, because in this game, I think he would be the one who maybe get the most vocal. But I think the mics
think it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, the mics will probably still pick it up if he does start getting loud.
Talking about the Scott, beautiful map, by the way, isn't it?
Oh my God, maybe we should go. Yeah, right, okay.
Where's Joel?
Right, here we go then. Losers final. Who's going to get the spot in Grands up against Project Vapor?
Major spot from Infinity as well. Didn't know that was a thing. That's what happens when you're playing Elite and I'm playing Debate. Anyway, half Broadway 2 early on. Makoof with 1 as well, and they're going to try and keep these P2 spawns as well as get this early time. And I mean, all the kills so far going their way. Makoof with 2, half with 2 as well, and Annex White pushed all the way back.
Yeah, just a reminder that number 5 on the side of Drenga Esports is going to be TN Crumpet. He's the only one who's not got the name next to him, but easy for us to call that one out. But all this time so far is going in favour of Drenga. IDK finding 2 before Lampy does trade him out, but they are just soaking a lot of time so far on this P1, being allowed to do so.
Yeah, look at this already. You got 3 streak from half. Makoof on 2, 3. Sorry, IDK on 2 as well. Make that 3. T and Crumpets hasn't actually seen a person yet. Oh no. He's down on hill. There's the first gun fight. He's going to rip Infinity off that top there. Infinity must have had an AR in his hands as well. And look how much time they've been able to get. 40 seconds off this P1, and potentially it's not going to happen. Annex White will break those P2 spawns though.
Yeah, that's a big pick in the back for Lampy there, just to allow his teammates to keep spawning in around him. But look at number 6, IDK, trying to get around the back. Will go and contest that time. Doesn't win the gunfight though. CJP comes out on top, and this is a chance for Annex White, if they can fight off this next wave, to get some seconds on the board themselves.
Yeah, there's a split spawn coming in there. You've got players 1 and 3 and 4 coming in, spawning towards that P1, but you've also got Drenga player, that's Makoof, there's going to be spawning out towards the kitchen side of the map. So all the players are kind of sprinting at the point from the same way, just on the opposite side of the map. And there's a 5 streak now from Crumpets. We picked up on him a minute ago saying he's not having engagement. He's now on 7 on a 5 streak as well. Make that a 6 streak, and he is right.
There's just not a chance for kind of Annex so far to just settle. They did manage to find a kill in the back before this hill pop, but then straight away Drenga just flood towards it, get themselves in there, and they've taken so much time off it. IDK finding yet another 2, as you mentioned. Crumpets on a 6 streak, heading over toward this P3. Big gunfight coming up between Lampy and Crumpets now. Lampy does just about come on top, doesn't manage to get traded out though, but here comes Makoof through mid, who may just opt to go and push towards the spawns, but look how deep Jackson's sitting here at the back, trying to hold the spawns for next already.
I mean, it's going to be very important, because look at the score already, it's 80-10. If they're not careful, Annex White is going to get out of control, and when you look at the scoreboard as a player, you see 110 or 120-10, you're not going to be happy, are you?
No, absolutely not, and it's difficult now. Drenga just looks so comfortable. Once again, look at your kill feed, finding 3 there. Last up is going to be, I think, Lampy, who's just trying to, again, play an angle to keep his team maybe spawning that side, because at the moment they are on the opposite, so his life is important. Does find a kill with the nade onto IDK, trying to push through. Jackson taking off Crumpets on that time, but they're still being allowed to soak up more and more, and that lead has extended to over 100
We know how important those P4 spawns are at the back. You know, what Infinity, what Jackson's been trying to hold, and actually Lampy's been doing it quite a lot as well, which is unusual for a player of his caliber and his, well, he's a sub, isn't he? You wouldn't particularly hold those spawns there, but they've not had a single second since that P2 hill. They're now down 125-10, and look at the scoreboard. I mean, Annex White, almost every player apart from Lampy is in and around that 0.5 KD.
Yeah, Heffron, 12 and 5 to get started. Big 2 though from Infinity. Can he get the third? Getting some bullets into Heffron, who just manages to play his life really well, but doesn't last for long because Jackson takes him down, and here comes the flood. See if they can find IDK on the time, and that is going to be 4 dead in favour of Annex White and Connor. They need it. They are
they really
behind right now. They need to settle into this map. They need to chain a few hills just to kind of aim towards just leveling this one up, but just not able to slay out at the moment. Can't get any control, and as soon as they get towards that point, Drenga are just there on them. Yeah,
and because of how far CJP was pushed out there, he's brought his team a little bit of time, hasn't he, there? But they're spawning all the way towards that back barbecue area of the map, so even trying to just get to the hill is an extra 5 seconds, maybe 10 seconds to run to that hill, and you still got to try and gun these players. And as much as the score is very one-sided, the talent isn't one-sided on these rosters. That Annex White roster do have a lot of talent individually. It's just whether they're going to be able to put it together as a team and try and come back here.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a slow start from Jackson, but just as we say that, he did go on a 7 spree. Starting to settle in a little bit more now, but hopefully it's not too late. There's plenty of time left. Big 2 from Infinity, almost finding the 4 dead. Soaking some time on this P1. CJP finding a couple on the hill as well, and this is much better from Annex White. It's, like I say, it's Skyline. You can change some maps here. It's all about momentum on this map, and maybe Annex White are finding a little bit, and just as I say that, Drenga Esports finding yet another 4 dead on this P1.
It's going to be trying to prioritise these spawns, but also at the same time not give up another 30 seconds on this P1, because if you give up 30 seconds on this P1, the game's almost at a point where you go, it's unwinnable. You know, 180 points versus 60. That's going to have to be some flawless Call of Duty. We've not seen any team this weekend come back from that kind of a scoreline.
No, it is looking pretty good for Drenga. Still got about a 100-point lead with this scrap time, but as we mentioned, Annex White have managed to get themselves set up ready for this P2. If they can get themselves a full 60 here, CJP does stop Crumpets coming through, but here comes Makoof. Paddy with a big gunfight coming now. Can he find Makoof? Does manage to do so. Last player around the time is going to be Crumpets, who does pick off CJP, waiting for his teammates to come and chow with him, but Annex White are still clocking some more seconds on the board, and they are finding some kills, but big kill from IDK. Can he get the second? Oh my god, yes he can, but Jackson is there to trade, and Annex are able to get back on the time again.
And considering how outslain the Annex White side were at the start of the game, the kills are starting to become a little bit more even, but the score isn't.
Yeah, Drenga have got themselves back in. All of Annex are spawning out, and like you're saying, just another 30 seconds, which should probably go the way of Drenga, but not if these boys have anything to say about it. Do find 3 dead, and it's just Makoof left on the time, but he's firing them off at the moment. Does find 1, but CJP there to maybe take the last 14 seconds or so. But again, it's still about a 90 to 100 point lead in favour of Drenga, heading back towards Kitchen.
Yeah, and I think this Kitchen Hill is again where Drenga we saw get so much time in that first rotation that Annex spent so much time thinking of blocking that cobblestone part of the map, and Jackson doing it again. He's sat in that back patio. He's going to get a pick. It'll be interesting to see if he's going to move up or if he's just going to stay the entire time, because, you know, it's important he holds that, but at the same time, Drenga basically win off this hill.
Yeah, they can get really close, and they are finding the kills around it as well. Infinity falling as well. That is another 4 dead, and they've just got full control of the kitchen at the minute. Bit of a rogue spawn there for Jackson, but again, just splits all over the map. But still, more and more time is being clocked. Big 3 dead. Can they get the 4th as well? No, not just yet. Crumpets finds a huge 2. Just trying to look for Lampy as well, but CJP does finish him off. So do see Annex White get themselves above 100 points. They do currently have the favoured side of this P4 as well, so we keep saying that this kind of lead's being clawed back ever so slightly, but they've got to chain this hill right now. They've got to hold all of it.
Yeah, and you're right in saying that spawn was really rogue. You had Jackson spawning out behind those brown stairs when you had Lampy on the back cobblestone stairs, but it actually helped them because they were able to pinch the hill from all different angles, and because Lampy stayed alive, then they had those cobblestone spawns, but I have no idea what's going on with the spawns now.
Yeah, well, they've just lost the kind of rotation a little bit slightly as well. It's a big pick in the back from Infinity, and they're just going to flood towards the back of this time. These next gunfights are massive. Maku finds one, but is instantly traded out. Jackson's still there on the time, can't manage to find Crumpets, I think that was. But once again, they're all just coming off a spawn, and Drengar can win on this hill, and unless Annex can get in there and break this as a team now, it looks like they may well do so.
Yeah, and something that I've started noticing over the last 20 seconds, especially when Annex were trying to push those back spawns, the Drengar Esports comms started to get a lot louder. We can hear them, they're the closest team to us in the main stage area for this game, but they're starting to get loud. We can hear them through our headsets.
Hey, they've got to go now. The contest is scored, but Infinity does fall. Lampy trying to get himself towards the time. Only 4 seconds needed now for Drengar, but down go the side of Annex, and some... Are you going to get yellow cards out?
See, that is a yellow card for IDK. It's got to be clear and obvious.
Clear and obvious. No VAR needed, but that is going to be map 1 in favour of Drengar Esports. As expected, Connor, did you think it'd be that kind of emphatic, or...?
Not necessarily, but it's kind of that thing we said about it. You know, Annex Esports, their heads maybe dropped a little bit from that game, not expecting to go be pushed the distance by that Excite Gaming roster. You know, in a nice way, there are going to be some egos on the team. You know, you've got players that have been competing at the top of challenges and other things like that for a good little while. But yeah,
IDK once again absolutely frying. We mentioned him before the series started, and it's just continued with more of the same, really. Was it 27 and 18, I think, in the end?
The confidence, you know, you're shooting bodies of players that have been doing this for so long. You know, he's proven why they.
Yeah, absolutely. Beat them by, 100+ points, I think it was in the end, wasn't it? So it's the start they wanted. They really want that rematch with Project Vapor, and they really want to get into Grands, considering they got so close before. But we have been seeing this Annex Esports White roster take quite a few S&Ds, I think, throughout the tournament to keep.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen it a few times now. They just don't give up. They just keep going. They're going. So many of the games have been absolute crawlers. You know, they've had a couple close S&Ds, like you've mentioned. They had that map 5 they just had a minute ago, round 11, and they were actually 5-3 down. So definitely in that S&D, we're going to be looking at this Annex White side that if they lose the S&D, the series is going to be looking even more tough for them.
Yeah, and I think, take a look at some of the highlights now. It was just, we so often saw, even when Annex managed to get that kind of rotation, it was just the kill feed just went blue and they all dropped, and it got a little bit, as expected on Skyline, we got a little bit messy towards certain times and just weren't able to kind of settle and get that control. And when you've got, like I say, IDK just flying around the map, finding 2-piece after 2-piece, it was just difficult to shut them down and get enough time,
Yeah, I mean, you see kind of when the highlights from highlight to highlight, you can see kind of the score of progress as the game goes on. A minute ago is what, 110, 120 to 10. So straight away from that, you go, Drengar Esports are going to be more than happy then. Alex did try their best to claw it back. That second rotation, that P1, they were starting to get a bit of time, but I can hear the players laughing at some of the highlight reels here. Yeah,
they're enjoying watching some of this one back. I think this is one of the games that they will watch when they go home. Certainly that map, and so they're going to get a few clips probably for Twitter and whatnot. And yeah, but we did see some body shooting at the end of map 1. Is that going to come back to bite them?
Every time I shoot bodies, it does. So, but I do think IDK maybe edges me.
Just a bit, excuse me. So we're going to head over to map 2, red card, and I will say I think it was the map 5 in that series to get Annex Esports White into this losers final. So they have just played it, did manage to get the job done from 5-3 down and win that round 11. But yeah, what are your thoughts, Connor?
Yeah, I've lost all composure. Yeah, I mean, I think Drengar have shown they're going toe-to-toe with the team they've won. I can't look at you. They're going toe-to-toe with every team that they played up against here. That Project Vapor team particularly, And I think Annex White... It's hard, though. When you look at the names on that Annex White team, you think, they can all pop off in this S&D and really take over. I mean, I've teamed with one of them. I know what he can do on the red card S&D because I've dropped many breadsticks with him on my team on the red card S&D, and we still won the map.
Yeah, I think this is the map where, you know, players like Jackson and Infinity with those ARs in their hand can really kind of shine if they can get themselves in these power positions and find those first bloods. But it is actually going to be Lampy on the AR who does pick off that first blood, taking down Heffron as well. So good start for Annex White, but this bomb is going to go down. Does land some shots into him, but doesn't get away for long. And Lampy's nade now, so 2 in the round for him, and it's a 4v2. Taken down, who's against CJP getting taken down now?
Yeah, Katana 7 is TN Crumpets for those that might not know, and he was the last one alive there in the 1 versus 3, but he will get shut down pretty quickly from Lampy there, and he's actually getting 3 and the defusing around, so he's going to be very close to that RCXD as the game goes on.
Yeah, good start for Annex White, trying to hit the regain early on and do get themselves started with the lead. Lampy, like you say, having a good start. Got the AR in his hand, I guess it's red card, so not as many close-up gunfights, unless maybe on offense if he opts to go towards that B site and tries to take over that restaurant.
Yeah, and talk about the SMG power on this map, you know, we saw how dominant some of the SMGs were and can be on that Skyline hardpoint, and I'm going to be looking on the stringer side to see, he might mug me off completely, but IDK loves to play inside of that ticket area and just be a little bit annoying. Watches that P5 cross to see if the team's going to go to B, and if he doesn't, then he can play through mid. He is going to kind of do it. Yeah, almost. Close enough.
Just gathering a little bit of info. But yeah, just trying to maybe, as we've been seeing on this map throughout the day, just playing around mid, just getting the info, getting a little bit of control if they can, and trying to just find that first free pick. But Makouf's pushing up a little bit more now. Going to run into Jackson, does spot him. Does get taken down though. Big pick out of Jackson to once again find that first blood for Annex White and set them up in the 4v3. But big gunfights coming towards Restaurant. CJP taking down Crumpets, and now 4v2 in favour of Annex.
Yeah, IDK and Heffron trying to play then through their own back. They think that Annex White might be in the site, and they weren't actually in the bomb site, and they both double chowed it straight away, but the player's going to be tagged up down to 5 HP. It's going to be unlikely. He's not going to get chowed out. He is, and it's a clean round. There was a team nade right at the end there, so I don't know if that might affect the streak that CJP was on.
Oh, no, yeah, they are smiling about it, so I think you might be right. Lampy looks a little bit annoyed.
Maybe it was Lampy that died to the nade then.
Yeah, I didn't spot that. You spotted one of these yesterday, but it didn't actually happen. But
oh, no, it's Infinity that dies. Here we go. We're going to see it here, hopefully. Right. It's not my map. Map 3.
Right, good start once again for Annex White. Find themselves with a 2-0 lead. Lampy still 3-0. Infinity with 2. Jackson also not yet.
See, Lampy's not on the street, but he's 3-0.
Right, okay, fair enough.
Thank you.
Right, Drengar on the offense. Talk us through it, Connor.
I mean, they're going to be taking it towards this A-bomb. The first thing that we got to be careful is those nades over from Annex. They are going to hit that ambulance, but luckily for IDK, he just stayed clear of the ambulance. But CJP running straight up to the bottom of those stairs, getting the first pick, and he's sprinting straight away all the way back to his spawn. Yeah,
once again, Annex White just finding that first blood and giving themselves a real advantage in the round. And if you take a look at the scoreboard, it's only Crumpets who's managed to find a kill so far on this map for Drengar. Are going to potentially see a gunfight soon between Jackson and Crumpets, but it is Crumpets who comes out on top. Huge kill there, but interestingly, IDK was that bomb carrier, so no need to collect that, do the side of Drengar and start mounting a push with 40 seconds left in the round. 3 players left on each.
It's even more interesting that the fact that 2 of these Drengar players actually pushed into that B-bomb site very quickly when IDK dropped the bomb on quite literally the other side of the map. It's not a short map like Rewind. We can get across the map in 5-10 seconds. It's a good 20-30 second route, especially with how many lines of sight there are in mid.
Yeah, Lampy in an interesting spot here. Maybe about to get a free pick onto Makuf, who has collected the bomb. CJP does take down Crumpets, but oh god, straight shooting from Infinity up top, and CJP getting loud. You probably still
there
heard
as
that,
well.
we did say, didn't we? Yeah, getting a little bit noisy, and this is much better from Annex Esports.
And this is, you know, when you see these 4 names on a roster sheet, this is exactly what you expect from these 4 players. You know, you expect them to be dominating the S&Ds. You know, lots of these players are grinders in the tournaments that we have online, and they've got the experience.
Yeah, and I think, as we mentioned with Red Card as well, it just suits some of the players on this roster, and it's still only Crumpets who's managed to find a kill for the side of Drengar, and we're now moving into the 4th round, so Drengar do need to have a little bit of a regain, maybe discuss some slightly different strats, and need to get that all-important first blood, because Annex every round have given themselves that advantage and picked someone off early doors.
Yeah, you know, we saw Annex need those ambulances towards this B street. We're not going to see it the other way, but Lampy is going to blow up the car where Makuf is stood on that A-bomb. And it kind of opens up the map completely, you know. They've got the nade on way. They know A-bomb is going to be slightly more open. Will they start to, well, they think Drengar's going to start to rotate, put some players over there. But this Annex White Annex White team are very split on the map at the minute.
Yeah, again, Lampy finding that first blood, nade in hand, and it looks like Annex White are maybe going to slowly try and head over towards his B side. Jackson looking to see if he can sneak in and pick off Crumpets here, but this is going to be an interesting little gunfight. Is he going to check his corners?
It's going to take him a little while if he's going to crawl all the way in here.
Oh, there's cars in.
That might be why Jackson started to play it slowly and start to push up to get the info off that car. CGP's car didn't get a kill, but it did give info onto 2 players in the site that had to destroy that car before it was able to kill them. And Jackson rips TN Crumpets there. It's a 4v1 now. Hafron all by himself. Quite far away from the rest of his team as well.
Yeah, giving away exactly where he is. Lampy turns around with the reach out, guns him down, and Annex Esports White. This is just clean Call of Duty from them at the minute. Drenga really struggling to get going on this map. I think there's perhaps still 3 players on their side who've yet to get off the mark, I believe. Lampy.
And this is the Lampy we need, isn't it? For Annex White to do something here, this is the Lampy we need. He needs to be playing with confidence. There is a high octane sub. He's got an AR there because it's realistic, but point still remains.
Yeah, absolutely. CJP started 0-1. He's on a 6 streak, so we can be working towards getting those kill streaks as well. We'll have, I think, was it him who used his car potentially in,
yes,
in that last round? But maybe working towards the Hellstorm. But you know what? At 4-0, might not have a chance to even use it if we're going to see more of the same. Everyone running.
It's a 4 down mid. Who's called this? I've never seen this strap called before, but it could actually work because the whole Drenga team are playing towards A. And I mean, if CJP is somehow able to rip with a sub from that range, Makouf's head is off. 4 versus 3, and they kind of pin this team in. You know, white arrows are surrounding all of those blue arrows. It's just whether the kill's going to go their way. And as it's CJP is killing the entire lobby, 9-1, trying to get that Hellstorm. IDK, I think, has been spotted. The entire team challenge. Lampy gets the pick in the end.
This map's a little bit men against boys, which is not what I was expecting to see. They're just hunting them down. Like you said, interesting play call to just fly through mid, but it was effective.
I'll be using that one next season.
I'll die my way through mid. I will get behind them. But no, interesting because got a little bit lucky with considering that all 4 players of Drenga did opt to move towards that A site off the rip there. So managing to get straight behind them, have them checking their backs, not knowing where they're going to get shot from. IDK. CJP, finding 3 in the round, up to on a 9 kill streak and 1 round away from 6-0 in them on this map too.
I've said it a few times today, there's been a few close calls. We've not seen a donut yet on the main stage. We might see 3.
Yeah, potentially.
In 1 game.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's still on. Crumpets, again, still the only player on that Drenga roster who's found a kill, and we're in the 6th round, so I mean, we could see a little comeback, but it's got to come pretty fast. Seeing if they can get that all-important first blood. A few players surrounded towards these stands as well, so gunfights are imminent.
This is a big flank though from Half. He should be able to get at least 1 freebie onto Lampy, although Lampy turns at the perfect time, but he's caught with his pistol out. He did get the first blood onto Makouf, but he's been traded out straight away.
Yeah, so everyone does get on the board. Infinity getting spotted, just trying to get away and play his life. Not sure if he knows where he's getting shot from. Jackson's
taking on to Hafron. That was who was shooting him.
And it's IDK and Crumpets left up. They've got to make something happen. They are a man down with Infinity, Jackson and CJP still being up, maybe working towards this A site, trying to get the bomb down, but interesting position through the X-ray there that we get to see through Caster. Do find the kill onto Infinity, who was planted. So there's information on the bomb, and now we're in a 2v2 with 15 seconds left. They've got to force this plant.
Yeah, and they're going to re-pick up that bomb straight away, get it laid down. But will IDK be spotting? We will not, but the info comes through, and the kill comes from CGP, saying, no, Jackson's got to be in and around that bomb site still. And that is the case. He spots 1. Going to be worried about where this second play might be coming from, but both red dots will now appear on the minimap. They've both shot him, and
perfect time for the camera there, going over to Goof. He's enjoyed that one. They've managed to get a round on the board, but is this the start of a comeback?
Could be. I mean, even it's nice to see even in a serious game like this, losers final, this is the money end of the day, and they're still smiling even if they're 5-0 down.
Yeah,
quite literally cheering that they've won a round.
Yeah, production need a pay rise for that one. The perfect time.
Yeah, it was a great time.
I don't think Makouf's going to like that clip.
It's even funnier the context that because he's still not got a kill, so he's the only player now that has not got a kill. But we will see. This round might be the one.
Yeah, it could be, and like I say, it's just got to be. They've got to take every round left in this map if they're going to extend their lead to 2-0. But we are going to see the boys of Drenga slowly moving over maybe towards this B side. I think I can hear a car on the map.
I can hear a car. That must be maybe Lampy in the car.
Yeah, potentially. Doors
not moving yet. 6. No, 6 is moving. It might be CJP again. Nah, surely not.
No, he was on like a 9 streak.
It's someone.
Yeah, they're gonna try and bang out this restaurant. Just take control of it if they can find.
Is it Paddy? Paddy's in the car. He's holding an iPad.
Of course, yeah. He's waiting patiently, but here come the Chows. McCoo finds that all-important first blood. No donuts on the main stage in this map. Connor, now is it time to just go and try and force that plant? Infinity still poised, just waiting patiently. The car does get taken down, and we see Infinity he's gone back out, and he gave himself away with a free pick. McCoo finding 2 bombs going down, and it's all down to Lampy and Jackson to try and get the job done.
Jackson's able to get one through the wall, and he's somehow able to get away with his life, but he does lose his teammate in the process, and he is going to be by himself in this 1 versus 3. 20 seconds left, the bomb's being planted. I mean, it's doable, especially with that kill. That is a ridiculous kill there. 1 versus 2. Chows went weak when he had 40 seconds. I don't know, maybe he was too distracted by that kill to not know that he had the time. It was running out, but that bomb plant extended the clock.
To be honest, I think if I killed people like that on this game, I think I could chow anything.
I'd be up there.
I don't blame him. Yeah, absolutely ripped. I'm not sure who it was, but we were just speaking about McCoof not having a kill yet. Does find 3 in that round, and Drenga is still in this map. Getting another round on the board, and a bit of momentum maybe shifted in their way.
Exactly what you said. 1 round at a time. That is all that is needed. I mean, obviously at 5-0, it's very much, the odds are going to be in Annex White's favour, but you can't rule Drenga out of anything. Especially after what we saw from them in their last game in that winners final, that they kind of surprised everyone. They weren't expected to really win a map, in all honesty, and they were able to take 2 and literally take them down to that map number 5.
Yeah, can they get this first blood once again and really set the stage and give themselves that advantage? It's an interesting break-off for Annex at the minute. A few of them
IDK there behind the door.
Yeah, he's poised, ready for the chow. Big gunfight. McCoo finds the first blood onto Lampy. Bit of a theme emerging, doing really well. And this bomb looks like it may be getting re-wrapped. Jackson gives himself away a little bit cheaply there, but he just get traded out. Infinity taking down Heffron. 3v2 in favour of Drenga. And are we about to see this push towards a 5-3? The bomb still back towards the spawn, maybe trying to go back towards that A side, but waiting for his teammate to come and group up with him.
Yeah, I think potentially, the advantage is in Drenga's side. They're on the defence, only 40 seconds left on the clock. They have the 9, but the life advantage as well. But I think it's why they're seeming just to take their time and try and do a few different things. And I don't know if that door position will give anything away.
Yeah, IDK is waiting patiently, isn't he, for the chow there. They are kind of banking on this B side being the chosen one, and it looks like Annex
their timing from McCoo. 5 streak. 6 streak. Ever since the camera got put on him, he's turned to a different man.
No, he just needed
a bit of screen time.
Yeah, he's a big moment player. He was what, 0-4 or whatever he was.
0-6.
0-6. Yeah, he was 0-6 on mine. But yeah, he's bounced back, found 6 in a row, and fighting for Drenga at the minute. And after losing 5 rounds in a row, they've just won 3.
And, we were talking about Lampy earlier when he was on that 7 or 8 streak, whatever CJP was on, and that Hellstorm. Well, it might be McCoof actually that gets a Hellstorm. CJP wasn't able to get it. Annex White had lost the round and he died in it. Hafron's on McCoof is on a 6, and I don't know if that plant is on his 6 kill streak, but it could be.
Yeah, Annex White are going to want to close this out here now. I mean, yeah, there is a Hellstorm in the pocket of McCoof, isn't there? So
no,
no, it's not. No, that's the other one. Yeah, so almost maybe. But yeah, Annex White are going to want to close this out now. They don't want to, start even closer and closer to that round 11. They do want to see this out and level up the series. They don't want to find themselves in that position, but waiting for this first blood. But it looks like it's going to be a pretty explosive banger in this B side. Jackson finding the first blood onto McCoof. No Hellstorm for him on this map, but good shots out of IDK, taking down Lampy. 3v3, all the players bar CJP still flooded around this B site.
And that might be in Drenga's advantage, mightn't it? They might be able to just get the kills and just trade them out. They have that number advantage inside. It's going to be needing 2 pieces, and Jackson found, Infinity's found, and now it's a 1 versus 3 for CJP.
Yeah, and it is the player who's out of the site, and he's got to try and retake this restaurant all alone with the bomb down. 3 players there. Can he find the first one? Almost, but just get out of there. The movement was good, but the positioning was better from Drenga, and that's 4 rounds in a row.
That's the second defensive round where you've seen that Annex White have lost control of that B site, and they're in there's a player in a 1 versus 3 trying to retake that B bomb, and it's very tough to do. I'm a bit worried.
This map's potentially going to get very, very interesting. I was just saying, I think I used the phrase men against boys in the first 4 or 5 rounds, referring to Annex. But Drenga just don't quit, do they? 4 rounds in a row. Are we about to see yet another round 11?
Boys have grown up quite quickly. 5-4 now. As you mentioned, we said 1 round at a time. Well, they've done 4 of them. We are going to see a car being used by IDK, so they do have another car as well. Makoof also has one, so they do have the option of another car, and I think Makoof might be the first one to get into a gunfight here. It's going to be Lampy with a bomb trying to work towards the stage. Makoof's able to get 1 CJP. Insta-trade, though, from Lampy. Good work from the team to at least eliminate that trade and even up the level.
Yeah, another good first blood for Makoof. Like you say, was instantly traded out, but this bomb... Who is it who's from above? I think Heffron, who's just kind of getting that AR, getting the angles and getting the information, but he will have spotted Lampy towards that site. They will know that's where the bomb is. Jackson trying to push him out, does manage to do so. That's a big pick, giving them the life advantage and just being able to take over a little bit of control. But GN Crumpet's caught out in the open, goes down to 9 HP, doesn't manage to get away, and it's all down to IDK now, or else we're going to get a level series. Does land a fantastic nade onto Infinity, 1 versus 2. This bomb's going down to Spots Jackson, I think, as well.
I think he has the info. He definitely has the info now, but he'll get the info on 2 players. There can be 2 dots chasing him, and they are able to finish it off. So it got a little bit touch and go for a second. They had a 5-0 advantage in that map, but they close it out 6-4.
Yeah, that'll be. I think there's a look of relief on some of the players there, taking 5 rounds in a row to get started, and almost forcing a round 11 is not what you wanted to see. But yeah, good map out of Lampy. A few first bloods early on in that map as well. So yeah, level series, Connor.
And I think what's important as well, that if you're Drenga, is you're 5-0 down at one point. You go, if you lose a game 6-0, especially this late into the competition, it's not great. It's not going to do great. I know they're obviously doing really well at the minute, but with the games they've had in the previous couple, but they're going to be a bit more confident now going into this map 3 that they just take a few rounds back.
Yeah. Nice one. Thanks, Jack. How many times? We need a little counter. I think we need a little palm jar or something.
I don't know who would do that, actually.
No, yeah, you did it. Right, anyways, look at some of the highlights now from that map 2 as we wait to go towards the control. And as we kind of said before, Annex White being the team that we kind of favour on some of the S&Ds, even though Drenga have a lot of reps between them and they've been so good today, the kind of experience and just the years and years of LAN and top challengers stuff that this Annex White's had, S&D is going to be what they take. But the respawn was so kind of one-sided in favour of Drenga. Heading back to control, do you think it's just going to be more of the same domination? Or
it's hard, isn't it? Because we saw a control earlier. It's a slightly different map. We saw Hacienda earlier between these 2 teams. It's going to be Vault today instead. Today. It's the same day. But we're going to see Vault instead. But Drenga in the first 2 rounds wiped the floor. There was 3 players double neg on that Annex Esports White team. The last 3 rounds, they dropped 12 lives across all 3 rounds. So, I don't know.
Yeah, we know it's in the locker. We know it's there. Maybe it's just they need to find themselves in that position where, they have to go and do it, and that's when they go and do it. Like we saw from the map 5 that was played off stream to get them here. They went 5-3 down. It's like, okay, we've got to do it now, so we'll go and do it. So maybe we're going to see something similar in this next one, but yeah, looking forward to it. I tell you what, on the control in the winners final on the Hacienda, these Drenga guys were fantastic. I think Makoof went on a 10 streak towards the end of that round with some unbelievable kind of 2 pieces, 3 pieces and whatnot. So both of these teams are going to feel a little bit settled. Both got a map on the board early doors and guaranteed at least we're going to go back to, I think, red card for the hard point, aren't we? So yeah, I don't think either side are going to feel too kind of disheartened at the minute. They're both still in it, both still trying to get that spot in grands.
And that's why I think it's really important, especially for this Annex side. I think they do need to try and take this map. Think about that Neslo kind of things. Their S&D is very strong. We saw that they took a 5-0 lead. You don't do that from being the worst team. And the whole point, I mean, the first one didn't look great for them, and they've already lost a red card to this team today. So you've got to really think Annex White need this map number 3 just to be a little bit more scored. Who knows? They might shock us. They might win that red card, but they just need to be sure.
Yeah, I mean, Skyline is one of those momentum maps like we mentioned, and it's just the fact that Drenga came out a bit quicker and a bit hotter and just managed to just kind of get clear a bit earlier, and it was just kind of a mountain to climb. Red card obviously plays a little bit slower, a little bit more fundamental, and with some of the players, and particularly thinking about the ARs on the Annex roster, chance for them to really get in those power positions, get the control, and just kind of, play it properly, play it fundamentally. But yeah, we've got to get the control out of the way first.
It'll be interesting as well because someone like Lampy, he's just pulled out an AR. He's using AR for the last game. You know, that red card, you typically see 1 AR and 3 ARs in SD, 1 SMG. And Lampy's a very aggressive player on the map, and you saw the same thing on the Dragon side as well. So they're going to pull out that sub again, and will that need a couple lives, get that reset in to go into it, and then they'll be back to the AR for map number 4. So it's definitely not a bad thing. Lampy got 9 kills with that AR, so he's definitely got the ability to have both. But it's definitely something that could play on their minds as well.
Yeah, this map's vital. This map is vital, isn't it? I mean, the way that we saw Drenga play the map 4 against Vapor, obviously the favourites to win the tournament, they absolutely obliterated them on it.
It was about 250, 130, something like that.
It was not close. IDK in particular, absolutely frying. I think you say they found 37 on it, so they're going to feel good knowing that they've got that still to come. But I think from the Annex guys, I think that is a map that they favour as well. So I'm looking forward to that one. But yeah, like I said, I think we're just waiting to get the control going. I can see headphones potentially going back on. No, they're coming off again. Maybe it's a little break.
Going to that red card, that there must be a reason that this Annex White team are keeping it in, because they might not have seen, you know, the game earlier. They were playing their losers semis while the winners final was going on, but they will have known that they beat them on it earlier. So they've already lost this map to this exact same roster today, just a couple hours before.
Yeah, but I think this Vault control is going to be a really interesting one. Where's the blender come in, you know, which is going to be the first team to put the one in the blender. We've seen a few spawn traps this weekend. I think one of the ones we casted yesterday was pretty obscene, wasn't it? There was that round.
The Rico one as well yesterday.
Yeah, well, the round that we saw where 4 straight through Vault.
And I think that this map offers that, doesn't it? It offers a few different strategies. I mean, not that I would suggest it, but I have seen a few teams 4-hit Cat this weekend. We've seen teams 4-hit that Vault and go straight into that B point and try and get it done. But typically you're going to see 2 go Cat, 2 go mid, and off you go from there.
Yeah, and I think we saw those plays because, you know, there was a bit of a skill difference in some of those rosters. But when you've got kind of a good match across these two teams, it's going to be kind of, you can't really play it like that. You've got to be a little bit more strategic with it. But we are about to load in to this Vault control. It's interesting to see who's on offense first, but we'll try our best to count the ticks to see if we go all the way, who might be on defense in round 5. But do you think we're going to go that way? Do you think we're going to go all the way the distance?
I think so, yeah. I think based off the way these teams have played control today, I do think we're going to see a difference. But it is going to come down to the slaying power. You know, that map number 1 was very Drenga heavy. Annex Esports White did so well in that last game, but they just need to keep it up now.
Yeah, they need to find a respawn. Not going to take this series unless they can find one. Is it going to be now? It's time to find out. I'm looking for players like Lampy to start slaying out and getting a bit dominant towards the spawn of Drenga. Yeah, as quickly as they can if they can find that early 4 dead and get towards it. But here we go then, Connor. Head toward the mid-map is going to be Crumpets, but yeah, they're going for it.
They're going for it, and we got Hafron got the first pick onto Jackson, who was the player on the Annex side playing for B. So only 3 hits through the Vault, sent 1 on that street, and it actually has worked out for them. But there is going to be a flank coming in from Paddy as well. He's able to get 1, looking to see if he can get some more on the point. He's going to tag the players up, but there is a potential for a 3-stack here from the players. They are going to do it. It's 2 very quick ticks. They're going to be trying to get the 3rd. Annex White sprint as quick as they can. Jackson with 1. Jackson with the 2nd. Jackson with all 3. Going for the 4th. Go on, Jackson, have it. There we go. All 4 kills going in Jackson's favour, and they're now pushing them back towards their spawn.
Yeah, that's a huge set of kills for Jackson there to find all 4 players of Drenga, because if they'd have got that B done at that first push, only losing a few lives in the process, it wouldn't have been pretty. And Jackson continuing to march towards the spawn, and this is what we spoke about at the start. Annex already taking the opportunity to try and pin them in, but they do find 2 kills on the way out, but they're still a little bit trapped. And look how deep Jackson is there, trying to see if he can get behind anyone. But number 1, I think it is Crumpets, has managed to get through. I think he must be down under Vault maybe, or is he?
Yeah, he's in the lobby area. He's pinching around the cat
still
now.
Going, look, 7 in a row.
Yeah, and the problem that Jackson's going to have at the minute is he's not really going to be running into anyone, because these players are going to be avoiding Jackson, knowing he's there, and Drenga are killing the rest of that Annex White team. But Jackson's doing the right thing, trying to now cut back towards mid. Will fall off of that streak though, but a 7 streak early on is going to do the world good for his confidence.
Yeah, first tick secured on A as well. The contest is good, but that is another 4 dead, and look how quickly number 6 Lampy is trying to fly towards the spawn, but IDK does take him down. That's a big pick, but Infinity is there to trade him out, and number 8 CJP just poised to take their chows, but gets killed by Crumpets, who does also get traded, but Jackson shooting that AR so straight. But a big 2 from Drenga. They need to try and extend this timer. There's only 11 seconds left. They are on that B, looking towards the final tick. Big gunfight coming in. CJP coming out on top, taking down IDK. And I think they need to get on something, and they need to get on something quick.
Yeah, it's all to do with this timer, isn't it now? 5 seconds. They need to get a point captured. I don't think it's going to happen. 1.5 seconds. There's one player on it, but number 4 is not going to get there in time. Annex White take that round. I would say comfortably, but they have conceded 3 ticks. So as well as they've done, as soon as those 2 ticks come through, Jackson was able to pick up the 4-piece. We're going to see it again from his point of view. After this, they then were able to play really well for the rest of the round, but it was just that early push that really threw them off, and it all started from Hafron's first blood onto Jackson, actually, on that streak.
Yeah, we could have easily seen that round go in favour of Drenga if Jackson didn't find those 4 kills there, because they were close to getting that B point done and having so many lives in the bank and so much time to work towards that A and chip away at it. Yeah, could have been a different story, but that 4-piece allowed the team of Annex to get towards the spawn and just start picking off those lives. And yeah, good start for Annex. They'll be happy with that round.
Yeah, and one of the players that we spoke about off camera before this game was IDK. It's kind of been an IDK day today. He's been frying, and at the minute he is 3 and 8. He is struggling. And Makoof the same at only 4 and 8. So Annex White need to take advantage while these players are struggling in that department. And so far they already are. They're going to get that first tick onto A very quickly. And Infinity, this is something they did a lot on Hacienda earlier. They were splitting the points. They always had one person on the other point just to distract the team that both points were being captured.
Yeah, managed to get that first tick, and then the teammates go and help towards his B side. Crumpets shooting a little bit of wind, but does manage to finish the kill. 1 tick secured on both points at the minute, and a good set of kills from Drenga. But Infinity standing strong on that A site, wanting his teammates to spawn in and come and help him. CJP trying his best to get towards it. But yeah, just a good bit of control at the minute for Annex. Big pick onto Crumpets, but traded back, and it's just back and forth at the moment if you look at that kill feed.
Yeah, and I mean, something that this Annex White's team have done really well in this round is they've got those ticks. They're 1 tick behind Drenga at the minute, but they still have an entire minute on that clock. You know, Drenga left it quite late on the timer to start getting more ticks towards this A point. Jackson with a huge 2, trying to snap onto the third. It's Coof with the pistol. It's an audacious chow up that top cat, isn't it?
He's just found one with a pistol and yeah, kept it in his hand.
And for the highlight reel, so we can turn around and watch it.
Exactly, he has been enjoying the highlights. And to be fair, he's had plenty of them today, but 50 seconds left in the round. Still only 2 ticks secured. Infinity again working towards this A site, should get traded out by Crumpets, but does allow maybe this second tick to come through. But that's set 2 ticks on both points now. Like you say, they've been spreading themselves across both sites to really make Drenga pick and choose which one they try and defend. But yeah, only 1 tick left needed just to get this offensive round for Annex White now.
Yeah, there's 1 minute 50 on the clock. We could see this game come down to lives, but at the same time, you're just going to need 2, maybe a 3 dead, and we're going to see a stack from this Annex White team. They push through the vault. There's the 3 dead. It's just all on that T and Crumpets. Can he get the kill? We can't. CJP was in the corner behind him, and Annex White with a very clean offense.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. Vault control team for sure. I mean, that break off was really nice. They found 3 kills off the rip with, I think, Lampy re-wrapped round Cat and picked someone off as well, and just allowed the first tick to come through. And then, like we've said, managed to move over towards B as well. So when these guys are coming off of spawn, they've got to pick and choose which point they want to focus, bit spread out, and yeah, just allowed the lives to be chipped away, but do manage to get those all important ticks. So that's what, 6 ticks to 3.
Yeah, 6 ticks to 3, and this round's going to be the crucial one, isn't it? Obviously, it's match point for Annex White, but it's also defense for them, and typically on Vault you do favour the defensive side. Are we going to see them try and hit through Vault again? It did work for them, you know. If Jackson Hunter popped a 4-piece, I mean, how many times do you see 4 pieces? Not very often. So you might see them try and replicate that play, but they might just do a bit more of a stereotypical A, which I think is what we're going to see. Yeah, they're just going to try and extend this time if they can early on, but it's not going to help when Infinity is picking off IDK like that. We are seeing a slight bit of early progression, but the Chows are coming through, does get taken down, so tell you what, Drenga finding a good set of kills. Makoof with a big kill as well. Number 5, keep an eye on Infinity, who's going to try and time his Chow maybe, or they're just going to give them this A site. So at first push, timer is extended. 2 minutes 15 on the clock and 28 lives to play with to push this B. Yeah, I mean, they've done the right thing, haven't they? They've stacked that A point, they've got it captured, now they've got 2 minutes to work with. The lives are slightly in their favour. The minute that can turn around very quickly when you've got Jackson picking up 2, CJP getting a 3rd as well. And the last player is just kind of involved waiting for that person. I know CJP's in there, you know, he's got that sub in hand. You typically see a lot of Vault pushes when you're trying to capture this B point.
Yeah, they did find a slow 4 dead there, did Annex, but they didn't push up too far. They just tried to kind of spread themselves across the map and try and stop the push and then slowly start moving up more. Jackson finding kill after kill, 18 and 8 now, does eventually get taken down. Can CJP find this trade onto Heffron, who is on B and working towards getting that first hit? Keep an eye on CJP, who's going to try and take him off it, but there we go, first hit.
Dangerous, there's 3 dead.
Almost in, yeah, maybe if they can get the stack going on here, this round could be over as well.
Yeah, it's going to be down to Lampy, really. That utility is going to come in handy. The rest of the Annex White players need to throw their nades on the hill. CJP will blow up the car, getting 1, but the 2 ticks have come through now. It's going to be very close. A team nade from Jackson there is not going to be help, especially when CJP also falls. So it's going to be a 2v2 on this point now. The pinch is coming through, though, from Jackson. He's able to get 1, will fall. Lampy with 1, looking for the second. It's a huge kill here. And Tian Crumpets will win it. Oh, and he snaps onto the second.
Pistols are out, the contest is in, Infinity comes out, top does get traded by McCoof though, but Jackson still trying to do what he can to take him off it, but we're so close, and that is offensive round win, 6 ticks for Drenga. And like we said about Annex White earlier, when they need to do it, they do it. That's exactly what Drenga have just done.
Yeah, exactly. Now 9 ticks to 6.
Yeah.
So, you know, even Annex at a minimum are going to want to try and get 4 points here to guarantee themselves a defense. But with how strong their offense was, maybe they'll be quite happy and they'll win this offense.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup now. So it looked like it may have been a swift 3-0 in favour of Annex, but Drenga not giving up. Big moments from people like McCoof, Heffron finding a couple of 2 pieces, I think, as well. But yeah, they've got to try and see if they can defend Annex White from these points now. And with the way that they broke off last time, it might be a difficult task.
I think Drenga really needs to try and shut down Jackson, don't they? I was just about to highlight him. He's already got the first blood in this round. They're starting to stack towards this B point. He is on that B point. Infinity picks up a 3rd, so it's just going to be down to IDK. He's the only one last alive off that first wave of lives, and he's going to get picked up on the flank. Infinity and Jackson there, both picking up kills around this point. And look how quickly B is getting captured again.
Yeah, Heffron really trying to do his best to stay up, but Lampy finds yet another 2-piece B almost done. Crumpets has got to go to take him off it, but Lampy blows up Jackson with a team nade, but this doesn't matter. Stakes down McCoof with a 3-piece. Was one of those 3 pieces Jackson? Does that what count as a multi-kill? But anyway, timer extended, and they're already on this A site. Only 3 lives lost. Lampy's on a 4. Heffron does take him off it though, the time in the caster's curse, but yeah, 4 lives lost, make it 5, and almost 5 ticks secured as well.
Look at this, they've got the ticks they need to secure a defense for that round number 5, but with how well Annex White have been playing on these 2 offense rounds they're being given, I don't think we're going to be seeing it. They need 1 more tick at this point. They're up 7 on lives. There's still 2 minutes and 8 on the clock.
Oh.
And there it is.
Job done.
Job done. Annex White take the control. What did we say going into this game? The control. They need to win this control to give them that chance. You know, that red card hardpoint was a weak link for them earlier in that series against Drenga.
So. Yeah, we are going to get to see it now, though. Yeah, it's things of maybe going all the way. Who knows if we see Drenga play as well as they did, you know, multiple times today on this map. But Annex White are doing exactly what they can to try and just give themselves the best chance to book their spot in Grands. Yeah, fantastic map from those guys. Yeah, Lampy, the positioning he was doing and just kind of being awkward. They didn't know where he was, constantly looking for him, finding those big kills, and Jackson shooting so straight.
And I think one thing that might actually help this Annex White team now in this red card is Jackson's Gunswarm. He's going to be one of those ARs. You got Lampy, who dropped 9 on the red card S&D with that AR in hand, who's typically a sub player. So already you got 2 ARs. Infinity was getting loads of kills towards that B point on that last offensive round as well. So straight away, the 3 ARs and Annex White we've just highlighted as frying in that last map.
And, you know, the comparison from that to the first respawn we saw was kind of night and day, wasn't it? And I think that's what it was. Skyline, they just didn't manage to get any momentum going, but as soon as Jackson's come out in a 4-piece in that first round, that's got the rest of the team lifted a little bit as well, and they were able to kind of push up, start dominating, and just had so much more control that we saw previously. A bit more of a, you know, map that suited their gun skill, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, and other people at this event over the weekend have said this Annex White team have got 4 superstars on their roster. They just need to string it together, and at the minute, last 2 maps they have strung it together. They just need to do 1 more map in this series, and then let's see what they can do in that double best of 5 that we will have should we need it. against Project Vapor.
Yeah, but Drenga all day, all weekend really, you know, they've been dominating a lot of teams, and even when they've come up against, like you say, the top seed, they fought all the way to the end, almost could have taken it. So they're not going to be too kind of disheartened the fact they're 2-1 down. They still know how good they are on this red card, and there's no reason why they can't go and win these next 2 maps as well. But
exactly.
I don't want to predict anything on this series. just trying to just watch it and enjoy it and get through it without having an heart attack.
I mean, we know that this Drenga team are going to be confident. I mean, they were 5-0 down S&D and they were laughing and smiling. So we know that their heads are still going to be on their shoulders. They're not going to lose their head. Their mental will still be there. But we are getting very late in the day. Maybe some COD fatigue is starting to set in for a few of these players.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of Call of Duty for these guys to play as well. You know, potentially the end of this series and then potentially 2 more if they manage to force the bracket reset in Grands. But I don't think they'll mind too much. There's money on the line. There's, you know, reputations to be made. I mean, I know a lot of these guys already got solid reputations, but wins on LAN and grand finals on LAN is only going to back that up, isn't it?
And I think that's something that the Annex White team particularly have got. They've got that reputation for being they're second seed in the tournament. They should be second place in the tournament based off of the seeding. So they're going to be really wanting to try and prove themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. They know that they should be booking their spot in Grands based on the seedings, like you say, and I'd be disappointed if they don't, but they've got themselves in a good position to do so. But this map is going to be so interesting with how well we've seen Drenga play it, but how well we've just seen Annex White play on that vault. Don't know which way this one's going to go. I anticipate it being a lot closer than the first map.
Yeah, but that red card S&D as well, I know it's a different game mode, but the map as well, you saw a lot of gunfights at that long range, and typically the longer range gunfights were won by the Annex players. So maybe, I don't know, it's going to be hard. It's a red card. There's not many close quarter gunfights, but it's going to be important that they try and make it as compact as possible, the map, and allow someone like IDK, who we saw drop 37 on this against Project Vapor, who were the toughest opponents this weekend so far.
Yeah, I think early control is going to be really important on this red card. We're going to see probably both teams float around mid, maybe someone head out towards stage and just try and see if they can get themselves set up nicely. Probably not an awful lot of time on this P1, but First Blood is going to go towards Jackson once again and straight in with the 2-piece to get started. And CJP finding Crumpets as well. Does get traded out by Heffron, who is last up, but he's going to get taken down. A good start for Annex White, having some early control and having some early hill time.
Yeah, these Annex White players look like they're playing with confidence. I mean, as soon as 3 kills went dead, there was one player that fired, they knew it, or instantly all the arrows turned. You saw CJP, you saw, I think it was Lampy as well, just fly.
Yeah, they are really heating up at the start of this map. That vault controls filled them with so much confidence. And look at Jackson going 5-0 already, and we're still on the first hill. Lampy taking down another couple of players, and this is a lot of time for a P1 that we're seeing now.
And this is something we've not heard this entire series yet, is Lampy getting loud. If Lampy's going to get loud, this could be spiraling out of control. We saw Drenga do this exact same thing to Annex in that map number 1. Drenga needs to try and get some of this time on this hill, but they're going to be spawning in the back. Or are they? They are going to be spawning back because there's some split spawns though, because Annex spawned in restaurant as well.
Jackson does get taken off his 5 streak, but 44 seconds we're allowed to get for Annex White on that first hill. We are going to see Drenga start to soak a little bit towards his P2. I think they're just going to play it quite tight just to try and get some seconds back on the board, and it is down to Annex White to try and push towards and find the kills. But that's much better for Drenga. Finding 3 dead. Last up is going to be CJP, but he's going to fall as well. So good set of kills for Drenga to get themselves back in this map nice and early. I mean, yeah, a lot of time on that P1, but all this time so far on P2 has gone in favour of Drenga.
Yeah, and with 20 seconds to go, if they are able to take this, which they will, there's 4 dead again. You would imagine the Annex White team are going to all go for that new hill. They are actually going to take the lead, which is something that we weren't expecting after Annex White getting 44 seconds off of P1. But Annex White will be outnumbering Drenga here, but Makoof is in a position to try and stop at least one of these players from getting on this new hill, and he will. It'll be Infinity.
Yeah, did find the kill onto Infinity, but Jackson there to trade, and some big gunfights coming. IDK coming out on top there. Bit of white time on this P3. Not a lot separating these teams, but I think we're about to see some carnage towards the time. You look at your minimap, everybody kind of crowding around it. This next wave of kills is going to be important. Heffron is the one who kicks it off, taking down CJP. Jackson, is he going to check his corners? Yes, he is. is, does find one in Crumpets, but it is still Drenga on this time, extending that lead just a little bit more. Good trade from CJP, but he gets traded back instantly, then traded back again. It's carnage for a red card, this.
Joel used the term zigzaggy kill feed, and that's exactly what we're seeing here, is going back and forth between the kills, but eventually that is going to be, chain will be broken by Annex with getting 2, but as soon as we say that, Drenga then also get 2.
Yeah, I don't think Annex haven't had a second on this P2 or P3, have they? Said about that they got 44 on the first hill, but there's just been nothing since, and Drenga are the ones now who are gathering a little bit of momentum and getting warmed up. But take a look on your mini-map, it is going to be CJP getting this initial time. If his teammates can get set up around him, maybe they can work towards trying to retake this lead, but this next wave of kills is going to determine that. Lampy does find one. I think there's going to be a chow. Heffron does manage to get the contest, but Infinity there looking over his teammates on the time. Oh, almost managing to find that kill, Lampy, but IDK does take him down, and this is a little bit better from Annex Y. Are just soaking some time, but look at those blue arrows heading towards the point, and there's a contest about to come through. Makoof, pistol in hand, does get taken down, and this time just continuing to go in favour of Annex Y.
And I think the main difference between this hill and the previous 2 is this is the first hill they were actually first to. They were beaten by Drenga to those last 2 hills, and they just weren't able to break them at all, get those back spawns all the time. This is the first hill they've been able to do so, and they've soaked another 40 seconds and not allowed Drenga at any point up until now.
Yeah, it's only going to be the last 11 or 12 seconds that will go in favour of Drenga as we move over to try and get set up for the next hill. Just trying to look at your scoreboard, see who, and as you mentioned, IDK, and as we saw earlier, he dropped 37 on this map. He's had a hot start, 12 and 8 already, and we're still on the first set of hills as well, but good couple of kills from Annex Y, and they are going to be the ones on the time trying to level up this map. Jackson in a big gunfight with Crumpets. Crumpets nearly taking down his teammate, still in that gunfight with Jackson, who's managing to play his life, but not for long because Heffron's there to take him down, and Makoo finding a massive 2. Lampy now, his turn to try and take them off, but not able to do so. Drenga get themselves on the point, and now it's Annex trying to push towards it and try and take them off some of this time.
Yeah, and this game's now becoming a lot closer than we saw a huge lead at the start. We saw Drenga then take a huge lead, and all of a sudden the game is now tightened up. This P5 has been more of a scrappy hill, which is what we're used to seeing, but we also said that about P1. P1 on red card's a very scrappy hill, and it wasn't in this game so far. And if Annex can take all of these remaining seconds, they're going to be 2 points behind. If I've done correct maths, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, get taken off, but couldn't be much closer after this first set of rotations, and it's been an interesting start. You know, we saw Annex taking 44 seconds on that first hill, nothing again till P4, but probably wasn't anticipating this to be a level game. It's been momentum shifts from side to side so far on the first set of rotations, and it's going to be interesting to see which is the team to settle and get full control on this map. Who's going to be the team to chain a couple of hills together and start extending a lead? At the minute, can't call it, tied game.
Yeah, exactly that. And Annex White now going to retake the lead for the first time since that P1 hill. And Drenga is still trying to fight for it though, but again, Annex White is just soaking so much this time. Drenga have not been able to get close to this P1. It's CJP, look at him, a minute 40 on the hill. He's quite literally been the soaker for this team. 2 of his teammates on 7 seconds, 1 on 24. So if CJP's not on the hill, Annex White on the hill. Yeah,
big couple of kills for Crumpet there, but keep alluding to it, but there's so much time that's been allowed on both rotations so far for Annex White on this P1, which you don't see very often. That's really been the hill that they've managed to secure the most time on, and again, still not a lot to separate them. Big 3 dead from Annex White, and now it's them, as you mentioned, not normally being the first to the hills, but they are at the moment soaking a bit of time on this P2. Great trade out of Infinity there to keep that time white for now, but nobody with any kind of real control around this P2. Makoof finding a big 2, Heffron, big gunfight in the back, Lampy coming out on top. It's IDK looking to get the trade moving around that time, but CJP is the one who flies down towards him, hops on the hill and finds that kill.
But something that's important there is that Drenga are actually spawning towards that stage, which is typically where you favour, although Lampy has gone all the way underneath the stage. Or has he? No, it's Heffron that's gone all the way underneath the stage. It's Lampy that's on top of it, and Lampy's going to need to get a couple picks here for CJP to get this last 20 seconds.
Yeah, Annex White played this well, soaked quite a fair amount of this P2 to retake the lead. I think it's the biggest lead we've seen from a team since we finished P1 when we saw a 44-0, but there's a rotation coming in. Number 6, keep an eye on Lampy. Going to have a couple of gunfights coming through. I think it's Makoof who's maybe spotted him. Here's the big gunfight. Makoof coming out on top. Huge kill. Can he get the second onto Jackson? No, he can't. Just get traded. But he's going to get traded straight back from IDK. And it is IDK and Crumpets around this new hill. But look at your mini-map. Look at these 2 spawns.
Yeah, and it's this car park kill that we saw Drenga do quite well on last time, when they had control of that staircase early on, which they're not going to quite have control of the staircase yet, but they have got the initial time, and there's a good pinch coming in here from Heffron.
Yeah, this is Drenga's chance to get back into it, but it's a big couple of kills from Annex White. 2 minutes 18 on the time already from CJP. 30 seconds left on this hill, and if Drenga can manage to keep it, but Jackson says nope, not having that. Does come in, finds the kill, but again, this hill is just back and forth carnage.
Yeah, and it's one of those hills, we see a couple of them across the map all that we have for Hardpoint. You just have those hills that are just headbutt central. I think this might be the only hill in the entire red card that you can see more than one sub getting pulled out. And already, though, Drenga setting up in this new hill. Annex White, not on old either.
Yeah, this is where we saw in the first rotation Annex White soak a good amount of time and just try and get back into this map. But this time it is going to be it's Makoof on this time, but his teammates all fall around him. They're going to fly towards him on the time. Does find one, but Lampy is there to trade, and Annex White are in. Not sure how he's let that one happen. Drenga all falling, but they are trying to battle towards this time. This is a solid chance for Annex White to really extend this lead and get close. Jackson with a big trade, big two, trying to help his teammates on time. Lampy challing off and finding the kill. Number 2, IDK, trying to see if he can get towards it. Does find Jackson. Infinity taking down Makoof. Good find time. Lampy does win it, but gets trade. No, he doesn't. He's still going. He's flying off the hill, and that's 200 seconds on the board for Annex White.
Yeah, this is what's going to be important. This next 20 seconds is going to be huge in the game if either team can collect it, because Annex White can extend to a 50-point lead. Drenga can try to put it back to about a 20-point deficit.
Yeah, they are both kind of fighting for these last 10 as well, because like you say, they are really important. Rotation coming in, it's once again Crumpets who is the man who is towards this new time, but the Annex White players are on their way. Infinity finds one, Jackson in the back, but there's two back in return for Drenga. White time as this P5 pops. Lampy taking down RDK in mid, and nobody from Drenga just yet have hopped on that time. They're just trying to get a bit of control around the hill, get themselves set up, and now we see Crumpets hop on the hill. Infinity does get taken down, and this is going to be a very close end, I feel, here.
Yeah, I think we're going to be looking at potentially a P2 bang out, but I say that, if Annex White can get some time off this hill, they've got so much time off the P1, they've been gifted it, but I don't think Drenga will be as kind in this third rotation, gifting them time on P1.
Yeah, they do manage to get themselves on there temporarily, but IDK says not just yet, takes him down, trying to just, again, like you mentioned, control this ticket area, be a bit of a menace. Does find Lampy, and his teammates are finding the rest of the kills around him. That's 4 dead, bit of scrap time going in favour of Drenga, and heading towards a third rotation. It's going to be potentially a completely tied game.
Yeah, we'll give them the lead unless Lampy's able to get that kill onto Hafron at old, which I think he's going to be able to, because Hafron was not expecting him there, and already it's going to be TN Crumpets again on this hill before the Annex White team are able to get there.
Yeah, and we've seen, as you mentioned, in both rotations so far, this has been a hill that's been really favourable for Annex White, but we see Drenga take the lead, and they're finding the kills. Jackson out towards the stage, 34 and 23, having a great map, but he is going to need to work his way over to this P1, because it can be won here by Drenga, getting closer and closer to that 250 mark. Big pick from Makoof, taking down Jackson. CJP with the contest, does find one, but gets traded straight back out. 20 seconds needed for Drenga Esports to force him at 5. Lampy seeing what he can do, trying to take them off the time, but he gets taken down by Makoof. Getting a little bit desperate now for Annex, trying to get the contest. It does come in. Jackson falls though. Oh, this is 10 seconds needed, Connor.
Yeah, this is Drenga doing the exact same thing that Annex White have done to them this entire map so far, and just holding that P1, to be honest, to perfection as well. You know, Jackson's able to contest for a little bit, but the kills come back and forth, and we are going to see Drenga Esports there take our map number 4, and you know what that means.
We're going again. We're going all the way. But we said before the series, didn't we, that this one, you know, kind of anticipated it would be a pretty close one. We said that red card would be pretty close, with both teams kind of playing it so well, and the momentum shifts were really interesting with that. It looked like the Annex started really hot. We thought we were going to kind of fly through them on that map. Then we saw Drenga take the lead, extend it a little bit, but then we came back to P1 again, and Annex started extending the lead, and it was just tied. But then opportunity came through, and Drenga are the ones to take us all the way. They just don't give up.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the main difference there is really, you know, Jackson, 34 and 26, he was top slayer in the entire lobby. But if you look at the hill time across the players, CJP had about 2.5 minutes. I don't think anyone else on this team was able to get more than about 30 seconds. Whereas when you looked at the Drenga side, about 3 or 4 players had that 1 minute total. So it's not necessarily the amount of time, but it's the amount of players getting time. So
Yeah,
stacking those hills.
We said, didn't we, after that P1, how because they lost so much of it, they just kind of played it a little bit tighter together just to try and fend off the first wave and get some more seconds on the board, and that worked really well for them and allowed a bit of momentum to go in their favour. But let's take a look at some of the highlights. There's plenty of them, some big moments on this map. Great red card, you know, it can often be a bit of a dull, boring map, but that one certainly wasn't.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. And straight away, you know, 44 seconds in, we thought, oh God, this is going to be an Annex White absolute masterclass here, similar to what Drenga did in that map number 1. But it wasn't. It was a bang out, back and forth, back and forth. Even if a team did get 40 seconds on a hill, it was answered very quickly by the other team.
Yeah, this hill in particular, this P3 was very mixy every single rotation, wasn't it? It was just kind of back and forth. That staircase just had gunfights galore. Good pinch that was from Crumpets. Nearly managed to get spun on by Lampy, but did find the 2. And look at, keep an eye on the scores through each highlight, just how close this was all the way through. It was basically a tied game heading into the last rotation, wasn't it? But yeah, great map.
Yeah, it was, and I think that kind of sets the story really for our map number 5, doesn't it? We're going to be heading to Rewind. And listen, I've not seen either of these two teams play.
I'm not sure if I have. The first series of the weekend obviously was Annex Esports White, and I can't remember
Hacienda.
It was Hacienda. It was Triple Hassi, wasn't it? Yeah, so I don't think I've seen either of these teams on that map either, but yeah, I quite like it as a search and destroy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. You know, I mean, Jackson's just coming off the back of a 34 kill hardpoint. He's going to be using that AR down those long lanes, particularly probably towards that Campervan Street or that Burger Street. But you've also got the subs there. You've got your IDK, TN Crumpet, Lampy and CJP that, you know, can get hyper aggressive through mid and through gens. It's kind of a fairy tale map for both, isn't it? You've got the best of both worlds. You've got that AR dominance in one part of the map, but you've also got that close quarter engagements, which some of these players really benefit from.
Yeah, do you want to kind of make any calls on where this one's going? I mean, I know obviously Annex Esports White have found a bit of ice this weekend and got themselves over the line. Drenga have come really close in against the number 1 seed to come over the line on a map 5, but...
I mean, you've sat on the fence quite a lot this weekend, so my prediction is that one of our 2 teams will win 6 rounds.
Oh my God, right, let's get this map 5 underway. Who is going to book their spot in Grand Finals? Is it going to be Annex Esports White, or is it going to be Drenga Esports? Project Vapor is waiting.
Yeah, I mean, and they literally are waiting. They've been sat here watching all 5 maps. Will that be coming into the veto process potentially as well? You know, they've had experience playing against the Drenga team. They've not actually played the Annex White team this weekend, you know. So if they do win this map, maybe they'll use some of the maps they played today to, you know, help them. I'm sure on the other side, though, when they do get to Project Vapor, I think that doesn't matter what map it is, they are confident. All weekend long, they've been confident they're going to walk with this tournament, but Drenga have pushed them now.
Yeah, absolutely have, and it is going to be Annex White starting off on offense in this map 5. Lampy just trying to gather a little bit of information. CJP getting a little bit aggressive through mid-map, finding that first blood onto Makoof, but IDK taking down Lampy, standing a little bit in the open there, but that's another big kill, and all of a sudden you've got Jackson all alone in a 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, it was literally first blood for Annex White, and then 5 seconds later, 3 players had fallen. Drenga doing well there. 3 ARs, 3 different players getting kills, all with an AR. So we actually have seen IDK pull out an AR for this, which I was not expecting.
No, not really, but I guess, you know, they'd have discussed strats before the weekend, and maybe it's the best way to get the job done, and certainly seems that way so far. Taking that first round really well after losing that first blood too.
Yeah, they put a lot of pressure on that Burger Street, didn't they? And we know you're not going to run down Burger Street with sub. You're not going to be able to hold that Burger Street with sub. So maybe that's what's coming into it there. They put 2 players in that street, just seeing what they were going to do. And Lampy, on the other side of things, also had an AR in his hand. So maybe at the top level, it's the 3 AR meta.
Yeah, well, they've been shooting straight when they've switched to the AR. I mean, it can be quite easy to use, not a lot of recoil, and if you've got a player with that kind of gun skill, with that in the hand, holding a lane, they're going to kind of find a pick or 2 for sure. So now we see Drenga get themselves on the offense. Had a good start, a couple of kills early for Heffron. Makoof already finding 2 off the rip, and nearly Lampy finding 2 of his own, but does get weak, manages to take down Heffron, managing to heal up as well, but already we see a life advantage for Drenga.
Yeah, and we're seeing Jackson being chowed out here by 3 of the Drenga players. It's going to be a bit of a slower push now. Gives enough time for Lampy to try and get closer to his teammate and work something together. But we obviously a gen push here. Lampy will fall. He was shooting IDK, but Team Crumpets was able to shoot him in the back, and that leaves Jackson for the 2nd round in a row in a bit of a tricky spot.
Yeah, not able to find anything in the process either. And that is a good start for Drengar. Do find themselves 2-0 up. Not what we saw on the previous S&D. Obviously, we saw Annex White take the first 5 rounds in that one. But maybe this one just being a little bit more fast-paced, a little bit kind of less, slow and strategic. These guys are just kind of flying through mid a lot of the time and finding these picks. But Makoof challenging down that street, found 2 off the rip. That's always going to help you to get the rounds on the board, isn't it?
And I think you hit the nail on the head there. Fast-paced. These first 2 rounds have been over, not over, but pretty much done very quickly. Annex has been put in tricky spots. Jackson's been put in tricky spots very quickly in these rounds, and it'll be interesting to see if they're going to keep up this pace or if Annex might try and match it.
Yeah, Infinity landing a couple of shots early on in that round, and they're both just trying to get themselves that all-important pick. Jackson trying not to overshell too much, land some shots into Heffron, does back up. Keep an eye on your minimap, number 5, Crumpets. Sat very close to Lampy. That might be where we see this first blood come through. Just trying to get poised and find the pick before they mount the chow, but it looks like they are maybe working a bit more towards his B site. There's your first blood. It is going to be CJP onto Makoof, but Crumpets does take down Jackson. Infinity just about getting away from the shots of Heffron. Don't know how he's not managed to fall there, but yeah, does really well to get away.
You're there to keep your life, which is important, but I think what's more important there for Drengar is they were actually able to get the kill onto Lampy to take that bomb down, and it's now CJP in the 1 vs 3. Gets Heffron. He's somehow able to get away with his life, but I'm not sure for long.
Oh my god.
1 vs 1. Lampy, 27 seconds on the clock. Or CJP, sorry. 27 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, no idea how he's managed to find that kill. It is going to be CJP up against TN Crumpets. Keep an eye on your minimap. The bomb is being collected. Only 13 seconds left in the round, and CJP is going to be allowed to get this down. So it's all going to be down to TN Crumpets to see if he can come and retake this site, take down CJP, and extend their lead to 3-0.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what CJP's game plan is here, really, in 1v1. Where are they going to play through for the retakes? It's going to be TN Crumpets. He's going to decide to go a long way.
Interesting to see if this pays off, if the timing, if CJP checks, does spot him, does just stay up for now, but he's just going to take the chow, trying to get away, but not able to do so. Gives up his life, and I'm not sure what